This matter is quite hard to believe. In truth, I am an immortal. I only discovered this a few days ago. Brother beggar, would you be willing to set up an altar in your home for me, to enshrine my likeness and offer your devotion? When I regain my celestial powers and restore my golden form, I shall take you to the heavens, allowing you to live as a carefree and joyous immortal. Shen Hui spoke earnestly, placing his hands on the shoulders of a beggar before him, his gaze filled with affection. Brother, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? The beggar, pulling 2 copper coins from his tattered bowl, pressed them into Shen Hui's hands, saying, Go buy 2 white steamed buns to nourish your brain. A beggar can only offer this much, so do not take offense. I'm not a fraud. Shen Hui lamented deeply, raising 4 fingers to the sky. I swear, I truly am an immortal. Moreover, I am the one who helps people fulfill their wishes by Lu Tianzun. Ah, yes. The beggar wrapped his tattered cloth tighter around himself, exhaling a puff of white vapor, and quickly waved Shen Hui away. Immortal, please go and help others with their wishes. Do not disturb this beggar's sleep. With that, he lay down on the ground, curling into a ball, as if this position could shield him from the encroaching cold. Shen Hui displayed a trace of helplessness on his face, glanced at the 2 copper coins in his hand, and ultimately tucked them into his pocket before rising to step outside. Creak! As he opened the door, a gust of cold air rushed in, causing feathers in the room to flutter wildly. The beggar shrank back, shouting, Close the door, immortal! Shen Hui gently shut the door, a hint of sorrow in his brow, pondering, another failure, perhaps it is time to try a different approach. He lifted his gaze to the snowy ground outside the eaves, a vast expanse of white, trampled by hurried passers-by, forming a layer of ice, soon covered by fresh snow, mirroring his own despondent mood. Shen Hui tightened his brown cloak and ventured forth, the wind and snow swirling around him, penetrating to his very bones. What a cold winter! Shen Hui wandered aimlessly through the streets, the wind and snow growing more intense, his mind consumed with thoughts of what to do next. No one knew that he truly was an immortal. It was only after living 18 years that he came to this realization. Having just achieved the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, he was ready to embrace a beautiful life. But upon awakening, he found himself in this world of cultivation. At first, he thought it was merely a dream. It was only after merging with the memories of this body that he understood things were not so simply was indeed an immortal. Not just any immortal, but one responsible for overseeing the Heavenly Court's Office of Wishes, known as Bai Lu Tianzun. Who is Bai Lu Tianzun? Bai Lu Tianzun is the chief deity of the Heavenly Court's Office of Wishes. It is his duty to oversee the important matters of worldly wishes. All desires of mortals must be reviewed and judged by him, who then assigns them to the various celestial deities, ensuring that each fulfills the wishes of humankind. This is a passage recorded in the records of immortals. Thus, it is evident how esteemed Bai Lu Tianzun's position is. Even the Heavenly Emperor must show him respect. Yet, for reasons unknown, this esteemed immortal has fallen into the mortal realm, nearly meeting his demise. Perhaps Bai Lu Tianzun had sensed this fate beforehand, sending 100,000 souls to various realms before his fall. And Shen Hui is but a fragment of those souls. Moreover, he is the last remaining fragment. Indeed, the others have all dissipated, the cause of which remains a mystery. But who is Shen Hui? The top scorer of the college entrance examination from Blue Star. With his astute mind, he was certain there was something amiss. Most likely, it was the machinations of his colleagues in the Heavenly Court. Thus, his current predicament was rather perilous. He must quickly restore his powers. Though he had fallen to the mortal realm, his celestial status remained as long as he received offerings from the mortal world. He could reconstruct his golden form and return to the Heavenly Court. However, Shen Hui received some unfortunate news. There were no longer any statues of him in the mortal realm. Perhaps due to his disappearance for nearly 1,000 years, the world had changed drastically. The deities worshipped by people were now diverse and varied. And he, Bai Lu Tianzun, had been forgotten by the world. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. The beggar was the 25th person Shen Hui attempted to persuade, and the outcome was evident. If even a beggar did not believe him, it indicated that this method had failed. I urgently require a new, effective approach. Shen Hui halted his steps, gazing up at the dim sky, where dark clouds loomed, releasing snowflakes as white as goose feathers. Who knows whether this snowfall is the doing of Gu Sha or Qing Nu, or perhaps that rascal Ting Lu? Shen Hui murmured, then shook his head. It matters not who it is at present. I am devoid of any magical power and must find a way to acquire my first offering. Even a single offering would suffice to restore some of Shen Hui's divine strength. At the very least, it would enable him to ensure his own safety in this Yongning County. Yongning County, contrary to its name, was anything but tranquil. On the contrary. It frequently faced disturbances from evil forces and malevolent creatures, making even a walk through the city perilous. Thus, Shen Hui was in dire need of offerings. Creak, creak. At that moment, he heard footsteps crunching on the snow behind him, the steps sounding somewhat heavy. Good sir, could you lend a hand? A male voice called from behind. Shen Hui turned to see a tall, slender Taoist clad in a green robe, his hair tied up high. With a few strands of silver hair cascading down, a weary expression etched across his aged face. On his slender shoulders rested an ancient coffin, lightly dusted with frost and snow, the fragrance of which still lingering in the air. Perhaps fearing Shen Hui's refusal, the old Taoist quickly added, "Do not take offense. Good sir, this is a new coffin." Without hesitation, Shen Hui moved to the old Taoist side and lifted the rear half of the coffin. Helping others is a virtue. Thank you, good sir. The old Taoist felt significantly relieved, a warm smile gracing his face. Taoist, on such a snowy day, where do you intend to carry this coffin? Shen Hui inquired with curiosity. To return it to the temple, the old Taoist shouted, seemingly anxious that the wind and snow would prevent Shen Hui from hearing him. Shen Hui nodded, refraining from asking further questions, as the two trudged forward, stepping carefully through the snow towards the temple. In Yongning County, there were numerous temples and Taoist shrines, totaling several dozen, which could be considered a unique feature in these chaotic times. When human efforts could not change the circumstances, people naturally turned their hopes toward the myriad deities. As they passed various temples and shrines, even on such a snowy day, people were coming and going, the vibrant offerings causing Shen Hui to feel a twinge of envy. Navigating through bustling streets, they eventually arrived at an old Taoist temple. Above the temple hung a weathered plaque inscribed with the words, "One in Guan." The temple's walls were constructed of blue stone, and due to years of neglect, many stones had loosened, with moss and vines crawling over them, giving it an air of antiquity. The couplets on either side of the entrance had faded, their inscriptions barely discernible. Only a few characters could be vaguely made out. Upon entering the temple, Shen Hui saw that the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, leaves scattered everywhere, indicating that it had long been unattended. A lone incense burner stood in the center of the yard, its offerings not abundant, but still flickering in the wind and snow, emitting a faint fragrance. The main hall of the temple was a wooden structure, its roof blanketed with a thick layer of snow, occasionally shedding snowflakes from the cracks. Above the main hall hung a plaque inscribed with the words Chunyang Hall. Shen Hui felt a wave of nostalgia, memories flashing of carefree days spent drinking with old Lu, thinking, what a coincidence that this is the temple dedicated to old Lu. Good sir, let us place this coffin in the courtyard for now, the old Taoist said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui snapped back to reality, setting down the coffin and surveying the surroundings, puzzled Taoist. How has your temple fallen into such disrepair? I see that other temples in the city are flourishing. This should not be the case. Which of the deities honored in those temples could rival old Lu? In terms of both fame and strength, they could not compare, and some he had never even heard of. This situation felt quite peculiar. The old Taoist sighed, about to speak when a somewhat sharp voice came from outside. Oh, you old Taoists seem to be quite sensible, even preparing a coffin for yourself. Chapter 002. Such rashness. Upon hearing the words, Shen Hui and the old Taoist turned around. They beheld a diminutive figure clad in a red robe entering through the gate of the Taoist temple. A fine layer of frost had already settled upon the broad hood, casting his visage in shadow, rendering it indistinct. What business might this ascetic have? The old Taoist inquired calmly, his voice gentle. Even such an audacious remark failed to perturb him. Well asked, the small figure slowly removed his hood, revealing a grotesque countenance, wolf-headed and human-bodied. A demon? A mutilated one at that. It was missing its right ear, and a horrific scar stretched from its nose to its left ear, as if inflicted by some sharp instrument long ago. Old rogue, Shan Yuan, do you still recognize me? The wolf demon cackled wickedly, tearing off its cloak to reveal several bloodied human hands hanging from its waist. Blood still dripping down, drip, drip. The crimson droplets fell onto the pure white snow, resembling vibrant flowers blooming instantaneously. Shan Yuan's hunched frame suddenly straightened, a glint of cold light igniting in his eyes. You again? How dare you act recklessly before the pure young ancestor? You shall not leave here today. Ha 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 ha. The wolf demon laughed maniacally. The pure young ancestor? What pure young ancestor remains in this hall? The Jinhua Temple is thriving, basking in glory, all thanks to the statue you so generously bestowed. Look at you, old fool, pouring your heart and soul into your little disciple. Has he shown you even a shred of gratitude? I come today with two choices for you. First, erect a statue of me and enshrine me upon the altar, and we shall bury our grievances. Second, I shall slay you and your newly acquired disciple. Then set your ramshackle temple ablaze. Which do you choose? Shen Hui turned to glance inside the pure young hall. Only now did he notice the altar stood empty, the statue of the pure young ancestor long gone. In that instant, everything became clear to him. The old Taoist had gifted the statue away, likely to that so-called disciple of his. A Taoist temple without its statue, devoid of offerings, would naturally fall into disrepair. However, little wolf cub, I must admonish you. I have only just met the Taoist. How can you presume to call me his disciple? Shen Hui said sternly. How could the illustrious Bailu Tianxin be labeled as a mere mortal's disciple? Even if he could bear such a title, the old Taoist certainly could not withstand the repercussions of such a claim. What did you call me? The wolf demon narrowed its eyes, a flicker of murderous intent evident within. This mortal, devoid of any spiritual power, dared to speak boldly before a fourth-tier great demon. Truly, it was a death wish. Little wolf cub, of course, Shan Hui replied nonchalantly, boom. As his words fell, the wolf demon abruptly leaped from the ground. Creating a resounding thud, a shockwave emanated from beneath its feet, scattering snow and shattering blue bricks as it surged forward, its form swelling into that of a ferocious giant wolf mid-air. The beast measured 3 zhang in length, its eyes resembling 2 glowing lanterns, sharp fangs draped in glistening saliva. An utterly terrifying sight. Unfazed, Shen Hui instinctively raised his hand, intending to wield divine power to immobilize the wolf demon in midair. Yet, he quickly remembered he possessed no divine strength. What to do? Run, however. Before Shen Hui could take flight, Shan Yuan stepped forth. His voluminous azure robe billowed without wind, and radiant golden light erupted from his calloused palms. His aura surging exponentially, momentarily matching that of the wolf demon. Then, Shan Yuan unleashed a punch, the golden light bursting forth. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Shan Yuan's golden fist collided with the wolf demon's sharp claws in midair, releasing a dazzling glow and a powerful shockwave. The surrounding snow was instantly vaporized, forming a dense fog, while the blue brick ground shattered into countless fragments. The wolf demon let out a thunderous roar, its form hesitating slightly in the air before it violently swung its claws. Old rogue, you are now at your wit's end. If you wish to protect this boy, I wonder how many days you have left to live. Submit to me and enshrine me upon the altar, and this matter shall be forgotten. Yes? Shan Yuan's expression remained calm, his frail figure suddenly resembling a pillar of strength, firmly anchored in place. He spoke softly. The world knows the goodness of immortals, yet fame is unforgotten. Where are the ancient and modern prime ministers? In overgrown graves, a pile of grass remains. You, too, aspire to be an immortal? Boom! Their fists and claws collided once more, the terrifying shockwave sending tremors through the entirety of Wanan Temple. Shen Hui, in a fluster, scratched his head. Without divine power, he felt utterly helpless. The wolf demon spoke again, its voice tinged with a sinister chuckle. Who doesn't he wish to be an immortal? To receive the incense of countless mortals and forge an unparalleled divine status. One day, I too shall ascend to the heavenly court and claim an official title. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui chuckled. If you truly wish to become an immortal recognized by the heavenly court, mere incense will not suffice. One must accumulate virtue and good deeds, endure tribulations to attain enlightenment, and ultimately pass those vexatious examinations. Do you really believe it is so easy? Don't end up as a despised wild spirit after all your efforts. Spouting nonsense. Have you ever seen an immortal or been one yourself? Once I crush this old fool, I shall send you on your way. The wolf demon retorted, its fur gradually staining crimson, its speed of attack escalating. Amidst the barrage of claws, Shan Yuan appeared like a fragile boat on the verge of capsizing, perilously endangered. Taoist, I come to assist you, Shen Hui declared, picking up a broken blue brick from the ground and hurling it at the wolf's head. No matter how skilled one is, a brick can bring down a foe. The brick struck the wolf demon squarely in the eye, eliciting an enraged howl as it glared at Shen Hui. However, this moment's distraction allowed Shan Yuan to seize the opportunity. In a flash, he appeared beside the wolf demon, his hands radiating golden light as he delivered a powerful punch to the demon's side. This punch was delivered with all his might. One could see the veins bulging on Shan Yuan's face and arms, as if they might burst. Spiritual energy surged forth, his strength like a mighty torrent. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the wolf demon's massive form was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a distant wall. The wall crumbled instantly, and the wolf demon crumpled to the ground. Gasping for breath, Old fool, you lack martial ethics, attacking me from the shadows." With that, its head tilted, and it breathed its last, a rather hasty demise. Yet its innards had been obliterated, making survival nearly impossible. After vanquishing the wolf demon, Shan Yuan suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Seeing this, Shen Hui rushed over, supporting Shan Yuan. "Taoist, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just my old ailment." Shan Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Smiling as he spoke, "Had it not been for your diversion of the wolf demon's attention, I would not have succeeded in my ambush. The credit for vanquishing the demon belongs to you as well." "Alas, what use do I have for such credit? As long as you are well, Taoist, that is enough for me." Shan Hui cared little for accolades. Just as he finished speaking, Shan Yuan collapsed onto the ground. Unconscious. Taoist. Seeing this, Shan Hui hurriedly carried Shan Yuan into the warm room where the charcoal fire still burned, providing a much more comfortable temperature than outside. That moment, Shen Hui found himself at a loss. Without divine power, he was powerless to assist. He initially intended to fetch a doctor, but just as he was about to leave, Shan Yuan regained consciousness, looking radiant and full of vitality. "Ascetic, there is no need for your troubles." Shan Yuan smiled and shook his head. "I am aware that my time is near, and the coffin in the courtyard is prepared for myself. To eliminate a significant threat before my demise is also a wish fulfilled." "Ah?" Shen Hui then realized that the coffin was indeed prepared for Shan Yuan himself. What did his current state signify? Was it merely a fleeting moment of clarity? "I share a bond with you. Ascetic, thus I bequeath this temple to you. What you choose to do with it henceforth, whether to sell it or rebuild it, matters not to me." As he spoke, Shan Yuan's vitality visibly began to wane. Shen Hui was bewildered, thinking, "No, did I hit the mark again? To speak of fleeting clarity, and it truly is fleeting clarity." Before he could finish his thought, Shan Yuan collapsed onto the bed, this time truly unable to awaken. How hasty, too hasty. Both the demon and the human met their ends far too abruptly, leaving Shen Hui no time to react. Consequently, he could only bury Shan Yuan that very night, at the hillside behind the mountain, where one could behold the entire scene of Yongning County. Seated before Shan Yuan's grave, Shen Hui murmured, "Taoist, O Taoist, you have suddenly departed this world and left this temple to me. I find myself in quite the predicament. What am I to do with this temple?" Wait a moment. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck Shen Hui's mind. Of course. Why had he not considered this avenue before? If others would not erect a statue for him, he could simply create one for himself. Placing it within the temple, it would be entirely justified, and naturally, people would come to pay their respects, thereby ensuring the incense continued to burn. "Taoist, you are truly a genius." Shen Hui bowed to the gravestone, saying, "If I succeed, once I regain my divine power, I shall surely visit you in the underworld, and we will chat about old times. Perhaps I shall even prepare a few dishes." Shen Hui was a man of action. In less than 3 days, he crafted a statue of Bai Lu Tianxin, placing it upon the altar. However, due to limited resources, it was merely a wooden carving. The plaque of the main hall was also changed to Bai Lu Hall. "Lao El, I assure you, It is not my intention to encroach upon your territory. Since you have been relocated, this place has naturally become vacant. Besides, we are like brothers, are we not? When I return to the heavenly realm, I shall treat you to a drink, Shen Hui murmured. He then began to wait eagerly for someone to come and offer incense. However, as time passed, he soon realized that the situation was not as simple as he had hoped. There was no one in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. The Wanan Temple, being situated on the outskirts of the city and having been abandoned for many years, had long lost its reputation. It seemed the time had come to devise a plan to restore its former glory, Shen Hui thought solemnly. Chapter 003. The remarkable use of wolf corpses. What could that plan be? He had no idea. Without divine power, was he to wander the streets, soliciting people to come? Such an approach was impractical. Thus, Shen Hui resorted to the simplest of methods, waiting, and wait he did, for half a month. One morning, as Shen Hui heard a commotion at the temple gate, his eyes brightened. It seemed someone had finally come to visit. He hurriedly dashed out of the Baiju Hall, a tea that moment. The temple door remained tightly shut, the eaves covered in snow, and the walls adorned with clusters of unknown wild fruits, their colors accentuated by the snow's cleansing touch, as if proclaiming that today was a fortuitous day where all wishes might be fulfilled. As Shen Hui approached the temple entrance, he noticed a fair hand reaching over the wall, seizing one of those wild fruits right before his eyes. Shen Hui slowed his pace, puzzled. I thought someone was here to offer incense and pray. But instead, a thief has come to pilfer fruits. Just as he was feeling disheartened, that same fair hand reached in once more, seemingly intent on stealing again. Shen Hui couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Swiftly stepping forward to fling open the temple door. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "Ack!" came a startled cry as a young girl, who had been perched on the outer wall, tumbled down and landed with a thud. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Shen Hui was taken aback. Before him sat a girl clad in a delicate white fur cloak, her expression one of pain, evidently having hurt herself in the fall, with fair skin and thick hair. A finely crafted jade hairpin stood out amidst her cloud-like tresses, marking her as a daughter of a distinguished family. He wondered why she had come to the temple to steal wild fruits. At that moment, she lifted her head, her delicate features and teary eyes exuding an air of vulnerability that evoked sympathy. "Are you all right?" Shen Hui approached, extending a hand to her. From her perspective, she beheld a Taoist clad in a green robe. Approaching her in the morning light, it was only when he bent down that she could finally see his face. "Heavens!" the girl gasped inwardly. She had never encountered such a Taoist. His eyes were dark and bright. Yet in the morning glow, they appeared as clear as water, exuding an ethereal coolness that momentarily made her forget her pain. With such captivating eyes, she realized she had not even fully registered Shen Hui's face before concluding that he must be a strikingly handsome man. Yet, this beauty felt distant, as if they existed in the same space yet were separated by an entire galaxy. Seeing the girl's dazed expression, Shen Hui thought, "Oh no, could she have injured her mind as well?" Just as he was lost in thought, the girl did not reach for his hand, but instead pushed herself off the ground with both hands, quickly brushing away the snow from her clothes. Turning her back, she produced a small copper mirror from her waist and hurriedly tidied her appearance. Then she turned back, her beautiful eyes curving into a gentle smile as she said, "Taoist, I am Meng Huaizhu. May I ask if Taoist Shanyuan is here?" Upon hearing this, Shen Hui shook his head. "Taoist Shanyuan has passed away, huh?" Meng Huaizhu quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered an apology. I am sorry, I did not know it is of no consequence." Shen Hui thought it was not every day that a living person arrived. He could not let her slip away so easily. He continued, "Are you here to offer incense and pray?" Before his passing, Taoist Shanyuan entrusted the temple to my care, and we are now prepared to welcome worshippers. Yes, I came to offer incense," Meng Huaizhu nodded fervently, seemingly eager to make amends for her earlier rudeness or perhaps to redeem her image. "Please, lead the way," suppressing his excitement, which had been building for half a month. An entire half-month. Shen Hui felt a surge of joy at the prospect of someone finally coming to offer incense. He thought of the imminent restoration of some divine power, and his steps became lighter. Were it not for his desire to maintain an image of a lofty figure, he would have cheered out loud. Meng Huaizhu followed closely behind, her discomfort from the fall evident in her pained expressions. She worried. Had she injured her muscles or bones? Yet to uphold her dignity, she forced herself to walk normally, furtively glancing at Shun Hui from time to time, fearful that he might turn around and catch sight of her awkwardness. As they traversed the not-so-long path, Meng Huaizhu struggled with each step, and when she finally caught sight of the main hall, she paused and murmured to herself, Baiju Hall. Taoist, I recall this place was once known as the Chunying Hall. When did it change to Baiju Hall? In response, Shun Hui maintained his composure, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The previous Chunying patriarch was taken away by Taoist Shanyuan's unfilial disciple. Thus we had to invite another deity. The deity we now worship is known as Baiju Tianzuan, who can fulfill all reasonable wishes. You may pray in peace, Ms. Meng. Meng Huaizhu mused silently. No wonder Wan'an Temple has fallen into such disrepair. It lacks a renowned deity. I wonder where the Taoist found this Baiju Tianzuan. The name sounds impressive, but I fear it may be all show without substance. Upon seeing the wooden statue, Meng Huaizhu's suspicions were confirmed. In Yongning County, which well-known temples and monasteries had statues of deities and Buddhas adorned with gold and silver. Yet this Baiju Tianzuan was merely a wooden carving. She glanced again at Shun Hui, feeling a tinge of pity. It must be incredibly difficult for him to manage such a large temple alone. When I return, I shall help him find a renowned deity, and I hope to restore Wan'an Temple's former glory. Please, Ms. Meng, Shun Hui said, presenting the incense and candles with both hands. Thank you, Taoist, Meng Huaizhu replied, accepting the incense and preparing to light it. Shun Hui's excitement swelled further, though he revealed none of it on his face. His gaze fixed intently on her actions, internally urging, Hurry, hurry. However, just as one might expect an unforeseen occurrence, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out from outside the hall. Miss Meng, stop right there. You truly dare to worship any deity you come across? Meng Huaizhu frowned slightly, turning to look outside. Shun Hui furrowed his brow as well, glancing toward the entrance, a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, his hair tied up high with a white silk thread. Strode in with a lean figure, he surveyed the shabby hall with a sneer. Miss Meng, you dare to worship such an unknown wild god. You risk misfortune, or worse, a shortened lifespan. With that, he made to snatch the incense from Meng Huaizhu's hands. She stepped back 2 paces, while Shun Hui stepped directly in front of the young man, calmly stating, Ignorant. Who is this fool, wasting my time? The young man retorted, a smirk on his lips. You call me ignorant? You may have deceived Miss Meng, but you cannot deceive me. I challenge you to name a temple in Yongning County that I have not visited. I can discern between true and wild gods with a mere glance. So boastful, yet he does not even recognize Baiju Tianzuan, truly blind. Shun Hui replied coolly, Ha ha ha, what Baiju Tianzuan? A nameless wild god dares to usurp the title of Tianzuan. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? I wonder which ignorant mountain spirit has come to the mortal realm to deceive the faithful. The young man narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Oh, so it is merely a wooden carving. Today's spirits truly take mortals for fools, but just then, Shun Hui suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The young man scowled. Laughing at your ignorance. Shun Hui shook his head in exasperation. Do you not know that Baiju Tianzuan governs the wishes of the world? Overseeing fame and fortune? By speaking ill of Tianzuan today, I fear you shall soon reap the consequences. Consequences? I have never believed in such things. The young man sneered coldly, but you, little Taoist, should be aware that with a single word from me, your temple and your very existence could vanish from this world. If you know what is good for you, kneel down and slap your face 100 times, and I may consider letting you go. Slap! In that instant, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the hall, plunging it into silence. The young man found himself knocked to the ground, clutching his reddened cheek in disbelief. You dare strike me? I had no intention of hitting you. But your insolence has compelled me to oblige, Shun Hui replied with a faint smile. The young man gritted his teeth, fury surging within him. Little Taoist, I shall repay this slap 1,000-fold. With that, he awkwardly scrambled to his feet. Stop! Shun Hui called after him. What, do you wish to kill me? The young man's face darkened. You suggested kneeling and slapping your face 100 times as punishment for your slander against Tianzuan. I find it quite fitting, Shun Hui said with another smile. Do you seek death? The young man seethed. As Shen Hui stepped forward, the young man's expression shifted, and he retreated several paces, evidently having been overshadowed by the impact of Shen Hui's earlier slap. Shen Hui's lips curled into a slight sneer as he gestured toward the wolf carcass in the corner of the wall. Or perhaps you wish to end up like this blind beast? It dared to confront the celestial lord, thus meeting such a fate. The wolf's corpse was left as it was. In this frigid landscape, it would not rot or emit a foul odor, on the contrary. He intended to use the carcass as a spectacle to attract visitors to offer incense, though it unexpectedly turned into an opportunity for ostentation. Upon noticing the wolf's remains, the young man, who had previously been oblivious, trembled and fell to his knees, his legs giving way. Whether the celestial lord would punish him was beyond his concern. What he did know was that this young Taoist could slay such a massive creature with ease. Thus, could he not be similarly dispatched without effort? In a frenzy, the young man began to slap his own face, and after 100 strikes, his visage had swollen to that of a pig's head. "Begone," Shen Hui remarked curtly. Instantly, the youth snapped back to reality, fleeing in a panic, leaving behind a trail of fear. "Meng Jushi, we shall continue." After dismissing the young man, Shen Hui turned, revealing a gentle smile. Oh, very well," Meng Huizhu replied, dazed, and promptly began to burn incense and pray. Shen Hui, in turn, closed his eyes, feeling a long-lost power of incense flow into his body, transforming into a wisp of divine strength. At that moment, Meng Huizhu reached her final step in the ritual, kneeling devoutly on the prayer mat, performing a deep bow thrice. It was then that Shen Hui heard her heartfelt wish. "Celestial Lord, if you truly possess power, I hope my backside will no longer ache. I do not wish to be humiliated." A chuckle escaped Shen Hui's lips. "What are you laughing at, Taoist?" Meng Huizhu exclaimed, startled, her ears flushing red. Wondering if her thoughts had inadvertently been vocalized. "I was merely contemplating something joyous," Shen Hui replied, pausing before a subtle smile graced his face. Chapter 004. The Malevolent Ghost Seeks a Life. Meng Huizhu quickly stood up, but in her haste, she strained her gluteal muscles, causing her face to change as she nearly cried out in pain. "Taoist, I shall take my leave now." Not daring to linger, Meng Huizhu prepared to return and consult the physician. Hoping to avoid any lingering ailments, Meng Jushi's wish shall surely be fulfilled, Shen Hui assured with a determined expression. She murmured, her ears still crimson, feeling a nagging anxiety that her wish might have been overheard. Striving to maintain her composure, she endured the discomfort and exited the grand hall. Shen Hui, standing behind her, pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, a stream of intangible divine energy flowing into Meng Huizhu's body. As she stepped out of the hall, she felt an unseen force enter her, akin to sunlight warming her, dispelling both the chill and her pain, making her feel as if she had shed 10 pounds. "Huh?" Realizing the pain had vanished, Meng Huizhu paused, bouncing lightly a few times, astonished to find she felt remarkably well. Could it be that the celestial Lord Bailu is truly manifesting? With a heart full of wonder, Meng Huizhu turned to glance back at the wooden statue in the hall. Shen Hui stood at the entrance, wearing a smile, waving her farewell. Having worshipped and prayed countless times, none had ever yielded such remarkable results. Perhaps the celestial Lord Bailu is indeed a powerful deity. Meng Huizhu waved back. "Taoist, I shall return to offer incense again." "Very well," Shen Hui replied with a slight smile, knowing that favorable word of mouth would soon follow. As Meng Huizhu walked a few steps, she seemed to recall something, turning back to glance at the Bailu Hall and Shen Hui once more. Ultimately, she suppressed her thoughts, choosing to depart. She wished to warn Shen Hui that the youth he had just dealt with was Song Jia, the son of the wealthy Song family in Yongning County. Even if she informed the Taoist, it would only add to his troubles. Thus, it was better to secretly resolve this issue herself, avoiding any disruption to his tranquil cultivation. With her mind set, Meng Huizhu resolved to caution Song Jia against harboring any ill intentions towards the Wan'an Temple, trusting that the insufferable fellow would refrain from reckless actions. After her departure, Shen Hui, feeling the divine energy within him revitalizing, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Though this energy was faint, it was still divine, capable of achieving feats beyond the reach of many. For instance, Shen Hui closed his eyes, his spirit leaving his body, soaring high into the sky. Yongning County appeared diminutive beneath him. He could even use this divine energy to tear through the heavens and return to the celestial realm. Yet he had no desire to do so at present. His golden form had been destroyed. Should any celestial being harbor malice towards him, he would lack the means to resist. It would be prudent to gather sufficient incense power to reconstruct his golden form before returning to the heavenly court, ensuring he possessed the strength to confront any dangers that may arise. Subsequently, Shen Hui's soul began to wander throughout the mortal realm. The notion of traveling 30,000 miles in a single day seemed trivial to him. In less than an hour, he had circled the entirety of the human world. Humanity was divided into 10 nations, and he observed immense streams of incense rising from them, connecting heaven and earth, continuously supplying strength to the celestial deities above. Shan Hui gazed upon this with envy, solidifying his resolve. If he wished to reconstruct his golden form, he must establish temples and cultivate followers across these 10 nations, amassing vast amounts of incense power. Thus, he would not confine himself to a single corner. The Wanan Temple was merely a starting point. Upon the return of his spirit to his body, Shan Hui opened his eyes. Exuding an air of profound mystery, he murmured, "It seems my primary objective now is to establish temples in every town of the Yu Kingdom." The Yu Kingdom was the most powerful nation in the world, boasting the greatest number of towns. Once this initial goal was achieved, Shan Hui's strength would be restored to a considerably formidable level. With his objective set, he felt invigorated. What shall I do next to elevate the Wanan Temple's reputation? After pondering for a while, Shan Hui determined his first target. Exorcism. A few days prior, while bustling through the town, he had heard rumors that the esteemed Lord Shun of the Shin family lay in a coma, allegedly due to a malevolent ghost seeking vengeance. The local temples had been consulted to no avail. Who was Lord Shun? Though not excessively wealthy, he was a person of prominence in Yongning County, a guest of the county magistrate. If he could resolve Lord Shun's predicament, would that not enhance the Wanan Temple's reputation? This seemed feasible. The more Shan Hui contemplated, the more practical it appeared. Without hesitation, he braved the snowstorm towards the Shan residence. The Shan residence. Even from outside, one could feel the imposing grandeur of the estate. Two majestic stone lions sat sentinel before the scarlet door, their eyes gleaming. Shan Hui approached, grasped the door knocker, and rapped on the door. Creak. Before long, the door was pulled open by a young servant, who scrutinized Shan Hui for a moment before softly inquiring, "Taoist, have you come to exorcise a ghost?" "Indeed, I am here to save your lord," Shan Hui replied with a serene smile, exuding an air of a wise sage. "Please, come in." The servant, captivated by Shan Hui's demeanor, swiftly opened the door to welcome him inside. Upon entering, Shan Hui found himself on a straight stone path, flanked by meticulously arranged flowers and trees. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, likely due to Lord Shun's illness. The servant led him to a pavilion in the front yard, where a brazier still burned with charcoal. As the snow began to fall more heavily, swirling like goose feathers, the servant bowed and said, "Taoist, please wait here for a moment. I will inform the madam." "Very well," Shan Hui nodded, standing by the brazier, admiring the snowy landscape of the Shan residence. Not far ahead, a cluster of plum blossoms stood out, defiantly blooming against the cold air. Their vibrant red petals, set against the white snow, appeared even more exquisite, and a faint floral fragrance wafted in the wind. The resilient plum blossoms in the snow perfectly captured the essence of that moment. Shan Hui expected to wait only a short while, yet it was not until the charcoal in the brazier nearly burned out that the so-called madam, Lord Shun's wife, finally arrived, dressed in a striking red gown with a snow-white fur cloak draped over her shoulders. Her meticulously styled hair appeared both voluminous and dignified. Her complexion was fair and radiant, revealing no sign of her being in her 40s. A subtle trace of sorrow lingered in her brow. And upon noticing Shan Hui, she paused, her expression shifting to one of regret as she said, "Taoist, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A monk who attempted to exorcise the ghost harmed himself and nearly lost his life, which delayed my arrival." Shan Hui smiled gently. "Madam, have you already encountered the malevolent ghost?" "Alas," Madame Shun sighed, her gaze drifting into the distance. "This matter is indeed a family disgrace. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, but to resolve this issue, it is necessary for you to be informed. In truth, That malevolent ghost is none other than my wayward son. Oh? A flicker of surprise crossed Shun Hui's eyes. The wayward son had been idling away his days and causing trouble. This led to frequent quarrels with his father. In a fit of anger, Lord Shen had cut off his allowance, hoping to instill some discipline. However, one fateful night, the wayward son sneaked into his father's room to steal silver, only to be caught in the ensuing struggle. He stabbed his father with a knife. Enraged, Lord Shen retaliated and fatally wounded his son. Though he was filled with remorse afterward, the deed was done, and he could only accept this harsh reality. Unexpectedly, on the 7th day after the disobedient son's demise, the master suddenly fell into a deep coma. We scoured for physicians and remedies, visiting numerous temples and monasteries, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. The disobedient son had transformed into a vengeful spirit, returning to claim his life. Mrs. Shan spoke gravely. Chapter 005. The Haunting Ghost. Upon hearing this, Shan Hui offered a faint smile. So, these temples or monasteries are incapable of resolving this malevolent spirit. The vengeful spirit, transformed from the disobedient son, possesses formidable powers, and every Taoist and monk sent to exorcise him has suffered grievously, nearly losing their lives. Mrs. Shan turned to Shan Hui and gently said, "Taoist, if you are not yet prepared, you may leave. I will prepare a modest gift for you, so that your journey is not in vain. And need, allow me to confront this malevolent spirit and demonstrate the principle that the devil may be high, but the path is higher." Shan Hui replied with a calm smile. Mrs. Shen nodded slightly. "Then please follow me, Taoist. The master's chamber is in the back courtyard." Shan Hui followed Mrs. Shen, traversing the central courtyard and winding corridors. Finally arriving at the back courtyard of the Shan residence, as soon as he entered, he sensed the pervasive chill of ghostly energy enveloping the air, lingering ominously above the master's chamber, clearly indicating that he was entangled with it. "Are you truly going in unarmed? That spirit is quite formidable." Mrs. Shun seemed somewhat anxious, standing outside the courtyard wall, her brow furrowed as she inquired. "Rest assured, my means of exorcism are extraordinary. I shall undoubtedly capture this spirit and guide it to the afterlife." Shun Hui responded with unwavering confidence, exuding an air of a true master. "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Shun finally nodded. Just as Shan Hui was about to step into the courtyard, a powerful voice called from behind. "Hold on. Which monastery do you belong to?" Shun Hui turned to see a middle-aged man in splendid attire, accompanied by a Taoist, striding towards him. "Wanan Monastery," Shan Hui replied. "Wanan Monastery?" Before the middle-aged man could speak, the Taoist behind him scoffed. "Is that the crumbling monastery that doesn't even have a deity's statue? I suggest you leave while you still can. You are no match for that spirit." The middle-aged man turned to Mrs. Shun, a glimmer of frivolity in his eyes, smirking. "Sister-in-law, this is the esteemed Taoist Pingjiang I invited from Jinhua Monastery. A master of great power. He will surely resolve this spirit and save my brother's life. Since a Taoist has already arrived, let him have the first attempt." Before Mrs. Shun could finish her sentence, the middle-aged man approached Shan Hui, pulling out a pouch of silver, a mocking smile on his lips. "Wanan Monastery? I've never heard of it. It must be some obscure place, since you are here. It seems you seek to earn some incense offerings. Accept this pouch of silver and leave promptly, lest you delay Taoist Pingjiang's exorcism." However, Shun Hui did not reach for the silver, replying coolly, "I have stated that I am here to save the master's life. The principal party has yet to speak, yet you wish to intervene. Who do you think you are?" Were he an ordinary Taoist, he might have spoken with more courtesy. But Shun Hui, masquerading as a Taoist, had no such constraints. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, a flash of anger in his eyes, before he coldly chuckled. "Who am I? I am Song Ji, the sworn brother of the master, a guest of the county magistrate. Little Taoist, who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" At that moment, Taoist Pingjiang stepped forward, lightly waving his feather duster, gazing down at Shun Hui with an air of superiority. Sneering, "Song Ji, you may not be aware, but Wanan Monastery has significant ties to my Jinhua Monastery. The pure young patriarch we venerate in our temple was originally from Wanan Monastery. It's just that I wonder. Without a deity's statue, What face does Wanan Monastery have to flaunt itself? Perhaps the old man Shanyuan is too embarrassed to lower himself. Thus he trained you, this little Taoist, to swindle some silver for his own demise? I would suggest that old man Shanyuan bow his head to our temple master out of respect for their past relationship. Perhaps he might even be granted some silver for a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui appeared contemplative. Previously, Taoist Shanyuan had mentioned that the decline of Wanan Monastery was due to the pure young patriarch being invited away. It seems this Jianhua Monastery is the cause of the misfortune. With this in mind, it is only just that he should teach Jianhua Monastery a lesson. With this thought, Shen Hui's gaze towards Pingjiang sharpened with a hint of murderous intent. Oh, dear. Seeing the look in Shen Hui's eyes, Pingjiang adopted a mocking tone. Instead of studying proper Taoist arts, you've learned to glare. I suggest you bow down and pay your respects to me, and I shall teach you a few tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Hui advanced towards him. Just as Pingjiang opened his mouth to ridicule him further, Shen Hui delivered a resounding slap to his face. You dare strike me? Pingjiang's heart leaped with joy, eager to give this little Taoist a proper lesson. However, he soon found himself completely immobilized, unable to summon even a hint of spiritual energy, standing there dumbfounded as Shen Hui slapped him. With a crisp sound, silence enveloped the scene. Both Mrs. Shun and Song Ji wore expressions of astonishment. Jinhua Monastery is the largest in Yongning County. This Taoist is incredibly audacious, but the most perplexing part is, why did Taoist Pingjiang not retaliate? You have forgotten your roots. You deserve to be punished. Shen Hui stated calmly, then added, kneel, thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pingjiang's knees buckled, crashing to the ground. His eyes bulging with rage and fear. Why can't I control my body? This Taoist is truly bizarre. Bow your head. 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Shen Hui's demeanor remained unruffled. Thud, thud, thud. Pingjiang bowed, each gesture growing heavier than the last. His forehead reddening, leaving marks in the snow. The more he bowed, the more terrified he became. This Taoist's cultivation evidently surpassed his own, and today he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. After 9 kowtows, Pingjiang's forehead broke open, blood seeping forth, utterly disheveled. Dio, you recognize your error? Shen Hui inquired softly. I was wrong. I was wrong. Pingjiang lamented, desperately pleading for mercy. Shen Hui ignored Pingjiang further, turning to step into the courtyard. Song Ji's expression shifted, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Pingjiang still kneeling in fear, he promptly abandoned the thought. Mrs. Shan murmured, "Thank you for your efforts, Taoist." Shen Hui nodded slightly, and the moment he stepped into the courtyard, the gathered malevolent energy erupted, unleashing a gust of chilling wind, accompanied by snow, rushing towards him like blades. Yet, Shen Hui remained unperturbed, taking another step forward, and in an instant, the blade-like energy vanished without a trace. Restoring calm to the courtyard, outside, the three observed this spectacle clearly. Pingjiang trembled, lowering his head further. Though his body had regained its freedom, he dared not move until Shen Hui spoke. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ji approached, crouching beside Pingjiang, and whispered, "Taoist Pingjiang, you must hurry and stop him. Do not let him truly revive that old wretch. Stop him? With what means?" Pingjiang chuckled bitterly. "Even if my master came, he would not necessarily be a match for this person. Song Ji, I advise you to prepare for the worst. In the courtyard." Shen Hui opened the door to the chamber, stepping inside slowly. Within, the atmosphere was thick with malevolent energy. Bang! Shen Hui forcefully shut the door behind him. A grotesque, green-faced ghost in red suddenly materialized before him the moment the door closed, baring its claws as it lunged for his throat. But just as its claws were about to graze Shen Hui's skin, a faint golden light emerged, and a surge of righteous energy erupted forth. The ghost's eyes widened in shock, its claws freezing mid-air, before it underwent a complete transformation, awkwardly smiling. "I did not realize a celestial being had descended. Please, take a seat. I shall prepare tea for you at once." As it spoke, it internally lamented, "Oh dear, this time I am truly doomed." Chapter 006. Filial Piety Within. Respect without. Shen Hui gazed at the red-clad ghost. Remaining silent, the ghost, feeling the weight of his stare, was overwhelmed with anxiety, its expression oozing sycophancy. If it could sweat, it would surely be drenched by now. How could it not recognize the celestial aura surrounding Shen Hui? It was a palpable pressure, entirely distinct from the mortal realm, emanating from the celestial domain. After observing the red ghost for a moment, Shen Hui suddenly inquired, "You are not the son of Master Shen? Are you?" The red ghost dared not lie. "O celestial being, your insight is indeed sharp. If I were truly Master Shen's son, how could I possibly torment him so? I am merely a ghostly servant." Compelled by others, Shen Hui turned to look at Master Shen, who lay pale and exuding a deathly aura, yet evidently still clinging to life. Upon closer inspection, he noticed another layer of ghostly energy safeguarding the man's heart, which was the reason he still drew breath. Approaching the bedside, Shen Hui regarded the red ghost once more. "You're lingering in the mortal realm, refusing to cycle through rebirth. Is there some unresolved matter weighing on your heart?" The red ghost hastily shook its head. "Oh, how I long for rebirth! Alas, I have been fashioned into a ghostly servant, a wandering soul in the underworld, and cannot reach the hall of Yama. If you could guide me to my next life, I would be eternally grateful." Shen Hui replied with a hint of amusement. "You have committed such heinous acts, yet still aspire to reach the hall of Yama and cycle through rebirth?" The ghost in the red attire felt a sudden chill run down its spine and hurriedly bowed to Shen Hui, exclaiming, "Oh, revered immortal, I assure you, I have never committed any heinous acts. With my skills, I could have easily taken the life of this old Master Shen, yet I have refrained, for I see him as a pitiful soul, and his unfortunate son has fiercely protected him. Thus, I hoped for the appearance of a sage like yourself to save his life. And now, at long last, you have arrived. Does that imply you possess a heart within the realm of spirits?" Shen Hui responded with a slight smile. "I am merely driven by a sense of chivalry." The ghost in red replied, its smile both terrifying and oddly amusing in its obsequiousness. "Withdraw your ghostly power and allow us to see Master Shen's son." Shen Hui was capable of fulfilling this request but wished to conserve his spiritual energy. Opting to save wherever possible, the ghost in red complied without hesitation. Retracting the ghostly energy that had enveloped Master Shen, the ashen hue on his face began to fade. A wisp of azure vapor slowly emerged from his mouth and nose, coalescing in the air into the form of a gaunt young man. This slender youth possessed a gentle countenance, starkly contrasting the ghastly visage of the ghost in red, radiating a scholarly demeanor. Upon materializing, he quickly positioned himself protectively in front of Master Shen, declaring with steadfast resolve, "Wretched ghost, even if I were to be scattered to the winds, you shall not harm my father, young master." "You jest, I harbor no such intentions," the ghost in red replied, its eyes sparkling with feigned gentleness. "With the immortal present, you may freely voice your grievances. He will undoubtedly vindicate you." The gaunt youth turned to Shen Hui, seemingly grasping the situation, and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Shen Liang, honored to meet the Taoist." With the specter's power lifted, Master Shen gradually opened his eyes, upon seeing the young man before him. His eyes widened in shock, and he sat up abruptly, tears streaming down his face. "Lianger, is that truly you?" Shen Liang lowered his gaze and softly replied, "Father, your son has been unfilial. I have departed this world and can no longer provide for your twilight years." Shen Hui observed with contemplation. The scene of paternal love starkly contradicted what Madame Shen had conveyed. Clearly, there was a deeper narrative at play. "Lianger, who is responsible for your demise? I have been investigating, searching relentlessly. Where have you hidden your corpse?" Master Shen's eyes brimmed with tears, his love for Shen Liang, a son born in his twilight years, immeasurable now. To lose his son was a grief too profound to bear. "Father, please, no more inquiries," Shen Liang interjected, a shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. "Are you still shielding that vile woman?" The ghost in red interjected angrily, "Since you refuse to speak, allow me to reveal the truth." With a flick of its hand, a cloud of black mist enveloped the room, gradually unveiling a scene. Master Shen instantly recognized the setting. The Shen estate, the central courtyard. Shen Liang, holding osmanthus cakes, ambled towards a room. Master Shen's pupils constricted. It was the lady's chamber. "Mother, look what I have brought for you. These osmanthus cakes were made by Miss Hua herself. I sense she harbors affections for me. Should I?" Shen Liang pushed the door open. But his smile froze, and the cakes fell from his hands. Inside, Madame Shun was entwined with a man, engaged in an illicit affair. Upon hearing Shun Liang's voice, the couple was startled, abruptly halting their actions as they looked towards the entrance. The man, whom Shun Hui had seen earlier, was none other than Song Ji. Uncle Song, mother, how could you commit such a heinous act? Shin Liang's face flushed with rage as he turned on his heel. Master Shan's expression darkened. He had been betrayed, and by his sworn brother, no less. The scene shifted. Shun Liang paced in his room, trembling with fury, muttering, "This matter must be disclosed to father. Even if this family falls apart, he deserves to know the truth." Just as he resolved himself, the door swung open, revealing a smiling Song Ji. "Young Liang, please do not inform your father about this. I have been a long-time friend of his. It was merely a moment of folly, a grave error. I promise never to entangle myself with your mother again. Begone." Shun Liang retorted coldly, "I will certainly inform father. One must not betray a friend's wife." "You have disgraced yourself." Song Ji's smile twisted into a menacing sneer. "Shun Liang, I once held you as a child. Do you truly wish to bring your uncle to ruin? This is your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourself," Shun Liang declared, attempting to escape the room. Yet Song Ji seized him by the throat, pinning him against the wall. "Since you wish for your uncle's demise, you shall not be spared. Do not blame me." Veins bulged on Song Ji's arm, his eyes glinting with malice. Shun Liang, youthful and vigorous, struggled against Song Ji's hold, landing several blows to his face. Yet Song Ji refused to relent, pinning him down once more, drawing a dagger from his waist, aiming it at Shun Liang's throat. Shun Liang resisted with all his might, but in a desperate moment, Song Ji shouted, "Wretched woman, what are you waiting for? If this brat exposes our affair, we are both doomed." Just then, another figure entered. The very woman Shun Liang had once adored, Madame Shun. In disbelief, he watched as she aided his assailant, holding his hands down. In that instant, the light faded from Shun Liang's eyes, leaving only despair. He ceased his struggle and was stabbed in the throat by Song Ji, blood spilling onto the floor. As his vision blurred and life ebbed away, his thoughts drifted to the cherished moments spent with his mother. He recalled running in the garden as a child, his mother watching fondly as they chased butterflies. He remembered falling ill, his mother caring for him tenderly. Calling his name repeatedly, he saw himself growing up, yet every winter night, his mother would still stitch his garments with love. He remembered the year he achieved academic success, his mother waiting outside the examination hall with his favorite osmanthus cakes. But at last, darkness enveloped him. His life flashed before his eyes. He lifted his hands, yearning to grasp those precious memories, yet found nothing within his grasp. In his final moments, he beheld the twisted visage of Song Ji, plunging the dagger repeatedly into his vital points, while his mother stood by, watching silently. "Mother!" Shin Liang coughed blood, desperate to question why, but no words emerged. Darkness consumed him. Shan Liang finally perished. Song Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. "That boy was quite strong. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have subdued him." Madame Shun remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shen Liang, lost in thought. "Enough staring. Quickly dispose of this boy's body and claim he has gone missing." A glint of malice crossed Song Ji's eyes, but the old man cherishes this son deeply. He will not let this go easily. I happen to know a peculiar individual who can summon spirits to eliminate that old fool. We will then declare that it was his son returned for vengeance. Thus, the entire plot unfolded. In the end, Shun Liang's remains were dismembered and buried in an abandoned well within the central courtyard. As the scene faded, Master Shun's chest heaved, his temples throbbing in fury. "My foolish son. Why did you not resist?" he lamented. After a prolonged silence, Shun Liang finally spoke. "Father, as a scholar, I must uphold filial piety and brotherly respect. This life I possess was granted by mother. If she desires it back, I shall return it." Chapter 007. No resentment. Shen Liang was foolishly filial, yet this was also his noble spirit, as the saying goes. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. The moment his mother intervened, restraining his hands, his heart had perished. Oh, revered immortal, it is the vile woman and her illicit partner who deserve punishment. Even if I acted under coercion, I never sought to take Master Shen's life. I merely delayed. Can this not be seen as an act of virtue? The ghost in red spoke cautiously, revealing the motive behind the scene. This is why I unveiled the imagery. The young man would not divulge, and how could you, revered immortal, discern my actions? If you remain unaware, what worth is there in my virtuous deeds? Chivalrous spirit, Shen Hui remarked, raising his thumb in approval. When I summon the guardians of the underworld for this young man, I shall ensure to take you along. Thank you, revered immortal, thank you. The ghost in red responded with delight. Expressing gratitude profusely, it is said that good deeds beget good fortunes. Surely, the ancients do not deceive me. To remain a ghost, even a benevolent one, is still to be a ghost. The spirit in red yearned to be human. A good person. At this moment, Master Shen finally acknowledged Shun Hui's presence and hurriedly rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life and unraveling the mystery surrounding my son's demise. I have no way to repay you. I would gladly bestow the entire Shen estate upon you. That will not be necessary, Shen Hui replied with a gentle smile. If Master Shen truly wishes to show gratitude, simply offer incense at Wanan Temple in the future. And do not forget to promote Wanan Temple. Material possessions hold no value for Shen Hui. What he sought was the reverent incense. Master Shen nodded earnestly. Certainly. Subsequently, Shen turned to Shen Liang and inquired, do you have any unfulfilled wishes remaining? Shen Liang floated beside Shen, hesitating for a moment before whispering a few words into his ear. Shen nodded in response. Very well. Lord Shen gazed at Shen Liang, his aged eyes brimming with tears. He choked back sobs, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet words caught in his throat. Father, if there is a next life, I shall still be your son. Shen Liang murmured softly. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lord Shen burst into tears. Shen closed his eyes, sighing inwardly, then joined his fingers together, channeling a thread of divine energy down into the netherworld. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, the door suddenly swung wide open, a gust of cold wind sweeping in. Observing Shen speak to the air, Lord Shen strained to catch the words. But even at such proximity, he could not discern what was said. Following this, Shen Liang bid farewell to Lord Shen, while the vengeful spirit in red repeatedly expressed gratitude to Shen before both slowly dissipated into the ether. Lord Shen felt as though all strength had been drained from him, collapsing onto the bed, mumbling, my son. Outside in the courtyard, the snow fell heavier and heavier. Ping Jiang knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear, a thin layer of snow blanketing him, as though he had aged overnight. Madame Shen leaned against the courtyard wall, gazing up at the leaden sky. She caught a snowflake on her hand. It was cold, and she watched as it melted, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Song Ji had long since fled. After Ping Jiang had spoken, he went off to prepare for the aftermath, regardless of whether Shen truly possessed the ability. Or if the old man would awaken, it was prudent to remain cautious. It was not until the sound of 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the courtyard that the two outside reacted. Ping Jiang lifted his head, while Madame Shen turned to see Lord Shen and Shen returning together. Ping Jiang's expression turned obsequious, while Madame Shen appeared taken aback, then smiled with relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. My lord, Madame Shen called out, rushing towards Lord Shen. However, he evaded her, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, and then he struck her across the face with a resounding slap. The sound was sharply clear, and Madame Shen's delicate face flushed instantly. She covered her cheek, speechless. I have seen Lianger, Lord Shen said, his voice laced with a mixture of hatred and disappointment as he faced Madame Shen. I never imagined you could be so heartless. He is your own flesh and blood. Madame Shen trembled, glancing up at Shen beside Lord Shen, forcing a bitter smile. The Taoist is indeed a person of great ability. Regardless, thank you for saving my husband. Shen regarded her with a half-smile, then shook his head, saying nothing as he turned to leave. Senior, have you forgotten about me? Ping Jiang called out hurriedly. Begone, came a distant reply, which made Ping Jiang feel as though a great weight had been lifted. And he scrambled to his feet and ran off in another direction. Taoist? Madame Shen cried out, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Does Lianger harbor resentment towards me? Shen paused, responding softly. He said he has returned everything you gave him, including the most precious gift of life. From henceforth, you are no longer indebted to each other. He mentioned that the birthday gift he prepared for you is in the drawer of his room. He said he does not resent you. With that, Shan's figure gradually faded away into the intricate corridors. Upon hearing Shan's words, Madame Shan felt as though all her strength had been sapped. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she collapsed to the ground. In that moment, her heart ached intensely, as if shattered, forever missing a piece. Liang Madame Shan wailed, crying out, "You should blame me. You should blame me. You are unworthy of being a mother." Lord Shin, his expression complex, uttered that line before turning away. Since he had awakened, some individuals would have to pay the price. The enmity for his son could not be shared in this world. What spreads the fastest in this world? Naturally, gossip travels swiftly. Have you heard? Song Sanyi has been arrested. Which Song Sanyi? Song Ji? Yes, just tonight, the magistrate personally led a team to the Song family to apprehend him. When they caught Song Ji, they broke both his arms and legs on the spot. He screamed pitifully, and many passers-by witnessed it. What was the reason? Wasn't it said that Song Sanyi had a good relationship with Lord Shun? He was even a guest of the magistrate. How could this happen? Heh, I only heard a rumor. Song Ji had an affair with Lord Shin's wife, provoking Lord Shun's wrath. He showed no mercy and demanded that Song Ji die. That certainly isn't baseless. For it was reported that Madame Shun was also arrested. Speculatively, could it be that the recent disappearance of Lord Shun's beloved son is linked to these two illicit lovers? The news of Song San Ye's arrest swept through the city like wildfire, accompanied by all manner of rumors. Yet the Shun family remained silent throughout. This storm of gossip persisted for a time, as each day brought forth new tales. Eventually, word spread that Song Ji had died in prison, his demise being particularly gruesome. His vital parts were said to have been fed to wild dogs. As for where the wild dogs in prison came from, we do not know, nor do we dare to inquire. Previously, the rumors of the malevolent spirit haunting Lord Shun led him to lead a grand procession to Wanan Temple to burn incense and pray for blessings, generously donating a substantial sum for its restoration, revitalizing the temple entirely. From that point onward, Wanan Temple entered the public consciousness of Yongning County. What could have prompted Lord Shun to place such importance on an obscure temple? Could it be that Wanan Temple possesses remarkable efficacy? Thus, curious visitors flocked to the temple, eager to explore. Although they were unfamiliar with the deity Balu Tianzun, they felt compelled to pay homage to whatever deity Lord Shin worshipped, even if it were merely a pile of refuse. As the number of visitors increased, so too did the incense offerings received by Shun, and his divine power surged. If initially it were but a thread, within a few days it had grown to the volume of a basin. Is a basin much? Not particularly. Is a basin little? Not at all. In any case, Shun found himself capable of more endeavors. Those myriad peculiar wishes that were expressed would not all be granted by Shun. He sought incense offerings, yet would not undertake anything without principle for the sake of such offerings. For instance, there were wishes like the following. O divine being, if you truly possess power, I hope the wife of the neighbor, Old Zhou, will be unfaithful, and her lover shall be me. O divine being, I am an old bachelor from Yongning County, named Lu Jishue, currently residing at Yixiang, Sanli Street, number 7. Could you bless me with a fair and wealthy maiden who is foolish and generous as my wife? If I had to specify, I would say that Meng Jun's daughter, Meng Huaizhu, would be quite suitable. O divine being, could you grant me an invisible skill for killing? The world is harsh, and I wish to become a robber. If successful, I shall ensure daily offerings. These wishes, Shun chose to overlook entirely. However, he unexpectedly learned of Meng Huaizhu's identity. As days passed, some individuals had their wishes fulfilled, while others did not. Wanan Temple had cultivated a group of devout visitors. Though compared to other temples and monasteries in Yongning County, it remained rather sparse. It was time to increase its notoriety. Shan murmured to himself. Chapter 008. Seeking a winter rain. Indeed, it was time to raise awareness. However, after 3 days of contemplation, Shun could not devise a plan. Thus, on this day, he stopped a male visitor who had come to offer incense. Smiling as he asked, Gentlemen, what do you find most appealing about our Wanan Temple? Why, it is you, Taoist, the male visitor replied with a coy smile, revealing a hint of shyness. Shun's expression stiffened, and he stepped back a few paces. Gentlemen, please conduct yourself with propriety. You are a naughty Taoist. The male visitor giggled, swaying his rounded hips as he entered the hall to burn incense. Having learned from his previous experience, Shen decided to approach a female visitor instead. Gentlewoman, what do you find most appealing about our Wan'an temple? It is you, Taoist, the female visitor replied, her eyes glistening and her face blooming like a peach blossom. Shen's expression froze again, and he subtly retreated a few steps. Gentlewoman, please conduct yourself with propriety. He'll be honest. Taoist, I work at Ichuan Courtyard. We poor souls do not truly believe in deities or Buddhas. It is merely that my sister said the Taoist at Wan'an Temple is handsome, and out of curiosity, I came to see if you have any intentions of returning to a mundane life. I have saved enough money over the years, and wish to redeem myself and marry a decent man. The female visitor smiled coyly. I do not intend to return to a mundane life, Shen replied succinctly. Such a pity. If you ever change your mind, you are welcome to seek me out at Ichuan Courtyard, she said, glancing back 3 times as she left. After 2 inquiries, Shen could not help but doubt himself. Was there truly no one who came to Wan'an Temple out of genuine faith in the efficacy of their wishes? To this end, Shen sat in front of Bai Lu Hall for an entire day but could not come to a conclusion. By evening, as the sun set and cast a golden glow upon the snow, Shen had yet to receive an answer, but he was greeted by a familiar figure. Meng Huaizhu spotted Shen from a distance and waved enthusiastically, calling out, Taoist, I have returned. Today, Meng Huaizhu donned a pink winter coat, trimmed with a circle of soft white fox fur, her fair cheeks nestled against the velvety fur. Adorning her hair were 2 white jade hairpins, enhancing her beauty, which surpassed even the snow in winter. Under the setting sun, she waved one hand energetically while cradling a hand warmer in the other, her radiant smile infectious. Come over here, Shen beckoned, with a hint of exasperation in his eyes for the naive girl, who, unaware, seemed to think they were separated by a river. Meng Huaizhu hurriedly trotted towards him, her delicate face flushed from the cold. Upon reaching Shen, she softly gasped, I am tired. Is it truly so exhausting to run such a short distance? Shen's lips curled slightly upwards as he inquired softly. Well, that is because I had already been running on the way. Meng Huaizhu placed her hands on her hips, surveying the newly refurbished Taoist temple. Impressive. Taoist, it seems that in just a short time apart, your temple has become quite remarkable. She then stepped inside the hall, where the wooden statue had been replaced by a grand golden idol. Wow. Taoist, have you struck it rich? I am merely fortunate to have the esteemed support of Lord Shen. Shen Hui said as he took out some incense sticks and approached Meng Huaizhu. Come. Offer some incense. All right, Meng Huaizhu replied, and after lighting the incense, Shen Hui noticed she made no wishes. This indicated that Meng Huaizhu had merely come to offer incense, without any particular desires in mind. After the offering, Meng Huaizhu turned to Shen Hui with a playful smile. Taoist, I've actually heard everything. Heard what? Shen Hui asked. That I heard about you helping Uncle Shen to exorcise evil spirits. Uncle Shen said you are quite a capable person. At this moment, Meng Huaizhu clasped her hands tightly, her face displaying a look of earnest pleading. So, Taoist, I wish to ask you for a favor. Ah, so you were waiting for me, Shen Hui thought to himself, realizing that Meng Huaizhu had no wishes because she was here seeking his assistance. Please go ahead. Shen Hui smiled gently, not committing immediately. Taoist, since you are indeed a person of great capability, surely you would be able to summon rain? Meng Huaizhu inquired cautiously, seemingly hoping for an affirmative response. Summon rain, you say? Shen Hui pondered for a moment before smiling slightly. I suppose I can manage a little. What he meant by a little was actually that he could not summon rain at all. But he was quite familiar with the deities responsible for rain. If he were to make a request, those old friends would surely oblige. Splendid. A look of surprise illuminated Meng Huaizhu's face, and she hastily continued, Taoist, I wish to ask you to hold a ceremony and request a winter rain for Yongning County. Why request winter rain? Shen Hui queried, puzzled. Taoist, you may not be aware, but within the realm of Dayu, winter rain is considered a good omen. If a region goes without winter rain for 3 years, it indicates the inability of the county magistrate to earn the heavens' approval, leading to demotion or, in severe cases, extermination of their family. Yongning County has already gone 2 years without winter rain, and this is the 3rd year. If we do not receive a winter rain, my father may truly be in grave danger. A worried expression clouded Meng Huaizhu's features. Thus, in recent days, my father has been seeking divine assistance everywhere, hoping for a winter rain, but all has been in vain. The Jinhua Temple approached us. claiming they could help my father summon winter rain. However, aside from them, no one else is capable, yet the conditions they set are unacceptable to both my father and me. Upon hearing this, Shun Hui nodded. So? You turn to me. Yes, Meng Huaizhu eagerly affirmed. Taoist, I implore you to hold a ceremony and request a winter rain. What conditions did the Jinhua temple set? Shen Hui inquired. They want me to marry Songjia, that insufferable fellow who visited your temple last time. Meng Huaizhu retorted indignantly. If I must marry such a person, I might as well choose death. The Song family has always sought to leverage the Meng family's influence to rise in status. Especially after the incident with Song Ji, they urgently need an opportunity to restore their reputation, and I am that opportunity. Although I do not understand why the Jinhua temple has allied itself with such a family, I have no other recourse and must turn to you, Taoist. After hearing Meng Huaizhu's words, Shun Hui could no longer suppress his smile. Her claim of being an opportunity was indeed not unfounded. Such a fortuitous situation had unexpectedly presented itself, and how could he refuse? He had been pondering how to elevate the reputation of Wan'an Temple, and now an opportunity had arisen. If he could publicly summon a winter rain, not only would the county magistrate be pleased, but the populace would rejoice as well. Consequently, Wan'an Temple's reputation would soar, leading to an influx of devotees, which would also bring him joy. Point one task, threefold satisfaction. How advantageous. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, Shun Hui replied with a smile. I will assist you with this. Thank you, Taoist, Meng Huaizhu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with joy. However, I have one request. Shun Hui interjected. Please, Taoist, whatever it is. I shall comply, Meng Huaizhu responded eagerly. I want you to widely publicize the news of Wan'an Temple requesting rain. The more people who know, the better. Shun Hui's lips curled upwards as he spoke slowly. Chapter 009. A city awash in storms. A few days later, news spread throughout Yongning County. Wan'an Temple was requesting a winter rain. Who among the locals was unaware that Yongning County had not seen winter rain for 2 years? As the third winter approached its midpoint, there were no signs of rain whatsoever, and Magistrate Ming was growing increasingly anxious. Not long ago, Magistrate Ming had scoured the city's various temples and Taoist establishments. Yet the responses he received were uniformly negative. Why? Because these temples had already attempted to summon rain. Aside from Jinhua Temple, no other establishment could procure a winter rain for Yongning County. The previous magistrate had lost his life for refusing to bow to Jinhua Temple, believing he could summon rain through various means for 3 years without success, ultimately leading to his punishment by the court and execution. Thus, a local saying emerged: the flowing magistrates of Yongning. The unyielding Jinhua Temple. What made Jinhua Temple so unique? On one hand, it was the largest temple in Yongning County, flourishing with incense offerings. On the other hand, it was due to its abbot, Master Jinhua. It was said that Master Jinhua had attained the realm of transformation and could communicate directly with the pure young patriarch, capable of anything under heaven. Of course, these were merely rumors, and many remained skeptical. If Master Jinhua truly possessed such prowess, it was hard to believe that even the current emperor had not sought his counsel. Regardless, the request for rain from Wan'an Temple stirred a tempest of speculation throughout the city. What is this Wan'an Temple? I have never heard of it before. Surely it is just another charlatan masquerading under the guise of a Taoist temple? Surely not a fraud. Did not Lord Shen recently fund the renovation of Wan'an Temple? He claimed Wan'an Temple was remarkably effective. I believe there must be someone of great skill there. What kind of skill? Is there anyone who could surpass Master Jinhua? In my opinion, he is merely a foolish jester, unaware of his own limitations. I wonder how Jinhua Temple is reacting to this. I heard that they have agreed to assist Magistrate Ming in summoning rain, but the conditions seem to be unacceptable to him. The previous magistrate lost his head for refusing the conditions from Jinhua Temple. If Magistrate Ming is wise, he ought to comply, for he is merely a court-appointed official, while Master Jinhua is a man of heaven's favor. We shall see if Wan'an Temple can indeed summon a winter rain. After all, it is the temple supported by Lord Shan. I believe it must possess some capabilities. Jinhua Temple, the abbot's quarters. In the largest room, Master Jinhua resided. Songjia paced anxiously outside the quarters, while a young acolyte stood at the entrance, his head bobbing along with Songjia's movements. Song scholar, please stop pacing. Your movements are making me dizzy, the acolyte remarked in a childish voice. Hearing this, Songjia immediately halted, his face etched with impatience. Little acolyte, when will the abbot finish his seclusion? Time is of the essence. The acolyte shook his head. The abbot will meet you once he completes his seclusion. It could be now, or perhaps later. Songja sighed, realizing that asking was futile. He plopped down onto a bamboo stool, chewing on his nails, a habit he resorted to whenever he felt anxious, as if it could relieve some of the pressure. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure approaching, and his eyes lit up as he waved. Taoist Pingjiang, Taoist Pingjiang. Over here, over here. Taoist Pingjiang, twirling his whisk, turned his head towards Songja and smiled faintly. Song scholar, are you here to see the abbot? Indeed, Songja nodded eagerly, but the master has been in seclusion, and I cannot see him. Taoist Pingjiang smiled slightly. You will be able to see him shortly. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the abbot's quarters suddenly swung open, and a resonant male voice called out. Come I in to tea this. Songja sprang up from the stool and hurried towards the quarters. Upon entering, he observed the room was simply furnished, yet in the center stood a strikingly exquisite alchemical furnace, which caught the eye. A middle-aged Taoist, clad in a dark robe, sat beside the furnace, exuding an aura of transcendence. Whether he was warming himself or refining elixirs was unclear. Master Jinhua. Songja promptly bowed respectfully. Song scholar, please take a seat. Master Jinhua nodded in acknowledgement. Taoist Pingjiang followed him inside. Once seated, Songja, still somewhat anxious, asked, Master Jinhua, are you aware of the news regarding Wanan Temple requesting rain? Wanan Temple? Master Jinhua's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the temple's name, murmuring, could it be that old man has finally grown restless? Master, Wanan Temple is no longer what it used to be, Taoist Pingjiang interjected quickly. There is a young Taoist there, quite extraordinary. I cannot discern his cultivation level, and I feel utterly powerless before him. He then recounted his previous encounter at Shun's residence. At this moment, Songja finally became aware of the hidden failures of his uncle. Originally, the Song family had intended to seize the Shin family without shedding blood, and success was within their grasp. However, unexpectedly, their plans were suddenly exposed, leading to his uncle's imprisonment and execution. It was only now that he realized the involvement of that young Taoist. The memory of that young Taoist filled Songja with a bitter hatred. For it was this same Taoist who had humiliated him at Wanan Temple. Upon returning, he had intended to seek revenge, but was warned by Meng Huaizhu, which caused him to temporarily quell those thoughts. Nevertheless, he was not a magnanimous individual. The resentment remained in his heart, and he awaited the opportune moment to make that young Taoist pay a heavy price. In hindsight, he felt fortunate for having backed down that day. Otherwise, that young Taoist truly possessed the ability to make him vanish from the world. As he contemplated this, a mix of fury and astonishment surged within him, intensifying his hatred. It was no wonder that the old man had been so ostentatious. It turned out he had recently taken on a new disciple, seemingly paving the way for this apprentice. Jinhua Zhenren, typically adept at cultivating his inner energy, now wore a rather grim expression. He huffed coldly, saying, convey a message to Ming Yin. Should he wish to request rain from Wanan Temple, no matter what conditions he proposes, my Jinhua Temple will no longer assist him in this endeavor. Zhenren, Songja exclaimed in alarm, but we had all agreed that Meng Huaizhu would marry me. I have my own considerations. Jinhua Zhenren merely cast a sidelong glance at Songja and replied indifferently. Songja dared not question further, lowering his head and saying, I understand. Master, what if Ming Yin is obstinate and insists on betting on Wanan Temple? Pingjiang inquired cautiously. Ha, that is of no concern. Jinhua Zhenren replied with a cold laugh. In this Yongning County, aside from myself, no one else can invoke the rain. Chapter 10. Alchemy with living beings on a night shrouded in ominous clouds. The snow that had fallen throughout the day ceased as evening fell. The air grew heavy and damp, like a colossal stone pressing upon one's chest. The accumulation of snow on the ground had risen above the ankles, as a youth stumbled and dashed frantically through the snow. Not far behind him, several torches illuminated the darkness, accompanied by jeers and shouts. This little bastard runs quite well. The faster you run, the worse it will be for you once I catch you. He. Stop right there, don't be foolish. If you halt now, I can grant you a swift end. How could a person named by the abbot possibly escape? The flickering flames revealed several men clad in padded jackets, their faces contorted and menacing, resembling malevolent spirits. The distance between the youth and these men was not great, clad only in a thin paper garment and barefoot. His feet had turned a deep red from the prolonged exposure to the cold snow, nearly losing all sensation. Each step felt like treading upon blades, yet that excruciating pain did not deter him. He understood that should he stop, he would be met with endless despair and suffering. Those brutes would make him disappear as if he were a mere piglet. Yet, in this vast expanse of night, where could he flee? Despair. Yet, even in despair, he must run. He did not wish to die. At that moment, he spotted a temple looming ahead, its stature imposing against the night sky. The temple might also be complicit, yet he had nowhere else to turn. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the temple. As he approached, he discerned a plaque above the entrance that read, "Wanan Temple." With the flames drawing ever closer, he thought little of the consequences and pounded on the door with all his might. Bang! To his surprise, the door was not tightly shut. With a forceful push, it swung open, and he stumbled inside, falling to the ground in disarray. Not daring to pause, he endured the pain and scrambled to his feet. Limping up the stone steps, help me! Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw flickering flames within the main hall and summoned all his strength to shout. His cries echoed through the night, causing icicles hanging from the eaves to tremble and crash to the ground with a sharp sound. After his shout, the youth found himself utterly drained, his legs giving way as he collapsed into the courtyard. He heard the sounds of torches crackling ever nearer. The pursuers had not ceased their chase merely because he had entered the temple. And they were closing in. The footsteps grew clearer, and his despair deepened as he murmured to himself, "So I truly cannot escape. How naive to think that fleeing to the temple would deter us from capturing you. He, little bastard, I've caught you at last. Now, let me show you your fate. Come on, let's take him back." The abbot must be getting anxious. 3 menacing figures approached the youth, their torches crackling ominously. They crouched down and hoisted the boy effortlessly from the ground, preparing to carry him away. But at that moment, a gentle voice emerged from the night. "Hold on." The 3 men turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a tall figure clad in a green Taoist robe, standing beneath the plaque of the 100 Blessings Hall, his face obscured by the darkness. "Young Taoist, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you," one of the menacing figures growled, stepping forward with a brutish demeanor. "And if I do?" The voice, as swift as the wind, reached the man's ears, and before he could react, the Taoist was suddenly before him. Bang! A surge of immense force struck the man, causing him to double over in pain and sent him flying backward, the torch slipping from his grasp and scattering sparks across the ground. With the illumination of the flames, the onlookers finally discerned the Taoist's appearance. A few strands of hair floated gracefully before his forehead, and his eyes sparkled more brightly than the stars, even in the night. In the next moment, the other 2 men were also hurled backward, having scarcely registered how the Taoist had acted. The youth's body was caught by an unseen force. Landing softly as if cradled like a snowflake point, one of the Taoist's hands supported him, while with the other, he beckoned gently. The youth was instantly pulled before him. Observing the boy's disheveled state, the Taoist frowned slightly, then flicked his finger. A surge of divine energy surged into the youth's body, alleviating all his pain as if he were reborn. The youth, whose consciousness had been fading, suddenly regained clarity and instinctively attempted to kneel in gratitude. But an invisible force prevented him from doing so. Thank you, Taoist." The youth's voice trembled with emotion. The 3 men lay unconscious on the ground, unable to awaken for the time being. The Taoist nodded and turned towards the 100 Blessings Hall, saying, "Follow me." The youth hurriedly complied. Upon entering the hall, the Taoist retrieved some incense and candles, saying, "Our meeting is fate. Saving you is fate. Your reverence to the Celestial Master is also fate, so please proceed." The youth hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, as he felt a faint divine energy enter him. The Taoist nodded, a smile breaking upon his face. This act of saving had proven worthwhile. "Now, speak. What transpired?" In a buoyant mood, the Taoist's tone lightened. "Please, Taoist, save me," the youth implored, attempting once more to kneel. "Enough with the kneeling. Speak of your affairs." The Taoist's brow furrowed slightly. After all, he was still a youth at heart, unconcerned with trivial formalities. Finding them somewhat bothersome. "I hail from Daling Village in Biancheng County, Yinmen Prefecture. While working away from home, I was kidnapped by a group of bandits, only later to discover they were human traffickers. They brought me to Yongning County and sold me to Wangyu Temple. I initially thought the abbot had rescued me out of kindness, but inadvertently, I uncovered a secret. The abbot of Wangyu Temple has been secretly using living beings to concoct elixirs. His intention in purchasing me was to use me for alchemy, which is why I seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape tonight, only to be relentlessly pursued to this place. Thankfully, Taoist, you saved me. The youth clasped his fists in gratitude. Thus, I implore you, Taoist, to take me, and I am not afraid of hardship and can do anything. The display of skill from the Taoist had convinced the youth of his formidable abilities. Even if he fled again under the cover of night, given the influence of Wangyu Temple, he would soon be recaptured, with no chance of survival. Thus, this was his only means of survival. The Taoist, upon hearing the youth's words, exhibited a pensive expression. What the youth recounted was indeed shocking. After all, Wangyu Temple was the foremost temple in Yongning County, with a vast number of followers. While it may not rival Jinhua Temple, the disparity was not insurmountable. Why would the abbot risk undermining his own foundation by resorting to such practices? Moreover, it was peculiar for a figure of the Buddhist faith to dabble in alchemy. Chapter 11. Embracing simplicity. It is not to say that the Buddhist sect cannot practice alchemy. Rather, such instances are exceedingly rare. The Taoist gazed at the youth, contemplating for a moment. What is your name? Zhu Ping'an. The youth replied respectfully. As you have managed to arrive here, it is indeed fate. You may stay for now. The Taoist nodded. Thank you, Taoist. Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude fervently. The Taoist's decision to take in Zhu Ping'an stemmed not only from a sense of righteousness, but also from a desire to observe him for a time. If Zhu Ping'an proved to have a good character, he might be able to remain as a disciple. After all, the Taoist intended to cultivate a sufficient number of followers in Yongning County before expanding to other cities. Solely relying on the incense offerings from a single county would not suffice for the Taoist's aspirations. To regain his former glory and even progress further, he would need the support of cities across the 10 nations. Thus, it is imperative to have someone remain to oversee the temple. After taking in Zhu Ping'an, Shen Hui approached the 3 individuals. One of them splashed a bucket of cold water, and in the frigid winter night, the impact of that cold water was akin to a knife thrusting into one's face. The trio was instantly jolted awake, and soon thereafter, a sharp pain surged through their abdomens, prompting them to cry out in distress. You, Taoist, do you know who I am? Bellowed the most ferocious-looking man among them. I am backed by the Wangyu Temple and Master Huixin. If you are wise, you will promptly bow and admit your wrongs. And hand over that lad. I might be magnanimous enough to forgive you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his foot, nearly rendering him breathless. Ah! A shrill scream shattered the night sky. He had not even seen how Shen Hui had struck. His right leg had dislocated on its own. Such a terrifying display of skill was simply beyond comprehension. At that moment, he realized all too well that this Taoist was indeed a practitioner, and they had unwittingly kicked a steel plate. I didn't quite catch that. Who was forgiving whom? Shen Hui's face was partially shrouded in shadow, the other half illuminated by the flickering firelight, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. The fierce man dared not utter further bravado, while he howled in pain. He shouted, "Forgive me, Taoist. Please forgive me. I was blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I am willing to make a donation for incense and beseech your forgiveness." "There's no need," Shen Hui replied coolly. "I do appreciate incense, but I find it filthy." As he spoke, a wisp of divine energy seeped from his fingertips and surged into the bodies of the 3 men. Their expressions began to turn dazed, and they muttered, I am guilty, I confess, I confess." As they spoke, the 3 men supported each other and exited the temple. "Taoist, where are they going?" Zhu Ping'an, who had witnessed the entire scene, inquired hastily. Surrendering, Shen Hui replied with a slight smile. The following day, Zhu Ping'an was awakened by the sound of snow being swept. He abruptly sat up in bed, surveying his surroundings, drenched in cold sweat. Upon realizing he was still in the temple, his heartbeat gradually steadied. Recalling the events of the previous night felt dreamlike, yet thankfully, it was not a dream, but reality. Zhu Ping'an dressed and made his way to the courtyard. There, he saw Shen Hui leisurely sweeping the snow with a broom. The first rays of morning sunlight casting a golden glow on the snowy ground, while wisps of smoke rose from the incense burner, creating a uniquely beautiful scene. Taoist, let me help you. Zhu Pingyan suddenly snapped back to reality and hurried over. All right, Shen Hui did not refuse, handing the broom to Zhu Pingyan. Zhu Pingyan began to diligently sweep the snow, leaving no detail unattended. After clearing the courtyard, he felt a warm sensation all over, brushing away the beads of sweat from his forehead, only to hear Shen Hui's voice from afar. Wash your hands. It's time to eat. Understood, Zhu Pingyan replied and dashed towards the dining hall. The spacious hall contained only Shen Hui, with a large bowl of white porridge and several round, plump buns on the table. Zhu Pingyan swallowed hard. Having not eaten his fill in a long time, even this simple meal made his appetite surge. After washing his hands, he awkwardly took a seat at the table, wanting to grab a bun, but hesitated and instead reached for a steamed bun. Just then, a bony hand pushed the plate closer. Shen Hui stood up and reminded him, remember to wash the dishes. With that, he turned and exited the dining hall. Zhu Pingyan gazed at Shen Hui's retreating figure, which seemed to glow in the morning light. His eyes grew misty, and he fought back tears, seizing a bun and devouring it hungrily. Days passed in this manner. Zhu Pingyan gradually adapted to life in the temple, finding more ways to be of assistance. These days constituted the most peaceful time in his life. He no longer feared hunger or the threat of danger, merely focusing on fulfilling his daily responsibilities. Through their time together, he came to understand Shen Hui's temperament. He was not as aloof and detached as Zhu Pingyan had imagined. On the contrary, Shen Hui, a Taoist, was quite personable, displaying clear emotions and being approachable. Thus, Zhu Pingyan began to entertain the idea of staying. Once that thought took root, it became difficult to suppress. One sunny afternoon, Zhu Pingyan expressed his feelings to Shen Hui. Taoist, I want to stay in the temple. I like it here, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts while observing Shen Hui's expression, fearful that he might be rejected before he finished speaking, leaving him with no hope. Yet, Shen Hui merely smiled at him, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Taoist, I am at a loss for words. I truly wish to remain here. I have no family or attachments, and I am not married. Zhu Pingyan's words grew increasingly jumbled, and by the end, he scarcely knew what he was saying. How old are you? At that moment, Shen Hui interjected, smiling as he asked, I am 13. Zhu Pingyan replied, momentarily taken aback. At only 13, you certainly have no marriage. Shen Hui chuckled, shaking his head. If you truly wish to stay, why not become a Taoist? In the future, I will entrust this temple to your care. What do you think? Ah? Zhu Pingyan was struck dumb. The happiness arrived so suddenly that he barely had time to process it. Once he regained his wits, he promptly knelt on the ground. I am willing. I wish to become a Taoist and remain in the temple. Please grant me a Dharma name. This caught Shen Hui off guard. He himself was merely a faux Taoist. However, he could not show hesitation at such a moment, so after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, embrace simplicity and purity, practice moderation and desirelessness. Your Dharma name shall be Baopu. Chapter 12. The God of Rain with his own Dharma name. Zhu Pingyan could finally stay here with legitimacy. As the days passed, news of Wan'an Temple's rain-seeking spread throughout Yongning County. In the governor's mansion, Meng Yan paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in anxiety, until a series of knocks on the door interrupted him. He hurried to his desk, composed himself, and said in a deep voice, Enter. Creak. The door swung open, and an elderly man stepped inside. Meng Yan regarded the elder, feigning calmness as he asked, What news from Jinhua Temple? Sir, Jinhua Temple still refuses to relent, stating that if Wan'an Temple is to seek rain, they will not assist you under any conditions, the elder sighed. What do you think I should choose now? A flicker of helplessness crossed Meng Yan's eyes before he inquired, Take a gamble. The elder remained silent for a moment before responding solemnly. Meng Yan pondered for a long while, struggling to come to a decision. Was it worth it to stake the lives and fortunes of his family on an obscure temple? Yet, if he did not take the risk, what path lay ahead? As a governor, must he really bow to a mere temple, even to the extent of marrying off his daughter? If so, what would become of the people of Yongning County? What of his own heart? After much contemplation, Meng Yan reached a resolution and nodded firmly. Gamble. Announce to the public that tomorrow, in front of the Chenghuang Temple, the Taoist from Wan'an Temple will pray for rain and blessings for Yongning County. The front yard of Chenghuang Temple was an expansive area where sacrifices and festive celebrations for Yongning County were held, making it the most bustling place in the county. Once the news broke, the populace, already eager for entertainment, erupted in excitement. Extra! Extra! The time is set. Tomorrow, Wan'an Temple will pray for rain and blessings at Chenghuang Temple. The governor truly possesses courage, daring to disregard Jinhua Temple's warnings. This is a direct challenge to them. The governor is quite a man, but he is still too impulsive. The strength of Jinhua Temple has been tested over time. Even if Wan'an Temple has some abilities, they are still a rising star. It seems Yongning County is about to change governors again. Poor Miss Ming. If the governor's family is exterminated, I will take her in. If they are truly exterminated, will you even have the chance to take her in? Ha! I fear not even a single chicken related to Governor Ming will be left alive. The news also reached Jinhua Temple. Countless individuals awaited their response, and Jinhua Temple did not disappoint, announcing to the public, tomorrow, Master Jinhua would personally visit Chenghuang Temple to witness this farce. Amid the gossipy revelry of the townsfolk, an unpredictable situation was brewing. And with a moment's inattention, Yongning County was on the brink of upheaval. Night fell, and snow began to fall once more. The howling northern wind brought with it a flurry of snow, scattering the few vibrant wild fruits at the corner of Wan'an Temple's wall. Today, the number of worshippers visiting Wan'an Temple was few, as many were merely observing, watching whether Wan'an Temple would soar or sink into the mire. If they could indeed summon this rain, needless to say, it would be a triumph. However, if they failed, not only would Wan'an Temple lose its reputation, but it would also offend Jinhua Temple, and the day of closure might not be far off. Zhu Ping'an stood within the hall of Bailu, lighting several incense sticks while silently offering his prayers to the deity. I, a humble practitioner, seek the divine favor of the Celestial One. May the master of the temple beseech for the rain that is to fall tomorrow. If my wish is granted, I shall dedicate everything I possess. In a nearby room, Shun Hui, who was resting, caught wind of Zhu Ping'an's fervent wish. A slight smirk graced his lips. This foolish boy. Fortunate indeed to be praying to me. Had he sought the favor of those unscrupulous wild deities, he would surely face dire consequences. Shan Hui closed his eyes, and in an instant, his spirit transcended the physical realm. Soaring skyward. With the request for rain set for tomorrow, it was time to reconnect with some old friends. During his tenure as the overseer of the Temple of Wishes, all earthly requests for rain naturally passed through his jurisdiction. Once he clarified the circumstances and granted approval, the petitions would be forwarded to the appropriate deities. Thus, he was quite familiar with these celestial beings. The intersection of the three nations, Yugua, Xinghua, and Wugua, stood a mountain perpetually shrouded in mist. Remarkably, this mountain experienced rainfall for nearly 10 months of the year, earning it the moniker of Rain Mountain. According to local folklore, the rain god, Jiyu, resided there. Yet Shan Hui was well aware that this was not mere legend. Jiyu truly dwelled within the confines of Rain Mountain. As his spirit arrived at the mountain, a gentle drizzle enveloped the area, while the summit basked in clear skies, illuminated by a brilliant galaxy of stars. Old Ji, come forth at once. Shun Hui's voice echoed across the peak. Shortly after his call, the clouds parted, revealing a celestial staircase from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe. Upon spotting Shan Hui, his eyes widened in surprise, and he swiftly approached. Old Shun, how many lives has it been for you? How many more do you have left? Shan Hui paused, taken aback. A reunion with an old friend should have been filled with joyous revelry. Yet Jiyu's inquiry left him bewildered. It appeared that Jiyu was aware of his tribulations, perhaps even his descent into the mortal realm. So, has it finally come to this? Seeing Shan Hui's confused expression, Jiyu sighed deeply. Old Shun, I was once skeptical, but now I believe. Those individuals truly intend to eliminate you. Old Ji, do you know something? Shan Hui's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. That is a question you should ponder yourself. Jiyu replied, furrowing his brow. If my conjecture is correct, this is your final life. Have you lost all memories of your past lives, particularly those after your fall to the mortal realm? Indeed. Shun Hui nodded. Jiyu fell silent for a moment before firmly placing his hand on Shan Hui's shoulder. Speak. What must I do? First, you must tell me. As Shun Hui sought to press further, Jiyu abruptly covered his mouth. Do not ask anything. Simply inform me how I may assist you. Shun Hui seemed to grasp the implication and nodded. Tomorrow, I shall request rain for Yongning County. 18 my command. You must summon the rain. Agreed. Jiyu nodded in affirmation without further inquiries. Thank you. Shun Hui expressed his gratitude before departing. He still needed to seek out the god of thunder, the god of lightning, and the god of wind. The rain ceremony planned for tomorrow must be grand in scale. Jiyu's response was unexpected, yet Shun Hui did not dwell on it. Jiyu had his reasons for silence, a testament to the trust between old friends. The most pressing matter at hand was to cultivate followers and restore his divine form. Only when his strength was sufficient would he have the courage to unveil the truth. Chapter 013. The Taoist comes the following day, as the horizon blushed with dawn's light. A gentle mist enveloped Yongning County. Early risers sensed an unusual shift in the morning atmosphere. Devoid of wind or snow, even the dawn arrived earlier than usual. Within Jinhua Temple, the Taoist Pingjiang stood beneath the eaves. A smile gracing his face as he mused, "Surely, my master has intervened. Look at this weather. It seems unlikely that rain will fall." He was unaware of the extent of his master's powers in communicating with the heavens. All he knew was that, in his memories, his master had never failed. Since his master claimed that no one but him could summon rain in Yongning County, it must be true, as the sun broke through the clouds as it always did. Not only did Pingjiang smile, but the townsfolk also rejoiced. The Wan'an Temple had announced a request for rain today, yet the skies had cleared and the sun shone bright in the east. It seemed they were destined for embarrassment, but that is not to be taken lightly. What if Wan'an Temple possesses the ability to dispel clouds and summon rain? If that were the case, wouldn't they surpass the abilities of Taoist Jinhua? Every time he requests rain, the sky turns dark. Is there not a possibility that this is all part of Taoist Jinhua's grand design? To humiliate the county magistrate and assert his authority in Yongning County? Indeed, that does seem plausible. Perhaps Taoist Jinhua communicated with the heavens overnight, demanding clear skies, and the heavens complied. But Taoist Jinhua is not a deity. How could he wield such power? In my view, it is merely Wan'an Temple's misfortune. Today was destined to be clear. At the magistrate's residence, Meng Yin sat in a pavilion, gazing absently at the sun, oblivious to the teapot nearly boiling dry beside him. "What are you pondering, father?" A clear, melodic voice broke his reverie. Startled, Meng Yin turned to see Meng Huaizhu, who had arrived at the pavilion, holding a hand warmer and smiling brightly. "Zhuer, do you truly believe that Taoist Shen possesses formidable abilities?" Meng Yin's mood was heavy, his tone somber. "Father, do you not trust Uncle Shin, nor have faith in me? Our Taoist is indeed a person of great talent." Meng Huaizhu pouted, clearly displeased. "But requesting rain on a sunny day has no precedent," Meng Yin sighed. "Do not worry, father. Is it not merely a sunny day? The Taoist will surely summon the winter rain." Meng Huaizhu remained unfazed, smiling confidently. Although Meng Yin was puzzled by her unwavering faith in a Taoist she had never met, her certainty brought him a modicum of comfort. Regardless, there was no turning back now. He could only hope that the Taoist truly possessed remarkable abilities. Perhaps, later in the day, the skies would darken? Yet, as the hour approached, the sky remained a brilliant blue, with only a few wispy clouds, rendering the possibility of rain unlikely. Meng Yan's heart sank further. However, he had to make his way to the courtyard of the city god temple, regardless of whether the winter rain could be summoned. His presence was crucial. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered in front of the city god temple, basking in the sun, chatting idly, and munching on sunflower seeds. "Come one, come all, place your bets. Can Wan'an Temple summon the winter rain? Odds are 1 to 100. The bookmakers called out amidst the throng. Despite the outrageous odds, no one dared to wager that Wan'an Temple would succeed. Yet, as with all things, there were exceptions. A ragged beggar, swaying unsteadily, approached the bookmakers, clutching a handful of copper coins and declaring loudly, I bet on Wan'an Temple to win." The bookmakers welcomed him with open arms, grinning as they accepted the coins. "Beggar, your bet is locked in, no refunds, non-refundable?" The beggar stood defiantly, hands on his hips. "It's just a handful of copper coins. I can afford to lose." "Very well." The bookmakers chuckled heartily. "Is there anyone else willing to bet on Wan'an Temple's victory?" 1 to 100, truly reliable. At that moment, a dapper young gentleman stepped forth from the crowd, holding a gold ingot. With a smile, he said, What kind of stakes can your bookmakers handle? Seeing the gold ingot, the bookmakers' eyes lit up with greed as they eagerly replied, "We accept all bets." "Excellent." The gentleman tossed the ingot into their midst, then waved his folding fan, grinning. "I am an avid gambler. I wager that Wannon Temple can summon the winter rain." The bookmakers were nearly beside themselves with glee, quickly writing him a voucher. "Thank you for your gold ingot. No need to rush to thank me." The young gentleman said with a smile, "If I win, your establishment owes me 100 ingots. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself, lest you default on your debt. I am Zhang Chong from the Zhang family of Yunsu County." Upon hearing Yunsu County, the bookmaker's expression shifted dramatically to it was the third wealthiest county in the nation, far surpassing Yongning County in riches. The Zhang family was among the three prominent families of Yunsu County, a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, the bookmakers even contemplated returning the gold, but reconsidered. Why withdraw when they were certain of victory? With gritted teeth, one of the bookmakers assured him, "Rest assured, young Master Zhang, our establishment will not default on its debts. We have a solid reputation." Zhang Cheng nodded with a smile. "That is good to hear. Here comes the county magistrate," a voice rang out, silencing the previously lively scene. All eyes turned to the east, where Ming Yin, flanked by guards, entered the gathering with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the sunny weather. Such composure in the face of uncertainty. "That is quite an impressive skill," someone remarked. "Indeed, if I were the county magistrate, I would be as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof." The esteemed Jian Huazhenren has yet to arrive. Could it be that he feels there is no longer any suspense, and thus has chosen to forego his attendance? But lo, Jian Huazhenren has arrived. Just as Ming Yin set foot on the scene, Jian Huazhenren made his grand entrance, soaring in on his sword, hands clasped behind his back, draped in a flowing dark robe that danced elegantly with the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon reaching the venue, he did not descend but stood poised atop his flying sword, intent on observing the ritual for rain at Wananguan from above. Truly, Jian Huazhenren remains as nonchalant as ever. It is said that flying on a sword consumes immense spiritual energy, yet it appears he wishes to remain aloft throughout the proceedings. Indeed, Jian Huazhenren commands an unparalleled presence. Whispers of speculation ripple through the crowd. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the altar has been prepared, awaiting the Taoist from Wananguan to take the stage. Yet as time drips away, nearing midday, there is still no sign of the Wananguan Taoist. The crowd begins to stir restlessly. What could be the matter? Have they lost their nerve? Knowing that today's performance is bound to be a disgrace, have they simply chosen not to appear? Ha ha ha, Wananguan. What a farce. Amidst the laughter of the onlookers, Meng Yin too felt a growing impatience, frequently glancing towards the east, hoping that the Taoist he had yet to meet would materialize, at long last. Midday arrives. Jian Huazhenren gazes down at the empty altar, a flicker of disdain crossing his countenance, musing, "Old man, the disciple you have taken in is utterly useless." What is that? At this moment, a gasp echoes through the crowd. There, on the eastern horizon, a figure clad in a blue robe strides forth, hands clasped behind his back, floating effortlessly into the arena, a gentle smile gracing his face. As if proclaiming, "The Taoist has arrived." Chapter 014. The wind comes, the thunder roars, the lightning strikes, the rain falls. Shen Hui descends from the heavens without the aid of any apparatus, landing lightly upon the altar. At this instant, the entire assembly is taken aback. Everyone had presumed the Taoist from Wananguan would not dare to show his face, and some even contemplated leaving, yet unexpectedly, at the last moment. He arrives in such a breathtaking manner, to soar through the air. What difference is there from an immortal? Did they not see that even Jian Huazhenren could only fly on his sword? This Taoist from Wananguan truly possesses remarkable abilities. As Shen Hui alights upon the altar, a beggar in the crowd stares with wide eyes, muttering, "This not that brother with a few screws loose. Is it? Could it be he is truly an immortal?" In this moment, he feels both joy and trepidation. The joy lies in the belief that he may win his wager today. The worry, however, stems from the same thought. How fickle is the world, how fickle indeed, the beggar murmurs. Standing upon the altar, Shen Hui wears a serene smile. He gazes up at Jian Huazhenren in the sky. "Esteemed fellow, might you step aside?" lest the thunder strike you later. Upon hearing this, Jianhua Zhanren's face darkens with ire. I am the master of Jianhua Guan, untouchable, favored by the heavens. What thunder dares to strike me? For one who seeks to impress, he may find himself struck by lightning. Shan Hui smiles slightly and continues. Furthermore, how fortuitous. You are favored by the heavens, and I am favored by the heavens. Should you not pay your respects to me? Arrogant child. Jianhua Zhanren snorts coldly. To disrespect the heavens and fear not the divine. What manner of Taoist are you? That old man, Shan Yuan, must have been blind to take you as his disciple. Today, Wan and Guan shall fall by your hand. What right do you have to mention Taoist Shan Yuan? Shen Hui's smile fades, and he speaks coolly. Taoist Shan Yuan treated you well. Yet you have turned your back, even sending away the pure young patriarch, resulting in Wan and Guan's decline, and you did not even attend his final journey. Yet here you stand, spouting such nonsense. You, who are disloyal, unjust, and unfilial, dare to call yourself a true immortal? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Shen Hui unleashes a torrent of words, transforming into a critic, leaving the spectators dumbfounded and causing Jianhua Zhanren's blood pressure to soar. However, upon hearing that Taoist Shan Yuan has passed, his expression momentarily falters, suspended in silence, hovering in the air. Will you not get out of the way? Are you truly waiting to be struck by lightning? Shen Hui scolds once more. Jianhua Zhanren glares at Shen Hui for a long moment, then snorts. You, a mere child, I shall not engage in a war of words with you. When the rain fails to fall, we shall see how you will retain your dignity in Yongning County. Since Taoist Shan Yuan has perished, Wan and Guan is no longer necessary. With that, Jianhua Zhanren descends from the air, landing not far from Meng Yin. Meng Juanshou, is this the person you have summoned? Truly impressive. Jianhua Zhanren states blandly. Meng Yin senses the underlying threat but realizes there is no retreat now. So he maintains his composure and smiles slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Frustrated, Jianhua Zhanren's chest aches with anger, yet he understands that further words would be futile, so he turns to watch with cold detachment. As long as this winter rain does not fall, we shall see whether you, Meng Yin, will seek my aid. Meng Huaizhu, seated beside Meng Yin, gazes at him with sparkling eyes and a smile. Thinking, the Taoist is indeed formidable, rendering even Jianhua Zhanren speechless, so different from the Taoists I have encountered before. On another side, Songzhi stands among the crowd, observing the rain-seeking ceremony. Upon witnessing Jianhua Zhanren being scolded by Shen Hui, he sneers inwardly, truly unaware of the heavens' vastness. Now, in a crowd, Jianhua Zhanren cannot afford to hold you accountable. I await to see how he will deal with you later. With this thought, Songzhi glances at the clear sky, devoid of clouds, with not a hint of rain in sight, his disdain growing. This Taoist from Wan and Guan is quite impressive. Even Jianhua Zhanren, scolded, dares not retort, but instead silently endures. It seems he truly possesses remarkable skills. Thus, there exists a genuine possibility for success in this rain-seeking endeavor. Should he truly conjure winter rain on a sunny day? It would be the work of an immortal. We shall watch with bated breath. I believe this Taoist will not disappoint us. Hearing the positive remarks from those around him, Songzhi scoffs derisively. If such weather could yield winter rain, I would stand on my head and eat dung. The crowd turns to look at him, but oh, is that not the young Master Songzhi? Perhaps young Master Song has fallen on hard times, leading him to seek a free meal. The once mighty Song family may be in decline, but they are not yet destitute. I suspect young Master Song simply has an unusual appetite. Ha! Each one of you is quite the character. Songzhi's face turns a shade of green. These ruffians truly believe they can outsmart him. Once he secures Meng Huaizhu, he shall settle the score with each of them. At this moment, upon the altar, Shan Hui pretends to light 3 incense sticks, holding them aloft as he bows towards the heavens, murmuring in a voice that is neither too loud nor too soft, yet carries throughout the assembly. Venerable Bai Lu, I beseech you for a winter rain today. The latter part of his words is lost to the crowd. However, they clearly catch the name of Venerable Bai Lu. Venerable Bai Lu. Has anyone heard of this deity? It seems there is no recollection. Untouchable and favored by the heavens. I recall Taoist Jianhua just uttered these very words, did he not? Could it be that Taoist Jianhua also venerates Bai Lu? Of course not. Jianhua Guan worships the pure young patriarch. having no connection to Bai Lu whatsoever. Nevertheless, let us see whether this deity proves effective. Shen Hui places the 3 incense sticks in the censer, then stands casually, presenting himself as if he were engaged in a rain-seeking ritual. A flicker of disdain crosses Jin Hua Zhanren's eyes. Even the steps for seeking rain and blessings are flawed. How could the deities above hear your heart's desire? What nonsense is this, invoking the name of Bai Lu, merely a charade? At that moment, Shen Hui remained still, his right hand slowly rising, fingers poised like a sword, pointing skyward as he declares in a commanding voice, "Wind, arise." His voice booms like a thunderclap, reverberating through the heavens. Jin Hua Zhanren's disdain intensifies. Who do you think you are? Such impudence, and you expect the deities to heed you. Yet, as this thought crosses his mind, a tempestuous wind suddenly sweeps in from an unknown origin. The fierce wind roars like a dragon unleashed, rampaging wildly, sweeping through every inch of Yongning County. The townsfolk on the streets find their garments billowing, hair disheveled, eyes wide with disbelief. Trees sway gracefully, as if whispering secrets, while dust rises in chaotic clouds along the streets. This sudden storm instills an inexplicable sense of reverence and fear in everyone present. A fierce wind on a sunny day is utterly unprecedented, leaving them awestruck. Next, Shen Hui, with a smile, calls out once more, his voice piercing through the gale, resonating through the skies. "Thunder, come, boom." As his words fade, the sky seems to be torn asunder by an unseen force, the deep rumble of thunder approaching, shaking the very core of every heart. The clear sky transforms ominously, dark clouds converging from all directions, like an army poised to invade, blotting out the sun. At this moment, the crowd experiences firsthand what it means for dark clouds to press down upon the city, threatening to crush it. Yet before they can fully grasp the gravity of this shocking turn of events, Shen Hui's voice resounds once more, imbued with a power that seems to summon the very elements. Lightning? Strike? Crack? A dazzling bolt of lightning cleaves the sky, followed by a torrent of electricity intertwining, illuminating the somber heavens. Each flash of lightning is accompanied by a deafening roar, reverberating within every soul present. Stupefied, not only Jin Hua Zhanren stands in bewilderment. Those who doubted Shen Hui's ability to summon rain were indeed foolish. Who would dare to believe that one moment the sky was clear and bright, and the next it was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning? This was truly a divine feat. Shen Hui gazed at the heavens, his dark hair swirling wildly in the tempestuous winds. His starry eyes sparkled with mirth as he slightly curled his lips, slowly uttering the final 2 words. "Rain come." As the words fell, the dense clouds above could no longer contain their electric charge, and drops of rain began to fall sporadically, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour, cascading down like a river bursting its banks. Chapter 015. Unwelcome, the rain grew more relentless, weaving an expansive net that descended from the clouds to the ground. The entire Yongning County was enveloped beneath this shroud of rain, drenching those who had been standing in the open, leaving them soaked to the bone in an instant. Soon, the crowd began to scatter in a desperate bid to find shelter from the deluge. The rain was too heavy, and in the biting chill of winter, to remain in the downpour for even a moment would surely invite a chill that could lead to illness. Yet above Shen Hui, an invisible force seemed to shield him, preventing a single droplet from tainting him. The astonishment in Jin Hua's heart was beyond words. He muttered, "How is this possible? How could this be? That it's utterly impossible. Without the decree of a true sage, how could it possibly rain in Yongning County?" Meng Yin sprang to his feet in excitement, gazing at the torrential rain and laughing heartily. "Ha ha, splendid. This winter rain is a blessing." With this rain, his crisis was averted. Meng Huaizhu looked at the tall figure shrouded in rain and smiled sweetly. "I knew the Taoist would succeed." In the courtyard of the temple, the crowd had dispersed significantly. Yet a beggar stood amidst the downpour, allowing the rain to drench him completely. He tilted his head towards the sky, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brightness. "It is the will of heaven." Truly, the will of heaven. Across Yongning County, this sudden rain ignited fervent discussions. Could it be? On a clear day, winter rain was summoned by the Taoist of Wan'an Temple. He must possess remarkable abilities. After years of praying to gods and Buddhas, I have never witnessed any temple or monastery with such divine prowess. Tomorrow, I shall visit and offer incense to see if Wan'an Temple is truly so efficacious. It seems that the title of the foremost temple in Yongning County will soon change hands. Wan'an, Wan'an, may it bring peace and prosperity. Upon reflection, the name of Wan'an Temple is certainly more appealing than that of Jianhua Temple. The Taoist of Wan'an Temple is the one with true capabilities. Unlike Jianhua, who merely seeks fame and accolades, no one anticipated that a single reign would shatter Jianhua's reputation, while elevating Wan'an Temple's standing to unprecedented heights, the rain summoning site, as Shen Hui commanded once more. Rain stop, the torrential downpour ceased in an instant. The clouds parted, revealing a brilliant rainbow arching across the sky, heralding the arrival of clear skies after the rain. Shen Hui turned to Meng Yin with a smile. Governor Meng, are you satisfied with this rain-seeking endeavor? Satisfied, immensely so. Meng Yin rose and bowed deeply to Shen Hui. Thank you, Taoist, for praying for rain and blessings for Yongning County. Once matters here are settled, I shall personally visit Wan'an Temple to offer my respects. That is agreeable. Shen Hui nodded, then turned to Jianhua. My fellow Taoist, are you convinced of the rain I summoned? Jianhua's complexion shifted between shades of green and white before he huffed coldly, remaining silent as he swept away in a huff. Since Shen Hui had summoned the winter rain, he saw no reason to linger. The most pressing concern was to uncover how this had transpired. If in the future, the ability to summon winter rain was beyond his grasp, how could he control the governor? True sage, what is the meaning of all this? Shen Hui did not pursue him but called out. Today's rain-seeking has concluded successfully. Wan'an Temple welcomes all to come offer incense and pray for blessings. With that, Shen Hui turned on his heel and soared into the sky. Witnessing the entire rain-summoning process, many were now swayed. After all, prayer is prayer, and why not seek blessings at a temple known for its efficacy? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Shen Hui successfully summoned rain, the fame of Wan'an Temple skyrocketed, leading to an astonishing influx of people coming to light incense and pray. If one were to describe it in a single phrase, it would be bustling with activity. However, with the increase in offerings, Shen Hui found himself troubled. What was the source of his worry? The pace of his divine power's growth had slowed. Why? Because the population of Yongning County was finite. Even if everyone came to Wan'an Temple to pray, they could not do so every day. Wealthy families might visit regularly, but the majority would choose to come on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, as these dates correspond to the new moon and full moon, symbolizing the balance of yin and yang. While this may sound complex, in simpler terms, it is a tradition. People believe that prayers on these days are most effective. Aside from these dates, there are also various festivals. At this moment, Shen Hui deeply understood why those capitalists on Blue Star create various holidays. If only there could be 366 days of celebration in a year. As Shen Hui pondered, days passed. And before long, winter was drawing to a close, ushering in the deep winter season. Despite the lingering chill in the air, the scent of early spring began to quietly permeate Yongning County. One day, a beggar arrived at Wan'an Temple. He was gaunt and ragged, shivering in the cold wind, his wild hair resembling untamed grass, obscuring much of his face, leaving only a pair of spirited eyes visible. The surrounding worshippers seemed eager to avoid him, as if fearing the misfortune he might bring. Even though there was no unpleasant odor about him in the Bailu Hall, the beggar gazed up at the plaque above the altar, murmuring to himself that at that moment, a temple acolyte approached him. The beggar assumed he was about to be chased away and hastily reached into his tattered pocket, intending to offer some coins. He wanted to convey that he had money and was there to pray. To his surprise, the acolyte did not drive him away but smiled and said, "Dear sir, how may I assist you?" The beggar was taken aback. He had visited many temples and monasteries in the city, but none had ever approached him so kindly. At that moment, he felt an increasing fondness for Wan'an Temple. He pulled out a few pieces of broken silver from his tattered pocket and laid them before the acolyte. Taoist, I wish to make a vow. What is the process? The acolyte smiled gently, replying, "If you wish to make a vow, please follow me." Under the acolyte's guidance, the beggar entered the Bailu Hall, where a grand and imposing statue stood on the altar, evoking an inexplicable sense of reverence. If you wish to make a vow, after lighting incense, Simply express your wishes to the Heavenly Lord, Edo, and do not forget to state your identity. After all, the Heavenly Lord receives countless wishes daily, and if not clearly articulated, yours may be overlooked, the acolyte instructed as he handed the incense to the beggar. Listening to the acolyte, the beggar nodded eagerly, completing the incense-lighting ritual under the acolyte's guidance. He then knelt on the mat, bowing once and knocking his head 3 times before beginning to make his wish. A male worshipper beside him grimaced in distaste, voicing his displeasure. How can a beggar come to the temple to pray and make wishes? It is a disgrace to this sacred place. The acolyte was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as such a scene had never occurred before. Seeing the acolyte's silence, the male worshipper grew bolder, exclaiming, "In such a dignified hall, allowing a beggar to defile it is intolerable. Hurry and remove him. Even sharing the same air with him disgusts me." The beggar opened his eyes, yet there was no anger on his face. He had grown accustomed to disdain, so he paid no mind. Just then, a clear voice rang out in the hall. "If you find it disgusting, then you should leave. Wanan Temple does not welcome self-righteous scoundrels like you." Chapter 016. To live, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, where a tall figure clad in a blue Taoist robe strode in from outside the hall. The male worshipper's expression changed. He recognized Shen Hui. After all, he had been present on the day of the rain summoning. Among the worshippers gathered, at least 80% were familiar with Shen Hui. The words spoken by Shen Hui were anything but courteous. Yet the male worshipper dared not retort. Instead, he forced a smile and said in a subservient tone, "Taoist, I did not intend to cause a disturbance. I was merely speaking up for your temple. The Heavenly Lord must listen to so many people's wishes daily. It must be overwhelming. What sort of person would become a beggar? Surely it is those who lack effort yet refuse to strive, wanting to live off others. If the Heavenly Lord were to know such individuals wish to alter their fate, he would surely be displeased, would he not?" Shen Hui smiled faintly, countering, "Are you the Heavenly Lord?" "Of course not," the male worshipper replied, forcing a smile. "Then how can you presume to know what the Heavenly Lord thinks?" Shen Hui stated calmly. The male worshipper stumbled over his words, then hastily added, "I was merely making a reasonable assumption." Shen Hui regarded him with a tranquil gaze, causing the male worshipper to avert his eyes, feeling a sense of guilt. "Are you truly putting in enough effort?" Shen Hui suddenly inquired. "Of course I am." The male worshipper replied, lifting his head, as if emboldened. "If I weren't diligent, how could I afford such expensive garments?" It was at this moment that those around began to notice the male worshipper's attire. Indeed, his embroidered robe was made of fine silk, and even the layer of mink fur he wore was worth a considerable sum. From a secular perspective, he indeed appears to be quite diligent, as his attire suggests affluence. However, Shen Hui suddenly smiled and remarked, "That is merely a testament to the hard work of your ancestors, and has nothing to do with you. You have attempted to establish a business 3 times? Yet each endeavor ended in failure. You squandered the wealth left by your forebears, only to beseech the heavens for a second chance, hoping for fortune to favor you once. Yet, you do not even comprehend the reasons for your failures. Am I correct?" The male devotee was taken aback, unable to fathom how Shen Hui had articulated his innermost thoughts and past experiences so accurately. Truly, he was a masterful Taoist priest. Contemplating this, the male devotee prostrated himself before Shen Hui, bowing 3 times with reverence. "Please enlighten me, Taoist. Should I rise again, I shall offer a significant donation to the temple." "You shall not succeed," Shen Hui replied coolly, "for you shall never learn to show respect." With that, he turned to the beggar, his icy demeanor thawing into a warm smile. "Brother beggar, please accompany me." The beggar, taken aback by Shen Hui's unexpected courtesy, especially after having been rather rude during their last encounter, hesitantly followed. Meanwhile, the male devotee knelt in disbelief, watching as Shen Hui and the beggar vanished from sight, those words echoing in his mind. "You shall not succeed, for you shall never learn to show respect." Reflecting on his entrepreneurial journeys over the years, a flicker of insight illuminated his mind, and he bowed deeply in the direction Shen Hui had departed. "Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. I have understood." Shen Hui exited the temple, traversing the narrow path beside it, ascending the mountain. Although the beggar was uncertain of his destination, he silently trailed behind, oddly aware that the biting wind had momentarily ceased, replaced by a gentle warmth. The path, usually overgrown with weeds, bore signs of recent clearing, perhaps the handiwork of the Taoist. Before long, delicate snowflakes began to fall again. The rear mountain, though not particularly high, boasted stunning scenery. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld the entire landscape of Yongning County, the flurrying snowflakes creating a picturesque scene. Yet, the beggar was disinterested in the snowfall. His face contorted as he finally inquired, "Taoist, I was wrong to question you before." Shen Hui smiled gently in response. "No matter, I did not summon you to discuss that, but rather to impart this. Survive." Survive? The beggar was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Shan Hui's silhouette, which seemed to grow infinitely larger. As the saying goes, where light shines, there resides the divine. At that moment, he believed in the existence of deities. Harbor goodwill, and fortune shall accompany you. Shan Hui turned to the beggar, taking his hand and gently patting it, reiterating, "Survive, not just for yourself, but for your daughter." With that, he turned and departed. The beggar remained rooted in place, staring into the distance at Yongning County, where everything appeared tranquil and beautiful under the blanket of snow. But how could the Taoist know that he had been searching for his daughter all along? Lowering his gaze, the beggar noticed 2 copper coins in his open palm. Those were the very coins he had once given to Shan Hui in the chicken feather house. "Now return to him. Harbor goodwill, and fortune shall accompany you," he murmured, his eyes brightening. "The Taoist means that I shall surely succeed." In Yongning County, at the Song residence, 3 horse-drawn carriages arrived at the entrance amidst the swirling snow. Box after box of wooden crates was unloaded and carried into the expansive courtyard. Within, Songzhe impatiently directed the laborers unloading the cargo. "Hurry up, don't delay my evening plans." A quarter of an hour later, all the wooden crates were brought inside. Then, a gaunt-faced man approached, his eyes shaped like inverted triangles and a cold smile adorning his lips, clearly a formidable character. "Young Master Song, it took a great deal of effort to bring this shipment into the city. Perhaps you could increase the payment?" "Get lost. The Song family has always conducted business at this price," Songzhe retorted, tossing a bag of silver toward the man. "Count it yourself, if there's a shortfall. I am not responsible." "Surely you jest. Do you think I would doubt your integrity, young Master Song?" The man chuckled as he pocketed the silver, adding, "I've heard that the abbot of Wangyu Temple is approaching his birthday. I suspect you ordered this shipment to curry favor with him. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." Songzhe waved dismissively. "Xiaolao-san, if you have no further business, then be off. I have social engagements later." "Ah," the man raised his hand with a grin. "I do have one request." "Speak." Songzhe's impatience grew. "Recently, 3 of my brothers were lost in Yongning County. I visited them in prison today and learned some troubling details." The man's smile turned increasingly sinister. "Young Master Song should know that I, Xiaolao-san, do not wait for vengeance. Tonight, I plan to stir things up at Wanan Temple. Would you like me to take care of that bothersome Taoist for you?" Songzhe's previously annoyed expression vanished, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes before he chuckled. "Xiaolao-san, that Taoist at Wanan Temple is said to be capable of summoning the winds and calling forth rain. If you wish to contend with him, you may find it beyond your capabilities. Do not underestimate him. Even if he possesses such powers, should he approach me, I would ensure his demise," the man asserted, pulling a necklace from around his neck, revealing a small, fearsome bone carving. "Young Master Song, do you recognize this?" Chapter 017. The fearsome deity. After a moment of scrutiny, Songzhe's expression shifted dramatically. "Ice spider bone carving?" "Indeed, young Master Song has a keen eye." This ice spider bone carving was a rare acquisition, imbued with a fragment of the fearsome deity's power. "I have used this carving to eliminate no fewer than this many cultivators," Xiaolao bragged, holding up 2 fingers, his face brimming with pride. "Then it seems we have a deal." A smile crept onto Songzhe's face. "Name your price." "Naturally, given that this Taoist is capable of summoning winds and rain, the price will not be low. You must prepare yourself mentally." Xiaolao narrowed his eyes, revealing a cunning glint. "Just state your figure. If I cannot accept, then it is no matter if the Taoist lives or dies." 3,000 taels. Xiaolao held up 3 fingers, grinning. 300 taels as a deposit, with the remainder upon completion. "This figure is reasonable, is it not?" "Agreed." Songzhe wasted no time. Turning to his steward, "Fetch the banknotes." The steward promptly retrieved 3 100-tael notes and handed them to Song Zhe, who in turn passed them to Xia Laosan. Young Master Song is generous. Await my good news. Xia Laosan pocketed the notes, smiling as he departed. Song Zhe watched him and his entourage disappear beyond the gates of the Song residence, his smile gradually fading as he muttered, Taoist, this time, I shall see you do not escape. At that moment, the steward cautiously inquired, Young Master, what exactly is the ice spider bone carving? I've never heard of it before. The Wyoming ice spider, a notorious fearsome deity. You did not know? Song Zhe replied nonchalantly, so it is the Wyoming ice spider. The steward gasped, quickly adding, Xia Laosan is able to wield even a fraction of the ice spider's power. He is indeed formidable. Employing such a thing would shorten his lifespan. I doubt he has many years left. Song Zhe approached the wooden crates, lifting the lid to reveal the contents. Young children, pale and emaciated, their eyes wide with terror. Clad in tattered clothing, clearly having suffered greatly along the way. Quality is satisfactory, Song Zhe remarked with a faint smile. Have them brought inside and well cared for in a few days, for Abbot Huixin's birthday. I shall present him with a grand gift. As dusk fell, the 3 carriages ambled through the snow. Xia Laosan did not drive. Instead, he sat comfortably inside the carriage, enjoying wine and snacks, at tea that moment. A voice from outside broke the silence. Uncle, now that you have the spider deity's protection, why should we continue to heed the Song family's whims? Why not eliminate the Song family and seize control for ourselves? Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, Xia Laosan took a sip of wine and replied with a faint smile, Xiao Lu, you possess many admirable qualities, but your vision is rather short-sighted. The Song family has been engaged in human trafficking for 3 generations. Even during the strictest regulations, their business flourished. Have you ever considered why? Because of their family's long-standing connections, of course, came the reply from outside the carriage. Precisely, their accumulated network of relationships spans the entire Yu nation, even extending to the neighboring Wu and Xing nations. While it may seem simple to eliminate the Song family, the consequences are burdensome. Now, with the Qintian Monitor and the Fengcheng Bureau investigating wild and fearsome deities nationwide, the Song family's influence is too vast. If I were to extinguish them, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Xia Laosan popped a piece of braised meat into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he continued. This business of human trafficking is detrimental to one's moral standing in a couple of years. Once I have amassed sufficient funds, I shall wash my hands of it all. Do you intend to quit? Then what shall we do from now on? This is the only trade I know, inquired a voice from behind the curtain. Do whatever you please. With money, one can engage in various enterprises. After all, we need not worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives, chuckled Xia Laosan heartily. The carriage traversed the bustling district of Yongning County and soon arrived at the outskirts of the city. In the past, during the decline of Wan'an Temple, one could scarcely see a shadow on these streets at night. However, now, tracks could be observed in the snow, along with a variety of footprints, some human, some belonging to livestock. Xia Laosan lifted the curtain and glanced at the temple shrouded in darkness, grinning as he said, You lot, wait for me here. I shall see if this dilapidated temple's priest is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Driving the carriage was a young man in his early 20s, bearing a fearsome scar across his brow. Perhaps in an attempt to appear more menacing, he had shaved his head and eyebrows, resembling Xia Laosan to some extent. Uncle, I want to accompany you to take a look, Xia Xiaolu quickly interjected. That's not advisable, Xia Laosan replied, patting Xia Xiaoliu's bald head and snatching the felt hat from beneath him. Don't keep pressing your hat under your backside, covering that bald head of yours. Be cautious not to catch a cold. Xia Xiaolu donned the hat and chuckled, Uncle, I'm in good health. How could I possibly catch a cold? With your physique, even in my youth I could easily take on 10 of you. No trouble at all, wear it properly. If I see you without it again, I might just twist your head off. Xia Laosan jested. You would never dare, Xia Xiaolu retorted playfully, trailing behind Xia Laosan. Cripple, mute, you keep an eye on the carriage. I'll go with Uncle to take a look. He called out. 2 middle-aged men, their faces simple and honest, sitting in the other carriages, heard Xia Xiaoliu's words. The cripple smiled and said, Young Master Xiaolu, if you come across any treasures or good fortune, don't forget about us. Fear not, I won't forget you. Xia Xiaolu replied cheerfully, following closely after Xia Laosan toward the temple. Didn't I say not to follow? Xia Laosan frowned. Uncle, I've killed before. If you need assistance, I can lend a hand, Xie Xiaolu replied with a cheeky grin. If it weren't for your mother passing away early, fine, just stick close to me. Xie Laosan sighed and moved ahead. Xie Xiaolu felt quite pleased with himself. Indeed, the spoiled nephew always had it best. Uncle, you can never resist me. The two entered the temple, and as they ascended the stone steps to the front courtyard, they heard the sound of sweeping. A young acolyte was diligently clearing the accumulated snow with a broom. Upon noticing the two approaching, Zhu Pingyan quickly set down his broom and greeted them with a smile. Esteemed gentlemen, how may I assist you? Xie Laosan joined his hands in reverence and bowed slightly. Smiling, young acolyte, might I inquire if your temple master is present? The master is not here, Zhu Pingyan replied, shaking his head. Oh, when will he return? A hint of obscurity flickered in Xie Laosan's eyes, yet his genial smile remained. He should be back later, usually after sunset, Zhu Pingyan said, glancing at the horizon. The darkness swallowed most of the sky, with only the last remnants of the sun beyond the mountains, seemingly engaged in a final struggle against the encroaching night. Hey, little priest, I'm hungry. Go fetch me something to eat. Xie Xiaolu swaggered up to Zhu Pingyan, a smirk playing on his lips, mischief glimmering in his eyes. Please wait a moment, Zhu Pingyan nodded, then set aside the broom and turned toward the dining hall. Having been caught in the rain, Zhu Pingyan thought to offer them an umbrella, believing the two must be famished and merely seeking a meal. After all, who hasn't faced hardships while away from home? Seeing Zhu Pingyan genuinely going to fetch food, Xie Xiaolu was taken aback. Uncle, is this little priest a fool? I merely wanted to provoke him, yet he is actually going to get me something to eat? This young acolyte, naive to the ways of the world, did not grasp the subtleties of their intentions. If one sought trouble, a more direct approach was necessary. Xie Laosan stroked his stubbly chin thoughtfully. I feel as though this little priest looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Could it be that you sold him to the temple? We've sold quite a few boys and girls of this age. Xie Xiaolu jested. I remember now. Upon hearing the word sold, a peculiar smile crossed Xie Laosan's face. Isn't this little priest one of those we sold to Wangyu Temple last time? My brothers and I ended up wrongfully imprisoned while pursuing this lad. Xiaolu, how should we repay him? Xie Xiaolu smiled slightly. Uncle, I think we ought to maintain some principles in our line of work. Grievances have their source, and our brothers were not responsible for his predicament. Perhaps it's best to let it go. What mischief are you concocting now? Xie Laosan asked, puzzled. He was well aware of his nephew's nature. Born to mischief, never one to do good, with a heart darker than his own. Such a person speaking of righteousness was truly a sight to behold. Uncle, let us wager on whether this lad will bring us 2 portions or just 1. If I guess correctly, you'll act. If you guess right, I'll act. Xie Xiaolu grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, his smile somewhat sinister. And if we both guess wrong, Xie Laosan chuckled. Then it's simply this lad's good fortune. We'll let him go to. A shadow flashed in Xie Xiaolu's eyes, yet his smile remained. Then I shall indulge you. Xie Laosan smiled slightly. I'll wager 2 portions. Then I'll wager 1. Xie Xiaolu replied breezily. The wait was not long. Soon, Zhu Pingyan approached, carrying a tray in the dimming light of dusk. His clear eyes sparkled like precious gems. Here it is, our star has arrived. Xie Xiaolu mumbled, his grin growing ever brighter. Esteemed gentlemen, these are the dishes available in the dining hall. If this is insufficient, more will be provided when the master returns. You may sit and eat there. It's warmer, Zhu Pingyan spoke softly. However, the smiles on Xie Xiaolu and Xie Laosan's faces froze, for the tray held not 1 or 2 portions, but a full 4 servings. Xie Laosan, being an old hand at this, quickly regained his composure and smiled at Xie Xiaolu. Xiaolu, it seems this lad truly enjoys good fortune. Xie Xiaolu's expression shifted dramatically before he stepped forward, picking up a bun from the tray and addressing Zhu Pingyan. Little priest, didn't anyone tell you that I don't eat buns? Zhu Pingyan paused, about to respond, when a tremendous force struck his chest. Before he could react, he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, the tray tumbling from his hands, dishes shattering all around him. Xie Xiaolu approached with a swagger. A thick cloud of malice shrouding his face, his eyes wide like a demon returned from hell. He toyed with the bun in his hand, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a terrifying grin. Little priest, hasn't anyone told you that I don't eat buns? With that, he raised the bun and released it. The bun fell from the air, landing squarely on Zhu Ping'an's chest with a thud. Then, Xie Xiaolu brought his foot down heavily on Zhu Ping'an's chest. Crack! Zhu Ping'an felt a sharp pain radiate from his chest, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't fathom what he had done wrong. Was it merely for offering a bun? Yet his intent was only to ensure the two were well fed. I'm sorry, Zhu Ping'an murmured through the agony and suffocation gripping his chest. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Xie Xiaolu laughed maniacally, stomping on Zhu Ping'an's chest. The madness in his demeanor brought Xie Laosan a sense of satisfaction. Not bad. He reminds me of my younger days. In this world, only those with wicked hearts won't be bullied. Zhu Ping'an felt blood begin to bubble at his lips, his insides churning painfully. He had believed that entering the temple would herald a better life. But why? Oh, why did fate choose to play such a cruel jest upon him? He gazed at the Bailu hall behind him, whispering in his heart, I'm sorry. Master, I fear I can no longer accompany you. Xie Xiaolu, seemingly fatigued, ceased his assault and drew a gilded dagger from his waist, breathing heavily, little priest, I'll ask you one last time. Has anyone told you that I don't eat buns? With that, a frenzied glint flashed in his eyes as he lunged the dagger toward Zhu Ping'an's throat. Zhu Ping'an calmly regarded Xie Xiaolu, having reached a point where fear had lost its grip on him. He seemed to understand that this man was not intent on killing him over a bun. Rather, he had always wished to take his life. Even in death, I shall not spare you, Zhu Ping'an vowed silently within. Boom! Just as Zhu Ping'an prepared to embrace his fate, a tremendous explosion echoed nearby, sending Xie Xiaolu flying back, a look of shock etched on his face. Immediately afterward, a muffled thud resonated through the air. Zhu Ping'an turned his head to glance over, only to witness Xie Xiaolu colliding violently with the wall, as if every bone in his body had shattered, leaving him slumped against the wall like a mere pile of mud. Xiaolu! Xie Laosan finally registered the scene, his eyes widening in horror as he stumbled forward. Yet, upon reaching the spot, he discovered that Xie Xiaolu was suspended against the wall as if he were a mere painting. Devoid of life. The years of close companionship had led him to regard Xie Xiaolu as his own son, and at that moment, an overwhelming wave of sorrow and fury engulfed Xie Laosan. Who? Xie Laosan roared, spinning around abruptly. Before him stood a Taoist priest clad in a cerulean robe, slowly approaching from the distance, shadows and light intertwining upon his figure. Each of his steps seemed to echo with an ancient rhythm, causing Xie Laosan's heart to beat in tandem. With eyes wide open in rage, Xie Laosan realized that this was the very priest he intended to kill. You killed my nephew. I will see you dead. Xie Laosan yanked the necklace from around his neck, bit into his fingertip, and let his blood drip onto the ice spider bone sculpture. The moment the blood made contact with the icy surface, a chilling and formidable demonic energy erupted forth. The bone sculpture appeared to be imbued with life. The frost covering its surface began to writhe, gradually coalescing into the form of a vividly lifelike ice spider. The 8 long legs of the ice spider glimmered with a cold light, its body crystalline and translucent, exuding an aura of chilling dread. With the ice spider bone sculpture in hand, Xie Laosan's eyes burned with fury. His body trembling slightly from the surge of anger and power, he let out a furious shout and hurled the ice spider bone sculpture towards the approaching Taoist priest. In midair, the ice spider rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature that, upon landing, froze the ground beneath it in an instant. Chirp! The ice spider emitted a bizarre sound, then raised its 4 legs, lunging towards Shin Hui. As it moved, the ground around it froze, and a sharp, frigid wind sliced through the air like a blade. Observing this, Shan Hui remained unfazed, merely raising a hand to gently catch a falling leaf carried by the wind, which he then tossed back. With a whoosh, the leaf erupted with a golden light, shredding through the icy wind and the very air itself, piercing directly into the massive body of the ice spider. Crack! The icy layer on the ground shattered, the ice spider's body stiffening momentarily before abruptly splitting in two, revealing Xie Laosan behind it. The leaf flew past Xie Laosan's head, and as the ice spider dissipated, so too did his hair. In that instant, rage dissipated. As the cold wind blew, reason returned. Xie Laosan gazed at the slowly advancing Shan Hui, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Spare my life. Taoist, spare me. I realize my errors. You do not understand your errors. You merely recognize that you are about to die, Shen Hui said, raising his hand slowly, speaking in a calm tone. Chapter 019. Destiny. This marked Shen Hui's first act of taking a life since his arrival in this world. Yet he felt no discomfort. The youthful spirit embodies a fervent disdain for evil, a yearning for beauty, and an impetuous passion. To slay the wicked is a virtuous act. With a raised hand, Shen Hui prepared to deliver Xia Laosan's death sentence. It was only upon confronting death that Xia Laosan realized how agonizing it truly was, desperately shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am of use. It is Huixin the abbot and the Song family who seek to kill you. I am innocent." However, Shen Hui did not relent as his hand descended. It gently landed atop Xia Laosan's head. Ift. Xia Laosan's brain erupted into a pulpy mess, departing this world with a tranquil finality. Huixin the abbot. The Song family? Shen Hui murmured. I seek no trouble with you, yet you desire to trouble me. How amusing. With that, he turned and approached Zhu Ping'an, waving his hand lightly. Instantly, Zhu Ping'an soared into the air. And with a touch of divine energy, his injuries, both external and internal, were miraculously healed. Experiencing this wondrous power once more, Zhu Ping'an was filled with awe, realizing that his master was truly extraordinary, capable of healing with a mere wave of his hand. Such miraculous abilities could only befit a celestial being. Master, I am sorry for causing you trouble, Zhu Ping'an expressed apologetically. You have committed no wrong. There is no need for apologies, Shen Hui replied, ruffling Zhu Ping'an's hair. In the future, should there be any disturbances, simply utter a few words before the statue of the Celestial Lord, and he shall lend you his strength. Really? Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Indeed, Shen Hui smiled gently. Outside the temple, the lame man and the mute had waited for a long time without seeing Xia Laosan or Xia Xiaolu emerge. The lame man gradually grew restless. Mute, do you think the boss and Xiaolu have encountered some misfortune? They've been inside for quite a while without a peep. The mute, unable to speak, simply shook his head. This won't do. I must check. If something truly has gone awry, we need to prepare ourselves, the lame man murmured. Yet, as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly halted, his gaze growing vacant. He turned around, muttering, I want to turn myself in. Like the lame man, the mute, though unable to speak, felt the urge to confess rising within him. The two, in a state of confusion, surrendered to the authorities, confessing their misdeeds over the years, leading them to be incarcerated together, thus achieving a peculiar reunion. The Song residence. Songja waited for 2 days without seeing Xia Laosan to collect the final payment, realizing that the matter had fallen through. Fortunately, the Taoist from Wan'an Temple had not come knocking on his door, suggesting that Xia Laosan still possessed some professional integrity and had not betrayed him. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Songja, as if some significant event were on the horizon. This prompted him to make several trips to the Forgetting Worry Temple, seeking blessed prayer beads and offering his respects, which brought him some measure of peace. The Taoist from Wan'an Temple possessed considerable abilities, yet the Song family had stood firm for so many years. They were not fearful of him. Songja thought to himself, the immediate concern is to prepare a gift for Abbot Huixin's birthday. As it is but 3 days away to that end, Songja made several trips to procure the young boys and girls, ensuring they were well-fed and in good spirits, so that Abbot Huixin would surely be pleased. A smile spread across Songja's face. That moment, the steward hurried over. Young master, your father wishes to see you in his chamber. All right, I shall go, Songja nodded, hastening to his father's room. Upon arrival, he pushed the door open. Father, I am here. Coughing echoed from the bed, where opulent furnishings adorned the room, with pure gold decorations visible everywhere. An elderly man with graying hair lay wrapped in blankets. Coughing violently, Father, did you call for me? Songja inquired, stepping closer to the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Song Ming coughed for a while, blood staining the pristine handkerchief. After some time, the coughing subsided, and he lifted his gaze to Songja, rasping, How is the gift for Abbot Huixin? Coming along. Fear not, Father. I have already prepared everything. Abbot Huixin will surely concoct the perfect elixir of longevity, and you shall be saved, Songja assured him eagerly. Song Ming slumped weakly against the bed, murmuring, Zhir, I feel my days are numbered. Tell me, if Abbot Huixin's elixir fails, what shall I do? Songja shook his head firmly. Father, Do not dwell on such thoughts. Abbot Huaxin is extraordinarily skilled. He will undoubtedly succeed in creating the elixir. People, when they lack wealth, yearn to rise above the rest, yet upon achieving success, they find their bodies failing them. Reflecting on this, what have I truly pursued throughout my life? I can scarcely see anymore, Song Ming lamented, gazing upwards with a weary expression. Your grandfather once told me that this line of work consumes one's life essence. Even in death, one finds no peace in hell. I did not believe it then, but now I do. Look at me, just 50 years old, and yet I have met such a fate. Songja interrupted. Father, why speak of such things? What we do is not evil. It is a good deed. There are countless individuals yearning for children, and we merely deliver them to those in need. Ultimately, we are performing a noble act. We only facilitate, not take lives. Even if those children perish, it cannot be laid at our feet. The blame lies with those who purchase them. What life essence is consumed? I do not believe it. We pray to the deities daily, offering them countless incense. How could they not protect us? No, Father, you were merely harmed by a demon, leaving you with a lingering illness. Once Abbot Huaxin's elixir is prepared, you shall be rejuvenated, and these thoughts will vanish. Let us hope so. Song Ming nodded weakly. Father, rest well. In 3 days, I shall procure the elixir of longevity, and you will be freed from suffering with that. Songja turned to leave. Song Ming gazed at his son's retreating figure, momentarily seeing a reflection of his younger self, his own father lying in a similar state, urging him to abandon this line of work. Yet his youthful innocence had led him to believe that wealth would grant him everything. Is praying to the deities truly effective? If it were, why do so many suffer in this world? And if it is ineffective, why do people remain so devout? Or rather, can individuals like us truly receive the blessings of the divine? The light in Song Ming's eyes dimmed as he murmured. Chapter 020. The eerie affairs of Qiming Lake, have you heard? Another death occurred at Qiming Lake. How astonishing, there are always a few who disregard warnings and swim in the lake each year. But it's winter. Who would dare to swim in such a season? You are unaware of the details. I heard from someone that it was a couple boating on the lake, initially lost in their own affection, when suddenly a water ghost emerged from beneath the surface and devoured them both. Nonsense, ghosts do not consume humans. I might believe you if you spoke of demons. Impossible. We have visited every temple and Taoist shrine in Yongning County, and there are no demons or ghosts to be found. Then how do you explain the annual deaths of 9 individuals? Not more, not less, precisely 9, and the dates of their demise are always remarkably close. If I recall correctly, 6 have perished this year, which means 3 more are destined to die. The news of the deaths at Qiming Lake quickly spread throughout Yongning County and the governor's mansion. Meng Yin felt immense pressure. The public only knew of the death of a couple, unaware that they were not truly lovers but rather exorcists dispatched by the Astronomical Bureau. Since he assumed the governorship, Qiming Lake had captured his attention. For 2 consecutive years, 9 individuals had died, neither more nor less. He investigated the previous county records and discovered that deaths at Qiming Lake had persisted for over a decade. The former governor had inexplicably suppressed this matter and failed to report it to the court. Meng Yin sensed something sinister was at play, so he immediately reported the incident to the court. However, there was no response from them, and he sought out various temples and Taoist shrines in Yongning County. Yet, the monks and priests returned empty-handed. After 2 years of waiting, the Astronomical Bureau finally sent someone, only for them to meet their demise at Qiming Lake. Yet now, he could not even ascertain the reason behind these occurrences. If this matter were to reach the court, not to mention whether the Astronomical Bureau would send more people to investigate. Given the court's current protocol, he feared he might be held accountable. He had thought that with the arrival of winter rain, he could rest easy. Now, it seemed that Yongning County was indeed fraught with peril, where even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Meng Yin closed his eyes, pondering for a moment, various plans surfacing in his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Finally, he suddenly thought of someone, Shan Hui. He had witnessed Shan Daoist capabilities. Perhaps the problems that other temples or shrines could not resolve might be easily addressed by Shan Daoist. Moreover, he had no other options at present. With this thought, Meng Yin immediately summoned a servant to prepare a carriage, setting off for Wanan Temple. Father, where are you going? Meng Huaizhu called out to Meng At. I am visiting Wanan Temple. Meng Yin replied, I want to go too. Meng Huaiju's eyes brightened instantly as she hurriedly said, "Very well." Meng Yin mused for a moment before nodding. Given that his daughter had a better relationship with Shun Daoist, bringing her along might facilitate communication. Upon arriving at Wan'an Temple, Meng Huaiju gazed at the bustling scene before her and exclaimed, "It is far more lively than when I visited last time. Father, I told you, Shun Daoist is indeed a person of great capability. Today, if Shun Daoist does not agree, you may need to assist me with a few kind words." Meng Yin felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. "Father, rest assured, Daoist Shen is not the type to be so formal." Meng Huaiju responded with confidence in Shen Hui. "That is for the best." Meng Yin nodded. As they entered the temple, many patrons greeted Meng Yin upon seeing him. "Lord Meng, are you here to pay your respects? Lord Meng, have you eaten? Miss Meng remains as lovely as ever." Meng Yin had no airs about him, smiling as he responded to each greeting, which was one of the reasons the people of Yongning County held him in such high regard. Meng Yin and Meng Huaiju first offered their incense, then proceeded to the back room where they found Shun Hui taking a midday rest. Shun Hui was not inside but rather reclining on a deck chair under the eaves. Enjoying the rare sunny day to bask in the warmth, Daoist Shen, Meng Yin approached Shen Hui and softly called out. Shun Hui set aside the book he had been reading, stretched, and smiled. "Governor Meng. And Miss Meng, good afternoon. Daoist, where did you get this deck chair? It looks so comfortable," Meng Huaiju remarked eagerly. "I made it myself. Come and try it," Shen Hui replied, rising with a smile. Before Meng Yin could finish his sentence, he heard Meng Huaiju cheer and dash over, plopping down onto the deck chair. Meng Yin slowly lowered his hand, revealing a helpless smile on his face. "And why daughter lacks manners? Please do not take offense." "Daoist Shen, father, Daoist Shen is not one to fuss over such formalities," Meng Huaiju laughed. "Miss Meng is correct. There is no need for excessive formalities at Wan'an Temple." Shun Hui smiled gently. "Let me guess. Governor Meng, you have come to seek my assistance regarding the eerie affairs at Qiming Lake." Meng Yan's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly bowed. "Daoist, you are truly perceptive. Indeed, I have come regarding the matter at Qiming Lake. And I wonder if you would be willing to investigate? Compensation is negotiable. That is agreeable." Shun Hui nodded with a smile. "Governor Meng, please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Qiming Lake, and we shall discuss the compensation afterward." "Very well," Meng Yin nodded enthusiastically, feeling a surge of excitement. In his view, as long as Shun Hui was willing to intervene, the issue would be resolved effortlessly. Qiming Lake is a vast body of water located 3 miles outside Yongning County, where many fishermen once thrived, yet since 13 years ago, deaths began to occur frequently. Initially, people paid little heed, as drownings were not uncommon there. However, once the bodies were recovered, it became evident that they had been partially devoured. The former governor had inexplicably suppressed this matter, and it continued until my tenure, with 9 individuals dying every year, neither more nor less, leading me to suspect the existence of malevolent spirits or demons in the lake, prompting me to report it to the court. The couple that recently perished at Qiming Lake were actually exorcists sent by the Astronomical Bureau, and their mysterious deaths have only confirmed my suspicions. Had it not been for the presence of malevolent spirits or demons, such capable exorcists would not have encountered misfortune. Meng Yin recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Shun Hui had already formed a judgment. It seemed there truly were malevolent forces at work. However, this also presented an excellent opportunity for him. Now that Wan'an Temple had sought rain and exorcised evil, they had yet to confront a demon. If he resolved this matter, Wan'an Temple's reputation would surely soar once again. Shun Hui smiled and said, "Governor Meng, I accept your request." Chapter 021. The distinction between celestial and mortal. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, Meng Yin felt a wave of gratitude wash over him when Shun Hui truly agreed. "Daoist Shun, I truly do not know how to express my thanks." Meng Yan's face showed his heartfelt appreciation. "Governor Meng is too kind. I assist you, and you provide compensation. This is a fair exchange," Shun Hui replied with a gentle smile. "Now, let us discuss compensation. Please feel free to state your requirements." Daoist Shun, Meng Yin hastily said, "First, after I resolve the eerie affairs at Qiming Lake, I want Governor Meng to promote Wan'an Temple vigorously, with efforts comparable to the last rain-seeking endeavor." Shun Hui smiled. "That is no problem." Meng Yin nodded eagerly. "Furthermore, I will report this matter to the court, ensuring that Wan'an Temple receives commendation." "Very well," Shun Hui nodded with a smile. "Secondly, I intend to eliminate the Song family. before he could finish his sentence. Meng Yin trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Shun, Daoist Shin, are you speaking the truth? You plan to eliminate the Song family? Before he could finish, Shan Hui smiled slightly. I intend to eliminate both the Song family and Wang Yu Temple. If he had merely felt astonished before, now he was utterly shocked. The Song family was manageable. Although they had connections, a cultivator could easily dispose of them in an instant. However, Wang Yu Temple was another matter entirely. As the largest temple in Yongning County, it housed numerous practitioners, and the abbot Huixin was a formidable force in the transformation realm. Yet Shan Hui claimed he would eliminate Wang Yu Temple. Did he possess such confidence in his own abilities? Daoist Shin, are you aware that if you act recklessly, it will undoubtedly attract the court's attention? The Astronomical Bureau will surely send someone to investigate. Are you seeking my assistance to conceal this? Meng Yan's face displayed concern. Such a significant matter, if he dared to conceal it and it were to come to light, it would lead to charges of treason and extermination of his family. Thus, Meng Yan hesitated to gamble with such stakes. Father, what are you thinking? Meng Huaizhu had also heard Shen Hui's words and, seeing her father hesitant, immediately chimed in. Daoist Shun must have a justifiable reason for wanting to eliminate these two families. You should simply agree. Hearing this, Meng Yin could only smile bitterly. How had this caring little cotton-padded jacket suddenly begun to leak? Was this even a matter of agreement or disagreement? At this moment, Shen Hui smiled and said, Miss Ming is correct. I do have justifiable reasons, and Governor Ming, you have misunderstood. What I seek is not your assistance in concealment, but rather widespread promotion. Promotion? Meng Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shen Hui not only intended to commit murder, but also to announce it to the world. This was akin to defecating on the imperial court's face. Such audacity might provoke a joint response from the Qingtian Supervisory Office and the Fengchang Office to suppress the act as a warning to others. After all, it was not unheard of for demonic cultivators to act in such a manner, leading to the court dispatching the Qingtian Supervisory Office and the Fengchang Office to dismember the culprits. Just as Meng Yin was about to voice his thoughts, Shan Hui continued, I have conducted discreet investigations and discovered that both the Wang Yu Temple and the Song family are far from innocent. The Song family is the largest human trafficking ring in the Yu Kingdom, with numerous connections, while Wang Yu Temple has been purchasing countless young boys and girls to refine them into elixirs. In 2 days, at the birthday banquet of Master Huixin, the Song family will present another batch of young boys and girls. At this point, Shen Hui smiled slightly and asked, Meng Juanshou, do you believe such crimes warrant execution? Meng Yin was thoroughly stunned, still processing Shan Hui's revelations, which were beyond his knowledge. How had Shen Hui acquired such information? Then he reconsidered. It was reasonable for Shan Hui, being a Taoist with extraordinary abilities, to be aware of these matters. They should be executed. Meng Yin nodded emphatically. According to the laws of Diyu, human traffickers deserve death, and to refine living beings into elixirs is utterly depraved and not worthy of pity. However, his tone shifted as he added, Daoist Shin, would it not be better to report this matter to the court and let them decide? If the claims were true, neither Wang Yu Temple nor the Song family could escape punishment. Meng Juanshou, do you think no one has reported this to the court over the years? Shen Hui remarked with profound implication. Meng Yin fell silent, realizing there must have been some reports, as he himself had received numerous tips that mentioned the Song family and Wang Yu Temple. Yet at that time, he had dismissed them as slander, considering neither the Song family nor Wang Yu Temple seemed capable of such heinous acts. These are my 2 conditions, will you agree or not? Shen Hui asked with a smile. After a moment of silence, Meng Yin nodded solemnly, I agree. Shen Hui could have acted first and informed him later, but he chose to inform Meng Yin in advance. What would happen if Meng Yin refused? Would Shen Hui refrain from acting? That was inconceivable. Shen Hui had extended him a courtesy, and he could not fail to appreciate it. Ultimately, this matter posed no detriment to him. All the risks lay solely with Shen Hui. Taoist, do you require assistance? I can have my father send troops to aid you, Meng Huaizhu exclaimed angrily, rising to her feet. She had always harbored a deep-seated hatred for human traffickers. The Song family was one thing, but what about Wang Yu Temple? It was a substantial establishment, and she had met Master Huixin several times. He had always appeared benevolent and amiable, yet she never imagined they were engaged in such despicable activities, worse than human traffickers. Meng Yin was startled by her outburst, thinking, my dear niece, Please do not speak recklessly. Shen Hui shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Ming girl, but this matter is sufficient for me alone. After saying this, Shen Hui added with a smile, since we have settled the terms, I shall now visit Qiming Lake to ascertain the situation. Before they could speak further, Shen Hui soared into the air and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Taoist is indeed a person of decisive action, Meng Huaizhu murmured, gazing into the sky. The Yongning County was on the brink of change. Yet Meng Yin continued to ponder Shen Hui's words, Father, you are too cautious. In my understanding of the Taoist, everything he does is entirely legitimate in the future. If he has any requests, you should agree without hesitation, Meng Huaizhu suggested. Hearing this, a teasing smile spread across Meng Yan's face. What if the Taoist asks me to marry you off to him? Huh? Meng Huaizhu's ears flushed crimson. Father, what nonsense are you saying? Taoist is a person of celestial stature, and moreover, he is part of the Taoist community. How could he possibly make such a request? Indeed. Observing Meng Huaizhu's reaction, Meng Yin felt a pang of alarm and quickly added, the Taoist is truly a figure of celestial caliber. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a living immortal. It is prudent to maintain a certain distance between the mortal and the celestial realms. Chapter 022. Taoist, quickly bowed to the celestial maiden. At Qiming Lake, on a clear day, the water shimmered like a sapphire. From above, it resembled a mirror, so beautiful that one could hardly tear their gaze away. Legend has it that in ancient times, whenever a man passed by this place, he would return home to dream vivid and fantastical dreams. Hence the name Qiming. 13 years ago, it was a popular destination, attracting numerous scholars and poets from far and wide, who left behind many well-loved verses and writings. By the lakeside stood a 3-story building known as Qiming Tower. The first and second floors served as dining and lodging areas, while the third floor was where literary figures freely expressed their passions, adorned with various poems and articles. However, since mysterious deaths began occurring at Qiming Lake, the once thriving scene had vanished. As Shen Hui arrived at the lakeside, he beheld the azure expanse of water from afar, and upon closer inspection, the lake was crystal clear, allowing one to see fish and shrimp frolicking beneath the surface. The scenery was indeed exquisite. Had it not been for the lurking malevolence, tourists would surely flock to it. Shen Hui gazed into the distance, where a thin veil of mist lingered over the center of the lake, creating an ethereal ambience. After strolling along the lake for a while, he reached the legendary Qiming Tower, yet not a single traveler was in sight. The innkeeper sat at a table, sipping his drink with a forlorn expression that was somewhat comical. Upon hearing footsteps, the innkeeper turned, and upon seeing Shen Hui, a look of surprise crossed his face. Taoist, young Taoist, over here. Shen Hui approached, smiling. You have exquisite tastes, sir. Exquisite tastes, my foot. The innkeeper remarked self-deprecatingly, then continued, what would the Taoist like to eat? I will prepare some dishes for you. And oh, chef? Shen Hui sat down. Business is so poor that I can't afford a chef. Luckily, my cooking skills aren't too shabby, so I decided to do it myself. The innkeeper replied with a wry smile. Since business is so dire, why do you persist? Shen Hui asked, puzzled. This is my father's legacy and a place filled with childhood memories. I've contemplated selling it several times. But I've held on, the innkeeper said, gazing at Qiming Lake with a smile. Although the number of visitors has dwindled, there are still a few brave souls who come to enjoy it. If I can manage to have 9 deaths each year, business might pick up for a while, allowing me to keep it running. However, Taoist, you truly are fearless. A person died yesterday, and yet you dare to come here today. This is the most perilous time. I'm not here for leisure, Shen Hui replied with a slight smile. Then you are here to hunt demons? The innkeeper chuckled and shook his head. If so, you've come to the wrong place. There are no demons in Qiming Lake. Masters like Huixin and Jinhua have visited, only to find nothing. They all claimed that the lake was devoid of malevolent spirits. Do you believe that? Shen Hui asked with a smile. Of course I do. I've been doing business by this lake for so many years. If there were any malevolent spirits, would I still be alive? The innkeeper lowered his voice. Let me tell you a secret. You mustn't share it with others. Oh? Go on. Shen Hui feigned curiosity. The disturbances at Qiming Lake are not caused by demons or monsters, but rather by a divine being residing here. The innkeeper whispered conspiratorially into Shen Hui's ear. A divine being? Shen Hui feigned surprise. Yes, a divine being. The innkeeper nodded vigorously, animatedly recounting. I saw it once when I was a child. I remember it was a moonless night. I heard a commotion on the water. At that time, no one had yet died, so I wasn't afraid. Can you guess what I saw when I opened the window? A divine being? Shen Hui played along. How did you know? The innkeeper was taken aback, then smacked his forehead. Look at my brain. Didn't I just tell you? Yes, it was a divine being. I saw, amidst the swirling mist at the center of the lake, a shimmering figure rise slowly from the water. After frolicking on the surface for a while, it submerged back into the lake. I believe it was undoubtedly a celestial maiden, for her figure was exquisite, though I could not see her face. She must have been a breathtaking beauty. The innkeeper's face lit up with admiration as if he were reliving that enchanting night, nearly drooling with nostalgia. Cough. Shen Hui cleared his throat, bringing him back to reality. The innkeeper snapped back, wiping the corner of his mouth, and continued. So you see, there are no demons or monsters in this lake. Instead, there resides a celestial maiden. I suspect those who died merely stumbled into the divine being's abode and were devoured by the guardian beasts. Ever since Master Huixin and Master Jinhua visited, I have become even more convinced of this notion. Shen Hui maintained a faint smile, refraining from contradicting the innkeeper. Noticing Shan Hui's calm demeanor, the innkeeper quickly added, You must not doubt it. If you offend the divine being in the water, you might suffer the same fate as those who came before. Though it sounded quite fantastical, Shen Hui felt grateful to the innkeeper for alleviating his boredom. Shen Hui rose from his seat and stretched languidly to tea. That moment, dark clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the sunlight, transforming the previously enchanting Qiming Lake into a scene of stark contrast. If the lake had once resembled a beautiful dream, it now appeared ominously terrifying. The surface of the water, deprived of sunlight, had turned pitch black. As the saying goes, blue water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is profound. In that instant, Qiming Lake resembled a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, stirred the surface of the lake, sending ripples cascading forth, with waves crashing against the shore, each more tumultuous than the last. Little Taoist, the spirits of the lake must have overheard our conversation and are about to unleash their wrath. The shopkeeper exclaimed in terror, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and bowing his head repeatedly. Oh, spirit, please do not be angry. We meant no offense. Taoist, you ought to bow as well, the shopkeeper urged, noting Shan Hui's calm demeanor as he faced the lake. I fear it may not withstand such an affront. Shan Hui smiled faintly and strode towards the water's edge. As he approached, the black waters surged violently, akin to the roar of a wild beast. A fierce wind howled, his garments billowing, and Shan Hui, with a smile, softly declared, Shopkeeper, open your eyes wide. Today I shall reveal to you what your imagined spirit truly is. With a thunderous roar, his words seemed to provoke whatever dwelled beneath the waters. As the lake erupted into towering waves, rushing toward Shen Hui with a formidable force, Shen Hui casually snapped a nearby willow branch and raised it, striking it against the water. Under the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, the seemingly fragile branch swelled in the wind, transforming in an instant into a colossal willow that reached the heavens. With a sharp whistle, the giant willow sliced through the air as Shan Hui deftly flicked his wrist. Wielding it like a divine whip, shimmering with golden light, as it came crashing down upon the surging waters, a deafening boom resounded as the lake parted in two, the waves momentarily suspended in midair before being forcefully pushed aside, revealing the depths below. Chapter 023. From the heart, a branch so commonplace could indeed sever rivers? The shopkeeper's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. He had heard tales of the revered Jianhua Zhenren and the wise Hui Exine abbot being able to cleave mountains and rivers. But he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Surely, they would require the aid of long-cultivated magical artifacts, unlike this Taoist who wielded a mere branch with such effortless grace. This was true celestial prowess. After a moment of astonishment, the shopkeeper could not help but gaze into the depths of the lake. He had long suspected that a spirit resided beneath, and now he was about to see if his conjectures held any truth. The entire Qiming Lake was now divided, revealing a dark chasm that laid bare the lake's floor, with the waters rising like towering walls on either side. Such a sight was unprecedented for the shopkeeper. He observed black silt at the bottom, along with stranded fish and shrimp, perhaps caught unawares by their own misfortune. Besides that, there was nothing else. Taoist, it appears there is nothing down there, the shopkeeper remarked. A look of confusion etched across his face. Still hiding? Shun Hui smiled slightly, then gently waved the willow branch again. Giant willow, embrace the wind. The colossal willow swept across the surface, conjuring a fierce gust that lifted the entire expanse of Chiming Lake into the air. Now, the lake's bottom was fully revealed, transformed into a vast pit. There, a massive catfish, caked in mud, thrashed about wildly, boom, boom, boom. As the catfish flailed, the ground trembled violently, sending mud flying high into the air, while the hapless fish and shrimp soared amidst the chaos. Such a spectacle was truly a rarity to a monster. It's a monster! The shopkeeper exclaimed in horror, pointing at the enormous catfish. The fish's tail struck the ground with a force that propelled its body skyward. Its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring both Shan Hui and the shopkeeper on the shore. Terrified, the shopkeeper stumbled backward and fell onto the ground, exclaiming, "Monster! Taoist, retreat!" Bang! Just as the catfish was about to leap out of the pit, a white barrier materialized at the lake's edge, and it crashed heavily against it, creating a dull thud and sending ripples across the surface. It then fell back down, landing with a resounding splash that sent mud flying. What is that? The shopkeeper stared wide-eyed at the spot where the lake had been enveloped in a veil of white mist, unable to believe his own eyes. A formation? Shun Hui replied coolly. A formation? The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. How could there be a formation here? Could it be that someone intentionally trapped this creature at the lake's bottom? Shen Hui did not respond but continued to fixate on the catfish, stating nonchalantly, "Catfish spirit, I acknowledge your arduous cultivation. Now tell me, why do you harm others?" Typically, spirits do not harm humans, especially catfish spirits, known for their peaceful disposition and cunning nature, capable of thriving in various environments. In essence, they can survive on anything, which is why they seldom attack humans, being aware that such actions may attract the attention of monster hunters. This particular catfish spirit not only attacked humans, but was also ensnared by a powerful formation at the lake's bottom, suggesting something sinister was at play. Feel free to do as you wish, but if I, the Catfish King, utter a sound today, you shall be my descendant. The catfish spirit huffed, its voice deep and resonant. No sooner had it spoken than Shan Hui plucked another willow branch from a nearby tree and raised it slowly. "Grandfather." The catfish spirit suddenly chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Taoist grandfather, I was only jesting. Please do not take it to heart." Shameless! The shopkeeper was left speechless. He had always imagined monsters to be ferocious and merciless. Yet this catfish spirit had completely upended his expectations. The catfish spirit, overhearing the shopkeeper's words, glared with eyes as large as lanterns. "You little brat, how dare you slander your grandfather the catfish? I should have let you drown in the lake when you fell in. How did you know my childhood nickname was Little Schwanzi?" The shopkeeper stammered in disbelief. "Because when your mother gave birth to you, you were frail and sickly, and everyone said you wouldn't live long. Yet your mother never lost hope and named you Little Schwanzi to signify that you should hold on to life." The catfish spirit replied, snorting dismissively, "If it weren't for the fact that I saw your mother fight tooth and nail to save you, I wouldn't have secretly attached spiritual mud to your clothes when you fell into the water that day, helping to enhance your constitution so you could live to this day. You've grown up and become successful, and now you dare to slander me." The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, was filled with shock and disbelief. Muttering, It seems there might indeed be some truth to that. Once, when I accidentally fell into the water, I thought I was doomed, yet I was inexplicably pushed to the shore by some unseen force. Since then, my health has improved remarkably. I always thought it was the spirit of the lake assisting me, but I never imagined it was you, spirit?" The catfish spirit scoffed. "You dare refer to that vial which is a spirit? If it weren't for her sealing me at the lake's bottom and trying to frame me, I would have long been roaming the world freely." Listening to their exchange, Shan Hui discerned a deeper meaning. Clearly, the shopkeeper had indeed encountered the radiant figure in his childhood, mistakenly believing it to be a benevolent spirit residing in the lake, unaware that it was all a misunderstanding. What is the truth behind all of this? The shopkeeper felt his thoughts swirling in confusion. "Taoist grandfather, I had nothing to do with the harm caused in the lake." The catfish spirit disregarded the shopkeeper, turning its gaze to Shen Hui, a smile of ingratiation playing on its lips. All of this is the doing of that which from Lingxiao's sect. She practices dark arts, using human lives to enhance her cultivation. Fearing exposure, she captured me and set up a formation to confine me to the lake. She is cunning by nature and knows that if too many people die in one place, it will certainly attract the attention of the Celestial Bureau. Thus, she has created hundreds of similar places across the country, ensuring only 9 deaths each year to avoid detection while secretly cultivating. Meanwhile, we unfortunate spirits bear the blame for her misdeeds. Having heard the entire story, Shen Hui nodded. The catfish spirit's words were not lost on him, and he could discern whether it spoke the truth. Was there indeed no deception? The answer was clear. None. Chapter 024. Undercurrents Lingxiao Sect. Shen Hui had no prior knowledge of it. The world was rife with sects, each harboring its own characters. The shopkeeper, seemingly drained of all strength, sat slumped on the ground, muttering, "Spirit, my spirit, because of you, I have remained unmarried. What do you owe me? How will you repay me? Little Xuanzi, stop your lamentations. If that wicked witch discovers your inappropriate feelings for her, your life will be forfeit." The catfish spirit scolded. The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, rising with a complex expression to bow to the catfish spirit at the lake's bottom. "Regardless, I must thank you for saving my life all those years ago." "Thank for what?" This sovereign possesses a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva, unable to bear the sight of human suffering. From a tender age, he has aspired to be a benevolent demon who alleviates suffering. It is evident that these words are directed at Shen Hui. Shen Hui smiled faintly and replied, "Catfish spirit, I can rescue you, but I require your assistance in staging a performance. Will you agree?" I agree. As long as it does not cost me my life, I will comply with anything." The catfish spirit promptly nodded in affirmation. "Very well." Shen Hui responded with a smile, once again wielding the willow branch in his hand, transforming it into another massive willow tree, which struck the formation upon the lake's surface with a resounding boom. The white barrier vanished, and the formation was instantly shattered. "Grandmaster, you are truly formidable," exclaimed the catfish spirit, overjoyed. Having been trapped for 13 years, he could finally escape today. With a gesture, Shen Hui summoned the swirling willow branch back, causing the lake water above to plummet with a thunderous crash. The once massive pit was once again filled with water, restoring its original appearance. Then, the surface of the lake began to ripple, and a gigantic catfish head emerged, adorned with a fawning smile. "Grandmaster, what role do you wish for me to play?" "Pretend to be a corpse." Shen Hui replied with a slight smile. As evening fell, the entire Yongning County was abuzz. Shen Hui paraded through the streets dragging an enormous catfish carcass, returning to the Taoist temple. At this moment, the county magistrate Ming also released the news. Indeed, there was a demon in the Qiming Lake, which had now been dealt with by Taoist Shen of the Wan'an Temple. As this news spread, coupled with numerous eyewitness accounts, the whole Yongning County erupted in excitement. Wan'an Temple. Once again, Wan'an Temple. Just yesterday, there were deaths at Qiming Lake, and today Taoist Shen has resolved the demon issue, far surpassing those useless Taoist temples and monasteries in the city. Ha ha ha. Previously, Master Jinhua and Abbot Huixin were so certain that there were no demons in Qiming Lake. But are they not being proven wrong now? I no longer believe the words of these two deceivers. It is Taoist Shen of Wan'an Temple who deserves our trust. Wan'an Temple is the foremost Taoist temple in Yongning County. I agree. I made a wish at Wan'an Temple once, and it was remarkably effective. From then on, I will only make wishes there. It is ironic that such a powerful temple like Wan'an Temple is situated in such a remote location on the outskirts of the city, while those who seek fame occupy the best spots in the city. Perhaps Wan'an Temple wishes to convey that good wine fears no deep alley. The news spread like wildfire. Since the demon had been dealt with, Qiming Lake was no longer regarded as a forbidden zone. Some brave souls ventured to Qiming Lake that very night, spending the night by the lakeside, and encountered no issues whatsoever. It was evident that Qiming Lake would soon regain its former splendor. And the proprietor of Qiming Tower had turned misfortune into fortune. Although his dream of a celestial being had been shattered, his business had returned. At Jianhua Temple, Master Jianhua's face lit up slightly upon receiving word of the demon's elimination at Qiming Lake. He murmured, "Shen Hui, oh Shen Hui, you are truly unaware of the peril you have stirred. disrupting the plans of that celestial maiden. Soon enough, you shall reap your own misfortune. Recently, Master Jinhua had not been faring well. The incense offerings at his temple had diminished by more than half, reportedly having shifted to Wan'an Temple. Without sufficient incense, his life had become increasingly difficult, weighed down by pressures from above and his own internal struggles. Although he contemplated various strategies to restore the incense offerings, none seemed particularly viable. He harbored intentions to eliminate Wan'an Temple, yet he felt immense trepidation regarding Shan Hui's prowess, for he could not fathom the extent of Shan Hui's abilities and lacked certainty of victory. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the cycle of heaven would ultimately prevail. The heavens spare no one. Shan Hui's ostentatious actions would inevitably draw attention. How bold of him to meddle in the affairs of Qiming Lake. He must truly be tired of living. Master, you seem in a good mood today, eh? At that moment, a figure approached from outside the hall, his disciple Ping Jiang. Ping Jiang, what are your thoughts on Shen Hui? Master Jinhua inquired with a smile. Master, why speak of that ill-fated Taoist? Ping Jiang replied with some discontent. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. He lacks the wisdom to conceal his brilliance and act so erratically. One day, he will surely face the consequences. Master Jinhua felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this, thinking to himself that his disciple had indeed reached a similar level of understanding, and thus he chuckled. By intervening in the affairs of Qiming Lake, he has effectively slapped the face of that celestial maiden from Lingxiao sect. His good days are numbered. Upon hearing this, Ping Jiang's face brightened. That is excellent news. No wonder Master is in such high spirits today. At Wan'an Temple, a plump man dressed in loose robes approached Shen Hui and clasped his hands in greeting. Grandmaster, that little demon has departed, and I cannot express my gratitude enough. If opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay this life-saving grace. Go ahead. Shen Hui replied with a gentle smile, nodding. The plump man turned back several times. Expressing his thanks before leaving, he knew not whether he would have another chance to meet Shen Hui in this lifetime. As the saying goes, fate brings people together across thousands of miles. If such an opportunity were to arise in the future, he would repay the kindness in due time. As for him, he was leaving the kingdom of Yu to venture further afield. He dared not remain in the kingdom of Yu, lest that demoness discover his escape and seek to silence him. The world is vast, and there are countless places to explore. The plump man felt invigorated with ambition, his steps towards freedom growing ever lighter. Master. Just then, Zhu Ping'an approached, holding a gold-embossed invitation. He curiously observed the plump man departing with an air of indifference. Good sir, is there some joyous occasion that has you so elated? Ping'an, have you ever heard the saying? Shen Hui asked with a smile. What saying? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Life is precious, love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Shen Hui replied, I haven't heard it, but it certainly sounds reasonable. Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment, as if grasping the essence of the words, before recalling something. He lifted the invitation in his hand. Master, the Forgetting Worry Temple has sent an invitation, inviting you to attend Abbot Huixin's birthday celebration in 2 days. Chapter 25. The Birthday Celebration of Abbot Huixin. Shen Hui took the invitation, which was indeed exquisitely crafted. The Hongmin Banquet? Shen Hui opened it and confirmed it was an invitation to the birthday celebration. A mysterious smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems Abbot Huixin can no longer sit idly by. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen. Master, this old man inviting you to his birthday celebration surely harbors ill intentions. Will you attend? Zhu Ping'an asked softly. I shall go. Shen Hui tucked the invitation away and patted Zhu Ping'an's head. If I do not go? How shall I avenge you? Avenge me. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, and as he watched Shen Hui's retreating figure, a warm feeling surged within him. This is the master, a person worthy of my lifelong loyalty. 2 days later, a grand event unfolded in Yongning County. The birthday celebration of Abbot Huixin was to take place. Who is Abbot Huixin, you may ask? He is the abbot of Forgetting Worry Temple, a true enlightened monk who has subdued hundreds of demons and spirits single-handedly, renowned throughout Yongning County. Whether one believes in Buddhism or not, most have at least heard of Abbot Huixin's name. Those who have had the fortune to witness him in person sing his praises endlessly, claiming that his profound nature is not something one can feign. Forgetting Worry Temple is situated in the bustling heart of Yongning County, occupying over 100 acres of prime land. Tio, construct such a grand temple in this land, where every inch is precious, speaks volumes of its esteemed status. Today, forgetting Worry Temple can be described as bustling with activity. Even before the temple doors opened, a multitude of eager spectators had gathered. When was the last time Abbot Huaxin held a birthday celebration? Does anyone remember? It seems it was 5 years ago. Abbot Huaxin holds these celebrations every 5 years. I don't quite understand. Why would a monk hold a birthday celebration? Aren't ascetics supposed to renounce all worldly desires? Abbot Huaxin is no ordinary monk, and his celebrations are not for himself, but for the benefit of all beings. To pull the tiger's skin and raise the flag, a birthday celebration for the sake of all beings? Do you truly believe that? I do. During Abbot Huaxin's birthday, he prays for the welfare of all beings and can conjure a spiritual rain with his cultivation, nourishing all things and driving away evil spirits. I can vouch for that. 5 years ago, I was gravely ill, and after bathing in Abbot Huaxin's spiritual rain, not only was I cured, but my health improved remarkably. Is it really that miraculous? It sounds rather exaggerated. Whether it is true or not, you shall find out for yourself today. No amount of words can compare to your own experience. Very well. I shall attend Abbot Huaxin's birthday celebration today and see if it is truly as wondrous as claimed. These rumors, whether true or false, spread rapidly, causing an ever-growing crowd to gather outside Forgetting Worry Temple. Even those who do not believe in Buddhism wish to experience this so-called spiritual rain. Families of nobility had prepared gifts well in advance, eagerly awaiting the temple doors to open, and as they swung wide, the crowd surged in like a tide, soon filling every corner. Having arrived, it would be quite awkward to simply stand idle, and thus many began purchasing incense and candles, offering prayers and making wishes. Meanwhile, within the meditation hall, Sangja presented a group of young boys and girls to Abbot Huaxin. These children had been well cared for at Song's residence and had developed a certain reliance on Sangja. So when he suggested bringing them to pray for blessings, none expressed any doubts. Especially after meeting the compassionate monk Huaxin, their hearts were unwittingly filled with reverence. Huaxin joined his palms together and addressed Sangja, saying, "Umitba, Song benefactor, your intentions are commendable, master. I wonder if your elixir of immortality can be successfully concocted today. My father lies bedridden, and he is close to his limit." Sangja inquired hastily. "The matter of alchemy cannot be rushed. Dear benefactor, for now, ease your mind. I have employed Buddhist teachings to sustain your father's breath. He is temporarily out of danger," Huaxin replied with a smile. "Then I am truly grateful, master," Sangja sighed. "Young benefactors, do you wish to journey to the Pure Land?" At this moment, Huaxin began to turn his prayer beads, looking towards the group of young boys and girls. They, unaware of what the Pure Land entailed, began to chatter with curiosity. "Grandmaster, what is the Pure Land? Is it truly filled with joy? How does one get there?" Hearing their innocent inquiries, Huaxin's smile broadened. "The Pure Land is devoid of suffering, illness, hunger, and worries. It is an extraordinarily beautiful realm." The children's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "Grandmaster, I want to go." "Me too. I want to go." "Is it really that wonderful? Then I wish to go as well." Huaxin nodded with a smile. "Very well, dear benefactors, you all can reach the Pure Land, and the gateway lies in my hands. Now, rest for a while. Later, I shall escort you to the Pure Land." With a wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth. The once lively boys and girls felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them, and before they could find a place to rest, they all fell to the ground, fast asleep. Observing the slumbering children, Sangja chuckled. "These little ones are indeed quite naive. Without such innocence, how can one speak of immortality?" Huaxin shook his head with a smile. "Come, Song benefactor, at my longevity banquet, a splendid performance awaits." 18 noon. Shen Hui arrived at the entrance of the Wangyu Temple. A considerable crowd had gathered outside, as many of those who had rushed in earlier had been asked to leave. Why? Because they lacked invitations. Despite their reluctance, no one dared to cause a scene at Wangyu Temple, so they complied and exited quietly. "Isn't that Shen Daolong from the Wan'an Temple? Why is he here?" Perhaps Shen Daolong wishes to bask in the Buddhist teachings. But Taoism and Buddhism are quite different. What is so surprising about that? Some prominent Taoist temples and monasteries receive invitations from Wangyu Temple. Shen Daolong possesses great abilities. How could he not be invited? The old established temples and the emerging Taoist sects seemed to clash in character. One wondered if any sparks would fly among the crowd. Many recognized Shen Hui, for he had been involved in numerous notable events recently, making quite a name for himself, even overshadowing figures like Jin Huazhenren and Hu Xin. With a smile, Shen Hui thought, those eager for spectacle will find this gathering worthwhile. Soon, I shall offer them a grand display. Upon reaching the temple entrance, a monk checked Shen Hui's invitation and smiled, gesturing for him to enter. Please, Taoist. Chapter 26. The War of Words with the Scholars in the Courtyard before the Great Hero Hall. 9 tables were set for the longevity feast, each adorned with 9 stools, an auspicious arrangement. Each table was nearly filled, with laughter and merriment echoing throughout. However, upon Shen Hui's arrival, the atmosphere fell silent. As countless gazes turned towards him, imbued with various emotions, curiosity, surprise, jealousy, disdain, most were unfriendly. Isn't that Shen Daolong from Wanan Temple? What brings him here today, gracing us with his presence at Huaxin's longevity banquet? Wanan Temple has been thriving lately, overshadowing us all. Truly impressive. Shen Daolong is undoubtedly capable. Otherwise, how could he have seized such a significant portion of the incense offerings in just a few days? Remember, everyone here has toiled for decades to reach their current stature. As Shen Hui entered, he was met with a chorus of sarcastic remarks. Unfazed, he calmly replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, is today not Huaxin's longevity banquet? How come so many insincere souls have mingled here? Is it a reflection of human depravity or moral decay? You? A flamboyantly dressed Taoist abruptly slammed the table and stood up, his goat-like beard twitching with indignation. How dare you speak such nonsense? We are honored guests, invited by Master Huaxin himself, and you have the audacity to be so rude? Shen Hui merely shook his head, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, and responded slowly, who among us is not guilty of such transgressions? How lamentable, how lamentable. Another middle-aged Taoist, clad in ostentatious attire, shook his head and sighed, seemingly frustrated. Is it not unbecoming for a practitioner of the Tao to behave so erratically? You, old fraud, what airs do you put on? The scent of rouge still clings to you. I wager you spent the night in a brothel, did you not? What, did the Tao not teach you anything other than how to indulge in vice and show off? Shen Hui retorted, pointing at the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist's face turned crimson, nearly bursting with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Shen Hui, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Why you must not slander me? The crowd gasped in astonishment, exchanging whispers and glances. It seemed Shen Daolong was unlike any ordinary Taoist. His words were sharp as daggers, akin to a street brawl, devoid of any semblance of a learned master. Ha ha ha, for some reason, I find myself immensely entertained. Who says practitioners of the Tao must always bear insult in silence? The matter of the lustful Taoist is no secret. Perhaps your words ring true. But what is this term showing off? It sounds like an insult, even if I don't fully grasp its meaning. It feels oddly satisfying. Master, that is the empty Taoist, not the lustful Taoist. He might want to argue with you about this. What empty? Clearly, it's lust. I cannot possibly be mistaken. At that moment, Shen Hui spoke again, casting a dismissive glance at the lustful Taoist, a cold smile on his lips. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You seem guilty. Hearing your Taoist title lustful Taoist suits you perfectly. The middle-aged Taoist was seething with rage, nearly fainting from the indignation. Clutching his chest, he shouted, I am the empty Taoist, not the lustful Taoist. The lustful Taoist, I understand. Shen Hui nodded. You? The middle-aged Taoist's lips turned purple with fury, but he dared not retort, fearing another scathing remark. Just then, a simply dressed monk raised his hands in prayer and addressed Shen Hui. Ba. Your words are quite sharp, benefactor, and may diminish your merits. You might find yourself in the hell of tongue-pulling after death. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui's eyes sharpened, as if he had discovered a new target for his verbal assault. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he retorted mercilessly. Bald donkey, cease your pretentiousness, spouting virtue and morality while engaging in unspeakable acts behind closed doors. The monk furrowed his brow and replied coolly, Oh? Pray tell, benefactor, what unspeakable acts have I committed? Why did the old woman suddenly become pregnant? Why did hundreds of sows scream in the night? Why does the widow at the village entrance repeatedly lose her garments? Is this a reflection of human depravity or moral decay? With a smirk, Shun Hui continued. Or perhaps it is you who is responsible, black-handed monk. The monk's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly. He quickly raised his hand to protest. Do not speak nonsense. I am a man of the cloth, espousing the principle of emptiness, and would never stoop so low as to commit such vile acts. Besides, I am not a black-handed monk. My Dharma name is Holy Hand. Oh, Shun Hui prolonged the sound, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. A black-handed monk, indeed. I am well aware. I cannot be bothered to engage in a war of words with you. The monk huffed and sat down, unwilling to continue, fearing that his own misdeeds would be exposed. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. How could he possibly know what I have done? It felt as if he had witnessed it firsthand. With the black-handed monk's retreat, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. No one had anticipated that Shun Hui's words could be so incisive, mercilessly targeting anyone in his path, and the irony was that his opponents were utterly powerless to counter. Just when it appeared the confrontation would end there, an elderly monk dressed in resplendent robes stood up. Hands joined in prayer and smiled. Umitba, Benefactor Shin, you are truly extraordinary. Your wit is unparalleled. I have lived a life devoid of desires, never having committed any wrongdoing. If I were to say you are overbearing, how would you refute me? Master Tongchan could no longer remain silent. He was a genuinely accomplished monk, commanding respect even from me. Although the Zen Wen Temple could not rival the incense offerings of Wangyu Temple, Master Tongchan was no less esteemed than Master Huixin. The audience murmured among themselves, believing Shan Hui should concede. However, they were unprepared for Shun Hui to keep up his verbal onslaught. He merely smirked. Chuckling softly, bald monk, do you think that by donning this robe, you have become a sage of great enlightenment? The Zen temple of Wugua has been utterly annihilated, and the temple's treasured multicolored robe has vanished without a trace. Why does this robe you wear seem so familiar to me? Upon hearing these words, the old monk's expression shifted dramatically, his squinted eyes widening in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, a young monk stepped forward, glaring fiercely as he argued. The abbot of Tongchan is indeed a revered sage, free from worldly ties, and would never resort to exterminating an entire family for the sake of a mere robe. You must cease your deceitful words that mislead the public and sow discord. With a calm demeanor, Shun Hui replied, if he does not wear this robe, how would others know that he is free from worldly ties? Chapter 27. A heart of vengeance. This statement resonated profoundly, catching everyone off guard. No one anticipated that Shun Hui could articulate such a philosophical insight. Initially, they believed him to be a mere rogue, but it seemed he was indeed a cultured scoundrel. As the saying goes, a rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with knowledge is a different matter entirely. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The abbot of Tongchan remained silent for a long moment before finally sighing, Benefactor Shun, this indeed is the multicolored robe of the Zen temple. At his admission, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one expected the abbot to acknowledge such a matter in front of everyone. Was he not placing himself in a precarious position? The abbot continued, however, I came upon this robe by chance. I have heard of the tragic events at the Zen temple. Yet when this robe appeared before me, I could not resist the temptation to take it. Allowing the wrongdoers to escape, I am filled with shame. You are remarkably candid for a monk, Shun Hui remarked, refraining from using the term bald monk again, recognizing that the abbot's moral integrity surpassed that of many present. Should the authorities require assistance, I shall do my utmost to aid in the investigation of the true culprits. As for this multicolored robe, I shall safeguard it until the descendants of the Zen temple come to reclaim it. After the abbot settled back into his seat, Shun Hui surveyed the crowd and casually inquired, I wonder if there are any other fools seeking a scolding? No one dared to respond. Shun Hui had bested them all in verbal sparring. Seemingly aware of their secrets, who among them did not harbor a shameful secret or two? Such secrets, whether grand or trivial, if exposed publicly, could lead to embarrassment or even death. Some secrets are destined to remain hidden for a lifetime. Songja clenched his chopsticks in fury. This rogue has outsmarted us again. He must have investigated some secrets in advance. What a cunning mind! He could not bear to see Shan Hui steal the limelight, particularly in such a manner that left everyone else silenced, which fueled his jealousy. At that moment, Abbot Huixin finally stood, smiling as he clasped his hands and said, "Benefactor Shun, today marks my birthday. For the sake of this occasion, let us put aside our differences. How about we all prioritize harmony?" Bald monk, Shun Hui retorted once more. This time, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Heavens above, even the birthday celebrant is subject to his ridicule. The smile on Abbot Huixin's face faltered. He had thought his intervention would quell the farce, yet Shun Hui continued his indiscriminate attacks. Neither kind words nor harsh words seemed effective. Why not simply ascend to the heavens? After his insult, Shun Hui continued, "I know your invitation to my presence at your birthday feast was not made with good intentions. However, even had you not invited me, I would have come to disrupt your celebration, thus saving me the trouble." The abbot's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Shan Hui, speaking in a solemn tone. "Might I inquire where I have offended you, Benefactor Shun, to warrant such animosity?" "Animosity? Do you believe you deserve it?" Shun Hui smiled slightly. "That I merely seek to eliminate a pest that brings calamity to the world." "You have gone too far, Shun Hui." Abbot Huixin's eyes widened, and an invisible pressure swept through the courtyard, causing the flora to bow their heads. The gathered crowd felt an immense weight bearing down upon them, their expressions grave, silenced in fear, save for Jin Hua Zhenren. "Old bald monk, are you frightened?" Shen Hui teased, a smirk playing on his lips. "You seek to cultivate with young boys and girls. You are courting death." Before he could finish his sentence, Abbot Huixin could no longer restrain himself. This secret must remain buried within Shan Hui's heart. Otherwise, he would face ruin, and all he possessed would topple in an instant. With a swift motion, the abbot raised his hand, and a golden, massive palm materialized in the air, resembling a mountain, bearing down on Shen Hui with overwhelming force. The Great Compassion Palm. Shen Hui had truly angered Abbot Huixin, who unleashed his ultimate technique right from the start. Under the Great Compassion Palm, all things share in sorrow, leaving no possibility for cultivators below the transformation origin realm to resist. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In their view, if Shen Hui lacked the strength of the transformation origin realm, he would surely perish today. Jan Hua Zhenren narrowed his eyes, eager to witness Shan Hui's prowess, secretly hoping he would perish beneath this palm, as it would save him considerable trouble, yet deep down, he sensed this was unlikely. A cultivator capable of summoning winds and rain with a mere gesture could not possibly be so easily dispatched by an old bald monk. The golden palm surged toward Shen Hui, unleashing a terrifying gale that shattered the bricks beneath it, causing the entire Wangyu temple to tremble violently. Abbot Huixin harbored murderous intent, unleashing nearly all his power in this strike. Of course, he still controlled the range of the attack. Otherwise, with his transformation origin cultivation, the entire Wangyu temple would likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. Yet in the face of such a domineering palm, Shan Hui simply smiled, remaining motionless. It appeared he had been locked in place by the energy of the Great Compassion Palm, unable to move. However, his expression suggested confidence, as if he viewed the Great Compassion Palm with utter disdain. How is this possible? In Yongning County, only Jin Hua Zhenren could withstand the abbot's palm. This young lad, despite his youth, cannot possibly endure it. Since when can the cultivation level of a practitioner be judged by their appearance? I believe Shan Hui possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so audaciously. Enough chatter. Let us see if he can withstand this palm. As the discussions continued, the Great Compassion Palm descended upon Shan Hui, and beneath its weight, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. Boom! At last, the massive palm struck Shan Hui, producing a thunderous sound. Debris flew in all directions, walls crumbled, vegetation was uprooted, and dust filled the air, creating a scene of utter devastation. Outside the temple, countless onlookers were left speechless. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Or has there been a disturbance at Wangyu Temple? Was that the Great Compassion Palm of Abbot Huixin? I recall he used it over a decade ago, annihilating hundreds of demons with a single strike. What could possibly cause the abbot to act? Has a foolish demon infiltrated Wangyu Temple? Look, behind the dust. There seems to be a figure. Indeed, I see a Taoist robe. No, it appears to be Shin Daozhong. What? Shen Daozhang is battling Abbot Huixin. As the dust gradually settled, a tall figure emerged. Shen Hui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unscathed, wearing a serene smile, surrounded by a faint golden aura that had evidently shielded him from the abbot's strike. Abbot Huixin's pupils constricted. He knew the true power of his palm, yet Shen Hui stood without a hair out of place or a single thread of his robe harmed. Such strength was truly astonishing. Chapter 28. The 100 Blessings Curse. It was not only Abbot Huixin who was astonished. Even Jianhua Jinren and the others were equally taken aback. Songzhi's face twitched in disbelief, his heart racing. This Taoist possesses such strength that even Abbot Huixin cannot contend with him. At the same time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had not insisted on opposing this Taoist. Or he might have already become a corpse. Jianhua Jinren pondered. If I were in his position, I could not have easily withstood the old bald monk's palm. This young man possesses terrifying strength. Could he truly be a disciple of the old Taoist, or is he an ancient being who has emerged from obscurity to take over Wan'an Temple? Indeed, even now, he could not discern the depths of Shen Hui's strength. He had encountered many cultivators stronger than himself, yet none had ever instilled such a sense of foreboding. It was as if he were gazing into an unfathomable abyss. Merely catching a glimpse sent shivers down his spine. In summary, after that palm strike, silence enveloped the world. Even the bustling streets outside the temple felt eerily quiet. Old bald monk, was that palm strike ineffective? Did you forget to eat? Shen Hui remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the hushed street erupted with life once more. A cacophony of discussions filling the air. Explosive. Shen Daozhang has engaged Abbot Huixin and even allowed the abbot a preemptive strike. Yet he remains unscathed. Stop with the excessive even. If you keep that up, it sounds like you're trying to inflate your word count. I merely wish to express my astonishment. Do you understand? Why did they clash? Does anyone know? I have no idea. I just arrived and saw Chang Wei attacking Lai Fu. Abbot Huixin's right eye twitched uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he said, Benefactor Shen, may I have a moment to speak with you? It appeared he intended to seek reconciliation. However, Shen Hui remained unfazed, offering a faint smile as he spoke. Why do you wish to borrow a moment to converse? Are you attempting to bribe me? Alas, I have no interest in conducting such a transaction with you. Today, I shall proclaim to the world that you, Huixin, have been refining with young boys and girls. Boom. Master Huixin erupted once more. Desperate to prevent Shen Hui from continuing. Suddenly, he forcefully kicked the ground, which shattered like a spider's web, and then charged toward Shen Hui like a shooting star. Rumble. As he sprinted, a blazing golden spiritual flame ignited around him. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint dark red mist entwined within the golden flames. This time, he disregarded everything, recklessly unleashing the spiritual power within him, vowing to silence Shen Hui. The forgetting worry temple could be rebuilt if destroyed. But if he were to perish, his dreams of immortality and ascension would dissipate into nothingness. You have forced my hand, Shen Hui. The spiritual flames enveloping Master Huixin began to erupt, radiating like a rain of fire, transforming the entire forgetting worry temple into a sea of flames in an instant. How terrifying is the spiritual flame of a transformation realm cultivator? It can reduce a building to ashes within mere moments, and cannot be extinguished by mundane water. Moreover, Master Huixin's flames were indiscriminate, falling not only within the temple but also beyond its confines. With so many spectators present today, he intended to spare not a single soul. Even if he were to face consequences later, as long as he emerged victorious, he could shift the blame onto Shen Hui. He had already concocted a justification. Shen Hui was a monster in disguise, seeking to refine the entirety of Yongning County. Master Huixin was not a criminal, but rather a virtuous monk saving the world. Shen Hui shook his head, as if seeing through Master Huixin's thoughts, and calmly remarked, "Though I have repeatedly underestimated your humanity, I find that I have greatly overestimated it. You shameless old monk, truly, you are the epitome of disgrace. History, after all, is penned by the victors." Master Huixin raised his palm, and 2 golden lotus flowers began to spin slowly in his hand, brimming with immense spiritual power. With a voice filled with authority, he declared, "Monster Shen Hui, Your crimes are numerous and impossible to enumerate. Surrender at once. Within the forgetting worry temple, countless monks fled in terror, with some unfortunate souls igniting from stray sparks, reduced to ashes in an instant. On the streets, fire rained down like meteorites, causing pedestrians to scatter in panic, fearing they would meet the same fate as those monks. With a furious shout, Master Hui Exine sent the lotus flowers soaring into the air, intertwining and blooming, before unleashing an unprecedented wave of terrifying flames that surged outward like a raging sea, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The power of these two lotus flowers was sufficient to turn an area of 10 miles into nothingness, bringing calamity to all living beings. At that moment, a look of helplessness appeared on Shan Hui's face. You, old monk, are not only malicious but also short-sighted. Yet today, fate is predetermined. Those who deserve to die shall find no escape. The innocent shall remain unharmed. With that, he extended his right hand, fingers together, a faint golden light swirling at his fingertips as he casually traced a few strokes in the air. Suddenly, a ghostly talisman materialized in the void. Master Hui Exine's eyes widened in shock as he sensed the terrifying spiritual power contained within this talisman. No, this was not an ordinary spiritual power. It was an existence that transcended spiritual energy, shrouded in mystery. Go. Shan Hui gently flicked his hand, and the ghostly talisman shot upward like a meteor piercing the night sky, soaring into the clouds. Boom. Immediately, a deafening roar echoed across the horizon, as if an invisible force had torn apart the clouds. A golden ripple rapidly spreading, enveloping the entirety of Yongning County. Following this, a gentle rain descended from the heavens. Golden raindrops poured down from the clouds, but unlike Master Hui Exine's flames, this was a nourishing gold, revitalizing all it touched. Upon contact with these raindrops, the spiritual flames extinguished as if meeting a natural enemy. On the streets, within the temple, and even the raging sea of flames that had been spreading, were all extinguished in that moment, leaving not even a trace of smoke behind. Countless citizens looked up, bathed in the golden rain, which did not dampen their bodies but instead permeated within, granting them buoyancy and vitality. What a miraculous rain! What is this rain? A divine blessing from the heavens. Yongning County is surely favored by the Tao, thus receiving such divine rain. I have lived in Yongning County for decades and have never witnessed such a phenomenon. What beautiful clouds, what beautiful rain. Some citizens not near the forgetting worry temple were unaware of what had transpired, believing it to be a blessing from the immortals, a celestial rain. Master Hui Exine also found himself caught in the rain, feeling as though the insatiable desires within him had been quenched, as if this rain had filled him. When he turned to look at Shan Hui again, his eyes were filled with complexity. He had never encountered anyone like Shan Hui. Or rather, could Shan Hui still be considered human? Such methods might indeed warrant him the status of a deity. In that moment, Master Hui Exine lost all will to resist. His body softened, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I was wrong. I have been wrong from the very beginning. Real Master Jinhua watched Shan Hui, who glowed as if illuminated by the rain, murmuring, "Is that the 100 Blessings charm?" Chapter 29. The dust settles the 100 Blessings charm, a long-lost talisman recorded in the Taoist secret arts. The text states, the 100 Blessings charm is the profound essence of ancient Taoist secret arts. Recorded in the obscure chapters of the Taoist secret arts, long since lost to the world, only faintly discernible in the remnants of ancient texts in years past. There was a highly virtuous Taoist who obtained this charm in a celestial paradise, achieving mastery and bestowing it upon the world, causing the heavens and earth to change color, golden clouds to fill the sky, and fine rain to fall. Neither rain nor dew, but a golden rain condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Those who bathe beneath this golden rain suffer no ailments, are impervious to all evils, and experience a surge of fortune, as if basking in the midday sun. The elderly regain youth, the young grow stronger. Moving like swallows, capable of lifting great weights, truly a boundless blessing with infinite applications. This scene before me is astonishingly similar to what is recorded in the texts. Real Master Jinhua recalled that day when Shan Hui spoke of bestowing the 100 blessings. Now it seems his words were not mere jest. Shan Hui must possess a hidden lineage. Perhaps he hails from a secluded family. Such a person, even if not to be befriended, must never be offended. Real Master Jianhua was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, his cautious nature led him to refrain from rash actions these past days. It seems he has indeed saved his own life. Perhaps it would be prudent to inform Shen Hui about the affairs of the Lingxiao sect. This might ease their relationship. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Real Master Jinhua's eyes as a new thought emerged. No, perhaps this is an opportune moment. With Shen Hui's astonishing background, if that venomous woman from the Lingxiao sect were to clash with him, it could result in mutual destruction. In such a case, I might seize this opportunity to free myself from the control of the true monarch. Once Real Master Jinhua solidified his strategy, a sense of relief washed over him. His gaze toward Shen Hui grew increasingly favorable. This Taoist Shen, he is the key to my breakthrough. Song Zhe, witnessing Master Hui Xin kneeling and weeping, could hardly conceal his fear. All he wished was to flee the scene quickly, hoping the storm would not engulf him as well. Yet, just as he stepped beyond the bounds of the Forgetting Worry Temple, he was apprehended by the constables. What are you doing? Who are you to dare touch me? Song Zhe panicked, his voice trembling with indignation. Young Master Song. One of the middle-aged constables replied with a smile. You are involved in a shocking case. The county magistrate has issued a personal order. We are merely carrying out our duty. We hope young Master Song will not make things difficult for us. Upon hearing this, Song Zhe collapsed in despair. The county magistrate had personally intervened. He knew he was likely facing inevitable doom. But how could Meng Yin dare to do this? Did he not understand that the Song family's influence extended throughout the Yu Kingdom? If this matter were to be exposed, his political career would be over. Soon, he saw Master Hui Xin being escorted out by the constables from the Forgetting Worry Temple. Shen Hui emerged with a gentle smile, and as their eyes met in the air, Song Zhe understood everything. It was Shen Hui. It must be Shen Hui who had personally orchestrated Meng Yan's audacity. Shen Hui, we bear no grudge against each other. Why do you persist in opposing my Song family? Song Zhe's eyes reddened. Akin to a beast ready to pounce, he roared. Do you truly fear no retribution from my Song family? Shen Hui approached Song Zhe, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. There seems to be little worth discussing with someone on the brink of death. But alas, who could resist my handsome visage and kind heart? I am so afraid. I am truly so afraid. Chortles erupted from the constables at Shen Hui's cheeky demeanor. Isn't Taoist Shen supposed to be a sage? Do sages also jest like this? This surely tarnishes your lofty image. Song Zhe, too, erupted, but not in laughter. Rather, he spat blood in fury. The frustration of seeing someone he despised yet could not eliminate was infuriating. Subsequently, Song Zhe was taken away, continuing to cough blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Half a day later, news spread throughout Yongning County. Song Zhe had been arrested, and Master Hui Xin had been apprehended, embroiling them in a shocking scandal. The dealings between the Song family and Master Hui Xin incited outrage among countless people, and those who had once sought talismans at the Forgetting Worry Temple smashed their talismans in protest. No one had anticipated that the seemingly virtuous Master Hui Xin would engage in such heinous acts. The Song family is particularly loathsome. Human traffickers have always been the scourge of society, universally condemned. What family does not have children, who wishes for their offspring to be abducted? Soon, the walls of the Song residence were inscribed with a multitude of venomous words. Yet, at this point, the Song estate had become a desolate shell, with some fleeing and others captured, leading to the demise of a once prominent family in Yongning County. And of course, alongside their fall, the worry-free temple also crumbled. How long does it take for a bustling place to descend into obscurity? The answer is merely half a day. When a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. The collapse of the worry-free temple led a throng of patrons to flock to other temples or Taoist shrines, with Wan'an Temple being the most fortunate beneficiary. The deeds of Shen Hui, who extinguished the spiritual flames and saved countless citizens, were widely celebrated. The storytellers in tea houses found fresh material, the public relished the tales, and Wan'an Temple gained notoriety, allowing the storytellers to receive generous rewards, resulting in a joyous atmosphere for all within the tea house. The hearth blazed brightly, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. The storyteller struck the wooden block, silencing the room, and began to narrate slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of the recent events in Yongning County? Truly, it proves the old adage that good and evil will ultimately be repaid. It is merely a matter of timeliness. It is said that the Song family and the worry-free temple, while outwardly pious, were secretly engaged in the abduction of children and the practice of nefarious arts, demonstrating a complete disregard for morality, inciting the wrath of both deities and mortals. And now, retribution has come. Songja has been apprehended, and the abbot Huixin has not escaped the clutches of fate. A shocking case has surfaced. The worry-free temple, once flourishing with incense and throngs of worshippers, has overnight transformed into a place of universal disdain. The monks within scattered, and the temple gates were firmly shut. Never to regain their former glory. To this moment, a hero emerged, none other than the valiant Shan Hui. Possessing extraordinary skills and a compassionate heart, he witnessed the havoc wrought by the spiritual flames and the suffering of the people. Stepping forth to extinguish the flames with his own might, rescuing thousands from peril. Such noble deeds are the hallmark of true chivalry, deserving of admiration. Now, the exploits of Shan the hero have become a cherished tale in Yongning County. In tea houses and on the streets, everyone is recounting his story, as a humble storyteller. I too have seized the moment to weave this hero's tale into verses for you all. Shan the hero, truly remarkable, braves the flames alone. With a mere gesture, the spiritual flames are extinguished, and the people cheer for their savior. The evil monks of the worry-free temple are captured, and the nefarious deeds of the Song family are finally revealed. Good and evil are repaid. Heaven has its laws, and justice among mortals will forever prevail. Having concluded, the storyteller struck the wooden block once more, and the room erupted in thunderous applause, with cheers echoing throughout the tea house. Chapter 30. The Astronomical Bureau in the Fengchang Prefecture. Days passed steadily. As winter faded. Early spring quietly approached. As the saying goes, when peach blossoms bloom beyond the bamboo, the ducks know the warmth of the spring river. By the riverside in Yongning County, one could already see numerous ducks frolicking in the water. A carriage rolled in from outside the city. Within it, 2 men and 2 women sat on opposite sides. They were dressed splendidly, their expressions sharp, emanating an air of nobility that was unmistakable. Noble guests, we are nearing Yongning County, the coachman announced. The curtains parted, and a young woman leaned out, her round face adorned with arched brows and a charming smile that revealed 2 dimples, making her quite endearing. From a distance, Zhu Yu spotted the city gate and exclaimed, "Elders, we have finally arrived in Yongning County. I've heard there's a Taoist temple here that has recently gained immense popularity. I must see if it lives up to its reputation." A handsome man clad in black smiled slightly, his sword-like brows furrowing in a manner that exuded an aura of authority. "You must be referring to Wanan Temple?" Upon hearing this, the coachman chuckled. "Wanan Temple?" When Renanguo smiled faintly, "I am not entirely sure, but I have recently heard that there is a Taoist temple in Yongning County that has gained considerable fame, with its master being quite formidable, which piqued my curiosity." "That must indeed be Wanan Temple," the coachman replied cheerfully. "In my opinion, Wanan Temple is the finest in Yongning County, especially the Taoist priest Shan, who is known for his integrity and exceptional abilities, with a heart of compassion. People say he is a celestial being descended to relieve suffering." When Renanguo chuckled, "Generally speaking, those who create such lofty personas for themselves are seldom virtuous." The coachman bristled at this remark, abruptly halting the carriage. "Young sir, if you say such things, I cannot take you any further. Shan the Taoist has done me a great kindness. I cannot tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. What benefits could he possibly bestow upon you for your fervent defense of him?" When Renanguo inquired with a smirk. "Such a celestial figure as Shan the Taoist needs no defense from me. I merely speak from the heart as someone who has benefited from his kindness." The coachman scoffed. "Young sir, you are from out of town. I do not blame you, but you must not disparage Shan the Taoist. Otherwise, I shall refuse to take you the remaining distance, even if it means forfeiting my fare. Good sir, my elder brother is just straightforward. He means no harm, so please do not take offense." "Hey, elder brother." Zhu Yu attempted to interject, but she was cut off as when Renanguo lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Standing tall and imposing in his elegant black attire, he exuded an aura of undeniable nobility. He approached the coachman, producing a pouch of silver coins and tossing it before him, smiling lightly. "I do not take kindly to threats, but I will pay you the agreed amount in full." With that, he strode forward. Zhu Yu, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. The two remaining individuals in the carriage did not disembark. The woman smiled and said, "And Ting, we will remain in the carriage and ignore those two. Just take us into the city as you wish, noble ladies," the coachman replied. He urged the horses onward towards Yongning County, which was still a mile or two from the city gate, a distance that was neither long nor short. Inside the carriage, a man and a woman sat upright. Unlike Zhu Yu and Wen Renangguo's attire, they wore deep blue official robes adorned with intricate cloud and water designs. The man's hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin. His face gaunt, and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. A long sword hung from his waist, its scabbard intricately designed. The woman's hair cascaded like a waterfall, held up with a simple jade hairpin. Her features like a painting, exuding an ethereal beauty. She held an exquisite folding fan, its surface depicting landscapes and flowers. However, the most striking aspect was the emblem embroidered on their uniforms, a circular design featuring a soaring phoenix surrounded by auspicious clouds and divine grass. Those knowledgeable would recognize it as the emblem of the Fengchang prefecture. Chuisher whispered, "Sister, should we not wait for them?" Shi Miao chuckled. "We are here to investigate the wild gods, while they are here to capture demons. Our destinations merely coincide." Parting ways now aligns with Wen Renangguo's intentions. Chuisher was momentarily taken aback before responding, but did Wen Renangguo not get off the carriage after clashing with Ting? "Do you not understand Wen Renangguo's nature? He merely sought an excuse to separate from us. However, this suits my purpose well. The Astronomical Bureau and the Fengchang Prefecture do not interfere with each other, each performing its duties, which is quite satisfactory." Shi Miao smiled lightly. Chuisher nodded, albeit with some confusion. "Wen Renjun, wait for me." Zhu Yu caught up with Wen Renangguo, urgently saying, "We are here to capture demons. Please do not cause any trouble." "When did it become your place to admonish me?" Wen Renangguo teased, extending his right hand and lightly tapping her head with 2 fingers. "Ow." Zhu Yu immediately clutched her head. Pouting, Wen Renjun, "I will tell our master that you bullied me again." "Still talking?" Wen Renangguo smirked, pretending to strike her again. Zhu Yu quickly shielded her head and sidestepped. Just then, the carriage passed by, and the coachman cheerfully glanced at the two of them. "Young sir? Young lady, shall I not take you a little further?" "No need." Zhu Yu glanced at Wen Renangguo and waved her hand. "Uncle, you may go ahead, as you wish," the coachman replied, flicking the reins. "Giddy up." Watching the carriage depart, Zhu Yu pouted. "Wen Renjun, I truly do not understand you. We have a carriage, yet you choose to walk. You think I relish this?" Wen Renangguo shrugged. "If it weren't for Shi Miao that shrew not getting off, I would have preferred to ride all the way into the city." "What is wrong with Sister Shi Miao?" Zhu Yu asked, puzzled. "Nothing. I simply feel out of sorts around her. Once I distance myself from her, I immediately felt a sense of relief," Wen Renangguo explained with a laugh. "Oh." Zhu Yu nodded, suddenly realizing. "So you deliberately clashed with the coachman to find an opportunity to disembark? Not too dim-witted, after all." Wen Renangguo said with a grin, "However, I am indeed curious about this so-called Shan the Taoist. Once we enter the city, you must accompany me to Wan'an Temple. Wen Renjun, please do not cause any trouble." Zhu Yu warned, her expression turning serious. "If you startle the demons and allow the escaped ones to flee, our master will surely have a word with you." "When have I ever caused trouble?" Wen Renangguo retorted nonchalantly. "In Mianmu County, you vandalized 3 Taoist temples and 6 Buddhist monasteries. In Anhu County, you destroyed 7 temples and 1 Taoist shrine. In the capital, you wreaked havoc on 13 temples." Zhu Yu enumerated. When Renangguo hastily raised his hand to interrupt her, "Stop, stop, stop. My head is spinning from all this chatter. Be careful, or I might send you to a nunnery to become a nun. You certainly seem to have a knack for it." Chapter 031. "Am I really that famous? I have no intention of becoming a nun." Zhu Yu muttered, "You keep threatening me all day long. Once we return to Shangjing, I will definitely tell master." When Renangguo pinched Zhu Yu's plump cheek with 2 fingers, threateningly asking, "Will you still tell master?" No, when Ren Shixiang, please let go," Zhu Yu hastily pleaded. The two playfully bickered as they approached the city gates of Yongning County. Yong-Ning County. When Renangguo pronounced each syllable thoughtfully, "What a lucky name. Yet this Yongning County is anything but peaceful." When Ren Shixiang. "I've heard that the Chuiying Yudai soup from Yongning County is unparalleled in the world. Let's find a restaurant to try it," Zhu Yu chuckled. "All you think about is eating. No, we must first visit the Wan'an Temple." When Renangguo promptly dismissed Zhu Yu's suggestion. "Oh, fine," Zhu Yu replied, puffing up her cheeks in annoyance. Upon entering the city, when Renongwa scrutinized the passers-by with a watchful gaze. After observing for a while, he remarked, somewhat astonished, the people of Yongning County seem entirely devoid of any malevolent energy. What could be the reason? But the people of Shengjing are not tainted by malevolent energy either. What's so strange about that? Zhu Yu tilted her head in inquiry. If only you would pay more attention, learn, and contemplate, rather than ignoring my advice. When Renongwa tapped Zhu Yu's head lightly. Shengjing boasts the Sanqing Temple, which suppresses all malevolent spirits, ensuring that no nefarious forces disrupt the peace. However, outside Shengjing, numerous temples and Taoist monasteries that sell false promises abound, unable to effectively suppress malevolent spirits, resulting in the populace inevitably harboring some degree of sinister energy. This has been true for every place we visited, including Xiangjing, Anhu, and Longpan. Yet, how has Yongning County managed to attain such a state? Could it be due to that Wanan Temple? Exactly, when Ren Shixiao. Everyone praises Wanan Temple, which proves that Taoist Shun possesses genuine abilities. You might as well not test his mettle, Zhu Yu remarked, her gaze drawn to a restaurant by the street, swallowing hard. Why don't we first fill our stomachs? Let us go. Following that, when Renongwa tugged at Zhu Yu's collar and led her away, why chuaying Yudai soup? Zhu Yu lamented, watching helplessly as the restaurant receded into the distance. Wanan Temple. When Renongwa stood at the entrance, squinting slightly, such a strong presence of righteous energy. What deity does this temple worship that is so remarkable? What is righteous energy? Zhu Yu asked, her face a mask of confusion. When Renongwa turned to her, patiently explaining, righteous energy is the purest yang energy between heaven and earth, capable of warding off evil and ensuring safety. The fact that this temple radiates such potent righteous energy suggests that the deity it worships must possess immense powers and virtues. When Ren Shixiao, you are quite impressive, knowing all this, Zhu Yu flattered him before teasingly adding, but I seem to recall that the skill of observing the qi is typically reserved for the divine officials of the Fengcheng Bureau. Shut your mouth. When Renongwa shot her a glare. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. When Renongwa was visibly agitated, Zhu Yu opened and closed her mouth comically, saying in a playful tone, What? You think I can't handle you? When Renongwa raised two fingers, pretending to pinch Zhu Yu's cheek again. Zhu Yu quickly covered her face with her hands, chuckling, when Ren Shixiao. Let us hurry into the temple. Since you're curious about the deity they worship, we might as well go take a look. When Renongwa nodded, then squeezed through the crowd toward the temple. As they reached the courtyard, he immediately spotted the plaque of the Bailu Hall. A hint of confusion crossing his face. Bailu Hall? Why have I never heard of this temple name before? At that moment, a passing pilgrim overheard when Renongwa's words and chuckled, explaining, this young man must be from out of town. Bailu Hall worships the Bailu Tianzuan, a deity said to grant any wish. Grant any wish? What an audacious claim. When Renongwa frowned, pondering that those who boast such grand proclamations are typically lesser deities lacking true power, willing to say anything to attract offerings. Such deities are precisely the ones the Fengcheng Bureau strictly targets. Yet, how could a deity radiating righteous energy be a mere minor spirit? It's just that I have never heard of Bailu Tianzuan, and the idea of granting any wish seems absurd. Perhaps this priest is merely spreading rumors? When Renongwa's mind began to formulate a plan. Zhu Yu, however, was less discerning. Upon hearing that any wish could be granted, she hurried to Bailu Hall, purchased incense and candles, and joined the queue to pray for blessings. When Renongwa paid Zhu Yu no mind, thinking that genuine deities could handle offerings, he wandered around the temple, expecting to find at least a dozen or so priests in such a bustling place. But to his surprise, aside from a young acolyte, there was only one young priest leisurely lounging in the backyard, basking in the sun with a book titled Spring and Autumn draped over his head. It seemed this was the legendary Taoist Shan. When Renongwa promptly made his way to the backyard. Upon arriving, he stood in front of Shun, who showed no sign of awareness. When Renongwa's impression of Shun diminished further, how could someone with such low vigilance be considered formidable? Taoist? When Renongwa frowned and called out. Prayers are in the main hall. The restroom is in the front courtyard. You must have come to the wrong place. Shun replied lazily, I have not erred. I came specifically for you. When Renongwa shook his head. For me? Shun removed the book from his face and met when Renongwa's gaze, then with a smile. He remarked, What, do you wish to become a priest here too? when Renangwa scrutinized Shun, sensing no trace of cultivation from him. Hearing such a condescending remark only sparked disappointment in his eyes. He had expected the renowned Taoist Shen to be an extraordinary figure, yet it appeared he was merely a name without substance. When Renangwa anticipated that Shan would be offended by his words. However, to his surprise, Shan's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight, a smile spreading across his face, famous throughout the world. Am I really that well known now? When Renangwa was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from Shan. No, are you only hearing half of what I say? When Renangwa furrowed his brow, did you not realize I was mocking you? At that moment, he heard Shan murmuring, in that case, I should expedite my plans to open branches in other counties. Chapter 032. Under scrutiny when Renangwa was rendered speechless, never anticipating that this name-dropping charlatan would be considering leveraging his current fame to open more branches. This perfectly aligned with his preconceived notions of such priests. Their skills were minimal, yet their talent for monetary gain was exceptional. Nevertheless, he still had questions for Shun, so he tempered his impatience and asked, Taoist, may I inquire about the Bailu Tianzuan you worship? What kind of deity is he? Oh, the Bailu Tianzuan? That would be me. Shun inadvertently let slip while pondering his plans for expansion. Realizing his blunder, he noticed when Renangwa's furrowed brow and laughed heartily. I mean, the Bailu Tianzuan is the deity worshipped at our temple. What's wrong with that? When Renangwa's impression of Shen worsened, yet he maintained basic decorum. I merely wish to know what sort of deity Bailu Tianzuan is. What sort of deity? Shen chuckled heartily. Now that you mention it, I can't help but feel awake. Bailu Tianzuan is a celestial deity of the highest rank, overseeing the heavenly court's wish-granting division. Even the heavenly emperor must regard him with respect. If I recall correctly, there are very few celestial deities of such rank, yet I have never heard of Bailu Tianzuan. When Renangwa frowned, contemplating, this priest truly knows how to boast. His words are sheer nonsense. Were it not for the fact that I have yet to discover any violations on his part, I would surely teach him a lesson. What a tragedy for the entire world. Shun sighed deeply. In the past, who did not know the name of Bailu Tianzuan? Across the realm, the faithful were numerous. Yet who would have thought that 1,000 years later, all would forget him? Thank you for your clarification, Taoist. I take my leave now. When Renangwa had no desire to continue listening to Shan's fabrications, the priest had not spoken a single truth. Watching when Renangwa's departing figure, Shen shook his head, murmuring, what a world we live in. Even speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Alas, the path to reconstructing my golden body is long and arduous. With that, Shan closed his eyes in introspection. Inside him, his soul figure bore only a thin layer of gold upon its feet, indicating that he had barely achieved a mere one of the path towards his golden body. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. At the very least, he had taken the first step in Yongning County. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The future appeared promising, and great things were to come. 3 days swiftly passed. The breath of spring grew even more vibrant as the spring festival approaches. Within the confines of the Peace Inn, Renangwa furrows his brow, his hands gliding back and forth through the air, revealing a shimmering golden illusion before him, a map of the entire Yongning County. Ripples spread within this ethereal image, yet no anomalies manifest. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound at the door, accompanied by the voice of Zhuyu. Wenren Shixiang. May I enter? Before Renangwa can respond, the door swings open, and Zhuyu strides in, balancing 2 steaming bowls of soup, cheerfully exclaiming, Wenren Shixiang, I've brought you breakfast. Is it the Chuaying Yudai soup again? Renangwa replies without turning his head. Indeed, you are as astute as ever, Wenren Shixiang. Zhuyu beams, placing the soup down before eagerly picking up a spoon to eat. Don't you ever tire of having this every day? Renangwa queries, maintaining his focus on the task at hand. Strangely enough, my appetite has been exceptionally good lately, Zhuyu replies after a few mouthfuls, her eyes lighting up as she continues, I remembered. Wenren Shixiang, 3 days ago I made a wish at the Wan'an Temple, hoping for good food, drink, and sleep in the days to come. It seems my wish has come true. What kind of wish is that? Renangwa rolls his eyes. Of course it counts. Ever since we left Shangjing, I've been unable to eat, drink, or sleep well. I believe that Wan'an Temple truly possesses some power. Zhuyu insists that this. Her eyes sparkle as she adds, by the way, Shixiang, since you're having trouble locating that demon, why don't we make a wish at Wan'an Temple? Perhaps the celestial lord will grant our desire. Absolutely not, Wanren Ongwa replies, continuing his search for the demon's traces. The priests at Wanan Temple are full of lies and lack integrity. But what does that have to do with the Baolu celestial lord? Zhu Yu tilts her head. The priests may be untrustworthy, but the celestial lord is beyond reproach. Shixiang, do not let a single leaf obscure your vision. I will find the traces of the demon. In any case, I have said we shall not go, and that is final, Wanren Ongwa states calmly. Zhu Yu responds, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes as she thinks, since Wanren Shixiang is reluctant to go. I shall sneak off alone. After hastily finishing her meal, Zhu Yu pats her belly and stands up. Wanren Shixiang, I have finished. I will head back now, Mim, Wanren Ongwa replies absent-mindedly. After Zhu Yu exits his room, she makes her way directly to Wanan Temple, pondering, Wanren Shixiang is too proud to seek divine assistance. However, we do not even know if that lewd demon is still in the city. To prevent further mischief, I have no choice but to take this course of action. Zhu Yu jogs to the temple, only to spot two familiar figures. Sister Shi Miao, Brother Cui. She waves enthusiastically. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's call, Shi Miao and Cui sure turn their heads. Shi Miao's face brightens with a smile as she waves back. Little Yu, what brings you here? Once Zhu Yu arrives, Shi Miao subtly glances behind her. Noticing the absence of the familiar figure, Sister Shi Miao, Wanren Shixiang is having difficulty locating that lewd demon. So I came to pray and make a wish for divine protection to help us swiftly find its whereabouts. Zhu Yu explains her purpose. I see, Shi Miao nods, then adds with a smile, however, you cannot pray here at Wanan Temple. You should choose another temple. Why not? Sister Shi Miao. Wanan Temple is quite effective. My wish from 3 days ago was granted that very night. Zhu Yu's eyes reflect her confusion. What wish did you make? The usually stern Cui Shi suddenly inquires. I wished for good food, drink, and sleep. Zhu Yu beams. Cui Shi nods, his expression softening slightly. Shi Miao smiles and cautions. Little Yu, one must be careful with divine worship. If you inadvertently offend a wild god, not only might your wishes go unfulfilled, but you could also lose your life. Sister Shi Miao, are you suggesting that the Baolu celestial lord is a wild god? Zhu Yu asks, puzzled, before quickly waving her hands. But surely you must be mistaken. Wanren Shixiang used the Qi observation technique and confirmed that this temple is filled with righteous energy, indicating it must be a true deity. Indeed, Wanren Ongwa's assessment provides a measure of assurance, but Zhu Yu, you are too naive. Having spent so long in Shengjing, Shi Miao remarks gently. Wild gods can mimic righteous energy when they have sufficient offerings. It is plausible that this Baolu celestial lord is indeed a wild god. Chapter 033 The Divine Record New Edition? Surely not. Zhu Yu quickly shakes her head. But if it were a wild god, how could there be so many worshippers? Brother Cui, you must be mistaken. Did you not say that worshipping a wild god has adverse effects? Yet I feel perfectly well, little Yu. You have led a sheltered life in Shengjing. Your perspective too simplistic. This is your first venture into the world, and you must expect some trials. Shi Miao smiles lightly. Wild gods, when they receive enough worship, are capable of understanding the principle of reaping what they sow. Selectively granting some wishes of the patrons. Of course, our current hypothesis that the Baolu celestial lord is a wild god requires further investigation to confirm. Shi Miao concludes. I see. Zhu Yu nods, albeit somewhat confused. Then Sister Shi Miao and Brother Cui, you must investigate thoroughly. We cannot overlook a wild god. Yet we must also ensure a true deity is not wrongfully accused. Naturally, Cui Shi responds with a slight nod. The trio then proceeds together into Wanan Temple, bustling with an unbroken stream of worshippers, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Cui Shi strides purposefully to the Baolu Hall, his gaze fixed intently on the statue of the Baolu celestial lord. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly forms a hand seal and murmurs. Heaven and earth lend their power. May the divine reveal the truth. Command. As the incantation concludes, a faint golden light emanates from Cui Shi's fingertips, which he directs towards the statue. This light, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, circles the statue but fails to penetrate its surface. Meanwhile, in the backyard soaking up the sun, Shan Hui abruptly opens his eyes, murmuring, "Who dares to meddle with my divine statue?" With that, he closes his eyes again, and upon reopening them, he perceives the scene from the perspective of the Baolu celestial lord statue, observing the devoted throng of worshippers below. His gaze shifts outside, where he spots a gaunt man, hands intertwined in a seal, looking gravely at him. Fengchang Bureau. Shun Hui recognizes the insignia on Cui Shi's clothing. During his leisure time, he has familiarized himself with the situation in the Yu Kingdom, as he plans to establish a temple elsewhere, necessitating a basic understanding of local customs. They think of me as a wild god. Shun Hui quickly comprehends Cui Shi's intentions. The Fengchang Bureau has long been known for its stringent measures against wild gods. Originally, the Yu Kingdom permitted freedom of belief, regardless of the deity worshipped. However, a wild god, after acquiring a substantial following, sought to usurp the national fortune, striving to elevate his divine status and ascend to the celestial realm, ultimately seeking a position in the heavenly court. This calamity led to immense suffering and nearly brought about the kingdom's downfall. Since then, the Fengchang Bureau has been established, prohibiting the founding of temples or altars for any wild god. Shun Hui once again closes and opens his eyes, shifting back to the backyard, and then strides towards the front hall. Since he has been misunderstood, it is imperative to clarify the situation. Only with the Fengchang Bureau's acknowledgement can he proceed to establish a branch temple elsewhere. Otherwise, he will face constant obstacles in front of the hall. Cui Shi's expression grows increasingly serious as his verification incantation fails to penetrate the statue's surface. One fleeting moment, he felt as though the statue were observing him. But that sensation quickly dissipated. Shi Miao, noticing Cui Shi's predicament, steps forward and softly asks, "Junior brother, are you in trouble? Sister, this statue is exceedingly peculiar. My verification spell cannot penetrate it. I suspect this statue possesses some form of consciousness, and its cultivation is not trivial." Cui Shi responds gravely, "I shall assist you." Shi Miao nods, forming a hand seal to join Cui Shi. However, just then, a clear voice interjects. "Hey, what are you two doing? Stop that at once." Shi Miao and Cui Shi turn at the sound, frowning. Zhu Yu spins around, her eyes widening in amazement, sparkling with delight. "Wow, so handsome." Striding toward them like a celestial being stepping out of a painting. Shun Hui is clad in a flowing azure robe, the fabric billowing gracefully, enhancing his ethereal presence. Zhu Yu is captivated at first sight. Cui Shi straightens his posture, addressing Shun Hui coolly. "Are you the priest of this Wannan temple?" "Indeed," Shun Hui replies with a slight nod, feigning to appraise Shi Miao and Cui Shi before smiling. "From your attire, you both seem to be from the Fengchang Bureau." "Yes, indeed," Shi Miao responds with a gentle smile. "Taoist, are you aware that the deity you worship here may very well be a wild god? If it is a wild god, do you know the consequences?" Cui Shi adds solemnly. One performed the role of the red face while the other played the white face. Their collaboration was indeed exquisite. However, Shun Hui remained entirely unperturbed, responding with composure. "Since you two are divine inspectors of the Fengchang Bureau, might I inquire if you do not recognize the Honorable Lord of Bailu? Mistaking the Lord for a mere wild deity, had it not been for the Lord's magnanimity, would you still be drawing breath?" With a cold sneer, Cui Shi's eyes glinted with a hint of menace. "You, Taoist, are truly obstinate and deluded. Since we have come to your door, we naturally possess evidence. Where did you provoke this wild deity? Do not delay in confessing." With that, Cui Shi stepped forward, his aura surging forth like a tidal wave, pressing down on Shun Hui. Yet, under this pressure, Shun Hui felt as though a gentle breeze had merely brushed past him, remaining entirely unaffected. He smiled lightly and remarked, "This divine inspector, black is black, and white is white. Even if you exert pressure upon me, a righteous deity remains a righteous deity, and the Honorable Lord is indeed the Honorable Lord. This is an unalterable fact." "You?" Cui Shi's eyes widened, eager to take further action, but he was restrained by Shi Miao, who pulled him back, offering a gentle smile and softly inquiring, "Why does the Taoist assert that the Honorable Lord of Bailu is a righteous deity?" The Record of Celestial Deities, page 3, line 7, states, "The Honorable Lord of Bailu presides over the Bureau of Prayers in the Heavenly Court. It is his duty to oversee the essential matters of worldly prayers, and the wishes of all mortal beings must be reviewed and adjudicated by him before being allocated to the various deities, ensuring they fulfill the heart's desires of humanity." Shun Hui smiled slightly. "Pray tell, does the Fengchang Bureau lack the record of celestial deities?" Upon hearing this, Shi Miao was momentarily taken aback. Cui Shi, however, scoffed. "The third page of the record of celestial deities clearly documents the Lord of Absolute Slaughter. It seems it is you, Taoist, who has not read the record of celestial deities. Lord of absolute slaughter? Shen Hui furrowed his brow. What deity do you refer to? I have never heard of such a being. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to see for yourself. With a flourish, Cui Shi produced a tome, the cover emblazoned with the characters record of celestial deities. He tossed the book to Shen Hui and coldly added, I know not which version of the record of celestial deities you have read, but if it is one of those pirated copies from the back alleys, then the audacity of such imitation is truly astonishing. Chapter 34. The cat swaps. The Prince Shen Hui remained silent, merely opening the record of celestial deities in his hands. The first page boldly stated Lord of Violent Slaughter. He turned to the second page, which read Lord of Heavenly Slaughter. On the third page, there was the Lord of Absolute Slaughter. As he continued to peruse, he found that more than half of the deities listed were entirely unfamiliar to him, causing him to chuckle. Little did he expect that the record of celestial deities within the Fengchang Bureau would be so shoddy. One could only wonder which fool had fabricated such nonsense, as he recognized barely half of the deities mentioned. He tossed the book back to Cui Shi. If you intend to use this book to ascertain the identity of the wild deity, I advise you to burn it sooner rather than later, an ignorant fool, with an audacious tongue. Cui Shi, known for his fiery temper, could hardly contain himself at Shen Hui's words, itching to teach him a lesson. Yet, Shi Miao held him back, curious as she asked, If I may be so bold, Taoist, do you possess an authentic record of celestial deities? Might you share it with me? Indeed, I do. Shen Hui pointed to his own head, smiling slightly. However, it resides entirely within my mind, and some of its contents are not for the eyes of mere mortals, lest it bring about calamity. Master Sister, allow me to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Cui Shi could no longer restrain himself. As divine inspectors, they embodied authority. Yet this mountain hermit spoke utter nonsense, not only denying the validity of their record of celestial deities, but also deriding the individual who compiled it. It was known that this record of celestial deities was authored by the esteemed Fengchang Lord. Such a statement was akin to slapping the entire Fengchang Bureau in the face. Apprentice brother, do not act rashly. Shi Miao frowned, casting a stern glance at Cui Shi. He immediately wilted, silenced by her gaze. Shi Miao clasped her hands in respect and said, Taoist, to speak frankly, the current record of celestial deities is indeed a new compilation. I have heard the Fengchang Lord mention that the ancient version of the record was lost for reasons unknown over 1,000 years ago. In recent years, the Fengchang Lord has tirelessly pursued the truth, traversing the world and consulting renowned mountains, local histories, and folklore, gradually reconstructing the present record of celestial deities. The Fengchang Lord has also stated that, despite the current version, many uncertainties and imperfections remain, and several deities may very well be fabrications of the populace, lacking any true origin. Nevertheless, for the sake of completeness, they have been included in the text. The Taoist claims that the Honorable Lord of Bailu is mentioned on the third page of the record of celestial deities. I believe it. At this, Shen Hui nodded, smiling. My dear girl, you are certainly far more astute than your reckless apprentice brother. I can only tell you that more than half of the deities in the current record of celestial deities are entirely fictitious. As for the true record, it will reveal itself in due time. Patience is required. Thank you for your enlightenment, Taoist. Shi Miao clasped her hands in a bow. Should there be further uncertainties, I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance. Master Sister, do you truly believe this charlatan? Cui Shi questioned incredulously in a hushed tone. How could someone as sharp-witted as his master sister be so easily deceived at such a moment? Indeed, Shi Miao nodded at Shen Hui with a smile. Today has been quite the disturbance, Taoist. We shall take our leave for now. Please, Shen Hui gestured for them to depart. As Shi Miao turned to leave, Cui Shi hurriedly followed suit, leaving only Zhu Yu, who remained rooted in place, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Shen Hui. Are you not with them? Shen Hui remarked, feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, implying that her companions had already departed and she ought to follow suit. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Yu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, but then she suddenly realized something and shook her head vigorously. No? No, no. Then is it yes or is it no? Shen Hui chuckled at her flustered state. As Zhu Yu beheld his bright smile, she momentarily found herself entranced, feeling as though time had slowed. All that mattered was Shen Hui's smile. and everything else faded away. Miss, miss. Only after Xian Hui called out to her 3 times did she snap back to reality. Oh, oh. Zhu Yu hastily responded thrice, then quickly added, I am not with them. It was merely a chance encounter, however, we are all acquainted. They are from the Fengcheng Bureau, and I am from the Qintian supervisor. Zhu Yu spilled out her explanation all at once. Shen Hui appeared thoughtful. Realizing that the Qintian supervisor's presence alongside the Fengcheng Bureau indicated that a formidable demon had arrived in Yongning County, Daoist. I recall the purpose of my visit, Zhu Yu exclaimed, patting her forehead. We from the Qintian supervisor have come in pursuit of a lascivious demon. There are credible reports stating it has escaped into Yongning County, yet my master brother and I have failed to uncover any trace of this demon in recent days. Thus, I have come to pray for guidance. Hoping the Honorable Lord will bless us with swift success in locating this lascivious demon. I see. Shan Hui smiled. You may go directly to the Bailu Hall to pray to the Honorable Lord. I trust your wishes will surely be fulfilled. Oh, understood. Zhu Yu nodded fervently and dashed towards Bailu Hall. Halfway there, she suddenly recalled something, halted, and turned back to shout, Daoist, my name is Zhu Yu. May I inquire as to your name? Shan Hui, he replied with a smile before turning to head towards the courtyard. Shan Hui, Zhu Yu murmured, I shall remember that. Outside the Wanan temple, Cui Shi walked alongside Xi Miao, his face marred with confusion. Sister, have you lost your senses? That Daoist is clearly spouting nonsense. What honorable lord of Bailu? I have never heard of this deity, and he dares to insult the esteemed Fengcheng lord. Xi Miao shook her head and replied, there are always greater powers and realms beyond our own. Apprentice brother, this Daoist possesses unfathomable strength and purity. Perhaps we have indeed misjudged him, but the Fengcheng lord declared that a wild deity is poised to bring calamity upon Yongning County. Such an ability could hardly be achieved without a flourishing incense offering. Cui Shi crossed his arms, fuming. In any case, I believe that this Daoist and his so-called Honorable Lord of Bailu are not to be trusted. Human bias is a formidable mountain. Xi Miao shook her head, gazing towards the city. During this time, we have hastily assumed that the flourishing Wanan temple is the primary suspect, yet we seem to have overlooked another temple in Yongning County, one that has thrived for many years. Cui Shi was suddenly alarmed, exclaiming, Sister, you cannot mean Jinhua Temple, but they worship the pure young patriarch. That is a well-known righteous deity in the record of celestial deities. Eliminating all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Xi Miao's eyes sparkled with insight as she murmured. Furthermore, apprentice brother, do you recall that the pure young patriarch of Jinhua Temple had a record of relocation? Where was the previous pure young patriarch? Cui Shi pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head. Wanan Temple. Precisely, Xi Miao nodded, a smile gracing her face. This may very well be the case of the cat swapping the prince. Chapter 35. The story of the wise heart. On New Year's Eve, every household was adorned with lights and decorations, and the sounds of firecrackers echoed continuously. This was the most bustling day in Yongning County, and simultaneously, the busiest day for Xian Hui. As soon as the doors opened in the morning, a throng of worshippers surged in, some offering incense, others praying for blessings. There were also those seeking Xian Hui's assistance in matters of love and fortune-telling. Yet, what did Xian Hui know of such things? He promptly dismissed them with a wave. For heartfelt wishes, they should seek the blessings of the god of wealth. For divination, they ought to consult a wandering Taoist priest. He could not perform such tasks, nor did he wish to learn. If one were to argue why deities lack such abilities, there is a saying that rings true. Every craft has its master, and everyone has their own field of expertise, even the divine. To prevent these worshippers from continuing to make unreasonable requests, Shan Hui retreated to the backyard, entrusting the incense offerings to Zhu Ping'an, who had studied for some time and was now quite adept at managing them. 18 noon. While Shan Hui was indulging in a rare moment of leisure, he was approached by officials from the magistrate's office, claiming they were encountering difficulties in their investigation and that Master Huixin wished to see him to disclose the truth. Master Huixin? Shan Hui nearly forgot this individual, recalling only after a moment that he was the abbot of the Forgetting Worries Temple. Now that the temple had been disbanded, that plot of land lay vacant, regarded by the populace as an ill-omened sight due to the numerous innocent children who had perished there. Shen Hui had not been concerned about the subsequent investigations regarding Master Huixin, unaware that he would soon become involved. Seeing the officials, who wore strained smiles, Shen Hui nodded in agreement to their invitation. It was New Year's Eve, and it was best to conclude their duties swiftly. Allowing the weary officials to return home to their families, I truly am too kind. Shen Hui mused inwardly. It was a rare sunny day, with a few nameless wildflowers blooming along the roadside. The official accompanying him was a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a constant smile. "How old are you this year?" Shen Hui inquired. 58, the man promptly replied. "Still working at 58? Goodness, you officials are quite the taskmasters." Shen Hui chuckled. "It is not the magistrate's oppression. Even if I were to retire, I would be at a loss for what to do. Having spent my life in service, I find it quite good to still receive a modest salary while my legs are still nimble." The middle-aged man replied, his honesty endearing. "And your name?" Shen Hui asked again. Wu Nian. The man responded quickly. Wu Nian. A fine name indeed. Shen Hui nodded appreciatively. They conversed extensively along the way, as Shen Hui's loquacious nature resurfaced. Prior to his journey here, he had been renowned for his social anxiety. What is social anxiety? The answer. A social terrorist in the Yongning County Prison. The jailers would greet Shen Hui with familiarity, and he acknowledged each one in turn. The dim, damp atmosphere of the prison made him uneasy, as the prisoners confined within appeared listless, devoid of any festive spirit that the approaching new year might bring. It was understandable. Celebrating the new year in a cell hardly invited joy, only misfortune. Master Huixin was held in the second underground level of the prison. Compared to the first level, this area housed far more dangerous criminals, many of whom possessed martial skills, making them somewhat harder to manage. However, in this place, even the most obstinate of offenders would eventually be subdued. The jailers were no pushovers. A variety of torture instruments ensured that even the toughest of bones would eventually yield. What kind of Taoist is this? With such delicate features, he might as well enjoy himself with the gentleman here. As they passed by a cell, a disheveled man suddenly leaned against the bars, revealing a ghastly face, his tongue lolling and licking at his lips in a repugnant manner. Slap! A jailer accompanying Shen Hui swiftly struck the man across the face with a whip. Number 250. Get back! The man retreated, yet continued to emit a strange, cackling laugh. The jailer apologized to Shen Hui. My apologies, Taoist. The prisoners here can be quite unruly. Later, I will have my colleagues attend to him properly. No harm done. Shen Hui smiled gently. The barking dog does not bite. His howling is merely a veil for his own inner fears. Soon, Shen Hui arrived at the depths of the prison and encountered Master Huixin. Unlike the other prisoners, Master Huixin was bound in iron chains inscribed with runes, yet his cell was remarkably clean and orderly. Upon hearing footsteps, Master Huixin opened his eyes and smiled upon seeing Shen Hui, softly saying, "Shen benefactor, I knew you would come." "Open the cell," Shen Hui instructed the jailer. "Of course," the jailer replied, eagerly retrieving a large set of keys, finding the correct one to unlock the cell. "You may leave now." "I wish to hear what this baldy has to say," Shen Hui remarked with a faint smile. "Understood." The jailer left the keys with Shen Hui, indicating his trust and respect for him. Shen Hui stepped into the cell, leaning against the door, arms crossed, and said coolly, "Baldy, speak. Why did you summon me on this festive occasion?" Shen Hui felt no pity for this demon monk who trafficked children for alchemical potions. Umitba, Master Huixin joined his palms together, the chains rattling as he spoke. "I am aware my sins are unforgivable. The reason I called you here today is to seek your assistance." "Why should I help you?" Shen Hui replied nonchalantly. "If you agree to assist me, I will divulge the current channels for child trafficking, including the largest black market for children in the kingdom of you. If we dismantle this black market and its channels, the child trafficking industry will suffer a severe blow, and the morals of the kingdom of you will surely be restored. I wonder if this leverage is sufficient." Master Huixin spoke earnestly. Shen Hui stroked his chin, weighing the significance of this information. Indeed, it was substantial, yet he had no desire to aid this demon monk. Seemingly reading Shen Hui's thoughts, Master Huixin sighed, "Benefactor Shen, my plea is not for my own sake, but for the sake of all sentient beings, to prevent my mistakes from further harming the world." Though it sounded somewhat ironic coming from his lips, Shen Hui was intrigued to hear what he had to say. "What nonsense are you about to utter?" Shen Hui inquired coolly. Hearing Shan Hui's slight concession, Master Huixin visibly relaxed and quickly continued, Benefactor Shan, this matter is of great importance, so please take it seriously. The truth is, my use of children for alchemical purposes is merely a ruse. The potions are concocted from the most ordinary herbs. My true aim is to collect their blood to nurture a lecherous demon lurking beneath Yongning County. Chapter 036. To die without regret nurturing a lecherous demon? Shen Hui paused, momentarily taken aback. He recalled that just a few days prior, officials from the Astronomical Bureau had also sought a similar demon. Could these two demons possibly be one and the same? Yet the timeline seemed inconsistent. Nevertheless, Shen Hui sensed a connection. Continue, he urged, now somewhat intrigued. Allow me to share a tale from my past, Master Huixin began. His gaze distant as he murmured, 13 years ago, in Yongning County, I was known as Lu Jingwu, with the Dharma name Huixin, and I served as the abbot of the Forgetting Worries Temple, the tender age of 10. I was brought here by the old abbot, who claimed I possessed great wisdom and would achieve profound insights in Buddhism. I understood nothing of Buddhist teachings. In this ravenous world, having a meal and a refuge was all I desired. The abbot often told me, letting go is a form of redemption. But how could I ever let go? Each time I awoke from nightmares, the image of my parents slaughtered by bandits haunted me. They had done nothing wrong. Why did they have to die? The seeds of hatred were deeply planted in my heart. I followed my master to learn Buddhist teachings and practice, all to one day avenge my parents. Perhaps my intentions were impure, my senses unclean. The seeds of hatred not only remained but took root, growing ever stronger, by the age of 16. I had harnessed my innate talent and, in just 5 years, broke through to the chi-gathering stage, possessing the strength for vengeance. On a moonless night, I crept into that bandit camp from my memory, exterminating every last one of those vile brigands without sparing even a chicken. The bandit who had murdered my parents knelt before me, pleading for mercy for his wife and children, his pitiful demeanor reminding me of my own helplessness back then. I hated that version of myself for being powerless. Thus, I showed no mercy. To eradicate the roots of evil, I could not allow anyone to seek revenge against me years later, as I had done now. After my vengeance, I felt a rush of exhilaration. All bandits deserve to die. With their demise, the world would know no more tragedies. My master often spoke of compassion, yet I chose to forge my own path. In the years that followed, I played the role of a benevolent monk by day, while by night I hunted down the wicked. In no time, the nefarious figures around Yongning County trembled in fear, and the peace of the land reached new heights. Look, master, compared to your compassion, my methods are evidently simpler and more effective. I soon grew weary of life at the Forgetting Worries Temple, and my fellow disciples adhered to the rules and never dared to stray. They fasted, chanted, and meditated. Yet how many truly possessed a tranquil heart? To me, they were nothing but weaklings. Ironically, despite my defiance, I remained the abbot's favorite. At the age of 40, when my master passed away, I naturally ascended to the position of abbot, becoming the youngest in the temple's history. If I were to claim that I have never transgressed any precepts thus far, it would undoubtedly be the precept against lust. My master has said that the suffering of sentient beings often stems from their disregard for precepts and their indulgence in desires. This is the only statement with which I wholeheartedly agree. However, everything changed when I encountered her, a seductive spirit ensnared in the depths of Yongning County. Had it not been for my ascent into the mountains to hunt, seeking to satiate my desires, I might never have crossed paths with this woman, or rather, this demon, who would irrevocably alter the course of my life. On the peak of Maur Mountain in Yongning County lies a concealed entrance that leads deep underground. Initially, I believed it to be a celestial paradise left behind by some great being, perhaps a place that could aid in my cultivation. Yet, upon dispelling the wards and reaching the depths, I discovered that it was a prison for a lustful spirit. When I first laid eyes upon her, she was clad in scant garments, weakly collapsed upon the ground. I intended to eliminate her with a mere flick of my hand, but her soft-spoken plea, "Hi, monk, what must I do to earn my freedom?" captured my attention. I smiled slightly, intrigued by this demon. "Why should I grant you mercy? I was sealed here by a sorceress, and I have never committed any wrongdoing in my life." She replied, "If you have never done anything wrong, why then are you sealed here?" I questioned, my skepticism unyielding. I do not know. One day, without warning, my home was destroyed, my family lost, and I too was swept into calamity. As she spoke, the light in her eyes dimmed, devoid of deceit. I reflected upon my own past. Had I not been in a similar plight? Not all demons harbor malicious intent, a truth I had long since realized. I yearned to break her seal and rescue her, but I found myself powerless. My current abilities were insufficient. She seemed somewhat disappointed but still comforted me softly. "Hi, Monk. Regardless, you are the first human to believe in me and extend a helping hand. Thank you. When I attain sufficient strength, I shall come to rescue you. I have never made promises lightly, yet once made, I am bound to fulfill them." In the days that followed, I visited her intermittently, but I could not budge the seal even a fraction. Nevertheless, our bond deepened with each encounter. I suddenly perceived that women were not as fearsome as I had once imagined. I still remember the beauty of the moonlight that night. The cave was too deep to see the moon, so I conjured a moon and a canopy of stars with my spiritual energy, projecting them onto the cave walls. She suddenly embraced me, whispering her gratitude. For reasons unknown, as I felt her warmth, I too became ensnared by mortal desires, foolishly violating the precept against lust. My master had said that the suffering of sentient beings often arises from their disregard for precepts and their indulgence in desires. To that, I would retort, nonsense. That I reveled in the sensation of being lost in love. It was an experience unlike any I had ever known. That was perhaps the happiest time in my life. A moment where I genuinely forgot all my sorrows. Perhaps in that moment, I truly grasped the essence of forgetting sorrow. Yet, in this world, all joys are fleeting. Suffering remains the prevailing theme. Her body grew increasingly frail, having been suppressed beneath the array for so long that she had lost all her demonic powers. It seemed she would soon meet her demise. I felt helpless against the seal and hated my own impotence. I longed to save her, by any means necessary, whatever the cost. She revealed to me that to rescue her, I would need the blood of children. At that point, I was deeply enmeshed in love and did not think twice before agreeing. I hastily captured 2 children, and as I witnessed her drink their blood, rejuvenating her spirit, I knew it was all worth it. Silently, I yearned to escape, to soar away with you, to witness the sun rise and set beside you. To be together forever. She gazed at me, her affection palpable. Some remain untainted by love, while others are ensnared in webs of desire. Some are separated by realms, while others exist in distant corners of the world. It became evident that what I truly desired was not immortality, but genuine affection. As the saying goes, rare is the heart that seeks the priceless treasure. At that time, for her, I would gladly sacrifice everything, even if it meant descending into the depths of hell, without regret. Chapter 037. Discovering the trail. From that moment onward, her demand for the blood of children grew increasingly insatiable, and her strength gradually returned. The seal binding her began to loosen with our combined efforts, and hope blossomed as we edged closer to her liberation. However, I soon noticed something amiss. She frequently struggled to control the demonic energy within her, her temperament growing increasingly violent. Initially, she only consumed the blood of children, but soon she became discontent, craving their flesh as well. I witnessed her tear children apart, consuming them piece by piece, like a demon returned from the depths of hell. My heart began to waver. I recalled my master's teachings, my original intentions. Though I had strayed from the path, I had always adhered to my own sense of justice. But what was I doing now? Were these children not innocent? They had done nothing wrong yet faced an unjust fate. She must have sensed my inner turmoil, weeping as she confessed her unwillingness to act thus, yet unable to control her desires. Unable to quell her hunger for the flesh and blood of children. It was surely the array that had twisted her mind, and only by breaking free could she return to her former self. Despite my reluctance to believe, seeing her frail form resting in my embrace and recalling our shared past, I ultimately could not resist my softening heart. Thus, I began to engage with human traffickers. Seeking out the underground black market, I did not wish to commit further atrocities. I thought if I simply spent money to buy these children from the traffickers, my guilt would not weigh so heavily on my conscience. They were already at the mercy of the traffickers, and by purchasing them, I would grant them a second chance at life. They ought to repay me with their all, if there was any wrongdoing. It lay with the traffickers, Not with me. Her demands continued to rise, forcing me to use alchemy as a pretext to attract those seeking immortality, delivering children into my hands. The resources from the traffickers no longer sufficed. I often pondered whether this was the right course of action, yet the path of no return lay before me. Thankfully, her seal was loosening day by day, until your arrival. Amidst that golden rain, I felt the insatiable void within me begin to fill, prompting reflection on my past actions. Unbeknownst to me, I had amassed a mountain of sins. Master Huixin gazed at Shen Hui, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Shen benefactor. My tale has reached its end. Upon hearing Master Huixin's story, Shen Hui felt no pity. After all, every choice was his own, he replied coolly. So now you wish for me to eradicate that lustful spirit beneath the earth? Indeed, Master Huixin nodded. The seal has loosened significantly. I had intended to send in the last batch of children, and she would have been freed. Fortunately, you arrived just in time to stop me. She is now a fifth-tier demon, and consuming children has become her habit. If she were to escape, the consequences would be dire. You old bald donkey, you've made this mess and expect me to clean it up, Shen Hui chastised. Then added, I will deal with that demon, but do not forget your promise. Rest assured, benefactor Shen. Once you resolve the demon, I will disclose all the information I possess, Master Huixin assured, her hands clasped in prayer. In the realm of demons, there are 10 tiers, and a 5th-tier demon is equivalent to a cultivator of the spirit sea realm. Should such a being wreak havoc, Yongning County would be in peril. Shen Hui did not wish for his base to be destroyed. Yongning County had become a crucial source of his incense, and he must eliminate all threats, as for the concealed entrance mentioned by Master Huixin. Finding it would pose no challenge for Shen Hui. After Shen Hui departed, Master Huixin lowered her gaze, hands clasped together, yet a faint smile crept upon her lips, within the peaceful inn, when Renanguo suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes flashing with excitement. I found it. Zhu Yu, who had been dozing on the couch, was jolted awake, confusion etched across her face. Found what? The demon. When Renanguo shot Zhu Yu an exasperated glance. You do nothing but eat and sleep. I truly wonder why I brought you along. I was of assistance. You know, Zhu Yu protested, shaking off her drowsiness. A few days ago, I even sought the celestial master. What did you say? When Renanguo furrowed his brow, shooting Zhu Yu a sidelong glance. Did I not tell you not to go to that temple? Zhu Yu stuck her tongue out playfully. One round. You care too much about appearances. When I went the other day, I even ran into Sister Shi Miao and her companions. Sister Shi Miao was utterly convinced by the master. How can you claim he lacks character? That's simply nonsense. Convinced? When Renanguo's expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Elaborate on this. Convinced. Why are you being so fierce, brother? Zhu Yu queried, a hint of fear in her voice. The master merely impressed Sister Shi Miao with his vast knowledge. There was no conflict. I suspect it was nothing but a load of fallacies. When Renanguo scoffed. That woman Shi Miao is rather foolish. She might have been deceived by that Taoist brother. Why are you so hostile towards Master Shen? To my eyes, he is quite an admirable person, Zhu Yu remarked, puzzled. You've lived in Shangjing for so long, untouched by the world's tribulations. How could you comprehend the wickedness of human hearts? One Renanguo spoke. Seeing you in such a state, I fear you may have been sold and are now counting the money for those who deceived you. Once this lewd demon is dealt with, I shall personally pay a visit to that Taoist priest and teach him a lesson. No, no, Zhu Yu exclaimed, startled, as she sprang up from the sofa. Brother Wanren, you cannot trouble Taoist Shen. Why not? One Renanguo's expression remained indifferent, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he thought. This Taoist truly seeks his own demise. Not only has he deceived that foolish woman, but he also dares to target my junior sister. I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Taoist Shen has done nothing wrong. Yet you wish to punish him. If word gets out, others will think we at the Qintian Bureau are merely bullies, acting without reason, Zhu Yu asserted, hands on her hips. Regardless, you cannot trouble Taoist Shen, or I shall certainly inform our master. Stop using master to threaten me. One Renanguo rolled his eyes. We will deal with that Taoist later. Our immediate concern is to eliminate this lewd demon. I was wondering why we have been unable to track its whereabouts recently. It seems it has possessed a child. Chapter 38, Battle, Possessing a Child. Upon hearing this, Zhu was momentarily taken aback. The lewd demon is inherently lustful and typically transforms into a man or woman to seduce adults and drain their essence. How could it possibly possess a child? A child's mind is innocent and naive to matters of intimacy. Possessing a child would yield no benefit. Who knows? The child it has possessed seems to be heading out of the city. A red was moving on the map drawn with spiritual energy before Wanrenangwa. Out of the city. Zhu seemed to recall something and quickly added, Brother Wanren, I have seen numerous missing person notices on the bulletin board these past few days, all concerning lost children. Do you think there might be a connection? At her words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Wanrenangwa's eyes. If that is the case, I intend to see what this lewd demon is plotting. Perhaps we can find the missing children together. That would be splendid. Zhu nodded excitedly. After such a long time, she would finally get to participate in capturing a demon. The two hurriedly left. With Wanrenangwa's demon tracking spell already locking onto the creature, allowing them to follow its trail. Why not use spiritual sense? Because this is a 4th-tier demon, equivalent to a Huayuan realm cultivator, and I too am a Huayuan realm cultivator. If I were to use spiritual sense, it would easily alert the demon. Moreover, the lewd demon is exceptionally skilled at fleeing, necessitating a more subtle approach. As they pursued, they soon found themselves in a great mountain after leaving the city. A boundary stone by the roadside read, Hat Mountain. The lewd demon has taken the child to the mountain. It cannot be intending to feed it to the beasts. Zhu furrowed her brow. We will understand once we locate this lewd demon. A cold glint flashed in Wanrenangwa's eyes. It is unforgivable to harm children, whether among demons or humans, as it concerns the prosperity and decline of a lineage. Thus, both species seldom act against children, and of course, there are those reckless enough to do so, but once discovered, they meet their demise. Following the trail, they quickly entered the deep mountains. The vegetation on Hat Mountain was extraordinarily lush. With a faint mist swirling among the trees, the temperature considerably lower than outside. Soon, they discovered a path leading up the mountain, more akin to a trail forged by human footsteps. Brother Wanren, look, Zhu pointed to a cloth shoe lying in the grass. Wanrenangwa picked it up, frowning. Indeed, it appears to be a child's shoe. Clearly, the lewd demon has brought the child here. Let us pursue. They soon reached halfway up the mountain, where they found a very concealed cave entrance. Obscured by dense grass, without parting the foliage, one would never suspect a hidden world within. The trail led into the cave. It seemed the lewd demon had lured the children here. Wanrenangwa extended his hand, and a long sword inscribed with runes appeared, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Once we enter, be cautious. If danger arises, crush the talisman given to you by our master. Understood? Understood, Brother Wanren. Zhu nodded earnestly. Capturing demons is no trivial matter, especially this lewd demon, which bore the weight of countless lives. Otherwise, they would not have followed the trail this far. Upon entering the cave, the temperature suddenly rose significantly. Glowing moss adorned the cave walls, twinkling like stars transported into the cavern. The cave was a vertical shaft, and fortunately, both were cultivators capable of flying with their swords. The cave was estimated to be over 1,000 meters deep. Upon landing, they looked up to see the exit swallowed by darkness, the top completely out of sight. At that moment, the sound of children crying echoed through the cave. Wanrenangwa's brow furrowed as he immediately charged forward. With Zhu close behind, before long, they encountered a woman and a man, deeply embraced. At their feet lay 9 children. These 9 children had just awakened, crying out earnestly, "Ah, the exorcists from the Qintian Bureau have finally caught up." At that moment, the man turned, his face strikingly demonic, handsomely sinister, with eyes that appeared shadowed, giving him an odd appearance. This was the lewd demon they had been tracking. But who was the woman beside him? The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, unlike the man's bizarre appearance. She appeared more like a human woman, yet the overwhelming demon energy radiating from her was unmistakable. The depth of her demonic power even surpassed that of the male demon. Wanrenangwa felt a deep sense of alarm. They had only anticipated one lewd demon, yet here stood a second. The woman chuckled, 30 years ago. It was the exorcists of your Qintian Bureau who sealed me here. Now, as I am on the brink of breaking free, you deliver yourselves to my door. Husband, you have brought me a splendid gift. Did you think I revealed my presence by accident? The man laughed. I merely feared you would not discover me, hence I deliberately exposed my aura. You two have pursued me relentlessly. If I did not present you with a gift, it would seem I lack decorum. Resting here is the best fate for you both. 30 years ago, the predecessors of the Chintian Bureau were able to seal you. 30 years later, I, Wanrenangwa, shall certainly do the same. Wanrenangwa declared coldly, brandishing his sword. No, not seal you, but utterly obliterate you. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed heartily. You humans are always like this, lacking in skill yet brimming with bravado. Husband, shall you strike, or shall I? Allow me, the man smiled, dear wife. Swiftly consume these 9 children, and you shall break free from the sealed, at that time. We can flee far and wide. Very well, husband, the woman giggled, reaching for the 9 children. Stop. Wanrenangwa hurled his sword. The sword transformed into a golden thread midair, shooting toward the woman like lightning. You face me. The man snarled. Dio, you truly believe your meager skills can intimidate me? As he spoke, a surge of black mist poured forth from his body, morphing into a large hand that lunged toward the golden thread. However, the moment the black mist made contact with the golden thread, it erupted into blinding golden light, illuminating the entire cave. Swoosh. Following that, the golden thread seemed to trigger a switch, rapidly weaving in midair, and in an instant, formed a net of swords, surging toward the 2 lewd demons. The black mist of the lewd demon was swiftly shredded, followed by a spurt of black blood as the male demon cried out in pain, fear flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39. Buddha Demon. He had not anticipated that Wanrenangwa possessed such power. The impenetrable sword net, after annihilating the black mist, continued forward, enveloping the 2 lewd demons. Wife, save me! The male lewd demon cried out. The female lewd demon, initially poised to devour the children, felt a black lotus mark slowly materialize on her forehead. Following this, a pure surge of Buddhist power erupted alongside her demonic energy. Boom! The intertwining of these 2 forces created a rapidly spreading tide that slammed against the sword net. Following a tremendous explosion, the sword net vanished, and the tidal force, undiminished, surged toward Wanrenangwa and Zhuyu. Within the tide, the chanting of Buddhist hymns echoed, as if countless monks were reciting scriptures. Simultaneously, numerous tormented souls intertwined, all appearing as children. Wanrenangwa summoned his sword back to his hand, his expression now grave. This female lewd demon is peculiar. She even possesses knowledge of Buddhist teachings. Zhuyu clutched the talisman around her neck tightly, her teeth chattering. Wanren, brother Wanren, do you think I should crush the talisman now? This was her first experience in such a scenario, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. Not yet. Wanrenangwa's gaze sharpened. Facing the terrifying tide that merged Buddhist and demonic powers, he had already devised a plan. Drawing a deep breath, he felt his spiritual energy surge like a rushing river, the sword in his hand radiating a chilling light and emitting a chorus of sword cries. Exorcism technique, first form. Thunderous resound to subdue demons. As Wanrenangwa intoned, he swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. The long sword suddenly blazed with brilliance, as if enveloped by thunder, emitting a deafening roar. Wanrenangwa stood firm like a pine tree, his long hair rising without the breath of wind, dancing wildly in the air. With his left hand grasping the sword, he brought his right hand's fingers together and slowly brushed along the blade, causing the runes inscribed upon it to ignite with a radiant glow. Once all the runes were illuminated, Wanrenangwa's gaze sharpened, and he swung the long sword fiercely, unleashing a massive pillar of lightning that surged forth from the blade, striking directly at the oncoming tide. The collision of the lightning pillar and the tide resulted in an explosion of dazzling light and thunder, momentarily freezing the entire space, while the cavern itself began to tremble violently. Boom, rumble. Amidst the tremendous sound, the chants of the Buddha and the wails of vengeful spirits were drowned out by the thunderous noise. The black lotus mark on the forehead of the female demon flickered erratically, appearing increasingly sinister. Wanrenangwa did not relent, once more forming seals and chanting spells, gathering spiritual energy upon the long sword, preparing to unleash an even more formidable technique. The second move, sword sweeping 10,000 demons. With a low shout from Wanrenangwa, the runes on the sword transformed into a resplendent gold, and a beam of sword light erupted from the tip, swiftly filling the entire cavern with a blinding radiance. Swoosh! As the sword light passed through, the air was cleaved asunder, forming a vacuum zone. The tide, which had been locked in a stalemate with the lightning, suddenly collapsed, and the sword's momentum persisted, charging towards the two demons. The male demon's eyes flashed with fear again. This young man's strength had been gravely underestimated. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to lure him here. Had he been alone, he would undoubtedly have been no match for this fellow. Impressive indeed, but alas, he has encountered me. The female demon chuckled, once more channeling two streams of power within her, as the Buddha's strength and demonic energy intertwined, causing the black lotus on her forehead to emanate a surge of dark mist, enveloping both demons instantaneously. Subsequently, a black Buddha lotus began to take shape in the air, spinning slowly. Simultaneously, an endless torrent of demonic energy and vengeful spirits surged in from all directions, causing the lotus to gradually bloom. With each petal that unfurled, the overwhelming demonic power intensified. Wenrenongwa's brow furrowed tightly as his sword light struck against the Buddha lotus, only to be met with utter silence, as if a cow had fallen into the sea. The female demon's cultivation had astonishingly reached the 5th tier. Wenren, what should we do? Zhu Yu hesitated, struggling to comprehend the current situation. The two demons huddled within the lotus, seemingly afraid of Wenren. Yet, Wenren's frown deepened, as if he could do nothing against the lotus. What now? Wenrenongwa's words had barely left his lips when the lotus began to unfurl at an accelerated pace, as it fully blossomed. The combined forces of Buddha and demon energy formed a vast net that shrouded the entire cavern in a layer of dark clouds. The female demon sat cross-legged atop the lotus, the mark of the lotus on her forehead slowly dissipating, transforming into tiny wisps of black mist that coalesced into a swirling black lotus in her hand. Now that the entire cavern is enveloped in my demonic energy, you two shall not escape today. The female demon's face broke into a breathtaking smile. For the past 30 years, I have dreamed of breaking free. 3 decades ago, that detestable exorcist from the Qintian Bureau could not kill me, and today, neither can you. Once I am free, I shall sow chaos across the world, making humanity pay a grievous price. Crack! At that moment, Zhu Yu shattered the talisman around her neck. As it fractured, a wisp of spiritual energy swirled in the air, yet beneath the black clouds, it seemed lost, akin to a headless fly. Seeing this, the female demon raised her hand to grasp it, instantly ensnaring that wisp of spiritual energy with dark mist. A communication talisman. The female demon's face displayed a peculiar smile. It seems you two hold some status within the Qintian Bureau. Carrying such a talisman, if I were to refine you, those old codgers in the Bureau would surely feel heartache. Wenren, what should we do? Zhu Yu felt utterly helpless. Her trump card was that communication talisman, but now this wisp of spiritual energy could not escape. This was a situation she had never anticipated. I will pave the way for you. You go. Wenrenongwa took a deep breath, understanding that it would be difficult to resolve this situation peacefully. He pressed his fingers together and swept them across the sword, causing it to erupt once more with dazzling golden light. Swoosh! Immediately, Wenrenongwa slashed backward, seemingly attempting to carve out a path for survival. Yet, as the sword light surged into the black mist, it quickly fell silent. Not only could he not create an escape route, but he couldn't even stir a ripple. Hee. The female demon laughed once more, her laughter shaking the very branches. My strength far surpasses yours. All your techniques appear as mere child's play in my eyes. At that moment, the male demon chuckled darkly. Didn't he expect this? Did you? Though I may be weak, my wife is exceptionally powerful. As he spoke, the male demon placed a hand on the female demon's shoulder, softly inquiring. But my dear, where did you learn this Buddhist technique? I recall you didn't possess such skills before, did you? Chapter 40. How to solve matters of the heart. No pen can capture it. Upon hearing this, the female demon's body stiffened slightly, but then she laughed. Naturally. It is something I realized on my own. The male demon nodded, though instinctively sensing something amiss, he did not dwell on it. After all, his wife had been sealed here for 30 years. Perhaps a hint of enlightenment was not impossible. All right, my dear, quickly deal with these two bothersome pests, then we can consume these children and be on our way. The male demon urged, Imichim. The female demon raised her hand, the black clouds roiling as countless tendrils of dark mist surged towards Wanrenangwa and Juyu. Wanren, what should we do? It seems we are about to die, cried Juyu, panic setting in. But I do not wish to die. I have yet to experience the bittersweet pangs of love. Wailing, Juyu began to panic. We want to die. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wanrenangwa's eyes. He then bit down hard on his fingertip, dragging it across the sword. Boom. Just then, a muffled sound erupted. The previously impenetrable dark clouds were suddenly rent open, and a tall figure clad in a blue robe descended into the cavern. Oh, everyone's here. Quite the lively gathering. Shen Hui greeted the crowd with a smile, and immediate silence fell over the scene. Wanrenangwa, who had been on the verge of igniting his life force to fight, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him by Shen Hui's unexpected arrival. Now, not only could he not ignite his spirit, even the tiniest spark had vanished. Wait a minute, am I clashing with this Taoist? Wanrenangwa felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. Who are you? The male demon's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing Shen Hui. Why is it that every time a crucial moment arises, an irrelevant individual barges in to disrupt me? Shen Hui pondered for a moment before smiling. I am the protector of Yongning County. Perfect timing for us to deal with this together. The male demon cackled. Well, an additional fool to send to their death is neither here nor there. My dear, let us strike. Boom. As the words fell, the female demon erupted with a surge of black radiance, and the cleaved dark clouds were instantaneously filled once more, followed by a wave of black mist crashing toward the group. Beneath the black mist, even the walls and ground were eroded inch by inch, enveloped in an aura of malevolence. Yet amidst this, various sacred chants could be heard, creating a striking dissonance. Shen Daoist, you are out of your mind. Juyu cried, both laughing and weeping. Why did you come to save us now? You'll likely end up caught in this as well. Shen Hui strode forward, suddenly noticing the bloodied long sword in Wanrenangwa's hand, and immediately exclaimed, That sword of yours is remarkable. May I borrow it? Before Wanrenangwa could respond, Shen Hui reached out, and his own life-bound flying sword inexplicably flew into Shen Hui's grasp. Wanrenangwa was taken aback, astonished that his own sword had disobeyed him. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. As the life-bound sword landed in Shen Hui's hands, it emitted a joyful cry, seemingly eager to curry favor with him. With a hint of divine power infused, the sword burst forth with a dazzling golden light unlike anything seen before. This golden light bore an indescribable purifying might, distinct from Wanrenangwa's excellent sword. Shen Hui praised, effortlessly raising and then lowering it in that instant. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Under the stroke of the sword, it appeared as though nothing had transpired, but soon after, a multitude of sword lights flooded the cavern. Like golden threads weaving through the air, they flickered thousands of times in an instant. The black clouds and mist proved utterly futile against this sword light, dissipating in mere moments. Even the lotus beneath the female demon shattered along with it. Yet, the sword light skillfully avoided all the children. Swoosh. The male demon's face turned pale with horror. Standing slightly forward, half of his body was instantly shredded. Husband. The female demon's eyes widened in rage as she quickly pulled the male demon back to the corner of the wall. Shen Hui retracted the long sword, and the multitude of sword lights vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Excellent sword, Shen Hui praised once more, then casually tossed the long sword back to Wanrenangwa. As Wanrenangwa caught the sword, he observed the runes still shimmering with tiny golden mist, a power immensely stronger than spiritual energy. He could hardly conceal the shock in his eyes, pondering, who exactly is this Taoist? And how has he become so powerful? At this moment, he abruptly found his previous thoughts somewhat ludicrous. He had even entertained the notion of teaching a lesson to the Taoist priest. Yet, with a mere flick of the wrist, the latter had effortlessly dismantled the formidable attack of a fifth-tier great demon. Husband? Upon hearing the female demon's address to the male demon, Shen Hui's eyes flickered with a peculiar expression, and he promptly remarked, If this demon is indeed your husband, then what position does the old bald donkey, Huixin, occupy in your life? At the mere mention of Huixin's name, the female demon abruptly lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly. You know Lu Lang? Niu Lang? Juyu, evidently confused, hurriedly covered her mouth, murmuring, Shin Daozhang actually knows Niu Lang. Could it be Lu Lang? The male demon, who had previously appeared half-dead, instantly perked up at the mention of Lu Lang. Questioning, Lu Lang. Who is he? Lu Jingwu, with the Dharma name Huixin, has nurtured the countless children you refer to as your wife. Shan Hui remarked with a hint of amusement, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. A monk? The male demon appeared to grasp something suddenly, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed. So that's why you possess the power of Buddha. You betrayed me? The demon-slaying scene, which had been so orderly, abruptly transformed into a scene of chaos. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. The female demon sighed deeply, murmuring, Husband, you do not understand. Had it not been for Lu Lang, perhaps I would have perished long ago. In my darkest and most helpless moments, he was like a ray of light piercing through my heart. He is kind. And he is also quite handsome. As she spoke of his handsomeness, a faint blush crept across the female demon's face. So you betrayed me? The male demon erupted in fury, sitting upright and shouting, Do you have any idea how hard I have worked over the years to save you? You dare to consort with another man. We, the demon race, should naturally feed on human essence. The so-called pure love is merely a misguided path. I have merely returned to the right way. How can you blame me? The female demon sighed once more. Husband, our paths have both gone awry. I have wronged you, as well as Lu Lang, and I have kept this matter hidden in my heart for so long. Now that you finally know, it is for the best. No, no, no. The male demon howled in despair, his face a mask of hopelessness. The concept of love, I cannot comprehend it. I truly cannot. It is too difficult, far too difficult. Chapter 41. Inside the temple is incense. Outside is the mortal realm. Shen Hui mused that it would be quite fitting to hear lyrics such as snowflakes flutter. The north wind howls at this moment. When Ren and Gua and Zhu Yu were both stunned, they had not anticipated that capturing a demon would lead to such explosive gossip. The female demon turned to Shen Hui, her voice tinged with anxiety. What about Lu Lang? How is he? He has not perished. Just be mindful in your next life, Shen Hui replied with a gentle smile. The abbot Huixin has committed such grave sins, he surely has no path to survival. The female demon sighed lightly. Ever since Lu Lang learned that I have a husband, he has become bewitched. Yet I have clearly stated that the three of us can coexist peacefully. Still, he refuses. Did you ever consult me on this matter? The male demon's eyes widened in shock. Isn't it that you didn't have the chance to ask me? Zhu Yu hastily interjected. Lu Lang has always disagreed with the idea of the three of us together, insisting that love is selfish and cannot be shared with others. Then why did you not ask if I could accept it? The male demon retorted, filled with indignation. Could you accept it? The female demon hesitated for a moment before weakly asking. I absolutely cannot. The male demon's eyes burned crimson. I never imagined you would fall so low, to love a mere human and wish to enjoy the benefits of a shared romance. I have truly misjudged you. Why are you just like Lu Lang? The female demon sighed, murmuring, The one I have wronged most in this life is Lu Lang. That is enough. The male demon clutched his head, covering his ears, tears of blood streaming down his face. Let it be considered my folly. Kill me, Taoist. The sudden turn of events was almost theatrical in its abruptness. Shan Hui maintained an impassive demeanor throughout, for as a denizen of Blue Star, he had witnessed his fair share of melodrama, even more outrageous than this. There is a saying, novels require logic, while reality does not. When Ren and Gua finally reacted, seeing Shan Hui raise his hand, seemingly preparing to act, he quickly intervened. Taoist, wait, what is it? Shan Hui turned and inquired. May I take these two demons with me? I need to report back to the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, when Ren and Guo requested. That is permissible, Shan Hui replied. However, just as he finished speaking, he abruptly raised his hand, a golden light erupting at the male demon's head. Before the male demon could react, he was obliterated in a burst of fireworks. Flesh and blood scattering in all directions. One had anticipated that Shan Hui would act without warning, without any prior indication. The female demon stared blankly at her husband, now reduced to mere sparks, and surprisingly felt no great anger. Instead, there was a hint of relief. Lu Lang, now I can devote my entire heart to loving you. Why? When Ren and Guo's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief evident on his face. I do not know what your Qintian Supervisory Bureau intends to do with this demon, but if it is for judgment, I have already done it for you. Shen Hui then turned to the female demon, continuing, if there are other uses that do not threaten their lives, then I am afraid it must be said. A life taken must be repaid with a life. Since a wrong has been done, a price must be paid. I do not wish to see them cause havoc again. With that, Shen Hui raised his hand once more, aiming at the female demon. The female demon offered no resistance, merely staring vacantly at the blood mist swirling in the air, murmuring, Lu Lang, I will no longer betray you. Lu Lang, from now on, we shall never be apart. Wait. When Ren and Guo's face turned pale, desperate to stop Shen Hui, yet Shen Hui paid him no heed as his hand descended. The female demon too was instantly transformed into a burst of fireworks. The cave was shrouded in blood mist, and a rain of blood began to fall. Shen Hui's figure appeared remarkably mysterious and imposing amidst the crimson downpour. He turned, clapped his hands lightly, and smiled faintly, excellent, the trouble has been resolved. When Ren and Guo's face was a stormy hue. As an exorcist of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, he had always enjoyed a certain prestige. Never had anyone treated him with such blatant disregard as Shen Hui had, ignoring him twice. The demons have been dealt with. If a report is needed, this blood and flesh should suffice as evidence. With that, Shen Hui clasped his hands behind his back and soared into the air, vanishing from the cave in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yu clasped her hands before her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Taoist is simply too handsome. Handsome my foot. When Ren and Guo's chest heaved in anger, clearly incensed, I have been disregarded twice. I have surely made an enemy of this Wanan temple. When Ren Shixiang, do not be angry with Shan Daozhang, Zhu Yu said, sticking out her tongue. He means well. Besides, had he not appeared today, we might have faced danger. Would we not? Who needed his intervention? When Ren and Guo glanced at his still bleeding fingers, had it not been for Shan Hui's sudden appearance, he would have been able to defeat the two demons himself. Zhu Yu handed him a vial of healing ointment, giggling, when Ren Shixiang, our goal is to eliminate the demons. Although we did not vanquish them ourselves, they are dead nonetheless. Seeing Zhu Yu's innocent smile. When Ren and Guo's frown softened slightly, though he sighed inwardly, you foolish girl, those in power require living demons. The dead are of no value to them. Yet this was a sentiment he could only keep to himself. Protecting her innocence. As for the darker aspects, a shadow flickered in when Ren and Guo's eyes. Let me bear it all. On New Year's Eve, the streets of Yongning County bustled with life. The air filled with the sounds of firecrackers and the joyous laughter of children echoing from the open spaces. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions erupted from the sky, drawing the crowd's gaze upwards to behold the dazzling fireworks illuminating the heavens, briefly painting the sky in vibrant colors. Some made wishes upon the fireworks, others smiled joyously at the spectacle, while yet others sat beneath trees, sharing tender moments with their loved ones. A myriad of individuals wove together a colorful tapestry of life. Inside Wanan Temple, Zhu Pingyan and Shen Hui sat atop the roof of the Bailu Hall, gazing at the lively scene in Yongning County. The courtyard below was filled with curling wisps of smoke, lacking the tumult but rich in tranquility. How beautiful, Zhu Pingyan exclaimed, eyes sparkling with delight as she watched the fireworks dance overhead. This was her first experience of such splendor, in her remote village. Such a lively scene was simply unattainable. Shen Hui reclined comfortably, hands tucked behind his head, half lying on the rooftop, admiring the starry river above, perfectly complemented by the bursting fireworks. This moment prompted Shen Hui to reflect. Inside the temple is incense. Outside the temple is the mortal realm. Chapter 42. You are lying on New Year's Eve. People aim to discard the old and welcome the new. Everyone wishes to leave behind the year's displeasures and embrace the new year with a fresh outlook. Shi Miao and Cui Shi strolled through the city, the fireworks above illuminating their path. Senior sister, must we take action tonight? Cui Shi gazed enviously at the children nearby, who were joyously setting off firecrackers. If only it were possible, he too yearned to revert to the innocence of childhood, at least for this eve of the new year. The New Year's Eve heralds the departure of the old year and the arrival of the new. Once this night passes, a brand new year will dawn. Shi Miao gently waved the flower and bird fan in her hand, her expression strikingly serious. For the wild gods, it is similarly significant. With each passing year, they grow stronger, If we are unable to eliminate that counterfeit pure young patriarch tonight, it may become exceedingly difficult to do so thereafter. Shueisha nodded, his gaze shifting from the children. I understand. Senior sister. Regardless of the time or place, whenever senior sister is in need, he would exert his utmost effort. In the past few days, they had covertly investigated Jinhua Temple and arrived at a startling conclusion. The pure young patriarch enshrined there is, in fact, a wild god in disguise. This means that Shi Miao's hypothesis was entirely correct. The pure young patriarch had been swapped out the moment it was moved from Wan'an Temple. The wild god had assumed the guise of the pure young patriarch, brazenly standing upon the altar, receiving the incense offerings of the world for 13 long years. Now, the only uncertainty remained whether the true man of Jinhua was aware of this matter. If he is unaware, that would be fortunate. If he is, then a grand conspiracy must be at play. No wonder Lord Fengchong said that a wild god in Yongning County is poised to bring calamity upon the world. If it truly gains traction, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jinhua Temple is situated in the bustling heart of the city. Before the destruction of Wangyu Temple, one occupied the south of the city while the other held the north, presenting a formidable rivalry. After the downfall of Wangyu Temple, Jinhua Temple in the south ought to have flourished, yet alas, the unexpected rise of Wan'an Temple meant that its benefits were not as great as anticipated. When Shi Miao and Shueisha arrived at Jinhua Temple, the gates were firmly shut. However, this posed no challenge for the two. They soared over the high walls and entered the expansive grounds of Jinhua Temple. Shueisha swept his spiritual awareness across the area, discovering that all the young Taoists within were conspicuously absent, leaving only the true man of Jinhua seated in the pure Yang Hall, seemingly in meditation before the statue of the pure young patriarch. Senior sister, is there only the true man of Jinhua present? Could there be something amiss? Shueisha inquired. Today, we are meant to confront him. Let us first gauge his authenticity, Shi Miao replied. Shueisha nodded, and the two proceeded directly to the front of the pure Yang Hall. Point 2. Heavenly officials visiting at such an hour. Might I inquire as to your purpose? The true man of Jinhua did not raise his head, nor did he open his eyes, remaining seated upon the mat as he spoke. The title of heavenly official is a respectful term used by the populace for the divine censor, as the divine censor often interacts with deities. Thus, addressing him as heavenly official is hardly excessive. True man of Jinhua, we have come today solely to confirm one matter with you. Shueisha stepped forward, positioning himself before Shi Miao. Please, do not hesitate to speak. The true man of Jinhua maintained his posture, inquiring mildly. Are you aware that the statue of the pure young patriarch you enshrine is problematic? Shueisha's countenance was grim as he posed the question. Upon the utterance of these words, the air seemed to thicken. Although the true man of Jinhua had yet to respond, the atmosphere abruptly became tense. Shueisha fixed his gaze intently on the back of the true man, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Oh! At that moment, the previously unresponsive true man of Jinhua finally reacted. He lifted his head and turned to face the two, a look of astonishment etched upon his features. Forgive my ignorance. What do the two heavenly officials mean by this? How could there be any issue with the pure young patriarch? After he finished speaking, a raindrop the size of a bean fell upon Shueisha's face, bursting into countless tiny droplets. He paid it no mind, merely loosening his grip slightly on the sword hilt before inquiring in a low voice. Truly unaware? Truly unaware, the true man of Jinhua replied, shaking his head. Shueisha exchanged a glance with Shi Miao, nodding slightly as if to say that the situation was not as dire as they had imagined. However, Shi Miao looked up at the sky, and several more raindrops fell, quickly etching lines upon the ground. She murmured, It is raining. Point 2. Heavenly officials, did you come today merely to inform me of this? The true man of Jinhua rose to his feet, once more casting his gaze upon the statue before him. However, I truly cannot perceive any issues with the statue of the pure young patriarch. I hope the two heavenly officials can elucidate further. Shueisha, maintaining a stern expression, stepped forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the true man of Jinhua. As he approached, their noses nearly touched, and only then did Shueisha divert his gaze to the statue. This statue is a guise of a wild god. What? The true man of Jinhua's face was a mask of shock as he glanced between the statue and Shueisha. Heavenly official, you must not speak carelessly. This statue was transported from Wan'an Temple. It is absolutely impossible for there to be any issue. If it were truly a wild god in disguise, it would have surely brought calamity upon the nation long ago. Shueisha raised an eyebrow. The true man's reaction was impeccable, devoid of any semblance of pretense. If a person could act to such a degree, it could only be said that they possessed a natural talent for performance. To be precise, there had indeed been no issues at Wanted Temple, but problems arose after it was moved here. Shueisha inquired in a low voice. Reflect carefully. Did anything unusual occur during the transportation of the statue? Perhaps an omen in the heavens? The true man of Jinhua's face revealed a contemplative expression, and after a moment, he suddenly lifted his head. Indeed, there was one peculiar occurrence. Speak. Shueisha nodded. During the transport of the statue, the cart driver mentioned feeling unwell in his stomach, and he relieved himself 13 times along the way. Does that count as something strange? The true man of Jinhua inquired, frowning. Shueisha remained silent for a moment. It could be considered a clue. At that moment, the rain outside grew heavier, yet Ximiao remained standing in the downpour, not moving. Senior sister. Shueisha turned back to glance at Ximiao and beckoned. What are you pondering? Come inside to avoid the rain. Ximiao returned to her senses, her eyes reflecting a cold candlelight as she looked toward the true man of Jinhua and said softly, True man of Jinhua, you are lying. The true man of Jinhua's face registered shock. Lying? Heavenly official, I never speak falsehoods. Suddenly, Ximiao struck. The flower and bird fan in her hand shot forth like thunder, aimed directly at the true man of Jinhua's face. Yet the true man did not evade. The fan pierced through his visage with a resounding thud. In an instant, his form twisted and transformed into that of a paper effigy. Chapter 43. The might of the wild god. At the moment the true man of Jinhua morphed into a paper figure, the flickering candle flames within the hall extinguished, plunging Jinhua Temple into utter darkness. The torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, threatening to engulf Ximiao within its deluge. Shueisha sensed the anomaly and rushed out of the main hall, calling out, Senior sister, what on earth is happening? A faint protective barrier enveloped Ximiao, the rainwater striking against it and rising in wisps of white mist. This mist soon began to spread, shrouding the entirety of Jinhua Temple. Thick fog, heavy rain, and the deep night converged, creating an eerie atmosphere within Jinhua Temple. It is the wild god. Ximiao's gaze fixed intently on the statue within the pure Yang Hall. The statue, previously devoid of expression, now bore a subtle smirk, as if mocking the ignorance of the two. Shueisha followed Ximiao's gaze, then suddenly drew his sword, as the blade was unsheathed. A radiant golden light illuminated the swirling mist around them, dispelling much of it, and a surge of righteous energy emanated from him. Enough of this charade. Shueisha scoffed, then propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly toward the statue. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the silent statue within the pure Yang Hall. Its smile deepened, and its head tilted slightly, as if glancing askance at Shueisha. The statue turned its head. The mist thickened further, threatening to engulf the pure Yang Hall. Slash! Shueisha bellowed, his sword carving a brilliant golden arc through the air. Wherever the sword light passed, the mist retreated as though evaporated by the scorching sun. This radiant blade illuminated the entire pure Yang Hall, seemingly intent on obliterating both the statue and the hall itself. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with the statue, it slowly parted its lips, uttering an ancient and mysterious syllable. Om, Om. This sound seemed to resonate from the depths of antiquity, imbued with boundless majesty and charm, causing the very space around it to tremble violently. The brilliant sword light shattered into fragments in an instant. The tremors did not cease. Ripples surged forth from the void, expanding outward in waves. The formerly intact stone pavement crumbled into dust, and Shueisha coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose. This strange syllable had inflicted internal injuries upon him. At that moment, Ximiao stepped forward, and with a slight flick of her flower and bird fan, a surge of golden light erupted. The floral and avian patterns on the fan seemed to be imbued with life, bursting forth as shimmering golden spiritual beasts that circled around Ximiao. Chirp! Dozens of spiritual birds flapped their wings, singing joyfully, and a golden shield was promptly erected, enveloping both Ximiao and Shueisha. Boom! The frenzied waves of impact crashed against the shield, producing a tremendous roar. After a brief tremor, the shield stabilized, successfully withstanding the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the exquisite bracelet entwined around Xi Miao's slender fingers unleashed strands of golden thread, cascading down her fair and elongated digits, flowing into the fan she held. Now rendered blank, astonishingly, it formed an entirely new tableau, this time depicting a vast expanse of rivers and mountains. "Is everything all right?" Xi Miao inquired. Cui Shi wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, beaming brightly. "Rest assured, senior sister, I am perfectly fine." With that, he straightened his back, gripping the sword hilt, pointing it towards the heavens, and silently recited, "Heavens clear, earth serene, sun and moon share their light. My heart is sincere, beseeching the divine, the Big Dipper guides, bestowing divine power. Slay demons and vanquish evil, safeguarding all living beings. Urgently, as per decree, command." As the incantation resonated, Cui Shi's aura escalated, invoking the unique secret technique of the Fengcheng Bureau, the Heavenly Officer's Formula. This formula harnesses celestial strength, or rather, borrows power from the deities of the immortal realm. Before long, a massive ethereal figure began to coalesce behind Cui Shi, towering over Tianzhong, shimmering with resplendent golden light. It spread its arms wide, seemingly shielding Cui Shi while continuously imparting strength. Cui Shi lifted his gaze, noting a faint golden hue enveloping his pupils, as he gradually raised his long sword, which erupted with dazzling golden brilliance. Slash! With a determined brow, Cui Shi swung his sword once more, boom. With that stroke, a powerful beam of sword light immediately dispelled the surrounding fog, illuminating the earth like a new moon. This strike unleashed sword light more searing than the sun, obliterating the bizarre incantation still echoing beneath its might. It seemed as if the torrential downpour in the sky had been startled into retreat, vanishing without a trace. Between heaven and earth, only this sword remained. Hurtling towards the pure young palace, the statue's head had completely twisted around, its smile erased, leaving only an endless gloom. Subsequently, it slowly rose from the altar, roar. The statue's mouth opened once more, emitting mysterious and ancient syllables, as if it had been endowed with immeasurable power, bursting forth in brilliant golden light. Then its right hand clenched into a fist, launching a fierce strike towards the sword light. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, and the golden sword light shattered beneath the statue's fist. Yet it was far from over. The statue's fist, still imbued with overwhelming golden light, surged towards the colossal phantom behind Cui Shi. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed. As the phantom behind Cui Shi was pierced, its outstretched arms falling limp, soon dissolving into specks of starlight scattered across the heavens and earth. As the phantom dissipated, Cui Shi's face turned ashen, blood flowing not just from his mouth and nose, but from all 7 orifices. He collapsed to the ground, a look of unwillingness etched upon his features as he stared at the immense statue. He was undeniably no match for this wild deity, his cultivation still lacking. Once more, Xi Miao's protective barrier enveloped Cui Shi, but this time, the golden light in the statue's hand, imbued with a terrifying tearing force, swiftly rent the barrier asunder. Xi Miao's brow furrowed deeply, then she suddenly waved her hand. The newly formed rivers and mountains surged forth from the fan, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. As the vast landscape erupted, the world appeared as though an ink palette had been overturned, stripped of all color, leaving only shades of gray and black, transforming into a landscape painting. The golden light in the statue's hand was erased by the gray and black, dissipating into nothingness. Boom! Following that, endless mountains and a surging river hurtled towards the statue, as if determined to obliterate it within this painted scene. Chapter 44. The True Form of the Wild Deity Master. "Do you see something amiss in the direction of the Jinhua Temple?" Zhu Ping pointed towards it. Shen Hui followed Zhu Ping's gesture and beheld the Jinhua Temple shrouded in a layer of black fog. Obscured from view, as if enveloped by a thick mist, it's a formation, Shen Hui discerned at a glance, recognizing the nature of the Jinhua Temple's predicament. A formation? Zhu Ping nodded thoughtfully. But why would the Jinhua Temple set up a formation on New Year's Eve? For some reason, that black fog gives me a sense of unease. Because it is the dragon-binding formation. Shen Hui replied with a slight smile. It seems the Jinhua Temple will be quite lively tonight. As he spoke, Shen Hui extended his consciousness, easily piercing through the so-called dragon-binding formation, revealing the internal scene. Before his eyes lay a landscape steeped in ink wash. He observed Ximiao and Cui Shi confronting a colossal statue, dwarfed by its presence, akin to ants. Yet, this unique ink painting seemed to significantly affect the statue, slowing its movements. Conversely, Ximiao moved with agility. Each strike she made descended like a mountain, crashing down like a river. Though the statue was formidable, it gradually revealed signs of wear beneath such an onslaught. Truly, she was a divine inspector, fighting in a manner distinct from ordinary cultivators. This young girl appeared to have touched the threshold of the spiritual sea realm. Following this battle, she would likely soon enter it. Shan Hui was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Until the statue lifted its head, he muttered in astonishment. What is happening? It is indeed old Lu's statue. But wait, a wild spirit has taken the divine altar. Ha ha, this is quite the spectacle. Truthfully, Shan Hui had never encountered such audacious wild spirits. Mortals referred to them as wild deities, while the righteous deities termed them wild spirits. For a wild spirit to seize the altar of a righteous deity and receive offerings in its stead was an extraordinarily explosive matter in the human realm. If discovered by the righteous deity, it would result in immediate annihilation. Hence, very few wild spirits dared to do so, unless they were truly reckless. Today, Shan Hui's eyes had been opened, and my relationship with old Lu is fairly amicable. It would be reasonable for me to assist in eliminating a wild spirit that has pilfered his offerings. Wouldn't it? Shan Hui mused. This was not a major affair, merely a matter of convenience. Of course, the primary motivation lay in fostering good relations with the Fengchang Bureau, or rather with these two divine inspectors. Shan Hui held a favorable impression of Ximiao. She was reasonable and understanding. If he could leverage Ximiao to have the Fengchang Bureau reinstate Bailu Tianzuan in the records, it would allow more people to learn about Bailu Tianzuan, thereby cultivating a greater following. Though Shan Hui's current life was relatively free, he could not shake the feeling of unease hanging in his heart. His old friends seemed to skirt around his plight since his fall from grace, even avoiding the subject entirely, indicating the high status of those who sought to deal with him. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? Shan Hui had pondered this question. However, he quickly dismissed it. If the Heavenly Emperor intended to target him, he would likely not even retain a shred of his soul, i.e. the entire heavenly court. Only a handful possessed such power, leading him to believe there was only one possibility. Someone aimed to harm him, while another sought to protect him, thus creating a temporary balance. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, he would be in peril. Therefore, despite appearing at ease, Shan Hui was perpetually contemplating how to rapidly cultivate followers and garner greater spiritual power. Yet, conversely, while time seemed pressing, it was not as urgent as it appeared. As the saying goes, a day in heaven is a year on earth, and this adage holds truth. The passage of time in heaven indeed differs from that on earth, which explained why Shan Hui felt a blend of urgency and leisure. With that aside, the battle within the Jianhua temple had reached a fever-pitched. It was not that Shan Hui refrained from intervening. Rather, Ximiao had firmly suppressed the statue, and any interference at this juncture could yield counterproductive results. Many were eager to embellish a situation, yet few offered genuine assistance in times of need. Shan Hui aimed to be that true benefactor. As Ximiao urged the rivers and mountains into battle, the bracelet upon her wrist began to exude golden threads once more, streaming into the blank fan. Sketching a new scene. This time, it transformed into a bamboo grove painting. The statue was overwhelmed by a series of towering mountains, its entire form sinking into the earth as it let out a howl to the heavens. Then emitted a peculiar incantation. However, this incantation caused Shan Hui's expression to shift oddly. Had the wild spirit been reduced to cursing in its defeat? Boom. As that bizarre incantation fell, the statue's body suddenly expanded, its golden exterior cracking open to reveal limbs covered in hair. Shan Hui's eyes brightened. The wild spirit could no longer withstand the pressure and was about to reveal its true form. As the golden shell of the statue's head shattered, the complete form of the wild spirit was finally unveiled. This wild spirit resembled a giant ape, yet it far surpassed the appearance of ordinary apes. Its massive body akin to a mountain, muscles coiling like ancient rock carvings, each inch of skin cloaked in a deep black fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen, rendering it both grotesque and overwhelmingly powerful. Its eyes blazed a fiery red, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, staring directly into the depths of human fear. Its mouth bore sharp fangs, capable of effortlessly tearing through metal and stone. And at the ends of its limbs, it had evolved into razor-sharp claws, each strike sufficient to shake the very mountains. Most astonishingly, a pair of twisted and gigantic bone wings had sprouted from its back. Though they appeared cumbersome, they could whip up fierce winds, seemingly capable of supporting flight. Roar! The giant ape roared, fiercely pounding its chest multiple times, then abruptly flapped its bone wings. A terrifying gale erupted, sweeping across the already devastated ground, sending debris flying as buildings within the Jinhua temple were uprooted, hurtling towards Xi Miao and Cui Shi. Cui Shi sat despondently on the ground. Though willing to assist, he found himself utterly drained of strength. Xi Miaomei furrowed her brows tightly as the ink painting began to gradually fade under the violent onslaught of the giant ape, revealing more vibrant colors. This indicated that she could no longer suppress the creature's formidable strength. As she flipped open her fan and beheld the bamboo grove depicted on its surface, a bitter smile crept across her lips. Junior brother, prepare to flee. This wild deity was far more powerful than she had anticipated, undoubtedly possessing at least 5th-tier strength, if not 6th. The vast landscape had been her greatest weapon, yet it had failed to vanquish the giant ape. This time, defeat was inevitable. You cannot escape. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated. Not far behind the giant ape stood Jin Huazhenren, holding a compass that floated serenely in the air, a smile gracing his face. Today, this place shall be your burial ground. Esteemed heavenly officials, Chapter 45. You guard the world. I guard you, Jin Huazhenren. You indeed have ties to this wild deity. Cui Shi's eyes glimmered with cold light as he spoke with a chilling tone. Since I have chosen to reveal my true form, I had no intention of allowing you both to leave alive today. Jin Huazhenren, still cradling the compass, smiled slightly. Originally, I had no desire to engage in combat with you. But your relentless aggression to destroy my temple leaves me no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Do you understand that consorting with a wild deity is a capital offense? Cui Shi shouted in anger. Indeed, Jin Huazhenren's smile widened. Otherwise, why would I be standing here? With that, he gently rotated the compass. The needle began to spin rapidly, and a torrent of obscure power surged forth from the compass, distorting the surrounding air as if it were rippling water. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if summoning the forces of heaven and earth. Crack! A deafening clap of thunder followed, and a bolt of black lightning erupted through the clouds, spreading like a spider's web, swiftly enveloping the domain of Jinhua Temple in an impenetrable black thunder net. After 10 years of painstaking efforts to set this formation, I foresaw this day would come. Now, Jinhua Temple is entirely isolated from the outside world. Esteemed heavenly officials, please prepare for your demise. Jin Huazhenren laughed heartily, the sound echoing like a heavy drum, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Cui Shi, bloodied and disheveled, staggered to his feet, gripping his long sword. Despite his battered appearance, his eyes shone brightly as he turned to Xi Miao and said, Sister, I will tear open a rift with all my might, and then you must escape. You are too injured. I shall take the lead. Xi Miao shook her head, her folding fan beginning to emit a faint glow. No. Cui Shi pressed his hand firmly on her arm, panting heavily. I am too gravely wounded to flee. My mission is to protect you, sister, and now the time has come. What nonsense are you speaking? Xi Miao's brows knitted together. Sister, you are not like me. Cui Shi beamed a radiant smile. I have always been seen as inconspicuous, a failure, while you are the favored daughter of heaven, the designated successor of Lord Fengchang. I shall never forget that it was you who aided me in my darkest hour, enabling me to reach this point. From that moment, I resolved that if the day ever came for me to sacrifice myself for you, I would do so without hesitation. Coughing, Cui Shi spat out several mouthfuls of blood, wiping his face clean. Although he appeared weak, he stood resolutely in front of Xi Miao. Then, with a sudden bite to his tongue, his aura surged dramatically, his previously waning strength revitalized to its peak, even surpassing it. Have you lost your mind? Xi Miao exclaimed, grabbing Cui Shi. I do not need you to sacrifice yourself. We can both escape today. Cui Shi smiled brilliantly. Sister, allow me to shine just this once. A person has many choices in life, and his choice was to sacrifice himself to protect his sister. What a poignant display of sibling affection. Jianhua Zhenren smirked. To prevent you two from becoming separated, let us descend together into hell. Roar. The wild deity let out a ferocious roar, charging toward Ximiao and Chuishi like a mountain. A terrifying pressure sweeping over them like a tidal wave, pinning them in place, unable to move. Ximiao's expression shifted dramatically. Now, they could only fight desperately for their lives. Your opponent is me. At that moment, Chuishi roared, his long sword's runes exploding forth, a torrent of sword intent rising like the sun, golden light radiating, shattering the overwhelming pressure into a million pieces. Slash! Chuishi vowed that this was the most exhilarating strike he had ever executed. The sword light surged for 100 feet, tearing the very fabric of space, dividing the world in two and revealing a different spectrum of colors. Jianhua Zhenren's expression shifted, muttering, he actually tore through a portion of the formation. This young man's strength is formidable indeed. Sister, go! Chuishi roared. In the next moment, the sword light swept over the wild deity's head, shooting straight toward the impenetrable black thunder net above. Boom! The collision of sword light and thunder net erupted in a tremendous roar. And a massive gap appeared, unveiling the brilliant starry sky beyond. Seeing this, Chuishi broke into a satisfied smile, then fell backward, utterly exhausted. Just then, Ximiao grabbed hold of Chuishi, no longer hesitating, and transformed into a streak of light racing toward the enormous gap. Buzz! Just as they were about to escape, the wild deity emitted a strange syllable, unleashing sound waves that surged forth from the thunder net, causing their bodies to freeze midair. Ximiao's complexion paled as she coughed up blood, and the two plummeted from the sky. This bizarre syllable had thrown her internal energy into chaos, rendering her unable to move. This was the most severe life-and-death crisis they had ever faced. In that moment of descent, however, Ximiao felt an unusual calm wash over her as she gazed at the boundless starry sky beyond the gap, time seemingly slowing down. Chuishi also stared at the sky, his heart gradually finding peace. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ximiao and asked, Sister, do you remember the shooting stars we watched together that year? He had made a wish then, hoping for her life to be filled with ease and joy, devoid of hardship. Looking back now, it seemed that wish had not come true. And I remember, Ximiao murmured. What did you wish for? In this final moment, Chuishi was curious about his sister's wish. I hope for the prosperity of the Yu Kingdom, and for there to be no more disasters in the world, Ximiao replied softly. Chuishi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in understanding. Indeed, that is my sister, always thinking of others. Sister, you guard the world and I shall guard you. Chuishi vowed in his heart. At that moment, his abdomen began to swell, becoming transparent, as a golden aura began to emanate. He intended to self-destruct. He had to be stopped. Jianhua Zhenren also noticed Chuishi's abnormality. The giant ape's face twisted in derision as it unleashed a powerful punch, intending to obliterate this self-destructing fool. However, at that instant, an invisible force enveloped Ximiao and Chuishi, halting their descent. The giant ape collided with this unseen barrier, its expression changing drastically as it was repelled several dozen meters away. Boom! Simultaneously, a figure descended like a shooting star, breaking through the impending thunder net and landing in the arena. The ground trembled with a loud crash, layers of explosions rippling outward, as the thunder net above was consumed by a wildfire, disintegrating into starlight. The sky cleared, revealing a brilliant expanse of stars. Chapter 46. Just playing boom. A tremendous roar echoed throughout Yongning County. Countless citizens turned toward the source of the explosion. What is that sound? Did someone set off giant fireworks? Look above Jinhua Temple. Is that fireworks? It resembles a burning mirage. What has happened to Jinhua Temple? Why do I feel like some of the buildings at Jinhua Temple seem to be missing? The crowd was oblivious to what had transpired, only aware of the unusual happenings above Jinhua Temple. It was New Year's Eve, and most people were lighting fireworks in open spaces. This was precisely the time when the bustling city was most vacant, making it a suitable opportunity for Ximiao and Chuishi to act. Within Jinhua Temple, the giant ape stared wide-eyed, utterly dazed, as if captured in a meme that perfectly encapsulated its bewilderment. Jianhua Zhenren's pupils contracted as he beheld the figure in the arena, a chill running down his spine. Indeed, the newcomer was Shen Hui. He had initially wanted to observe the spectacle a while longer, but if he waited any longer, Cui Shi would be finished, diminishing the impact of his intervention. Thus, the timing was impeccable, neither too early nor too late. Oh, quite the lively scene, Shen Hui remarked, making a gesture of respect with a smile. Naturally, those around him did not comprehend the meaning of his gesture. They merely perceived him as relaxed. The giant ape sensed a familiar aura emanating from Shen Hui but could not pinpoint its source after much contemplation. It instinctively felt that this Taoist was formidable, instilling a profound sense of dread. Cui Shi was equally astonished. He had been preparing to ignite his power when Shen Hui appeared, and the manner of his entrance was nothing short of explosive. He had only managed to create a rift in the thunder net through his utmost effort, yet Shen Hui had effortlessly obliterated it with a single step. Previously, my senior sister remarked that Shen Hui's cultivation was unfathomable. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now I can only say to Xi Miao, "Senior sister, your judgment of character is remarkably accurate. Taoist Shen, I harbor no intention of making you my adversary. Why not depart now, and I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Afterwards, we can revel in fine wine together, and I will bestow upon you a few treasures. What do you think?" Jianhua Zhenren spoke in a deep voice. He had thought he understood Shen Hui sufficiently, yet it appeared he was still woefully uninformed. The grand formation he had painstakingly constructed over a decade, utilizing countless materials, was so easily dismantled, and so completely. Shen Hui's seemingly casual landing perfectly aligned with the core of the formation, and as the ground erupted, the core sustained damage as well. Now, the events here could no longer be concealed. Prolonging the battle would only attract more onlookers. If he wished to avoid annihilating the entire Yongning County, he needed to resolve matters swiftly. "What do you think?" Shen Hui replied with a smile. Observing Shen Hui's demeanor, Jianhua Zhenren realized his proposal had been dismissed, and he sighed softly. "Taoist Shen, I hold you in high regard and wish to avoid conflict. However, should you remain obstinate, I will have no choice but to fight with all my might." Boom! As he finished speaking, a formidable aura erupted from Jianhua Zhenren, his long hair rising as if caught in a tempest. The compass in his hand began to crack, resembling a spider's web, and he asked solemnly, "Taoist Shen, are you certain you wish to oppose me? If my compass shatters, we will have no room for retreat. Please." Shen Hui smiled gently, gesturing politely. Jianhua Zhenren took a deep breath. Aware that this battle was now unavoidable, it was a struggle for his very survival. He turned to the colossal ape vanguard. "This individual possesses profound cultivation. I require your assistance. Otherwise, we shall both perish today." The giant ape remained silent, exhaling a plume of white mist before nodding gravely, its pair of bony wings beginning to flap erratically. Shen Hui watched the two with a smile, showing no intention of making a move. Seemingly content to let them gather their strength first in the context of a life-and-death struggle, this would be a grave mistake. However, for Shen Hui, it was merely a game, a youthful spirit, reveling in play. Nothing amiss. Taoist Shen, that wild deity is extraordinarily powerful. You must not underestimate it, Xi Miao cautioned. "Fear not." Shen Hui signaled an okay to Xi Miao, smiling slightly. His calm demeanor and overwhelming confidence offered Xi Miao a modicum of reassurance. Heaven and earth, the profound origin of all energies. Cultivating through countless epochs, I shall certify my divine powers. Jianhua Zhenren murmured softly, and the black cracks on his compass suddenly blazed with light, transforming into bolts of black lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar in that instant. It seemed as if his palm wielded a multitude of thunderbolts. Black lightning swirled around Jianhua Zhenren, and the spiritual energy of the world began to stir. "Annihilate!" Finally, Jianhua Zhenren roared, and the compass in his hand shattered. Crack! At the moment the compass fractured, the thousands of thunderbolts coalesced, forming a black lightning dragon that surged towards Shen Hui with a roar. Simultaneously, the giant ape clasped its hands together, resembling an ancient monk in meditation, and streams of golden incense began to emanate from its body, slowly converging atop its head, causing the ground to tremble violently. Rich aromas wafting through the air.it is the power of incense, Xi Miao urgently warned. This wild deity has absorbed 13 years' worth of flourishing incense. Its power has already become formidable. The power of incense is the crystallization of faith and the source of divine strength. Taoist Shen, you must not confront it head-on. The The golden incense light atop the giant ape's head grew ever more resplendent, as if it encapsulated the hopes and prayers of countless devotees, forming a dazzling golden halo. Beneath this halo, the giant ape's aura intensified, each strand of its fur seemingly imbued with the power of incense. Its eyes radiated a deep disdain, or perhaps a transcendent indifference, as if all worldly matters were beneath its notice. As the lightning dragon descended, it opened its enormous jaws, engulfing the motionless Shan Hui. Boom. The moment the lightning dragon struck the ground, it transformed into an overwhelming surge of lightning power, as if the Milky Way had reversed its flow, drowning Shan Hui in a cacophony, arcs of lightning darting chaotically across the terrain, leaving scorched earth in their wake. Lightning power is notoriously the most domineering form of energy. Shi Miao and Cui Shi fell into silence, uncertain if Shan Hui could conjure a miracle in such dire straits. Jianhua Zhenren hovered high above, his eyes glimmering with hope, wishing for Shan Hui to perish beneath this wrathful thunder. Thud! Just then, a dull sound reverberated. The tumultuous lightning power abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, as if torn asunder by an incomprehensibly forceful power, it disintegrated into a shower of fireworks. Shan Hui stood undisturbed, his expression still serene, utterly unscathed. He then smiled gently and remarked, "This mortal thunder is still lacking in potency." Chapter 47. The heavenly suppression spell. Jianhua Zhenren stood frozen in midair. This was his most powerful move, and despite exerting all his strength, he had failed to harm even a hair on Shan Hui. Was the disparity between them truly this vast? The sense of defeat was profoundly vexing. Why? Was effort truly worthless in the face of talent? He had strived so diligently. Why? Why was this the case? The inner turmoil Jianhua Zhenren experienced was ineffable. In this moment, he grasped what it meant to be utterly despondent. Yet, the battle was not over. The halo atop the giant ape had finally solidified, and then surged entirely into its body. At this moment, the surface of the giant ape's body began to glimmer with a golden sheen. Exuding a faint scent of incense, a mere wild spirit dares to aspire for a golden body. Shan Hui shook his head. This wild spirit had taken a misguided path from the very beginning. Although it had pilfered the incense of old LV, such power of faith was impure. People believed they were worshipping the pure young ancestor, but since the incense was intercepted midway, its efficacy was greatly diminished. After a moment, the giant ape opened its eyes, and a beam of golden light shot forth, racing toward Shan Hui. Boom. Shan Hui remained still, allowing the golden light to envelop him. The ground shattered beneath him. Yet the spot where he stood remained entirely unscathed. The giant ape pounded its chest, emitting a series of roars, its fur transforming into a pale golden hue. Subsequently, its body began to swell, and in no time, it reached an immense size of several dozen zhang. The populace of Yongning County beheld the giant ape and erupted in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? How did a monster enter the city? And right near Jinhua Temple, could it be seeking trouble with Jianhua Zhenren? Quick, summon Daoist Shan. I have never seen such a colossal ape, and it even bears a faint golden sheen. Is this monster about to ascend? Oh no, my home is near Jinhua Temple. Will we be caught in the crossfire? Within the county governor's residence, Meng Yin was initially enjoying fireworks with Meng Huaizhu. However, upon seeing the giant ape, he became utterly unsettled. It was no exaggeration to say that Yongning County was a den of dragons and tigers, having just resolved the issue at Qiming Lake. How had a massive ape demon arrived in the blink of an eye? Thus, Meng Yin donned his garments and shouted, "Prepare the carriage. I must go to Wan'an Temple." Meng Huaizhu followed suit. "Father, I shall accompany you." Inside Jinhua Temple, the giant ape, now towering dozens of zhang, let out a howl toward the heavens. Huh! This peculiar sound transformed into a tremendous sound wave, expanding outward like a tsunami, instantly reducing the remaining structures within Jinhua Temple to dust. The sound wave reached over 10 zhang in height, moving at an astonishing speed. At this rate, it would not take long for Yongning County to be reduced to ashes, unprincipled. Shan Hui remained utterly unfazed, his fingers emanating a golden light, swiftly tracing patterns in the void. Jianhua Zhenren, upon witnessing Shan Hui's actions, realized he was about to cast another spell. The last time, the Bai Lu spell extinguished the spiritual fire of Master Huixin. What would it be this time? For reasons unknown, a ripple surfaced in Jin Huazhenren's ashen eyes. He had once been infatuated with those lost incantations, believing them to be the key to his strength. The more formidable Shen Hui's spells appeared, the more Jin Huazhenren was convinced of his own beliefs. Perhaps it was not a matter of his inadequacy or lack of talent. Rather, it was merely a matter of missing certain opportunities. Shen Hui's fingers danced swiftly in the void, and soon a dark golden symbol emerged, similar to the previous ghostly drawing. Yet, inexplicably, it evoked a sense of trepidation merely by its appearance. Go! Shen Hui flicked his fingers, and the dark golden symbol shot forth like a meteor toward the heavens. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated in the air, louder than thunder. The once pitch-black sky was suddenly tinted dark gold, and a massive dark golden symbol appeared in the sky. Immediately, this dark golden symbol erupted with blinding brilliance, and a thick dark golden beam cascaded down, enveloping the entirety of Jinhua Temple. Under the impact of the beam, countless tiny lights darted about like fish, and the ground of Jinhua Temple transformed into a dark golden expanse, with innumerable tiny symbols swirling in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these symbols were precisely the patterns Shen Hui had drawn earlier. Once a formidable giant ape, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, it emitted a wretched cry as the radiant beam of light struck it, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. In an instant, its colossal form began to shrink rapidly, akin to a sponge being wrung dry. Within moments, its vast physique had reverted to its previous size, and yet it continued to diminish. The dark golden radiance on the ground spread like flowing water, creating ripples, while the terrifying sound waves receded into oblivion beneath the luminous column. Jin Huazhenren, bathed in this dark golden glow, felt no discomfort whatsoever. With eyes wide open, he murmured, "The Zhan Tian spell." It is indeed the Zhan Tian spell. At that moment, recollections of prior readings surged into his mind. The Zhan Tian spell, an unparalleled incantation within the Taoist secret arts, had long been lost to the mortal realm. With only fragments of ancient texts revealing its profound essence, in ancient times, Taoist sages, amidst the celestial heights and the underworld, grasped this spell through the resonance of heaven and earth, accumulating the essence of the world over millennia, harnessing the energy of the sun and moon to forge this art. The Zhan Tian spell is profound in its script and formidable in its power, capable of subduing all things and stabilizing the cosmos. When the talisman is formed, the heavens change hue, winds and clouds surge, golden light bursts forth, akin to the wrath of a celestial deity, compelling all beings to bow. Wherever its power reaches, demons flee, malevolence dissipates. Mountains and rivers stabilize, waters flow peacefully, beasts tremble, and the populace thrives. Jin Huazhenren was immediately filled with tears of joy. It turned out that the spells recorded in the Taoist secret arts were not mere fabrications. Had he possessed this technique, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? The giant ape continued to shrink until it transformed into an ordinary monkey, hunched over and kneeling on the ground. Having lost all semblance of divinity, the incense power that once surrounded it vanished without a trace. Its fur, once tinged with a faint golden hue, now reverted to a dark, lifeless shade, resembling withered grass. Shueisha gaped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. Ximiao's shock was equally evident as she gently touched the dark golden glow on the ground, which slipped away from her fingertips like a wisp of smoke. Amidst the resplendent golden light, Shen Hui stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing and hair flowing. In that moment, even Shueisha had to concede that Shen Hui truly resembled a celestial being. Perhaps the legendary fallen immortal referred to such a person. Chapter 48. The soul-summoning technique. The people of Yongning County could not witness the events transpiring within the Jinhua Temple. Yet, they were aware of the extraordinary phenomena occurring in the heavens. The brilliant beam of light evoked memories of the scene at Wangyu Temple. It must be Taoist Shun, they thought. Surely, it is Taoist Shun who has intervened. Only he could create such peculiar patterns, reminiscent of those from Wangyu Temple. Taoist Shen truly is the guardian deity of Yongning County. Without him, this monster would have wrought untold destruction. Meng Yin had prepared a carriage. But upon seeing the beam of light, he halted. Once again, Taoist Shen has saved Yongning County, he murmured. Meng Huaizhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could see Shen Hui's silhouette behind the light. Whispering, This is what a true Taoist is. Shan Hui yawned and then strolled toward the giant ape. As he took a step forward, the heavenly beam of light dissipated, transforming into a sky full of stars. The giant ape became adorned with swirling dark golden runes, now thoroughly suppressed, unable even to lift a finger. Jin Hua Zhenren, recognizing the futility of resistance, chose not to flee, descending from the air to stand beside the giant ape. Xi Miao and Cui Shi, coming back to their senses, quickly approached. "Thank you, Daoist Shen, for your assistance today." Xi Miao expressed her gratitude. "It was merely a small effort," Shen Hui replied with a smile. Cui Shi stood behind Xi Miao, his lips moving several times, yet he found himself unable to speak. Previously, he had been rather dismissive toward Shen Hui. Now, he wished to convey his thanks, but the words lodged in his throat, despite knowing that failing to express gratitude would be impolite. His nature made it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. Fortunately, Shen Hui did not focus on him, but rather turned his attention to the giant ape. "Wild spirit, I have a question for you, and you shall answer truthfully." The giant ape trembled, unable to raise its head, yet it responded in a gravelly voice, "Please, esteemed immortal, ask away. What audacity possessed you to impersonate the venerable Lao Chunyang and usurp his incense offerings?" Shen Hui inquired, inwardly relieved that he had almost referred to him as Lao. It was merely a slip of habit, but had others overheard it, they might have found it peculiar. The giant ape stammered, I did not intend to do this. It was Jin Hua Zhenren who compelled me to act." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Jin Hua Zhenren. He immediately erupted in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently, "You're talking nonsense. If you hadn't come to me, claiming that if I helped you gather incense, you would share a portion with me to enhance my power, I wouldn't have bothered with you." The crowd redirected their attention to the giant ape. The giant ape ignored Jin Hua Zhenren and focused solely on Shen Hui, hastily asserting, "Esteemed immortal, what I say is the truth. Initially, he had a conflict with the old man from Wanan Temple, relocating the venerable Lao Chunyang, claiming he would start anew. Without the old man, he believed he could still become a revered Taoist. "I am merely a spirit from the mountains. How could I have the audacity to impersonate Lao Chunyang?" Jin Hua Zhenren, in his desire to provoke that old man, even destroyed the statue of Lao Chunyang later. When establishing the temple, he realized a temple without a statue would not suffice. Furthermore, Lao Chunyang's reputation was so great that without him, who would know of Jin Hua Temple? Thus, by chance, he encountered me and fortuitously asked me to impersonate Lao Chunyang. In doing so, he could become a formidable Taoist, and I could cultivate through the incense offerings. Ensnared by this temptation, I consented. The crowd again turned their gaze toward Jin Hua Zhenren. He was visibly agitated, his chest heaving. "What nonsense! This is all utter fabrication. The only truth is that I had a disagreement with the old man. But the rest is lies. The reality is that he approached me voluntarily. At that time, I was at a bottleneck in my cultivation. He offered to use the power of incense to help me break through. And from that point onward, my progress was rapid. I was determined to prove to the old man that I could succeed without him. So I was led astray and committed this grievous sin. This beast is filled with lies. I implored Daoist Shun and the two heavenly officials to see through it." The crowd turned once more to the giant ape. The giant ape vehemently denied the accusations. "What he says is all false. I possess evidence. In truth, the old man from Wanan Temple visited Jin Hua Temple and immediately recognized my issues. I intended to resign, but Jin Hua Zhenren, in a fit of madness, severely injured that old man, who soon after passed away. Do not trust the words of such an ungrateful, disloyal wretch. If you doubt me, you may inquire of that old man. I wonder if he can find peace in the afterlife." Jin Hua Zhenren's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense. I certainly despise that old man, but I never laid a hand on him. You know he is past. Now you wish to bring him forth for confrontation. What is your true intent? I tell you, you will not pin all the blame on me alone. If I am to perish, I shall take you down with me." The giant ape quickly responded, "Esteemed immortal, esteemed officials, see how he behaves. It is evident he is guilty and embarrassed, knowing the old man cannot confront him. Thus he seeks to frame me." Enough of this bickering, Shan Hui interjected with a gentle smile. "Didn't you wish for Daoist Shan Yuan to appear for confrontation? I have a method to this declaration." The scene fell into silence, with three pairs of eyes, 2 humans and 1 ape. Filled with astonishment, it was a universally acknowledged truth that the dead do not return to life. Was Shen Hui about to employ some peculiar trick? Perhaps he intended to dig up Taoist Shan Yuan's corpse? Shen Hui smiled at Cui Shi and Xi Miao, saying, I can summon souls from the underworld. As long as Taoist Shan Yuan has not been reincarnated, I can allow him to possess one of you. Who among you wishes to be the test subject? The word soul summoning technique echoed in their minds. Such a technique was not unheard of in the realm of cultivation, yet it was a unique skill of the soul-crossing sect. Moreover, there were limitations. For instance, a person could not have died for more than 3 days, or even a deity would find it challenging. Taoist Shan Yuan had been deceased for over a month. Summoning from the underworld was virtually unheard of. Cui Shi glanced at Xi Miao, and without hesitation, declared, I will do it, I shall do it, junior brother. You have just been injured and have not yet recovered. Xi Miao insisted immediately. Senior sister, I am capable of this. Cui Shi shook his head. Let us not argue. Shen Hui chuckled. This will not harm your body, and since Taoist Shan Yuan was male in life, it is best for Cui Shi to take on this role. Cui Shi sighed in relief, glad that he was the chosen one. Even though Shen Hui claimed it would not harm his body, he still preferred not to have his senior sister possessed. He then placed his hands on his trousers and asked, Taoist, what should I do? Do I need to remove my trousers? Chapter 49. It is I. Shen Hui was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a wave of frustration, he replied, What on earth would you remove your trousers for? A Cui Shi's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I heard that before summoning souls, the soul-crossing sect requires one to strip down, claiming it prevents the spirit from entering the body. Is that not correct? This was precisely why he had been reluctant for Xi Miao to participate. His senior sister was still a young maiden. If Shen Hui were to see her in such a state, how would that be appropriate? What a ridiculous rule! Shen Hui waved his hand dismissively. You need not do anything. Simply stand there. Upon hearing this, Cui Shi breathed a sigh of relief. If he had truly been required to remove his clothing, it would have been rather embarrassing. It is indeed necessary for the senior sister to take a step back. Xi Miao's lips quivered, as if she were on the verge of laughter, yet she struggled to suppress it. It is a rare sight to witness her junior brother in such a state of recklessness and confusion. Meanwhile, both the great ape and Master Jinhua bore expressions laden with concern, their minds evidently preoccupied with unspoken worries. Shen Hui closed his eyes, his hand moving through the air, and an enigmatic sigil materialized in the atmosphere, its form vibrant and dynamic, reminiscent of a dancer in motion. Even the worldly wise Master Jinhua could not decipher this incantation. The abyss of the underworld is profound. Souls return in due time. Celestial arts summon, spirits gather without a doubt. The yellow springs lead the way. The other shore awaits. Under the pen of the judge, souls take a temporary leave. As Shen Hui chanted softly, he then thrust his fingers forward, causing the sigil to dissolve into the void in that instant. A chilling wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, swept through, raising goosebumps on the skin of the gathered individuals. It is worth noting that all present were cultivators and, ordinarily, would not react to such a breeze. However, this wind was distinctly different, carrying an unusually cold aura. Shen Hui abruptly opened his eyes, his other hand resting on Cui Shi's shoulder, causing the latter to involuntarily shudder. Simultaneously, he murmured, With the wind as my ally, the ghostly flames obscure, souls return, inquiries are undoubtedly made. The celestial might is overwhelming, even the spirits and deities take heed. Once spoken, disperse. Do not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Upon utterance, the wind intensified. Cui Shi's body trembled violently, his previously pallid cheeks growing even more as his eyes seemed to vanish, overtaken by the whites of his eyes. Gradually, Cui Shi's form hunched, resembling an old man on the brink of death. He soon regained his faculties, producing a voice familiar to Shen Hui and Master Jinhua. Shen, esteemed guest, you are well. May I inquire the purpose of your visit today? At this proclamation, silence enveloped the scene. Xi Miao swiftly covered her mouth, stifling a gasp, as Shen Hui's prowess once again expanded her understanding. In the blink of an eye, he had summoned a being from the underworld? Furthermore, the notion of the underworld was but a folk tale. This moment served as its definitive validation. The impact on Xi Miao was so profound that it could only be described as a complete reformation of her worldview. Master Shan Yuan, the Wanan Temple is flourishing and has indeed returned to its former glory, and I have not failed in my duty, Shun Hui declared with a smile. Shan Yuan nodded, a smile gracing his features. In truth, the night you witnessed the emissary, I realized you were no ordinary individual. It was then I knew Wanan Temple would surely reclaim its peak. However, my invitation today is not for this matter. Master Shan Yuan, do take a look at these two. Do you recognize them? Shen Hui shifted aside, revealing Master Jinhua and the great ape standing behind him. Master Jinhua averted his gaze from Shan Yuan, seemingly unable to meet his eyes. Xiao Huazi, how you have grown, Shan Yuan remarked with a gentle smile, his tone akin to a soft spring breeze. Upon hearing the name Xiao Huazi, Master Jinhua shuddered slightly, bowing his head with clenched fists, his voice choked. Mastered. Shan Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head, his hollow eye sockets exuding kindness. He spoke gently. I once thought that my disciple and I would never meet again. To see you now is a delightful surprise. Let us refrain from discussing unpleasantries. Old man, quickly tell them that your ungrateful disciple has indeed attempted to assassinate you. At that moment, the great ape interjected impatiently, seemingly confident of his victory. All eyes turned to Shan Yuan. Under the scrutiny of all, Shan Yuan shook his head. I know my disciple's character well. Although misunderstandings exist between us, he would never turn his blade against me. Upon hearing this, the great ape erupted in frustration. You lie. You are lying. Do you not recall what transpired 5 years ago at Jinhua Temple? Of course I remember, Shan Yuan replied with a soft chuckle. That night, you took on my disciple's form and grievously injured me, intending to frame him for the act. Yet, Xiao Huazi is someone I have watched grow. I would recognize him at a glance. With these words, the great ape fell silent, no longer making a scene. Meanwhile, Master Jinhua widened his eyes, glaring furiously at the great ape. Did I not tell you that under no circumstances could you harm so much as a hair on this old man's head? The great ape scoffed. At this point, why feign filial piety? Sentimentality will never yield great accomplishments. I merely sought to clear the obstacles from your path to success, yet it seems this old man possesses more wits than anticipated. Thus, the matter began to unravel. The wild god had assumed Master Jinhua's guise and attacked Shan Yuan, nearly costing him his life. However, the timing of the pure young patriarch's switch remained unclear. Shi Miao stepped forward. Greetings, Master Shan Yuan. I am an inspector from the Fengcheng Bureau, and I wish to inquire about the matter of the pure young patriarch of Jinhua Temple being replaced by the wild god. How much do you know? Master Jinhua closed his eyes. Regardless of whether he had been manipulated, this incident had transpired, and he had foolishly attempted to retain both heavenly officials, a heinous crime indeed. In that moment, he feared not the impending judgment, but rather the disappointed gaze of Shan Yuan. He recalled the day he stormed out of Wanan Temple, vowing to Shan Yuan that he would carve out a name for himself. Only to find himself in this predicament. It was I who did it. Yet at that moment, Shan Yuan's words caused Master Jinhua to suddenly open his eyes wide. Shi Miao's face displayed astonishment. You did it? It was I. Shan Yuan turned to Shi Miao, sighing. On that day, I quarreled vehemently with Jinhua. He declared his intent to establish his own sect to rival mine. I, enamored by fame and fortune, feared that all my lifelong efforts would be in vain if he were to succeed. Thus, I devised a plan to bestow upon him the pure young patriarch within the temple, while secretly substituting it with a false idol. In this way, he would soon be disgraced and unable to compete with Wanan Temple. Consequently, Wanan Temple would remain as it always was, and I would still be the Shan Yuan you see before you. Chapter 50. The Sound of Gold and Jade. Radiant in its splendor, I am called Shan Yuan. My master said I am calm and rarely reveal my inner emotions, hence the name Shan Yuan. My tale with Xiao Huazi begins 30 years ago, during a winter of bitter winds. One evening, after completing my usual cultivation, I prepared for rest but was suddenly startled by the sound of a baby's cries outside the temple. I opened the temple door and glimpsed a fleeting shadow disappearing into the distance, its form somewhat disheveled amidst the snowstorm. The cries emanated from beneath my feet, where a basket cradled a diminutive infant, swathed only in a thin layer of cotton cloth. Surely, he must be cold. In that moment, it dawned on me that this was an abandoned child. In these chaotic times, abandoned infants are all too common. Some fortunate souls are taken in by kind-hearted families, while many others fade away into silence. This child was fortunate, for I resolved to adopt him. I too had been abandoned once. Had my master not rescued me from the frigid wilderness, I fear the world would long since have forgotten the name Shan Yuan. Perhaps this is fate. After all, in the vast expanse of Wanan Temple, I was the only one left. Having companionship was a welcome reprieve. When I lifted him from the basket, the little one ceased his cries, gazing at me with bright, grape-like eyes, as snowflakes kissed his face, eliciting a giggle from him. I glanced down and noted he was a boy. Ah, just right to become a Taoist. Time is fleeting, and days slip away easily. Life, it seems, is akin to a swift steed galloping forward, leaving no room for hesitation. The abandoned infant unknowingly grew into a rosy-cheeked youth. The little one clamored for a name, and fortuitously, the sun shone brightly that day. With flowers blooming in full splendor, I told him, "From now on, you shall be called Jinhua," the sound of gold and jade. Radiant in its beauty, the little one was unlike me. He was expressive, warm as the sun, destined to surpass my achievements in the future. "Jinhua, Jinhua," he murmured, his face alight with joy as he dashed about the temple. "I have a name now. I am called Jinhua. I am called Jinhua." The little one proclaimed his name to all he encountered. Witnessing his happiness brought me joy as well. If only life could continue in this manner. Amidst the turmoil of the world, I wished only to safeguard this small piece of land, to protect Wanan Temple, and to ensure a home for the young one. One day, the little one suddenly inquired, "Master, do you think there are more good people or bad people in this world?" I was caught off guard by his question and pondered for a long while before answering. Naturally, there are more good people. Then why is the world never at peace, with bad people running rampant? The little one appeared bewildered, burying his head between his legs. It was the first time I had seen him so lost. I began to reflect deeply on this question. Indeed, the world is chaotic. Wicked individuals bully the weak, and is it truly the case that good people are in abundance? In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, the little one raised his head once more and declared, "Master, I want to change this prevailing atmosphere. I want the wicked to vanish without a trace." I was taken aback by his lofty aspirations. I patted his head and gently said, "Very well, but this path will be arduous. I am not afraid of difficulty," the little one replied, shaking his head. "Master, I will change everything." Later on, the young lad diligently honed his skills. Growing older by the day, and his cultivation ascended steadily, he fulfilled his promise, upholding justice and punishing evildoers, enduring near-fatal encounters several times yet remaining resolute. The boy matured, and I found myself with a commendable disciple. One day, however, a messenger arrived at my door, informing me that their young master wished to summon me. Though I was initially reluctant, the messenger warned, "If you wish for your obedient disciple to survive, it would be wise to comply." And I forgot to mention, our young master hails from the prestigious Yu family of Shengjing. The Yu family of Shengjing, a superlative lineage of the Yu nation, had its patriarch as the brother of the current emperor. What trouble had my disciple gotten himself into? I confess, I felt a twinge of panic as I followed the messenger into the wilderness. Upon seeing the boy again, he lay bloodied, trampled beneath the foot of a cold-faced man. Not far off, a woman's lifeless body lay, while a richly adorned youth sat leisurely on a chair, sipping tea. Upon noticing my arrival, the young man in brocade smiled and said, "Ah, so this is the illustrious Taoist Shanyuan of Wanan Temple. Do take a look. Is this fellow not your disciple?" My heart ached for the unconscious boy in the pool of blood. Yet I must not show my distress. I feigned calmness and replied, "Might I inquire who you are? What offense has my disciple committed me?" The brocade-clad youth opened his folding fan with a flourish. Fanning himself with a sardonic grin, Yu Jing, of the Yu family, known as the young prince, my heart sank at this revelation. He continued, "As for your disciple, he attempted to assassinate me. What punishment does he deserve for such audacity?" I understood my disciple's nature. He would never commit such a heinous act. There must be some misunderstanding. I hastily defended him. "Ha ha ha." At that moment, Yu Jing burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he explained. He could not abide my humiliation of this woman and sought to play the hero, only to be subdued by my guards. I could have slain him on the spot. yet out of respect for Taoist Shanyuan and a desire to avoid further bloodshed. I felt a slight relief. As long as my disciple was unharmed, I would acquiesce to whatever compensation Yu Jing demanded. However, at that moment, Yu Jing signaled to the cold-faced man. The man instantly comprehended, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he tossed his sword at my feet. "What does the young prince mean by this?" I queried, gazing down at the weapon. "Negligent teaching leads to a lackadaisical disciple. This incident should implicate you, Taoist Shanyuan, but who would have thought I possessed such a benevolent heart?" Yu Jing grinned like a wretched fox, his narrow eyes gleaming as he proposed, "Thus, I present you with an opportunity for redemption." I met his gaze. He returned my stare. "What? Do you not comprehend my meaning?" Yu Jing's smile faded, his eyes turning dangerously sharp. "You ungrateful rabble, lacking decorum and wit, truly deserve to perish. Listen well. I demand you pick up that sword and personally dismember your incompetent disciple to feed the dogs. Only then can you preserve your miserable life and that wretched temple of yours. Do you understand? Taoist? Chapter 51. Come, go. My master taught me to remain composed, never to reveal my inner emotions easily. Thus, he bestowed upon me the name Shanyuan. I was meant to be calm, to act with reason rather than impulsiveness. Yet, this young prince had truly gone too far. Throughout my life, I had toiled diligently, seeking only to safeguard my modest domain and provide the young lad with a sanctuary from life's tempests. I had never harmed another, accumulating virtue and goodwill. Everyone regarded me as a kind-hearted individual. But now I grasped a profound truth. Indiscriminate kindness serves as an accomplice to evil. As I beheld the boy collapsed in a pool of blood, the arrogant visage of the young prince, the disdainful smirk of the cold-faced man, and the messenger's insistent urging, I picked up the sword from the ground. In but a breath, the cold-faced man and the messenger lost their heads, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they could not fathom that I would dare to act against them. The young prince's smile had solidified into a grimace, terror dawning upon his face as I approached him step by step. He stumbled to his feet, collapsing in a heap upon the ground, crying out in desperation, Taoist, please, don't be rash. I shall not pursue this matter. Let us pretend we have never met." But I could not halt my hand. The name Yu Jing was well known throughout the Yu nation, infamous for his vengeful nature. Even a stray dog on the street would receive a kick from him. For the sake of the young lad's future, I could not relent. The moment Yu Jing fell beneath my sword, his eyes widened, fixated upon me, as if he sought to engrave my visage into his memory. Yet I felt no fear. "Remember well, remember clearly. Let the spirits of the dead find trouble with me alone." The 3 corpses I set ablaze, their remains reduced to ashes, as I carried the young lad back to Wanan Temple. He had grown, no longer the small child who once rode upon my shoulders. Upon returning to the temple, I tended to his wounds, gazing at him as he lay unconscious on the bed. In that moment, I felt a flicker of relief. Had I not acted today, I might have been haunted by regret for a lifetime. Yet I also understood that I must sever ties with him. The death of Yu Jing would inevitably stir a tempest. It would not be long before someone traced the incident back to me, as long as I did not implicate the young lad. Whatever I did was justified. Thus began a plan that spanned 3 long years. I deliberately ignored the young lad's presence, feigning indifference, reproaching him, and belittling him to the point of insignificance. The boy transitioned from shock to confusion, then to indifference, and finally to anger over the span of 3 long years. He made numerous attempts to alter our relationship, yet how could he comprehend that one cannot awaken a person who pretends to be asleep? Eventually, he proposed that we part ways. That day, the wind and snow were fierce. The young lad stood at the temple's entrance and declared, "Master, you look down upon me, deeming me worthless. I shall establish my own path and prove I am not inferior to you. Perhaps even better. From now on, Jinhua is Jinhua, and Shanyuan is Shanyuan." He gazed at me, and I at him. The stubbornness in his eyes remained, tinged with a hint of hope. I knew he longed for me to retain him. At that moment, had I uttered a single word, "Stay," he would have rushed into my embrace, recounting the grievances of the years past. Yet, 3 years had elapsed, 3 long years to reach this juncture. I was on the verge of success. I sensed the pressure from the Yu family growing ever closer. One day, they would find me. For now, Separation was the best course for him, and my expression remained calm as I added the final spark. With aspirations higher than the heavens and a life as fragile as paper. Without me, you are nothing. The light in the boy's eyes dimmed, replaced by disappointment and fury. All lingering affection faded as he turned away. The snow fell heavily that day, the biting winter wind howling, just as it had when he first arrived. Watching his silhouette recede, disappearing into the blizzard, I felt something warm and wet trickle down my cheek. I touched my face. It was water. Oh, tears I in that moment. I was taken aback. This was the first time I had shed tears since I could remember. How strange the sensation of crying was. Yet for reasons unknown, I felt a weight lift from my heart. Go forth, young lad. The road ahead is bright. It is time for you to pursue your own future. But with that release came an overwhelming fatigue, and I leaned weakly against the doorframe. Years ago, I had found you amidst the harsh winter. Now, I faced separation in the same season. Perhaps it was all woven by fate. Taoist Jinhua stared wide-eyed at Shanyuan before him, perplexed as to why Shanyuan willingly bore this burden, despite their previous rupture. Logically, he should not have acted thus. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the great ape erupted in laughter, shaking with mirth, tears streaming down its face. What a touching bond between master and disciple. Even the usually principled Shanyuan has begun to sully himself with dirt, truly a sight to behold. Shanyuan gazed calmly at the great ape. It was my moment of folly that wrought this great error. I am willing to bear all consequences, for it has no bearing on our master-disciple bond. My ties with Jinhua have long since severed. I merely wish for the truth to be unclouded. Lord Tianguan, all that I have said is the truth and can withstand scrutiny. Is there anything else you require of me? Shi Miao shook her head, replying, Taoist Shanyuan, I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. Even if this matter was your orchestration, Taoist Jinhua was evidently aware of the existence of the wild god and conspired with it against us both, seeking to ensnare us within Jinhua Temple. Merely this charge is already a capital offense. Therefore, if you are truly taking the fall, it is unnecessary. Shanyuan remained silent for a moment before sighing. I understand my disciple. He must have been ensnared by the wild god to reach this juncture. If I were to provide a crucial lead, might I implore Lord Tianguan to overlook this matter? What lead? Shi Miao inquired. The lead regarding the disappearance of Yu Jing, Shanyuan stated. At these words, Shi Miao was taken aback, while Taoist Jinhua's head snapped up. You know where Yu Jing has gone? Shi Miao asked urgently. The case of Yu Jing had remained unsolved for over a decade, inciting the wrath of the Yu family and triggering a storm throughout the entire Yu nation. The search for the truth had never ceased in those long years. Unexpectedly, the news reached me through the lips of a deceased individual. Could it be that Shanyuan has ventured to the underworld and encountered Yu Jing? In that moment, Shi Miao's imagination ran wild. Shanyuan nodded and said, If the esteemed Tianguan can agree to my request, I shall divulge the truth I know. Chapter 52. Once again at Ling Shao sect, Shi Miao hesitated. The truth behind Yu Jing's disappearance was a significant achievement. If she could indeed unravel it, promotions and accolades would be within her grasp. However, she had no desire to let Jinhua Zhenren escape unscathed. Had it not been for Shen Hui's sudden appearance today, she and her junior disciple would likely have perished here. Who could guarantee that Jinhua Zhenren would repent? If he were to procure another wild deity and establish a shrine to deceive the faithful, it would lead to calamity. She would be releasing a tiger back into the mountains. As Shi Miao wrestled with her indecision, Shanyuan continued, Tianguan, I understand your concerns. This child is not inherently wicked. Mistakes are inevitable. He has long aspired to alter the prevailing corrupt atmosphere in our world, which is why he is so fixated on enhancing his strength. At that moment, Jinhua Zhenren suddenly interjected, Old man, cease your justifications. I do not require your excuses or your pleas on my behalf. Spare me your feigned sympathy. Since you were so resolute against me in the past, why now pretend to be a benevolent soul? I was merely holding my breath, but when my talent fell short, I readily acquiesced to the demands of this wild deity when it appeared. He claimed that incense could enhance my abilities and promised to share some of that power to aid my cultivation. And indeed it did. With the strength of incense, my progress could be likened to a rapid ascent. I became obsessed with the exhilaration of such swift advancement, leading to a series of missteps. Ultimately, All this turmoil stems from my lack of talent. As Jinhua Zhenren spoke, a cold indifference etched across his face. I do not seek your pity, nor do I desire your redemption. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuan sighed deeply. Perhaps I was mistaken. He wished for Jinhua Zhenren to thrive, hence his decision to sever ties. Yet he failed to comprehend the true sentiments lurking within Jinhua Zhenren's heart. People often extend kindness in ways they deem suitable, oblivious to whether it aligns with the needs of others. I killed you, Jing, Shan Yuan declared, closing his eyes and speaking in a grave tone. Shi Miao's eyes widened, and Jinhua Zhenren's gaze also grew wide. He was well aware of who Yu Jing was, having nearly lost his life at Yu Jing's hands. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself back at the Taoist temple. It seemed that from that moment on, Shan Yuan's demeanor towards him had shifted. Growing cold, heartless, and capricious, he had always believed it was due to Shan Yuan's resentment towards him for offending Yu Jing. Living in constant trepidation, yet, it now appeared otherwise. Yu Jing had indeed met his end at Shan Yuan's hands. Why? Shi Miao inquired. Shan Yuan recounted the events of that year slowly. After hearing the tale, Shi Miao fell silent. Why Yu Jing indeed deserved his fate. Jinhua Zhenren stood rooted to the spot. Although Shan Yuan had not disclosed the subsequent events, his understanding of Shan Yuan illuminated the truth like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Dispelling the fog that had lingered for years, it turned out that the reason Shan Yuan seemed transformed was solely for his protection. After revealing the truth, Shan Yuan cast one last glance at Jinhua Zhenren, his face radiating the warmth of the past. Xiao Hua, regardless of how you perceive me, I have always wished for your well-being. With that, Cui Shi's body shuddered once more. The sinister wind dissipated, and his eyes regained their pupils. What had just transpired? Cui Shi was oblivious to the events that had unfolded. Upon Shan Yuan possessing his body, his consciousness had plunged into chaos. The atmosphere was peculiar. His senior sister remained silent. Jinhua Zhenren stood in shock, and the giant ape knelt on the ground, while Shen Hui merely yawned. It's nothing much, just a clarification of certain truths, Shen Hui remarked, shaking his head with a smile. He then approached the giant ape. Little wild spirit, I have listened to your story from beginning to end, yet I still do not know your origins. Do you wish to divulge them to me? Or shall I probe your soul? At this, the giant ape trembled and quickly pleaded, spare me, esteemed one. I have committed no heinous acts aside from stealing some incense over the years. I have even granted wishes to many. Just then, Shen Hui placed his hand on the giant ape's head, grinning. At such a moment, you still wish to play tricks on me? Very well. I shall give you a taste of hardship with that. A glimmering light of gold emanated from the palm of Shen Hui's hand, surging into the giant ape's body. Ah! The giant ape let out a deafening scream, feeling as though its head might explode. Remembering Shen Hui's earlier mention of probing souls, it was nearly paralyzed with fear. Soul probing was no righteous method. It could even be classified as dark sorcery. It was said that those who underwent soul probing would either become fools or, at worst, have their souls scattered. Esteemed one, I confess everything. Please stop. The giant ape cried in desperation. Shen Hui withdrew his hand, wearing a gentle smile. You should have said so earlier. Why force me to resort to such measures? You know I dislike being rough. I know nothing. The giant ape cursed inwardly, though his face betrayed none of his thoughts as he forced a smile. To be honest, esteemed one, I am indeed in the service of Ling Xiaozhenjun. All of this was ordered by Ling Xiaozhenjun. Ling Xiaozhenjun? Shen Hui raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with this figure. How could a mere mortal dare to call themselves a true sovereign? There must be something amiss. Who is Ling Xiaozhenjun? The head of Ling Xiao sect. It is Ling Xiaozi. The giant ape hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Shi Miao and Cui Shi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The head of Ling Xiao sect? Are you referring to Ling Xiaozi? Indeed, it is Ling Xiaozi. The giant ape affirmed. I was coerced into this. I never wished to act this way. He holds a fragment of my soul, and if I disobey, he could slay me no matter where I flee. I merely wish to survive. Shen Hui's expression turned contemplative. The mention of Ling Xiao sect reminded him of the events at Chimeng Lake. The catfish spirit had informed him that all of this was orchestrated by a witch from Ling Xiao sect, intending to frame it and imprison it at the lake's bottom. What connection did this witch from Ling Xiao sect have with Ling Xiaozi? And what were they truly plotting? Why were they stirring up trouble everywhere? Shen Hui was disinclined to ponder further. Regardless, once the officials of Feng Changfu learned of this incident, they would undoubtedly investigate, at which point all would be revealed. His focus needed to remain on gathering incense. Everything else was secondary. Chapter 53. Go, but do not look back after the giant ape had fully disclosed the events. The matter seemed to have reached its conclusion. As for any subsequent investigations, they were not for Shen Hui to concern himself with. Jian Huazhenren and the giant ape were taken away. As they parted ways, Ximiao turned to Shen Hui. Daoist Shen, I am deeply grateful for your assistance in resolving this matter. Is there anything I can do for you in return? I must repay this kindness. Shen Hui thought to himself how pleasant it was to converse with someone so considerate. He had yet to make any requests, and she had already offered. Thus, he graciously replied, Miss Shi, I do have a favor to ask, but it is not solely for my benefit. It is also for the sake of cultural heritage. Upon hearing the words cultural heritage, Ximiao's demeanor grew solemn. Feng Changfu differed from the Qi Tianjian. While the latter was solely responsible for capturing demons and evils, Feng Changfu also bore the duty of compiling texts. Take the current records of immortals and deities, for instance. Was it not compiled by the esteemed Lord Feng Chang? Gathering historical materials from near and far? Daoist Shun, please feel free to speak. Ximiao urged eagerly. Miss Shi, you must have seen the statue I currently enshrine. It is named by Lu Tianzun. If possible, could your people investigate it? It is indeed the deity featured on the third page of the records of immortals and deities. Of course, if there are areas where my assistance is needed, I shall certainly provide all the information I possess, Shen Hui said with a smile. Once Bai Lu Tianzun was included in the records of immortals and deities, more people would become aware of it, alleviating him from the burden of scurrying about. However, progress must be made incrementally. Taking too large a leap could lead to missteps. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeded, his goal was to bring Bai Lu Tianzun into the view of Feng Changfu, at which point individuals of greater stature would come to learn more, such as the highest authority of Feng Changfu, Lord Feng Chang himself. Ximiao nodded thoughtfully before clasping her fists. Rest assured, Daoist, I will certainly inform Lord Feng Chang of this matter. He is known for his meticulousness, and I believe he will take this seriously. Shen Hui, however, remained unconvinced, for if Lord Feng Chang were truly so meticulous, he would not have included nonsensical and fictitious deities in the records of immortals and deities. Sister, we should take our leave, Cui Shi called out at that moment. The wild deity and Jian Huazhenren were bound together with specially crafted spirit chains. Jian Huazhenren's eyes were vacant as he gazed up at the sky. The stars seemed particularly brilliant tonight. He could not recall when or where he had witnessed such a scene. His mind was filled with memories of the joyous times spent with Shan Yuan at that moment. A flicker of emotion crossed his face, and a spark of light glimmered in his eyes. He suddenly recalled that he had once gazed upon such a celestial river alongside Shen Yuan. Now, he vividly remembered his master's words. As long as one keeps moving forward, salvation shall be attained. The spring festival had arrived. On the first day of the new year, Shen Hui shouldered his pack. Master, are you embarking on a long journey? Zhu Ping'an inquired hastily upon seeing Shan Hui's burdened form. Ah, Ping'an, you have become quite adept at managing the affairs of the temple, have you not? Shen Hui asked with a smile. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an nodded earnestly. In truth, the temple's matters were not overly burdensome. As long as they tended to the visitors who came to offer incense, everything would be well. Shen Hui refrained from engaging in fortune-telling or divination. His public rationale was that the matters of fate and karma were merely personal obsessions. Should he intervene, it would be rather unseemly. Thus, many assumed that Shen Hui simply did not wish to practice divination, unaware that he was entirely unversed in the art. Can one learn it? Of course. One could. Yet, Shen Hui, feeling rather indolent, had no desire to pursue it. From now on, I leave all temple affairs in your capable hands, Shen Hui declared with a smile. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Zhu Ping'an's heart. What about you, master? As for me, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Shen Hui feigned an air of mystery, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed towards the horizon. All beings suffer, and I must endeavor to alleviate their plight. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's expression turned wistful, yet he recognized the master's formidable abilities and his benevolent heart for the world. He could not find the words to plead for him to stay. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Ping'an resolutely stated, Master, I shall take good care of the temple. You may rest assured in your endeavors. Shunhui patted Zhu Pingyin's head and said with a smile, Pingyin, should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, simply make a wish to the Celestial Lord, and he shall be aware of your circumstances and offer assistance. I have left a tome in your quarters for your cultivation. Whether you can master it depends entirely on your talent and fortune. Zhu Pingyin nodded earnestly, Master, I will strive to cultivate diligently until your return. Very well. Shunhui smiled once more, patting Zhu Pingyin's head before turning away and departing without a backward glance. As he watched Shunhui's retreating figure, Zhu Pingyin's eyes grew misty. Their time together had not been extensive, yet Shunhui's presence had illuminated Zhu Pingyin's life, dispelling the shadows and inviting sunshine back in. The reason for his current state was solely because Shunhui had once saved him. Zhu Pingyin was not one for eloquence. He simply understood that a life saved must be repaid with a lifetime of gratitude. The sunlight bathed the temple's path, and at the moment Shunhui stepped forward, the light enveloped him. This scene would be etched in Zhu Pingyin's memory for a lifetime. Shunhui departed, leaving not a single cloud in the sky. It was the first day of the new year, and the temple was bustling with visitors offering incense. Few noticed Shunhui's absence. After all, he seldom made public appearances, usually found lounging in the back courtyard, basking in the sun. After offering incense, Meng Huaizhu sought out Zhu Pingyin. Little Taoist, where has your master gone? Zhu Pingyin was about to respond when Meng Huaizhu interrupted with a smile. Wait. Let me guess first. On such a splendid day, your master is likely basking in the sun at the back courtyard. Right? With that, she skipped off towards the back. Zhu Pingyin, knowing that Miss Meng was a friend of the master, did not attempt to stop her. The suddenness of the master's departure seemed to have eluded everyone. As Zhu Pingyin observed Meng Huaizhu's lively figure, he pondered inwardly. Meng Huaizhu arrived at the back courtyard, where a lounge chair lay peacefully beneath the sun, bathed in light, appearing as though adorned with a golden edge. Oh, where is the Taoist? She mused, scanning the area. A playful smile spread across her face as she approached the lounge chair, calling out, if the Taoist isn't here, I shall claim your chair. I intend to bask in the sun all day. And that way, you won't get any with that declaration. She plopped down into the chair, reclining and letting out a contented sigh. Ah, how delightful. Chapter 54. The dark clouds over Jingyang Ridge do not think ill of it. If you wish to do so, contemplate against the wall. As Meng Huaizhu reclined. The sun warmed her, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the art. In that moment, she began to envision herself as Shunhui, seated there daily, soaking in the sun amidst the melody of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. What an exquisite life it would be. Meng Huaizhu closed her eyes, savoring the beauty of the moment. Before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. When she awoke again, the sun had retreated behind a cloud. Rubbing her still sleepy eyes, she murmured, the Taoist didn't he even call me? I truly monopolized your chair. Once fully awake and surveying the courtyard, she found everything in its usual state, with no sign of movement. Hurriedly, she stood and approached Shunhui's room, knocking gently on the door. No response. The door was ajar. Cautiously, she pushed it open, only to find the room spotless, even the bedding meticulously arranged, resembling a perfectly stacked block of tofu. The Taoist is not here. Meng Huaizhu felt a pang of disappointment. She closed the door, restoring it to its original state, and returned to the front courtyard. Visitors continued to arrive in droves, and Zhu Pingyin stood there like a guardian deity. Meng Huaizhu approached him quietly and asked, Little Taoist, where has your master gone? When will he return? Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingyin shook his head. I do not know when the master will return. He merely mentioned a journey without specifying the destination or time of return. He only said that he would leave the temple's affairs in my hands. Meng Huaizhu was taken aback. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Shunhui had left, and it was the sort of departure that held no promise of return. When would they meet again? The answer remained uncertain. At that moment, a sense of melancholy washed over Meng Huaizhu, and the joy of the new year plummeted to an abyss. Thank you, little Taoist, she expressed her gratitude before departing in a daze. She could not comprehend why she felt so despondent, as if she had lost someone of great importance, never to be found again. Meanwhile, Shunhui was traversing a broad avenue, his pack on his back. He did not opt for flight, as that would be far too swift. Being young at heart, now that he had crossed into this other world, he was determined to savor the local customs and culture. And he certainly would not overlook the roadside scenery. This journey would lead him to establish temples in the counties surrounding Yongning Prefecture. Traveling by land would inevitably take him through quaint villages and small towns, all of which he intended to explore. If he could not establish a temple, he would at least erect a statue, for even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. That said, he now found himself as a deity without a storage device, which felt rather impoverished. Shenhui concluded that it was time to acquire a storage ring or something similar. However, to obtain a storage ring, one would need a storage stone, which was not easily found. And Shenhui was too lazy to seek it out. He believed that when the time was right, the storage ring would present itself. Continuing along the main road, he encountered numerous travelers, most of whom were hasty and traveled in groups. Shenhui's solitary presence was rather uncommon, eliciting curious glances, though no one voiced their thoughts aloud. After some time, as dusk approached, he reached a fork in the road. The signpost indicated 3 distinct paths: Yunqi Town, Jingyang Ridge, and Dama River. Jingyang Ridge. Upon seeing this name, Shenhui inexplicably thought of Wu Song's legendary tiger slaying. Logically, he should have visited Yunqi Town, yet Jingyang Ridge was too alluring to resist. Thus, he decided to explore Jingyang Ridge first. The path to Jingyang Ridge lay furthest to the left, and it was evident that this road was seldom traveled, overgrown with weeds. After walking a short distance, the weeds on both sides had grown nearly to waist height, creating a perfect green canopy as the wind blew. The tall grasses swayed and rustled, reminiscent of a chaotic dance, which would likely deter those of timid disposition from proceeding further. Shenhui, however, strolled leisurely onward. Not far behind him, some passers-by were astonished to see someone daring to venture towards Jingyang Ridge. What audacity this Taoist has! Does he not know there are man-eating monsters within Jingyang Ridge? Isn't it normal for a Taoist to vanquish demons and exorcise evil? But this Taoist appears quite young. He likely possesses little skill. If he goes there, he may never return. Look at him, just a shabby bag on his back. He hardly seems affluent. Otherwise, I might have considered robbing him before he meets his end. What? Rob a Taoist? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? If there were truly deities, then those who pray daily would have received better fortunes. In my opinion, there are no deities. If there were, we would be the deities ourselves. These murmurs were lost to Shenhui, who had already delved deep into Jingyang Ridge. After traversing the path, he found himself on the ascent. As the sun set, the blood-red rays cast a desolate glow upon the barren ground, evoking a sense of sorrow. Continuing upward, the mournful cawing of crows filled the air, relentless sound as a flock of crows, seemingly emerging from nowhere, swooped over Shenhui's head and circled above him. The presence of crows was an ominous sign. Shenhui caressed his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as it seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. There was likely some kind of monster lurking on Jingyang Ridge. This creature, evidently, did not wish for him to advance further, hence it had summoned a multitude of crows to intimidate him. But who was Shenhui? Surely, he would not be deterred by such trifling matters. Thus, instead of retreating, he quickened his pace up the mountain. Before long, he had reached the summit, where the scenery was quite splendid. One could gaze far and wide, experiencing a delightful sense of surveying all the mountains in their diminutive form. However, this was of little consequence compared to what lay ahead. A vast mass of shadow loomed not far from him, enormous and ever-shifting in shape, resembling a dark cloud from a distance. This ominous black mass began to slowly drift towards Shenhui, accompanied by a chilling breeze and a cacophony of wails and howls. Yet, the shadow moved at a sluggish pace. Were Shenhui to turn and flee now, it would likely not catch up to him. Instead of backing down, Shenhui boldly approached the shadow. As he drew nearer, the shadow's movement slowed even further, ultimately coming to a halt before abruptly retreating. Chapter 55. Yunqi Town. A grin spread across Shenhui's face. He gently stomped his foot, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight, reappearing right in front of the shadow. Upon seeing Shenhui's sudden appearance, the immense shadow seemed to be startled, fracturing into countless pieces of swirling black mist, as if it had exploded. Shenhui raised his hand to block the shadow's path, a slight smile gracing his lips. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for taking action. The shadow immediately ceased its movement. Once the black mist dispersed, A small child with a tiger-like head appeared before Shan Hui. This so-called tiger-headed figure truly had the head of a tiger, while the body resembled that of a small child. It was a diminutive tiger demon, clearly still in the process of transforming into a human due to insufficient cultivation. The child was on the verge of tears, gazing at Shan Hui with palpable fear. Did not come any closer. Why are you trying to scare me? Shan Hui, with a smile in his eyes, did not advance further, only wanted to frighten you so that you would leave here quickly. You cannot go any deeper. The small tiger demon stammered. Why can't I go deeper? Shan Hui inquired. Just because you can't. The small tiger demon nearly let slip more than intended, quickly covering its mouth and shaking its head. Since you refuse to speak, I can only assume you are up to no good, and thus I shall capture you. In that case, you will never return to Jingyang Ridge. Shan Hui feigned intimidation. The small tiger demon was indeed frightened, its eyes widening as it stuttered. No, I will tell you. The depths of Jingyang Ridge are occupied by a great demon, and anyone who approaches will perish. That's why I stopped you. I truly did not mean any harm. Upon hearing this, Shan Hui nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Do you know the origins of this great demon? I don't know. The small tiger demon hurriedly shook its head. I only know that it appeared here suddenly a month ago and took over the depths of Jingyang Ridge, causing many demons to perish. But what? Shan Hui pressed. But I suspect it must have discovered some celestial treasures, which is why it has settled here. Once it collects those treasures, it will surely depart. Shan Hui found this reasoning somewhat plausible. If the demon were indeed interested in celestial treasures, perhaps it was worth exploring further. However, his own interest lay solely in incense offerings. Upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to thwart the demon's opportunity. Just as with humans, demons could be good or bad. Most demons would not intersect with humans in their lifetimes. And thus, unless it was a malicious creature actively attacking humans, Shan Hui had little inclination to intervene. You are quite honest, little tiger demon. However, if this place is so perilous, why do you remain here? Shan Hui inquired, curiosity piqued. The small tiger demon plopped down on the ground, its voice low and somber. I am waiting for my grandfather to come back for me. He said that when I grew up, he would return to Jingyang Ridge to take me to see the most beautiful sights in the world, to witness the bustling Shengjing, the enchanting Yunming, and the loveliest seaside. I am about to grow up soon. My grandfather will be back for me any day now. Taoist, I have lived here all my life and have never harmed anyone. Previously, when some individuals attempted to venture into the depths of Jingyang Ridge, I scared them off that I do not wish for anyone to be harmed. So could you please not take me away? If you do, I will never see my grandfather again. Shan Hui found the small tiger demon quite endearing. He smiled and said, Have you considered that if the great demon lurking in the depths were to emerge one day, you might be in danger? I doubt the small tiger demon hesitated for a moment before responding. Even if there is danger, I will not leave. If my grandfather returns and cannot find me, he will surely be heartbroken. I must wait for him. Nodding in understanding, Shan Hui brought his fingers together and began to dance in the void. A golden talisman soon materialized, illuminating the area with a sacred aura. The small tiger demon gazed at the golden talisman, its clear eyes brimming with curiosity. Taoist, what is this? It looks so beautiful and even emits light. I can feel that its glow is beneficial for my cultivation. This is the gathering spirit spell. Shan Hui gently waved his hand, and the talisman fell into the small tiger demon's grasp. With this spell, you will soon be able to transform. Should you encounter danger, you can activate this spell to ensure your survival. Upon hearing this, the small tiger demon's eyes sparkled with joy, but it soon wore a hesitant expression. But Taoist, we have just met. Why would you give me this? My grandfather said one should not accept gifts without merit. You are indeed deserving. Shan Hui stepped closer and gently patted its fluffy head. Your kindness has saved many innocent lives. You are worthy of this gift. I hope that when you achieve great success, you will not forget your original intentions. This is a gift from the 100 Blessings Celestial Lord. By Lu Tianzun. The small tiger demon appeared puzzled. Taoist, who is Bai Lu Tianzun? Why would he give me a gift? Bai Lu Tianzun is a deity who observes all virtuous deeds. As the saying goes, good begets good and evil begets evil. Little tiger demon, do you understand? Shan Hui said with a smile. Oh. The small tiger demon nodded thoughtfully. My grandfather often tells me that there are deities watching from above. I always believed that doing good deeds would be seen by the gods. This. It reverently clasped the talisman and bowed repeatedly towards the heavens. Thank you, by Lu Tianzun, for this gift. I will strive to do more good deeds in the future. After completing this, Shen Hui turned and made his way down the mountain. There was little excitement on Jingyang Ridge. It was better to explore Yunqi Town instead. The small tiger demon watched Shen Hui's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort in his presence, so unlike any other human it had encountered before. As Shen Hui arrived in Yunqi Town, night had fully descended. At the entrance of the town stood a stone tablet, the characters inscribed in a haphazard manner, suggesting a sense of negligence. The town itself was modest, its streets cloaked in darkness. With only a few lanterns flickering outside a handful of establishments in this remote backwater, nighttime provided little in the way of entertainment. Upon entering the town, Shen Hui noticed that the streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians. After searching around, he discovered a single inn still in operation, its sign long overdue for maintenance. The King's Inn, Shen Hui murmured. It's actually the Heavenly King's Inn. A young man beside him chuckled. Chapter 56. The wealthy heir Shen Hui turned to see a youth in a moon-white robe standing beside him, strikingly handsome with hair tied back, possessing a hint of chivalry in his demeanor. The Heavenly King's Inn has collapsed, hence it has become the King's Inn, Yi Lingxian remarked, pointing at the large character. Upon closer inspection, Shen Hui noticed that the character should have had an additional stroke, likely having fallen away due to years of neglect. Are you the innkeeper? Shen Hui asked, intrigued. By no means am I the innkeeper. I am merely a guest here, the youth chuckled, shaking his head. I am Yi Lingxian. May I know your name, friend? Shen, came the reply. So you are Shen, brother. Yi Lingxian nodded and continued. This Yunqi town has not seen outsiders in quite some time. If you had arrived any later, you might have found even this lone enclosed for the night. Should you hear any strange noises tonight, do refrain from being curious. Strange noises? Shen Hui pondered whether he had once again found himself in the midst of trouble. Go be honest. I am a disciple of the Qianshan Academy. I heard rumors of malevolent creatures troubling the vicinity of Yunqi Town, so I came specifically to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. I see. Why? Yi Lingxian smiled. Shen Hui had never heard of Qianshan Academy, but he nodded in agreement. I possess some knowledge of exorcising demons. May I inquire what sort of malevolence afflicts Yunqi Town? Upon seeing your Taoist robe, I knew you were no ordinary person. Yi Lingxian turned and walked toward the inn. However, such matters are best discussed over a meal. They entered the inn. The store was brightly illuminated, with numerous dining tables arranged on the first floor, where several townsfolk were seated. Shen Hui sought out the proprietor and requested a private room. Having established a Taoist temple, he had collected a considerable amount of offerings, sufficient to open dozens more temples, thus alleviating the embarrassment he had felt upon his initial arrival in this realm. After securing the room, Shen Hui rejoined Yi Lingxian at the table, casually ordering a selection of signature dishes as their conversation resumed. May I inquire about your current cultivation level, Brother Shen? Yi Lingxian asked softly. The realm is uncertain. I grow stronger when faced with formidable foes, Shen Hui replied with a smile. This. Yi Lingxian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he scrutinized Shen Hui, sensing an enigmatic aura about him, which deepened his sense of mystery after hearing those words. He had no doubt that Shen Hui was not speaking idly, for he prided himself on his ability to read people. In that case, Brother Shen must be a formidable cultivator, Yi Lingxian mused after a moment of contemplation. If so, perhaps your assistance will be required in this matter, and we could split the rewards evenly. What rewards? Shen Hui inquired, puzzled by the sudden mention of compensation. My purpose here is to vanquish the demon, and I am not merely here for nothing. I have been entrusted by the town mayor. And to be frank, the reward is 800 taels of silver. Yi Lingxian explained quietly. 800 taels is indeed a substantial sum, Shen Hui remarked, shaking his head. There is no need for rewards. Such mundane trinkets hold little value for me. Instead, please tell me more about the sinister entities plaguing Yunqi Town. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxian's demeanor shifted to one of respect in his eyes. Shen Hui appeared to be an enlightened individual, unaffected by the allure of wealth and fame. While it was true that cultivators had minimal need for material wealth, it was indispensable for navigating the mortal realm. Before long, the dishes arrived. Shen Hui began to eat, nodding as Yi Lingxian elaborated. To be candid, The town has been severely troubled by a nightmare demon. This demon infiltrates the dreams of the townsfolk, weaving various dreamscapes, siphons the life essence of the young and preys upon the fears of the elderly. Last month, 9 individuals perished at its hands, instilling widespread fear among the populace, who are now too terrified to sleep. Thus, I have come to eliminate this nightmare demon. After hearing Yi Lingshuan's account, Shen Hui nodded thoughtfully between bites. Have you found any trace of the demon? Nightmare demons are exceptionally adept at concealing themselves. As of now, I have yet to detect its presence, but I believe it will seek me out once I enter the dream realm tonight. I intend to confront and slay it within the dream, Yi Lingxian replied. Since you have devised a plan, it seems best to proceed accordingly, for it appears I have little role to play. Shen Hui chuckled. I initially intended to handle this matter alone, but with your arrival, Brother Shen, I shall certainly refine my strategy, Yi Lingxian remarked, popping a peanut into his mouth with a satisfying crunch. This nightmare demon is quite cunning. I hope you will keep watch over me tonight. Should I display any signs of distress, I would greatly appreciate your timely assistance. That poses no problem, Shen Hui responded with a smile. After a hearty meal, Shen Hui returned to his room. Yi Lingxian lay upon his bed, feeling a surge of excitement. This marked his first solo endeavor to exterminate a demon since leaving the academy. Having previously acted alongside his senior brothers and sisters, he rummaged through his ring, producing an array of magical artifacts. Gourds, jade flutes, daggers, mirrors, so many that they were beyond counting. As the junior disciple, Yi Lingxian was quite favored. And thus the collection amassed from his master and seniors formed quite a small mountain. This one is useless. This one too. This one might not be of much use either. Yi Lingxian pulled out artifact after artifact, muttering as he discarded them aside, suddenly realizing that while his collection was vast, few items might serve any purpose in the current scenario. After all, he would be battling within the dream realm, where these artifacts could not follow him. This was the most challenging aspect of confronting the nightmare demon. Earlier, Yi Lingxian had spoken with confidence, but now he acknowledged that he might be inadequately prepared. He gathered the artifacts and rose to knock on Shen Hui's door. Enter, came Shen Hui's voice from within. The door was unlocked, and Yi Lingxian stepped inside to find Shen Hui seated at the table, basking in the moonlight. This scene was strikingly beautiful, especially with Shen Hui's ethereal aura, making him appear almost celestial. In that moment, Yi Lingxian couldn't help but silently admire a person like Jade upon the path, a gentleman unparalleled in this world. Regaining his composure, he promptly conveyed his purpose. Brother Shen, might you possess any treasures capable of dealing with the nightmare demon? Could I possibly borrow one? Of course. I could also offer you an exchange, he added, producing a plethora of magical artifacts, which he piled upon the floor. Observing the glittering array of artifacts, Shen Hui's expression shifted, contemplating, goodness, he must be quite well off. Brother Shen, do any of these catch your eye? Yi Lingxian asked, feeling a bit sheepish. I never paid much attention and have unwittingly amassed such a collection. If there is anything you fancy, feel free to pick a few. Shen Hui began to examine the artifacts strewn across the floor, his gaze drawn to an exceptionally ornate spinning top, which shimmered with vibrant colors and emitted a faint glow. What kind of artifact is this spinning top? Oh, this? It's called the Rainbow Eternal Spinning Top, Yi Lingxian replied, summoning it to his hand with a gesture. Infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy, the top began to spin rapidly in the air, astonishingly able to hover without falling. Not only that, but it also emitted a dazzling rainbow, enveloping the room in a fantastical light, as if one were immersed in a rainbow. Yi Lingxian continued to explain with amusement. This Rainbow Eternal Spinning Top, with just a hint of spiritual energy, can spin continuously for 3 to 4 hours, radiating rainbow light throughout, creating a truly romantic ambience. Shen Hui finally understood why it was called the Rainbow Eternal Spinning Top. Yet he preferred to think of it as an atmospheric lamp. Put it away, he said, waving his hand. While it was indeed an artifact, it was of little practical use. He then pointed to an ancient-looking guqin. And what of this item? Surely it cannot be an artifact that plays music on its own, Brother Shen. You truly possess keen insight. Yi Lingxian exclaimed, lifting the guqin from the floor and channeling a bit of spiritual energy into it. The instrument began to pluck its strings autonomously, producing melodies that rivaled even the finest human performance. Yi Lingxian proudly introduced. This artifact is called the 100 Birds Chanting Phoenix Chain. Once infused with spiritual energy, it plays the piece 100 Birds Chanting Phoenix. However, I find it somewhat simplistic and plan to upgrade it to perform a wider repertoire, at which point I shall rename it the Autonomous Performance Chain. Shan Hui paused for a moment before nodding with a smile, a commendable ambition. He suddenly had a premonition that the multitude of artifacts scattered about might not be of much value after all. As none appeared genuinely useful, he began to randomly point at the artifacts on the floor. What's this? This one is called the Transmuting Cloud Hat. Though it appears ordinary, once worn, it changes patterns based on the wearer's emotions, even simulating the sensation of raindrops tapping on the head, allowing one to enjoy the experience of walking in the rain on a sunny day. And this artifact is the Lotus Blooming Steps boots. When worn, these boots leave behind a trail of virtual lotus flowers, each accompanied by a subtle fragrance. While they won't enable one to scale walls, they will certainly increase one's attractiveness while walking. What about this one? This is the 1,000-mile sound transmission joke box. Though small and exquisite, it contains countless meticulously crafted jokes and anecdotes. Simply open the box, and one can hear a myriad of ancient jokes and amusing tales. The sound is vivid as if numerous storytellers were narrating right beside you. And this, Brother Shen, is my most prized possession, the dragon and phoenix auspicious flying kite. It is not an ordinary kite, but one carved from ancient divine wood, adorned with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns. Once released, it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors while accompanied by the gentle songs of dragons and phoenixes, dancing gracefully in the night sky. Shan Hui spent half an hour listening to Yi Lingxian elaborate on his collection of artifacts, ultimately concluding, "What a heap of useless junk." While these artifacts were visually appealing, they were little more than trivialities, suitable for charming young ladies, but utterly ineffective in battle, likely only capable of making an enemy die of laughter. Is your intention in collecting so many useless artifacts to win the favor of young ladies? Shen Hui queried. Wai Lingxian quickly shook his head. Brother Shen, please don't misunderstand. My master advised me against entangling myself in romantic relationships, so I have yet to find a lady of my interest. All these trinkets were gifts from my seniors, which I simply collected. It seemed to Shen Hui that the young man's seniors were hardly exemplary figures. Thus, I wish to borrow a talisman capable of confronting the night demon from Brother Shan. The talismans I possess, though commendable, are not suited for dealing with such a foe, Yi Lingxian said with a hint of dejection. After a brief silence, Shen Hui beckoned Yi Lingxian, saying, "Extend your hand." Why Yi Lingxian, perplexed but obedient, reached out, only to witness Shan Hui sketching an intricate design in the air. A shimmering golden rune materialized out of thin air and promptly settled into Yi Lingxian's palm, forming a tattoo-like pattern. Is this a talisman? Yi Lingxian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why, master told me that talismans capable of embedding into the skin are exceptionally advanced, requiring profound cultivation and mastery of talismanic arts by esteemed predecessors to wield. Brother Shen, it turns out you are a predecessor. Shen Elder, I bow to you. As he spoke, Yi Lingxian prepared to kneel, but was swiftly halted by an unseen force. Shan Hui, wearing an expression of exasperation, said, "Enough with the predecessors, just call me Brother Shen." Wai Lingxian chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. But how can I do that, Brother Shen? However, on another note, what is the function of this talisman? This is the Golden Light Talisman. Shen Hui replied nonchalantly. When you wish to use it, simply channel your spiritual energy. It can even be activated within a dream. Once the Golden Light Talisman is invoked, no evil can harm you, and the night demon will not be able to injure you. Thank you, Brother Shen, Yi Lingxian said with palpable delight. With this, I can finally sleep soundly. Before departing, he pointed to the scattered talismans on the ground, saying, Brother Shen, feel free to select any of these talismans. Take as many as you wish. I shall return to collect them tomorrow morning. Just as Shen Hui was about to decline, Yi Lingxian had already dashed out the door. Very well then. Shen Hui chuckled and shook his head, beginning to inspect the array of talismans strewn about. Most appeared to be rather worn and of little use to him. Nevertheless, he decided to see if any might be of value. After a cursory glance, his attention was drawn to an unassuming piece of cowhide paper. Chapter 58. The night demon appears. This piece of cowhide paper seemed utterly ordinary. Upon first sight, Shun Hui had thought it to be mere scrap paper. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned the existence of scrap paper in this world. He picked up the cowhide paper from the ground. It appeared to have been torn from a book, with jagged edges, yet bore no writing whatsoever. Shun Hui examined it closely, feeling an inexplicable sense of its uniqueness. He then infused a thread of divine energy into the cowhide paper. Suddenly, it began to levitate, emanating a soft golden glow, as golden characters began to materialize on its surface. The Honorable Ba Lu.it was an introduction to the Honorable Ba Lu. Shin Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "This paper was indeed torn from the divine record, and it just so happens to be my page? What on earth is going on?" Shin Hui carefully stored the piece of paper away. This cowhide paper was far from ordinary. It was likely torn from the divine record. Moreover, this divine record was not a mundane copy, but the original housed within the celestial court. This tome documented all deities, their ranks, and their deeds. It could be likened to a registry. The page torn from Shan Hui's record contained details about him, and there were undoubtedly more pages dedicated to his account. Was it mere coincidence that this particular page was torn, or had all references to him been removed? A sense of foreboding washed over Shan Hui as he pondered the possible unforeseen changes within the celestial court. However, speculation held little value. If indeed there had been unexpected developments, he must urgently seek to reforge his golden body. That night, Yi Lingxian slept soundly. An ominous black mist stealthily infiltrated his chamber, penetrating his very being in the realm of dreams. The atmosphere was filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Yi Lingxian found himself amidst a sea of flowers, where a swing swayed gently before him, occupied by a delicate figure. For reasons unknown, he felt a strange familiarity with this silhouette, causing his heart to race. He hastened towards it. Upon nearing, he gasped, eyes wide, stammering, "Sister, sister, is that you?" Soon, Yi Lingxian realized he was dreaming. His sister, Yiku, had perished 3 years prior. How could she possibly appear before him now? "Xiaoxian," Yiku smiled softly, "you remain unchanged from those days." She rose from the swing, gesturing towards it. "Xiaoxian, do you like the swing I made for you?" "Sister," Yi Lingxian murmured, "how could I dream of you? Are you here to send me a message? Or," his gaze sharpened suddenly, "or are you the night demon?" Yiku's face registered shock as she stepped closer, placing her fair hand upon Yi Lingxian's forehead. "Xiaoxian, are you confused? What dream? What night demon?" As Yiku approached, Yi Lingxian made no attempt to resist or retreat. He simply stood still as her hand rested upon him. This sensation, softness, warmth, was reminiscent of the times she would ruffle his hair. Was this a dream, or was it real? Or perhaps all his subsequent experiences were merely a dream? "Xiaoxian, speak to me, don't frighten me," Yiku urged, worry etched upon her features as she shook him gently. Yi Lingxian remained silent, his thoughts muddled, struggling to distinguish between dream and reality. What if his sister had never truly died? What if everything was a fabrication? Yi Lingxian attempted to convince himself otherwise. But a sudden realization struck him. He raised his right hand, where a faint line marked his palm. The golden light talisman Shan Hui had given him. Upon seeing this mark, clarity jolted him awake. He infused a thread of spiritual energy into his palm, and in an instant, the mark erupted in radiant gold. Yiku, who had been shaking him, let out a piercing scream as dark smoke enveloped her form, which swiftly dissipated into a wisp of shadow, fleeing into the distance. Once distanced from Yi Lingxian, her figure began to contort and twist, transforming into a grotesque man, his eyes wide with fear. "The golden light talisman? Where did you acquire such power? You should never have assumed the guise of my sister, night demon." Yi Lingxian spoke in a low voice. Yet the night demon suddenly erupted into laughter. "I merely took the form of the one you miss most dearly. Instead of gratitude, you chastise me. Were it not for me, would you have even seen her? Enough of your prattle. Today marks your end," Yi Lingxian declared, opening his mouth to unleash a stream of golden light. His life's sword nurtured by his divine essence. Even within the realm of dreams, it could be wielded, ha 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 ha. "You have no comprehension of my power. In this dreamscape, I am invincible. Every blade of grass and every tree is of my design. How can you hope to challenge me?" As he spoke, the black mist surrounding him roiled violently. The dream realm began to tremble, fissures appearing in the ground, while the sky opened into an unfathomable chasm. The dream world was collapsing. Yi Lingxian had heard that if one could not escape the dream realm before its collapse, they would be trapped there eternally, unable to awaken in reality. Yet, Yi Lingxian remained unperturbed, his life's sword zipping through the air toward the night demon. As it flew, the air quaked, yet it did not tear apart, trailing a long tail of flame toward the night demon. However, just as the sword was halfway to its target, it was halted mid-air by the warping space. The night demon grinned arrogantly. "Is this all you can muster? I told you, this entire dream realm is under my control. Your feeble tricks are utterly inconsequential." Yi Lingxian gritted his teeth, feeling powerless. His life's sword seemed incapable of harming the night demon. Just then, a clear voice echoed in his ear. "Kid, why aren't you using the golden light talisman I gave you?" Suddenly, Yi Lingxian remembered. How could he have forgotten? He focused on channeling more spiritual energy. Shen Hui's voice resonated once more in his mind. Thus, Yi Lingxian began to pour forth his spiritual energy fervently. As he did, the brightness in his palm intensified. Boom! The talisman erupted from his palm, transforming into a dazzling golden sun that soared into the heavens. Chapter 59. The companions as the sun rose, illuminating all beneath it. No, it should not be called a sun, for this radiant orb was a golden sun. Once the golden light talisman ascended into the sky, the golden radiance it released surged forth like a mighty torrent, enveloping the entire dreamscape. The dream realm, which had been on the brink of collapse, began to stabilize under the brilliance of the golden light talisman. The once haughty night demon now appeared as if it had seen a ghost. Eyes wide in disbelief, desperately wishing to plead for mercy but unable to utter a sound. The power of the golden light talisman far surpassed its expectations. Initially, it had assumed this was merely a protective measure of Yi Lingxian. But who could have foreseen such might? Thus, the nightmare demon let out a wretched scream, gradually dissolving under the golden light spell, until it ultimately transformed into a small, smooth orb radiating a dark luminescence. Yi Lingxian was equally astounded. He had not anticipated that the golden light spell, so casually given to him by Shen Hui, possessed such formidable power. Truly, this senior Shen was a remarkable recluse in that moment. Yi Lingxian yearned to cling tightly to Shen Hui's legend. As he embarked on his journey through the martial world for the first time, with a sage by his side, what difficulties could he possibly fear? He believed that it would not be long before he could grow into a renowned hero. As the golden light spell slowly dissipated, Shen Hui suddenly appeared within the dream realm. He picked up the black orb from the ground, examining it thoughtfully in the palm of his hand. The orb emanated an icy aura. It was evident that the nightmare demon had been released from within. It was, in fact, a magical artifact. Shen Hui squinted, realizing that this was not merely a wild nightmare demon but one that had been manipulated by someone. "Shen brother, how did you also enter here?" Yi Lingxian exclaimed in surprise as he rushed over. It was his dream world. Could Shen Hui truly enter at will? Did this imply that Shen Hui possessed the same abilities as the nightmare demon? In that instant, Yi Lingxian felt an even greater sense of mystery surrounding Shen Hui. "Take a look at this orb. Do you recognize it?" Shen Hui tossed the black orb towards Yi Lingxian. Upon catching it, Yi Lingxian examined it closely, and suddenly his expression changed. "If I am not mistaken, this is a magical artifact, isn't it?" He then attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy into it, and in an instant, his eyes glazed over, as if his consciousness had been drawn away by the black orb. Observing this, Shen Hui patted Yi Lingxian on the shoulder, and with a flicker of divine power, he pulled him back to awareness. Once Yi Lingxian regained his senses, his face was ashen, and he hurriedly said, "Shen brother, there is a universe within this orb. What did you see?" Shen Hui inquired. "I saw countless vengeful spirits entangled together. I also beheld a towering cliff, beneath which roiled countless dark clouds on the cliff. There stood a palace, and a vague figure hovered in midair, meditating and cultivating." Yi Lingxian recalled, his eyes widening. "Wait, I also saw the plaque of that palace inscribed with the characters Lingxiao." Shen Hui nodded thoughtfully. "Lingxiao? Could it be related to Lingxiao's sect? If encountering it once or twice could be deemed coincidence, then encountering it thrice must signify something fated. Perhaps the Lingxiao sect is plotting some grand upheaval against the Yu Kingdom?" The situation in the Yu Kingdom was indeed fraught with uncertainty. Contemplating this, Shunhui resolved to hasten his pace. After all, he needed to establish statues in the major cities of the Yu Kingdom. If Lingxiao's sect truly harbored intentions of subverting the kingdom, he would then have justification to act. With a wave of his hand, Shunhui roused Yi Lingxian from his slumber. As Yi Lingxian awoke, he sat up abruptly, gasping for breath and surveying his surroundings. Only upon realizing he was in his own bed did he relax. He glanced down at his palm, discovering that the golden light spell had vanished. It seemed not to be a dream. Shunhui was indeed a person of great capability. With this thought, Yi Lingxian quickly climbed out of bed and knocked on Shunhui's door. "Come in," Shunhui called, opening the door and welcoming Yi Lingxian inside. "Shun brother, Yi Lingxian began, but upon seeing Shunhui, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express himself. Should he ask Shunhui to take him along on his adventures? But why would someone like Shunhui want to be burdened with a companion? To Yi Lingxian, Shunhui had already become a figure of unrestrained freedom. "Wandering the world, is there something you need?" Shunhui inquired, still toying with the black orb. Regardless, this orb should hold some significance for its unseen master. As long as he possessed it, that individual would inevitably seek him out. Why keep this orb? Because Shunhui considered himself a good person. No, a good deity. If he were unaware of the situation, it would be one thing, but being informed, he felt it was not a burden to intervene. "Shun brother, may I inquire where you intend to go on your journey?" Yi Lingxian asked, his face flushed with anticipation. After some contemplation, he decided to share his aspirations. "Wherever the path leads," Shunhui replied with a smile after a brief moment of reflection. This response reinforced Yi Lingxian's conviction regarding Shunhui's identity as a wanderer, prompting him to eagerly continue. "To be frank, Shun brother, I too have left the academy with the intention of roaming far and wide. I seek to achieve great deeds and make a name for myself throughout the realm. Might I have the honor of traveling alongside you?" Upon hearing this, Shunhui felt a stir within. Replying with a smile, "The matter of traveling together is not a significant issue, but my purpose for this journey is to impart teachings. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Impart teachings?" Yi Lingxian's face displayed a look of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the term. "Indeed, I serve a deity who has long been forgotten by the world. My mission is to erect statues in various cities to remind people of his name." Shunhui explained earnestly, a faint divine light flickering as he spoke. Why? Yi Lingxian felt a surge of excitement. This is both the best and worst of times. The best because faith flourishes and everyone possesses beliefs, with temples and altars springing up everywhere. The worst because, in this age of faith, it is uncertain whether the deities worshipped are true gods or mere demons. If one were to describe it in a single phrase, it would be 100 schools of thought contend. And in light of the current situation, it represents chaos among myriad demons. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lingxian continued, "Shun brother, to be forthcoming, our academy also advocates for orthodox beliefs and is dedicated to uncovering historical truths. After the calamity a millennium ago, countless deities' names were lost to the annals of history. May I ask what the name of the deity you serve is?" "Bailu Tianzuan," Shunhui replied with a smile. He had not expected that Yi Lingxian's faction would possess such aspirations. He had thought only the Fengcheng Bureau bore this responsibility. "Bailu Tianzuan? Though I do not know this deity, I assume that since you serve him, he must indeed be a righteous god, and I am willing to accompany you, Shun brother, to restore the name of Bailu Tianzuan throughout the realms." Yi Lingxian's aspirations were lofty, despite his limited cultivation, and Shunhui admired this. "Very well, since you harbor such ambition, I shall allow you to accompany me," Shunhui agreed. However, recalling Yi Lingxian's mention of the calamity a millennium ago, he inquired, "What exactly was this calamity? Could you elaborate?" Yi Lingxian nodded. "It is not a secret, though my knowledge is limited. This calamity from a millennium ago resulted in a cultural fracture, with many deities' names lost in its wake. Countless temples and altars were destroyed, including the one where Bailu Tianzuan may have been worshipped. Yet, the origins of this calamity and the events that transpired remain a mystery, as if everyone's memories had been erased. It is a riddle that shrouds the entirety of the 10 kingdoms. My master always believed that if this riddle could be solved, it would restore the grandeur of that era. Yet, such a possibility now seems unlikely." After hearing Yi Lingxian's words, Shunhui fell into deep thought. Bailu Tianzuan had been forgotten for over a millennium, and the calamity had occurred around the same time. There was indeed something suspicious about this. He recalled the piece of parchment he had found and took it out, unfolding it before Yi Lingxian. "Where did you acquire this piece of parchment?" Yi Lingxian looked at the parchment in Shan Hui's hand and scratched his head. "I discovered it in the storeroom. Left in a corner. Neglected. I have a penchant for eclectic items, so I picked it up and stored it in my ring. Over time, I forgot about it." "Shin brother, have you found something remarkable about this parchment?" "I've tried various methods over the years, but it shows no reaction. However, it is impervious to fire and water and remains untouched by dust. I believe it must be a treasure." Shan Hui infused a thread of spiritual energy into it. Soon, the characters he had previously seen began to emerge on the parchment. Yi Lingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he read aloud, by Lu Tianzuan. After finishing the text, Yi Lingxian exclaimed excitedly, "Shun brother, it appears that the deity you serve is indeed a righteous god, and a prominent figure in the heavenly court. What is this parchment, to possess such wondrous properties?" "This is a page from the record of immortals and deities," Shan Hui explained. "Record of immortals and deities?" Yi Lingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such a book truly exist? I have only heard of it in legends. This may very well be an authentic record of immortals and deities, incomparable to the versions published by the Fengchang Bureau. This is a monumental discovery. If my master were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. "Shun brother, I wish to accompany you in your mission to spread the teachings. I must ensure that such an extraordinary deity is known to all." "Very well," Shan Hui replied with a smile. With Yi Lingxian by his side, he also had his own considerations. Firstly, Yi Lingxian possesses a distinguished background, and secondly, this young man is remarkably pure-hearted. These 2 points are already sufficient. "You claim that you are here at the behest of the town mayor to exorcise demons?" At this moment, Shan Hui inquired. "Indeed," Yi Lingxian replied with a nod. "When you meet the mayor tomorrow, you must convey this message." Shan Hui succinctly outlined his plan. Yi Lingxian nodded vigorously. "Brother Shun, so the golden light spell was imparted to you by the honorable Lord of Abundance. No wonder its power is so formidable. Rest assured, I shall comply without fail." The following day, Yi Lingxian sought out the town mayor. The mayor was a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat weathered. "Mayor Ma, I have fulfilled my duty. The nightmare demon has been vanquished." Yi Lingxian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Ji promptly expressed his gratitude. "Young Master Yi, thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, the nightmare demon would have wreaked further havoc." He harbored no doubts about the veracity of Yi Lingxuan's words, for after all, the reputation of Qianshan Academy was well established and would not be tarnished for trivial gains. After expressing his thanks, Ma Ji began to retrieve the promised reward. "Young Master Yi, here is the remuneration we agreed upon." Yi Lingxian immediately waved his hand. "Mayor Ma, I must decline the reward." "Decline?" Ma Ji's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a flurry of concern. "Young Master Yi, have I perhaps failed in some regard? Please, do not hesitate to voice your grievances. This reward is what we had previously arranged, and you certainly must not refuse it." Ma Ji felt a pang of anxiety. If Yi Lingxian were to reject the payment, he feared he might not sleep well that night. Yi Lingxian chuckled. "Mayor Ma, you misunderstand. While I will not accept this money, I have another matter to request of you." Ma Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly responding, "Please, young Master Yi, speak freely. I shall not refuse any request. It is not quite so exaggerated." Yi Lingxian said, his eyes darting thoughtfully. "Mayor Ma, it appears that your town lacks a temple. Do you not worship any deities?" Upon hearing this, Ma Ji smiled wryly. "To be frank, our town is rather small. While we do believe in deities, the temples and monasteries are reluctant to acknowledge our humble abode, so we must journey to the neighboring Yongning County for our prayers. Yongning County is quite far, and with bandits rampant, the road is likely treacherous," Yi Lingxian mused. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this, Mayor Ma? I shall use my reward to construct a temple, allowing your town to have a deity to worship. With divine protection, I believe no malevolent spirits will dare to disturb you again." Imagi was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. "Is what you say true? Young Master Yi, which deity do you intend to enshrine?" "The Honorable Lord of Abundance," Yi Lingxian stated solemnly. "You may not have heard of this deity." Before he could finish his prepared remarks, Ma Ji was already leaping with excitement. The Honorable Lord of Abundance? That is the deity worshipped at Wan'an Temple in Yongning County, is it not? Young Master Yi, we shall commence the construction of the temple at once. I shall gather the craftsmen immediately. Yi Lingxian stood in astonishment. He had not anticipated such ease in this endeavor. He had not even needed to provide an explanation. Brother Shen is truly remarkable to entrust me with such a straightforward task, Yi Lingxian chuckled. Chapter 61. Competing for incense, the construction of the temple proceeded seamlessly. Upon hearing that it was to honor the Honorable Lord of Abundance, the townsfolk offered no objections whatsoever. Moreover, Yi Lingxian was footing the bill, with his reward more than ample to cover the expenses. Eager to venture into the world alongside Shen Hui, Yi Lingxian dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the task, and with his assistance, the temple was erected overnight. As for the deity's statue, that too was swiftly resolved, with the aid of practitioners ensuring everything fell into place effortlessly. The townspeople could hardly believe that overnight, their town now boasted its very own temple, and one dedicated to the recently esteemed Honorable Lord of Abundance at that. Standing before the temple, Shen Hui felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In truth, he did not care for the temple's scale. Whether grand or modest mattered little, as long as it attracted incense offerings. Yi Lingxian proudly exclaimed, Brother Shen, is my temple not splendid? Quite so, Shen Hui replied with a slight smile. I now believe that bringing you along was a wise decision. There were matters he need not undertake personally. Yi Lingxian was clever, and with a little nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. With the temple established in Yunqi town, Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian prepared to set forth on their journey once more. However, shortly after departing Yunqi town, Shen Hui's mind was suddenly filled with the anxious pleas of the townspeople. Great Lord of Abundance, my daughter seems to have fallen under some enchantment, wandering off towards Jingyang Ridge. As of now, her father and several neighbors have gone missing. We implore the Great Lord to manifest and save them. Shen Hui did not fulfill every wish, but this particular plea stirred his resolve. Thus, he altered his course, soaring towards Jingyang Ridge. Yi Lingxian, observing his actions, quickly followed. Brother Shen, where are we headed? To save someone. Shen Hui replied. As he spoke, his consciousness traversed vast distances, penetrating the depths of Jingyang Ridge. Initially, he had thought that if the demon bore no ill intentions towards humanity, he would not concern himself with their affairs. Yet now, should that demon pose a threat to the innocent, the situation was decidedly different. Deep within Jingyang Ridge, a thick mist enveloped the area. Shen Hui surveyed his surroundings but could not spot the small tiger demon from before. It seemed to have ventured deep into the fog.it. Appears that a change has indeed occurred, Shen Hui mused. He noticed numerous human footprints leading into the mist. When Yi Lingxian and Shen Hui arrived at the heart of Jingyang Ridge, their faces displayed shock. When I passed by Jingyang Ridge previously, I did not encounter this mist. Could it be that a demon has emerged within it? Perhaps, Shen Hui replied, descending into the fog. Yi Lingxian hurriedly followed suit. The mist obscured vision but bore no toxins, merely shrouding the area. This realization alleviated Shen Hui's concerns that the townspeople might be in danger. Had a villager died under his watch right after the temple's construction? What significance would the temple hold? The townsfolk might suspect it was the temple's establishment that brought calamity. If their faith wavered, incense offerings would surely dwindle, a matter of great importance to Shen Hui. Before long, the two traversed the mist and arrived at a central clearing where a colossal tree stood. This magnificent tree, with its sprawling branches and lush foliage, obscured the sky, its apex hidden within the mist. Imparting a profound sense of a Yi Lingxian gasped. This is the first time I have ever seen such a robust tree. Shen Hui remained largely unfazed. He had encountered far more imposing trees, such as the Fusang divine tree that reaches the celestial realm, a true giant among trees. Beneath the tree, the figures of the missing townspeople emerged. They were kneeling reverently, seemingly engaged in prayer or paying homage to the great tree. Among them, Shen Hui recognized a familiar figure, the small tiger demon who was now prostrating in devotion. This scene resembled a pilgrimage. What on earth is happening here? Yi Lingxian uttered, perplexed. Just then, the great tree trembled, as if tugged by an invisible force, shedding two green fruits. As the fruits hit the ground, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. This aroma was difficult to articulate. but it evoked an irresistible desire to taste. Yi Lingxian swallowed hard. Brother Shen, what kind of fruit is this? It smells so sweet. He seemed tempted to step forward and sample one. Shen Hui, lost in thought, gazed intently at the two fruits on the ground. Pondering, could these fruits be the reason behind the townspeople's reverence? He approached and picked up the two green fruits. Yi Lingxian leaned in eagerly, desperate to reach for one but managing to restrain himself. Though he continued to swallow in anticipation, Brother Shen, these fruits smell incredible, do they not? Would you like to try one? Shen Hui asked with a subtle smile that I would. Yi Lingxian nodded vigorously. Shen Hui tossed one of the fruits to Yi Lingxian, then go ahead and eat. Yi Lingxian caught the wild fruit and without hesitation, took a large bite. Juice splattered everywhere, intensifying the aromatic essence, which nearly solidified into a tangible form. Meanwhile, Shen Hui remained unaffected, watching as Yi Lingxian consumed the fruit. As anticipated, once he finished, Yi Lingxian's expression grew increasingly dazed, as if his very soul had been drained. His body instinctively moved forward a few steps before he knelt before the great tree. Prostrating like the others, there is indeed something amiss, Shen Hui murmured, subsequently discarding the wild fruit. Why not partake? Just as he discarded the fruit, the great tree spoke, its voice deep and authoritative. Why do you compel these individuals to worship you? What is your intent? Shen Hui inquired calmly. I have cultivated for several centuries and now find myself at an impasse. Thus, I require the faith and incense of mortals. I have heard from some demons that the power of incense can aid in our cultivation. The tree replied solemnly, your refusal to consume the fruit indicates your resolute path, unperturbed by mortal desires. You must be a remarkable cultivator. I harbor no intent to harm these individuals. I merely wish for them to sincerely venerate me. If you would withdraw, we shall consider this encounter as never having transpired. Is that agreeable? Shen Hui shook his head. That is not acceptable. The great tree remained silent for a moment, then sighed and said, I have no desire to engage you in conflict. Such a confrontation would surely lead to mutual destruction. Your cultivation is arduous. Do you truly wish to oppose me? I, for my part, have no intentions of opposing you. Shen Hui smiled and gestured in the air, gradually forming a golden talisman. Moreover, you wish to seize my incense offerings. Can this be overlooked? The tree demon seemed somewhat perplexed as it replied. In this Yunxi town, only a Baiju temple has recently been established. How can one speak of seizing your incense? Could it be that you are indeed the Baiju Tianzuan? Correct, but there is no reward for your answer. With that, the talisman in Shen Hui's hand fully materialized, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light in the void. Upon seeing this talisman, the massive tree trembled involuntarily, now infused with a hint of fear. It contains the aura of immortals. Are you a deity? With this exclamation, the colossal tree swayed and swiftly transformed into a young man with tree-like patterns adorning his face, who immediately knelt before Shen Hui, declaring, O immortal, the little demon has unwittingly offended you. Failing to recognize your true form, I beseech your forgiveness. Noticing the tree demon's attitude, Shen Hui smiled slightly, pinched his fingers, and the already formed talisman vanished in an instant. Little tree demon, if you seek to attain divinity through the power of incense offerings, you are indeed on a misguided path, Shen Hui remarked. Please, immortal, guide me, the tree demon implored, a look of confusion evident on its face, clearly unaware of Shen Hui's reasoning. The power of incense offerings is only regarded as a legitimate force after one ascends to divinity. It can aid immortals in their cultivation and is a primary source of strength post-ascension. However, should one rely on the power of incense from the outset, the toxic influence of such offerings becomes insurmountable, leading one astray and potentially losing one's sanity, ultimately succumbing to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, thereby forfeiting any possibility of ascension. This is also the reason why wild deities are not acknowledged by the heavenly court. Shen Hui explained he was perplexed as to why such a wave of demons had arisen, with so many mountain spirits seeking to partake in this power, believing that reliance on incense offerings could lead to divinity. Yet, in this world, all things are bound by the principle of cause and effect. The path of cultivation is inherently a rebellion against fate. If one could attain immortality merely through the faith of mortals, what challenge would remain in cultivation? Anyone could become an immortal through deceit. Is such a being truly legitimate? Shun Hui could harness the power of incense offerings to reshape his golden body precisely because he had already attained fruition and was impervious to its toxic effects. Conversely, those spirits lacking divine status who wished to replicate his path would find it impossible. What is incense poison? The tree demon inquired, encountering this concept for the first time. Previously, it had only been told that with the offerings of mortals, one could achieve immortality, prompting its reckless desire to experiment. Had Shun Hui not intervened, it might have already embarked on its misguided plan. Incense poison arises from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals. When they offer you incense, it signifies that you become entangled in these causes and effects. The deeper and more numerous the entanglements, the harder it is to extricate yourself. Shun Hui explained slowly, his gaze profound as if it could pierce through the mists of time and directly confront the truths hidden behind all existence. What mortals desire may be fame, wealth, love, or health. These longings are akin to a vividly colored poison, appearing enticing yet corroding to the bone. Once you begin to rely on the power of incense offerings, it is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Initially, you may feel a surge in strength, but over time, these desires will burrow into your consciousness, eroding your sense of self and ultimately reducing you to a slave of your own cravings. Upon hearing this, the tree demon's expression shifted. As it had initially believed this was a shortcut to swiftly shed its demonic form and achieve the path of immortality, only to discover the dreadful price that lay beneath. What, then, should I do? The tree demon's voice trembled slightly, clearly moved by Shun Hui's words. Shun Hui smiled gently. Your timely awakening is already commendable. Remember, true cultivation lies in the refinement of the heart and transcendence. If you wish to achieve the path of immortality, you must cast aside distractions, focus on your own cultivation, nourish yourself with the essence of heaven and earth, and draw sustenance from the sun and moon's quintessence. Only then can you gradually purify your body and mind. Attaining a state of transcendence, the tree demon exhibited a thoughtful expression, a glimmer of understanding emerging in its eyes, and then it bowed several times before Shun Hui, expressing, "Thank you, immortal, for your guidance. I was on the verge of straying from the right path. I am truly grateful for your illumination. Your nature is not malevolent. Otherwise, I would not be speaking to you so amicably," Shun Hui remarked, gesturing toward the assembled crowd. "Awaken them." Understood. The tree demon waved its hand, and suddenly, specks of green starlight surged from the bodies of the crowd, coalescing into a torrent that flowed into its hands and was subsequently swallowed. At that moment, the individuals who had been prostrating on the ground looked bewildered, then raised their heads to survey their surroundings. Where am I? Did we not enter the mountains to search for the child? Why are we kneeling here? I can't remember. It feels as though I ingested something and fainted. Hey, isn't that young Master Yi? Are you here to rescue us? The crowd murmured among themselves. Yi Lingxian stood up from the ground, feeling embarrassed. He had also fallen victim to the tree demon's potent fruit, which even he found hard to resist. However, he soon noticed that the towering tree was no longer present, and he hurried over to Shun Hui, saying, "Brother Shun, I made a fool of myself before you. By the way, did you deal with that tree demon?" "I did," Shun Hui replied with a smile and anod. At this moment, the tree demon had concealed itself to avoid startling the onlookers. Yi Lingxian, filled with shame, said, "I pride myself on being a cultivator, yet I couldn't resist the temptation. Brother Shun, am I truly that useless?" "Who says that?" Shun Hui patted Yi Lingxian on the shoulder. "Had it not been for your unflinching bravery in swallowing that fruit, I might not have noticed something was amiss so swiftly. Do not underestimate your own importance." "Oh, well then," Yi Lingxian scratched his head, seemingly comforted. At that moment, the little tiger demon, stout and spirited, spotted Shun Hui and bounded over. "It's you. What brings you here?" "Shoo." Shun Hui gestured for silence and shielded the little tiger behind him, concerned that the townsfolk, unfamiliar with demons, might be startled by its appearance. Once the townsfolk had fully regained their senses, not a single one was missing, including the child they had sought. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude and hastily departed, fearing that lingering might bring dire consequences. Yi Lingxian exchanged glances with the little tiger demon, frowning as he asked, "Do you, little tiger demon, pose any threat to others?" The little tiger demon stuck out its tongue and made a face, replying, "You are the one who harms. I am a good demon. I never harm anyone." Chapter 63. A man of integrity with Shan Hui mediating. A conflict between the two was naturally averted. Why Yi Lingxian, a man of passion, and the little tiger demon, a spirited creature, quickly reconciled their misunderstandings, almost embracing each other as brothers. As evening descended, the little tiger demon reluctantly bid farewell, saying, "Take care on your journey. The mountains are high and the roads long if you find it hard to survive. Return to Jingyang Ridge and I shall protect you." Yi Lingxian chuckled, "Little tiger demon, you ought to worry about yourself. Be cautious, lest the demon catchers come for you. If that day ever comes, just mention my name." Yi Lingxian, "It might just prove useful bragging," the little tiger demon retorted, pulling a face. "Besides, I live peacefully at Jingyang Ridge, causing no trouble. The demon catchers won't bother me. You are still naive, unaware of the treachery of human hearts." Yi Lingxian shook his head. "Not everyone is as open-minded, handsome, generous, friendly, and witty as Brother Shan and I," he continued, showering himself with praises before shifting the topic. "Many only see the monetary value of a demon's skin and demon core. Driven by profit. So, you must be cautious and conceal yourself." "Oh, understood." The little tiger demon nodded. "I hope to see you next time when you have found your grandfather." Shan Hui waved his hand with a smile and then soared into the sky. "I shall," the little tiger demon called out, cupping its hands to its mouth and shouting, "Farewell, senior." Yi Lingxian followed on his sword, walking alongside Shan Hui as he cheerfully remarked, "Brother Shen, I never anticipated you would be acquainted with such a unique little demon. I find its character quite endearing. Demons and humans are not so different. They can often coexist in harmony." Shan Hui replied, "I had never given much thought to this aspect before. I always assumed demons were malevolent. It seems I have been rather narrow-minded," Yi Lingxian admitted. As the two walked into the setting sun, the earth was bathed in a crimson hue, lending a touch of romanticism to the scene. Night fell, with the bright moon hanging high and the stars shining brightly. The two soon arrived at a remarkably flourishing city. From the sky, they beheld streets ablaze with lights, a stark contrast to the relative simplicity of Yongning County. This place was evidently far more prosperous. "Liuli County." Yi Lingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Shen, we have arrived at Liuli County. Is there anything to discuss?" Shan Hui inquired. Liuli County is the most prosperous city within a radius of 3,000 miles. Renowned for its lights, a myriad of lanterns adorn the place, and every year during the Lantern Festival, a grand lantern fair is held. I calculated the dates, and it seems we have arrived just in time. The festival should be taking place in the next couple of days, Yi Lingxian replied with a smile. "Let us find a place to stay first." Shan Hui nodded in agreement. He had taken a cursory glance around the city and noted that it was significantly larger than Yongning County. Naturally, it boasted numerous Taoist temples and monasteries, even surpassing Yongning County in number. Shan Hui was already contemplating the establishment of a branch temple. The two descended from the sky and entered the bustling city. Even at this hour, the streets were alive with pedestrians, and vendors peddled their wares in every corner, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Moreover, there were night patrols, and the law enforcement here was far superior to that of Yongning County. As they traversed a particularly lively street, Yi Lingxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. On either side of the road stood various brothels, where flamboyantly dressed courtesans waved and flirted with passers-by. Their laughter ringing like silver bells, younger men, in particular, became the targets of their teasing, often leaving them blushing and fleeing in embarrassment. "Young master, care to have some fun? We can provide everything you desire." One courtesan called out, You look quite strong. Surely your skills in bed are commendable. How about letting my sisters have a taste?" Another chimed in, "You are truly handsome. I could offer you a discount." The air was thick with flirtation and suggestive banter. Having grown up in a scholarly environment, Yi Lingxian had never encountered such scenes. He swallowed hard and whispered to Shan Hui, "Brother Shen, should we go in for a look? I heard from my senior brother that the ladies in these establishments are quite skilled. I have yet to witness it myself." "Not a chance," Shan Hui replied, his gaze unwavering and his tone nonchalant. Although the scene was undeniably alluring, the concept of desire held no sway over him. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, "Brother Shen, I was merely testing you." "Excellent," You have passed the test. Even if you were to suggest going, I would certainly not follow. The man's insatiable desire for competition was evident. Shan Hui regarded Yi Lingxian with a bemused smile and said, "Is that so? When others beckon you later, you must be sure to uphold your principles, of course." Yi Lingxian pledged, thumping his chest, his eyes resolute as if he were swearing an oath. The two ventured deeper into the bustling streets, and it was no surprise that they quickly became the center of attention for the courtesans. With their appealing physiques, handsome appearances, and graceful demeanor, they emanated the aura of wealthy gentlemen. After all, who could resist a night of revelry with such striking figures? Shan Hui remained composed throughout, while Yi Lingxian, unaccustomed to such encounters, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he narrowly avoided being pulled into a brothel on several occasions. Yet, seeing Shan Hui's calm demeanor forced him to maintain his composure. Once they finally exited the vibrant street, Yi Lingxian felt utterly exhausted, panting as he said, "Brother Shen, surely I must present myself as a virtuous gentleman?" "Indeed, a virtuous gentleman," Shan Hui chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yi Lingxian wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether he should return to that place after settling into their lodgings. The two found a reasonably decent inn named Penglai Inn and settled in the dead of night. Yi Lingxian tossed and turned in bed, his mind consumed by the alluring scenes from the brothel. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, and he leapt from his bed, muttering, "I shall go with a critical eye. Even if Brother Shun finds out, he cannot underestimate me." With this thought, Yi Lingxian quietly opened the door, noting that Shan Hui's room was still closed, and he sighed in relief before swiftly making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, his spirits lifted even further. "If I go now and return later, Brother Shun will never know." Returning to the vibrant street, the atmosphere remained lively. Yi Lingxian casually chose the most inviting establishment to enter, where the matron greeted him warmly. "What kind of company does the young master prefer? Would you like to select someone?" Just then, Yi Lingxuan's expression froze as he spotted Shan Hui sitting nearby, smiling and waving at him. "You finally made it." Chapter 64. A performance. "Oh, it seems the two young masters are acquainted," the matron observed, guiding Yi Lingxian toward Shan Hui with a beaming smile. "Since you know each other, why not select a companion together? Let us discuss later. Please attend to your other guests first." Yi Lingxian cleared his throat, feeling too shy to select a companion in front of Shan Hui, fearing it would make him appear lacking in virtue. Wait a moment. Yi Lingxian suddenly realized. Why was he feeling guilty? Wasn't Shan Hui here as well? Moreover, he had arrived before him. With this thought, Yi Lingxian sat down confidently, his mind racing with ideas. "Brother Shan, you..." Before he could finish, Shan Hui interrupted, chuckling. "Were you about to say you came here following me to reprimand me?" Yi Lingxuan's face turned awkward as he smiled sheepishly. "Brother Shan, you truly possess remarkable insight. You even know what I am thinking. Your thoughts are written all over your face. You cannot hide them." Shan Hui replied with a slight smile, handing him a bottle of wine. "However, my purpose for being here differs from yours." "How so?" Yi Lingxian instinctively asked. "There will be a splendid performance here today," Shan Hui said with a grin. "A splendid performance?" Yi Lingxian took the wine from Shan Hui and poured himself a drink, curiosity piqued. "Brother Shen, could you possibly reveal what this splendid performance entails?" "Just wait and see," Shan Hui said, popping a peanut into his mouth. He certainly had no intention of divulging to Yi Lingxian that while he was scanning the entirety of Liuli County with his divine sense, he had inadvertently overheard something he should not have. Shan Hui believed that if he could resolve this matter, his reputation in Liuli County would soar. At that point, establishing a temple would be a piece of cake. Although Yi Lingxian was curious about what the matter was, he refrained from pressing further since Shan Hui was not forthcoming. However, as he observed the lively courtesans around them, he felt an insatiable itch. Were it not for Shan Hui's presence, he would have already asked the matron to arrange something. Never mind. Yi Lingxian internally admonished himself, as a cultivator, "I must cast aside distracting thoughts. This can serve as my training." After all, he would never allow himself to tarnish his virtuous image. Since he had already proclaimed himself a gentleman, he must uphold that image. His reputation could not falter. The matron did not pressure them either. Drinking without engaging in other activities was not uncommon in such establishments. She had seen her fair share of patrons who merely indulged in food and drink. Moreover, these two young masters, with their fine attire and demeanor. Clearly hailed from affluent families and were not to be trifled with. An hour later, Yi Lingxian found himself growing restless. He and Shen Hui had already shared several rounds of drinks, and as the number of patrons dwindled, the looks of the courtesans began to shift towards them with curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he whispered, "Brother Shen, what exactly is this splendid performance you spoke of? Shouldn't we return to the inn to rest?" "What's the hurry?" Shen Hui replied with a gentle smile. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as several flamboyantly dressed young masters, exuding an air of arrogance, entered, surrounded by a throng of courtesans. The leader of the group strode in with an air of superiority, as if the entire establishment were his domain. Their arrival immediately captured the attention of most in the brothel, including the courtesans who had previously cast curious glances at Yi Lingxian and Shen Hui. "Ah, if it isn't the second young master of the Li family. What brings you here today?" The matron greeted with a fawning smile, clearly wary of this Li heir. Shaoi Lai Wujing laughed heartily. Tossing a silver ingot casually, "Matron, I heard you have some new courtesans in town. You know I have a taste for that. Let me see them." Accepting the silver with a broad smile, the matron replied, "You are indeed well informed, Li Shaoya. The new courtesans are truly top-notch. Please, follow me." With that, she led the group upstairs. Yi Lingxian turned to Shen Hui, asking in surprise, "Is this the splendid performance you spoke of?" "Indeed," Shen Hui said with a smile. "Use your divine sense to follow along, and you will understand." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxian curiously extended a thread of his divine sense, wondering if Shen Hui had some peculiar penchant for voyeurism. Enjoying the sight of others in compromising situations. Being in such a place, he dared not glance around, fearing he might witness something inappropriate. Under the matron's guidance, Li Wujing boasted to his companions, "Let me tell you, the ladies at the Luanfeng building are of the highest quality. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. Li Shaoya is known for his extravagant ways. If he vouches for them, we shall certainly believe it." One of his companions replied, "We are unsure how to express our gratitude. This is our first visit to Liuli County, and your hospitality has been impeccable. We shall not speak of thanks. Should you ever require assistance?" "Li Shaoya, do not hesitate to ask." Li Wuji smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Ah, isn't it a bit distant to speak in such a manner? Since you all hail from Shangjing, you are friends of mine." "Li Wuji, what need is there for so many polite formalities among friends?" the madam observed with a detached demeanor, her eyes focused yet unresponsive, as if she had not heard a word. Soon, the group was led to a relatively tranquil setting, which was far more opulent than the bustling hall outside. Within this room sat a number of young women, each possessing exquisite figures and striking beauty. "Gentlemen, feel free to choose at your leisure," the madam remarked with a smile. "All are included. You may leave now." Li Wuji waved his hand impatiently. "Very well, young Master Li, do take care of the ladies. They are rather delicate," the madam cautioned before turning to depart. "Come, gentlemen, have a seat." The ladies beckoned with cheerful smiles. The companions of Li Wuji exchanged glances, grinning broadly, and one remarked, "Indeed, they are all exceptional beauties. We must express our gratitude to Brother Li for his hospitality today." "What need is there for such words?" Li Wuji laughed heartily as he approached one of the ladies. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Before he could comprehend what was happening, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Lingxian, who had been observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow and immediately stood up, only to be gently restrained by Shen Hui, who signaled for him to remain calm. Shen Hui's lips curled into a playful smile as he leaned closer to Yi Lingxian and whispered, "See, just as I predicted, the good show has arrived." Chapter 65. Heart and soul. Li Wuji lay unconscious. The ladies were still processing the situation when one among the trio casually produced a formation plate and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, the clamor from outside abruptly muted. "Ha! This fool truly believes we are noble scions from Shangjing. I never anticipated he would be so easily deceived. It seems our plan will unfold perfectly today. Let this lad bear the brunt of our misdeeds. He deserves it." The trio exchanged remarks, their voices laced with malice. Among the ladies, a flamboyant woman stood up and giggled, "Sisters, I must ask you to comply obediently. Otherwise, the consequences shall not be pleasant." "Ning Shuang, what do you mean by this?" "Ning Shuang, we have always been sisters. Will you not explain what is to come?" Ning Shuang, what exactly do you intend to do? The ladies clamored with questions. Xianing Shuang smiled and replied, you shall soon find out. Do not worry, the process will be swift with that. She exchanged a glance with a nearby man, who nodded and approached one of the women, seizing her by the hair and dragging her toward another room. The woman cried out in pain, let go of me. The others' expressions shifted in alarm, yet they dared not intervene, for two men stood guard, watching them intently. Suddenly, another man approached, slapping Xianing Shuang on the rear as he passed her, saying, keep an eye on these women. Your reward shall not be lacking afterward. How rude! Xianing Shuang shot him a flirtatious glance, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother Shun, what do they intend to do? Yi Lingxian could hardly contain his agitation. Let us observe, Shun Hui replied with a faint smile. After the woman was dragged into the room, she was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed and bound tightly. With tears welling in her eyes, she pleaded, if you merely seek to take advantage of me, I can comply. There is no need for such violence. Take advantage? The man chuckled, you overestimate yourself, with that appearance. You hardly qualify as a prize. Then, what do you intend to do? Though anxious, the woman maintained a semblance of composure. That moment, another man entered, closing the door behind him and pulling out an icebox from his ring. The box, crafted entirely of ice crystals, exuded a chilling mist, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Oh, not be alarmed. We merely require your internal organs for our purposes, the man said with a smile, opening the icy box and revealing a glacial blade. This blade resembled a small surgical knife, emanating a faint aura of frost. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in terror as realization dawned upon her, and she began to struggle violently. You are the ones responsible for those heinous acts? Recently, Liuli County had been in turmoil, with people disappearing sporadically. Initially, it was dismissed, but as more bodies were discovered, their organs hollowed out, the seriousness of the situation began to sink in. The authorities had intensified their patrols, yet this group had the audacity to strike within a brothel. Do not panic, the man said, approaching the bed with the icy blade in hand, his expression deceptively benign. This tool is a magical artifact that can freeze your consciousness. You will die painlessly. It is not so dreadful as you imagine, for we are quite benevolent. Let go, release me. The woman could no longer speak as another man stuffed a cloth into her mouth, silencing her cries. The man wielding the icy blade gently traced it across her smooth arm, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin as the extreme cold filled her with dread. Alas, she was now like fish on a chopping board, helpless against her fate. That moment, fear overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Why must fate torment the unfortunate? Had she not suffered enough to endure such a horrific ordeal? Do not cry. It will be over soon, the man said softly, raising the icy blade, poised to plunge it into her brain. His so-called freezing of consciousness involved inserting the blade into her skull. The extreme cold capable of instantly freezing her nerves, ensuring her organs remained viable. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room as one of their accomplices burst through the door, colliding with the man at the foot of the bed. The man stumbled, quickly turning around to see a resolute young man stride in, brandishing a long sword, his aura radiant and fierce, his eyes glinting with cold light. You audacious scoundrels, how dare you attempt to take a life here? The two men exchanged glances, and the one with the blade chuckled, Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Though you know who stands behind us. I care not for your affiliations. Yi Lingshuan's righteous spirit surged. As a disciple of Qianshan Academy, he lived by the principles of integrity and honor. Witnessing such atrocities unfold before him, he could not stand idly by. Though the two men possessed some skill, they were no match for Yi Lingxian, who swiftly brought them to the ground. Striding forward, he freed the young woman bound to the bed, speaking gently, It is all right now, my lady, with red-rimmed eyes. The woman gazed up at Yi Lingxian, then suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, Thank you, benefactor, thank you. Yi Lingxian, taken aback by her proximity, felt his face flush as he awkwardly patted her back. Please, do not be overly agitated. The villains have been subdued and will no longer harm you. At that moment, Shan Hui entered, accompanied by Xianing Shuang. Though Xianing Shuang had been subdued, there was little concern in her eyes. merely a hint of mockery as she smirked. You two outsiders truly do not know the gravity of your situation. If you have any sense, you will release me now. Otherwise, when my master learns of this, even 10 of your lives would not suffice as recompense. With a swift motion, Yi Lingxian seized the opportunity to shove the woman aside and delivered a sharp slap to Xiaoning Shuang's face. Her cheek visibly swelled, disbelief etched across her features as she slowly raised her head, her eyes flashing with fury. You dare strike me? I will make you pay dearly for this. Chapter 66. The selection of the Taoist temple location. The clamor erupted. Yi Lingxian delivered a kick that sent Xiaoning Shuang sprawling to the ground. The notion of not striking a woman did not apply here. His heart was filled solely with a sense of justice. After receiving the kick, she fell silent, merely casting venomous glances at Yi Lingxian. Shen Hui lightly tapped Li Wuji's head, and Li Wuji awoke, his expression dazed as he attempted to grasp the situation. Realizing what had transpired, fury ignited within him. You scoundrels, attempting to frame me. I shall report this to the authorities, and you shall pay dearly. Li Wuji's influence was significant. Before long, dozens of constables arrived, successfully apprehending the gang. Once the matter was resolved, Li Wuji, still trembling with fear, expressed his gratitude to Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian. I am deeply grateful to you both. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have surely fallen into an irredeemable predicament. Though he was a scoundrel, he cherished his reputation. Such a stain on his name would be impossible to cleanse. Young Master Li, there is no need for excessive gratitude. As cultivators, we ought to lend a hand when we witness injustice. Yi Lingxian replied nonchalantly. Li Wuji's eyes brightened. May I inquire your name, esteemed brother? Qianshan Academy, Yi Lingxian. After introducing himself, Yi Lingxian gestured towards Shen Hui and said, This is Shen Hui, my brother. He has come to Liuli County primarily to establish a Taoist temple to ensure the well-being and prosperity of the people here. I'm curious if Brother Li has any recommendations for suitable locations? Li Wuji, the eldest son of the Li family, which is the foremost family in Liuli County, holds considerable influence, so much so that even the county magistrate must show him respect. Upon learning of Li Wuji's identity, Yi Lingxian quickly understood Shen Hui's intentions. Since Brother Shen was willing to accompany him on this journey, such trivial matters need not trouble him. He would ensure everything was handled impeccably. Upon hearing this, Li Wuji immediately recognized it as an excellent opportunity to befriend two remarkable individuals and responded with a smile. How fortuitous! In Liuli County, we have no shortage of Taoist temples. One wonders why there are so many deities to worship here. I suspect some temples are merely businesses aimed at making money. If they fail to draw in funds, they inevitably close down. Coincidentally, my family has some temple plots for sale. Since you both have been of great assistance to me today, I shall take the liberty of allowing you to choose one of these plots as a gift from me. Yi Lingxian turned to Shen Hui, who nodded and replied with a smile, There is no need for such generosity. If there is a suitable plot, I would be happy to purchase it. It is but a trifling sum compared to my reputation. Li Wuji, ever enthusiastic, exclaimed, Surely you two have not yet exhausted your evening's entertainment? Allow me to treat you. Tonight, all expenses at the pleasure house shall be on me, and tomorrow, I will take you both to select the land. Yi Lingxuan's eyes sparkled. He had long wished to experience the delights of the pleasure house, and now that Li Wuji had proposed it, he felt it was a perfect opportunity. However, his delightful reverie was abruptly interrupted by Shen Hui, who said with a smile, Let us call it a night. Tomorrow, we shall trouble young Master Li to guide us in selecting the land. Very well, then I shall escort you both. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Li Wuji quickly followed them. After arriving at the inn, he waved goodbye to the two. Brother Shen, Brother Yi, I shall come to collect you at dawn. Upon returning to the inn, Yi Lingxian wore an expression of discontent. He had intended to indulge in the pleasures of the pleasure house that very night, only to have his plans thwarted. Brother Shen, you have led me astray. In his chamber, he lamented as he burrowed under the blankets. For now, he could only seek joy in his dreams. As for sneaking off to the pleasure house? No, he must refrain. He must uphold his image as a virtuous gentleman. The following day, Li Wuji arrived early. Having arranged 3 luxurious carriages, the opulent carriages halted at the inn's entrance. They immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. The innkeeper, recognizing Li Wuji, greeted him with a smile. Young Master Li, are you here to escort some distinguished guests? It's quite early for you to visit our inn. Meanwhile, he pondered which esteemed individuals had graced his establishment, realizing he ought to curry favor, for they might prove valuable in the future. At that moment, Yi Lingxian and Shen Hui descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the two, Li Wuji momentarily forgot his conversation with the innkeeper, his face breaking into an eager smile as he rushed forward. Brother Shen, Brother Yi, are you satisfied with the arrangements for these carriages? Yi Lingxian hesitated upon seeing the lavish carriages. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? To receive esteemed guests, one must observe the highest etiquette. By the way, here is a map of the plots currently owned by my family. Please take a look and see which one you prefer, Li Wuji replied, producing a large map from his pocket. This map depicted Lieli County, with red circles marking the plots owned by the Li family. That a quick glance revealed that the family possessed hundreds of plots, including several designated for temples. Li Wuji was straightforward and did not attempt to conceal any prime locations. Many of the plots were situated in bustling areas, granting any temple erected there a natural advantage. These 3 plots are located in the busiest parts of town. If a temple were established here, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of visitors. Shall I take you both to see them? He inquired. Very well, Shen Hui nodded. The two then boarded their respective carriages, while Li Wuji, brimming with enthusiasm, instructed the drivers to set off. The carriages, adorned with various gold embellishments, were certainly eye-catching. The golden bells jingled melodiously with every movement. The already attention-grabbing carriages attracted even more gazes, although the locals were largely unfazed. It was the outsiders who marveled at the spectacle. Who are these individuals riding in such ostentatious carriages? Surely the gold adornments must be worth a considerable sum. The owner must be quite bold to risk theft. Who would dare steal? This is a carriage of the Li family. In Lieli County, one can offend many, but never the Li family. Does that imply the Li family is more powerful than the county magistrate? Well, they are certainly on par. As Shen Hui rested with his eyes closed, Yi Lingxuan's voice broke through his reverie. Brother Shen, please respond if you receive this. Without needing to open his eyes, Shen Hui discerned that the young man was using a form of telepathy. After a moment of silence, he replied, What is it, Brother Shen? I just spotted a fine workshop. Should we not summon some craftsmen to ensure the temple is constructed by today? Yi Lingxian suggested with a smile. There is no need for such haste, Shen Hui replied. Soon, they arrived at the first plot of land. Once a temple, it was situated in a densely populated area, suggesting it should have thrived. Yet, in reality, it had fallen into disrepair. The temple, which occupied such valuable land, had failed to succeed, and now its doors were covered in dust and secured with a heavy lock. Shen Hui noticed a sign hanging above the entrance. Reading He Shui Guan. At that moment, Li Wuji approached, a large set of keys in hand, and began to unlock the door. Gentlemen, what you see before you is the once thriving He Shui Guan. 10 years ago. It was the second temple in our Lieli County. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the flow of visitors diminished significantly, leading to its current state, Li Wuji explained while unlocking the door. What unforeseen circumstances? Yi Lingxian inquired, intrigued. With a click, the lock opened, and Li Wuji entered, followed closely by Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian. The temple had evidently been neglected for years. The courtyard was overrun with moss and weeds, and refuse was strewn about, likely discarded by inconsiderate individuals who had tossed it over the walls. As a result, the place had become akin to a dump, and the odor was quite unbearable. Li Wuji waved his hand in front of his nose, chuckling awkwardly. These people are utterly lacking in civility. Nonetheless, the location is promising. With a little cleaning, we might restore He Shui Guan to its former glory. As for the unforeseen circumstances, it remains a mystery to this day. Roughly around the time of the Spring Festival, the priests at He Shui Guan began to die under mysterious circumstances, one after another. This alarmed the authorities. When the coroner examined the bodies, he concluded that there was no poison or signs of struggle. They had all apparently died of fright. If the priests could not protect themselves, how could they attract any visitors? Consequently, the number of patrons dwindled, and eventually, the temple's master also succumbed to fear, leading to the temple's decline. Because of this, the land has been viewed as cursed and has not been sold for years. Yi Lingxuan's brow furrowed. Young Master Li, are you saying this is an ill-fated plot? What is your intention in offering it to Brother Shen? Li Wuji quickly waved his hands in protest. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely believe the location is excellent. Brother Shen is a capable individual, and perhaps he can resolve the issues here. I mention this to inform you both of the land's history, so you do not blame me later. Yi Lingshuan's expression grew concerned. Indeed, Brother Shen is quite capable, but even if a new temple were constructed on this cursed land, I doubt any visitors would dare come. I find it highly questionable. At that moment, Shen Hui had already stepped into the main hall. The altar was bare, likely stripped of its divine images long ago. Aside from the absence of idols, everything retained its original state. Even the incense burner was layered with a thick coating of ash, now home to a thick web of spider silk. Cobwebs adorned every corner of the hall, given its years of neglect. Its current state was hardly surprising. Shen Hui had listened to Li Wuji's tale, yet he remained unfazed. If his suspicions were correct, He Shui Guan had likely been targeted by others, perhaps rival temples envious of its success, who covertly conspired against it. However, these were merely conjectures, and the true reasons were now lost to time. After a brief exploration, Shen Hui turned to Li Wuji and said, "Let us move on to another location." Li Wuji promptly replied, "Certainly, Brother Shen. I too believe we should avoid selecting this piece of land. Although you may not fear it, the implications of calling it accursed ground are rather unseemly. Who would dare to come here to pay their respects?" Yi Lingxian whispered. Shen Hui smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying the statement. He was unconcerned about whether this land was indeed cursed. Rather, he intended to explore if there were superior options available. As the saying goes, one ought to compare goods before making a choice, and the same applies to land. Before long, they arrived at the second plot. This site had once been a temple, its overall layout resembling that of the first temple. In truth, all temples share a fundamental similarity, with the only distinctions being in size and the completeness of their facilities. The plaque at the entrance bore the characters, Faixian Temple. This Faixian Temple appeared even more dilapidated than Heshui Temple, with the main gate bearing a gaping hole. "Who could have done this?" Li Wuji exclaimed angrily. "This is nothing short of deliberate vandalism." He proceeded to unlock the door, and the three of them stepped into the courtyard. "Young Master Li, may I inquire why this temple has fallen into disrepair?" With the previous experience in mind, Yi Lingxian asked directly. Faixian Temple was once thriving, but due to certain uncontrollable factors, as he spoke. Li Wuji noticed Yi Lingshuan's expression shift, prompting him to quickly add, "But it is not like the situation at Heshui Temple. No one died at Faixian Temple." Strangely enough, Faixian Temple had initially been quite auspicious. But over time, anyone who visited to make a wish would soon find themselves beset by misfortune. Minor losses of wealth would escalate to severe injuries, even resulting in dismemberment. Naturally, as word spread, no one dared to visit Faixian Temple anymore. Upon hearing Li Wuji's account, Yi Lingxian raised an eyebrow. It seems that the deity worshipped at Faixian Temple is not of the conventional sort. Could it be a wild god? I cannot say for certain. As I was merely an ignorant youth 10 years ago, Li Wuji chuckled awkwardly. "Wait, did you say 10 years ago?" Shen Hui seized upon the crucial detail and after pondering for a moment, asked, "So both of these temples were flourishing a decade ago, but then fell into decline due to various uncontrollable events, correct?" "Indeed." Li Wuji nodded vigorously. "And the third plot you wish to show me? Along with others, did they all encounter similar incidents a decade ago?" Shen Hui inquired. Li Wuji hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It seems that way, Brother Shen. Your insight has suddenly made me realize. Could it be that all of this is the result of human intervention?" Chapter 68. Chaosian Temple. Whether it is indeed human intervention remains to be investigated. Shen Hui replied, "Oh, should we continue to examine the remaining plots?" Li Wuji asked cautiously. "There is no need." Shen Hui shook his head. "Let us proceed with the first plot." "Very well," Li Wuji exclaimed with a smile. "Brother Shen, here is the deed for that land. It is now yours to manage as you see fit." He pulled a stack of deeds from his pocket, located the one for Heshui Temple, and handed it directly to Shen Hui. "Thank you." Shen Hui accepted the deed, expressing his gratitude softly. "There is no need for such formality between us. If it weren't for the two of you. Well, no more words of thanks. In any case, both of you can rely on me for any matters in Lieli County from now on. And I shall do my utmost," Li Wuji declared. "Young Master Li, should you find yourself in need in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us, provided it does not involve any unlawful activities." "You understand my meaning, correct?" Yi Lingxian replied. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, though I may be a frivolous wastrel, I would never engage in illegal conduct. Li Wuji laughed heartily. His endeavors were all aimed at befriending these two remarkable individuals, and it seemed he had achieved his goal. After Shan Hui took over Hushui Temple, he hastened back to the temple. Yi Lingxian took it upon himself to oversee the necessary repairs. Thus, in the following days, news of Hushui Temple's imminent reconstruction spread rapidly. Have you heard? Hushui Temple is set to be rebuilt. Which Hushui Temple? What other could it be? The one where all the priests perished. I never thought anyone would dare take on that mess. I assumed Hushui Temple was truly doomed. It seems someone has bought the land to start a different venture. Indeed, that location is in a bustling area, but it's a cursed site. No one dares approach it at night. I've heard that on certain occasions, one could still hear chanting in the dead of night. Chanting? Have you lost your mind? That's not a temple. How could a Taoist temple engage in such practices? At least make your ghost stories more plausible. All these whispers reached Shun Hui's ears, yet he felt no concern. Rather, he believed he had made the right choice in location. Why? Because it had gained notoriety. Whether in reputation or infamy, it was now known. Once the temple was established, curious onlookers would inevitably come to visit. When establishing a temple, the greatest fear is a lack of recognition. The speed of the renovations surpassed expectations. Overall, they were merely enhancing the existing structure. When it came to the statues, Shunhui refrained from taking a hands-on approach this time. With sufficient funds, it was far better to hire skilled artisans. Moreover, with Yi Lingxian lending his assistance, the progress accelerated even further. In less than 2 days, the entire Hushui Temple had been refreshed, regaining some of its former grandeur. However, it was no longer called Hushui Temple. It had been renamed Wan'an Temple. The main hall was now known as Bailu Hall. Within the hall, the statue of the god of abundance sat majestically on the altar, exuding an air of celestial grace. With everything prepared, they awaited the grand reopening. During these days, Shunhui noticed many people gathered outside the temple, observing the progress of the reconstruction. When the sign for Wan'an Temple was finally hung, the local populace erupted with excitement. Am I seeing things? A new temple has been built here? Hushui Temple has been renamed Wan'an Temple. Could it be that outsiders truly have a better understanding of rituals? The priests at Wan'an Temple are bold indeed, daring to rebuild on the site of Hushui Temple. Many structures are even reused from before. I view this as a sign of confidence. Think about it. They are aware of Hushui Temple's history yet still choose to establish their temple here, which indicates they are unfazed by rumors. It suggests they have faith in their ability to address any issues. I've never heard of Wan'an Temple, and the deity they worship seems peculiar. I looked it up the other day, and it seems to be named God of Abundance, which I have never encountered before. Perhaps those from outside truly have a knack for rituals. Who knows, maybe their deity is quite effective. Shenhui did not rush to open the temple. Instead, he allowed public sentiment to gradually build. He also instructed Yi Lingxian to hire a group of individuals to subtly promote the temple. Consequently, the reputation of Wan'an Temple swiftly spread throughout Liuli County. A week later, once public sentiment reached its peak, Shunhui officially opened Wan'an Temple. On the day of the inauguration, the temple was bustling with activity. While this represented only a small fraction of the entire Liuli County, many were still observing from the sidelines. Yet the atmosphere was lively. Of course, most attendees were not there to worship, but rather to witness the spectacle. Brother Wang, have you come to pay your respects? Oh, Brother Zhang, you're here too, haha. I heard Wan'an Temple possesses some abilities. I'm here to witness it for myself. In that case, I shall light an incense stick to see if it proves effective. Such exchanges were commonplace. Thus, Shanhui gladly received a wave of worshippers. Indeed, attracting these new followers allowed him to garner even more incense power, enriching the golden aura surrounding his primordial spirit. Shunhui estimated that once he secured Liuli County, he would be on the verge of achieving a golden transformation. In this manner, Wan'an Temple's reputation grew louder, and many who had previously hesitated began to take action. After all this time without incident, it was evident that the priests within the temple possessed genuine skill. If that were the case, why not dive in headfirst? Furthermore, given Wan'an Temple's prominent location, wouldn't it be convenient for anyone to visit for worship? During this period, Yi Lingxian voluntarily assisted Shen Hui in managing the temple. His strong business acumen and penchant for meddling in various matters, including fortune-telling and divination, led most to regard him as a priest of Wan'an Temple, affectionately dubbing him Taoist Yi. Meanwhile, Shan Hui relished his leisurely pace. As everyone observed his tranquility, they understood his role, leading them to refer to him as the temple master Shan. One day, under a starry sky, several priests stood in front of Chaosian Temple, engaged in fervent discussion. This Wanan temple has emerged from nowhere and displays a complete disregard for decorum. They have been open for some time and have yet to pay their respects, while also stealing our worshippers. Our own visitors have dwindled significantly. They must be taught a lesson. Chapter 69. The art of printing. If it weren't for our master still being in seclusion, I would have already paid them a visit. The relationship between Wanan Temple and the Li family appears to be rather amicable. I have observed that Li Wuji frequently visits the temple, often inquiring after the well-being of the two Taoist priests within. Could it be that Wanan Temple is affiliated with the Li family? That seems unlikely. If it were under their jurisdiction, Li Changfeng would have long since come to our Chaosian Temple to clarify matters. As the Taoist priests engaged in their discussions, the door to the inner sanctum suddenly creaked open. An elderly Taoist priest, whose appearance exuded an ethereal grace, emerged. Upon seeing his disciples gathered, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What brings you all together here? Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion." The disciples exclaimed with palpable excitement. A young priest hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, you may be unaware, but recently, Hishui Temple has been reconstructed. Hishui Temple has been rebuilt. What is the story behind that?" The old priest's face registered a flicker of surprise upon hearing this. It is not merely a reconstruction. A new temple named Wanan Temple has been established on the old site of Hishui Temple. It is thriving, attracting many pilgrims, yet they have not come to pay their respects at our mountain, remarked another elder priest. "Ah, they must be outsiders, so it is understandable that they are unaware of the customs of our Liili County." The old priest smiled faintly and replied, "Our Chaosian Temple has always been reasonable. How about this, Lingyun? You shall visit this Wanan Temple later and explain our Liili County's customs to their master. I trust they will understand how to proceed." The young priest's face brightened at this and he bowed deeply, saying, "Yes, master, I will certainly handle this matter." "Is there anything else?" the old priest inquired. "Master, it pertains to Wanan Temple." The elder priest spoke softly. Now that they have established a temple on the old site of Hishui Temple, could there be hidden dangers? Perhaps remnants of the past may resurface. The events of yesteryear remain unresolved. But if there were any traces, they would have been discovered long ago. Besides, they have now rebuilt. What is past is past. The old priest waved his hand dismissively. If there are no further matters, you may disperse. And in a few days, the young prince from Shangjing will be visiting our temple. Be on your best behavior. Do not tarnish my reputation, master. Is the young prince coming regarding that matter? Once the young prince arrives, our temple shall gain quite the notoriety. Who could possibly challenge our position as the leader in Liili County? I wonder if the young prince will bring some of those special products from last time? The disciples buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the young prince's arrival. The old priest, feeling quite pleased, hummed to himself before turning to leave. As evening descended, Yi Lingxian sat at the entrance of the Bailu Hall, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and saying, "Brother Shun, I finally understand why you refuse to read fortunes for those elderly patrons. It is simply a physically demanding task. Originally thinking that fortune-telling was a mental endeavor, Yi Lingxian found that he had to soothe the disappointed patrons, and to add to his woes, they expected him to defy fate on their behalf. Yi Lingxian possessed no such ability. He merely grasped the rudiments of fortune-telling. Thus, comforting those distraught elders became quite the physical exertion. Of course, there were young people as well, and their fervor was even more pronounced. Clinging to Yi Lingxuan's leg, they would act quite shamelessly, causing him considerable distress. At that moment, Shan Hui lounged leisurely in his chair, basking in the setting sun. He had left his previous chair in Yongning County, not out of reluctance to bring it along, but rather because he had yet to acquire a spatial ring. After all, it would be quite absurd to carry a chair around on his travels. Squinting slightly, he savored the warmth of the sun's rays. Indeed, the sensation of the evening sun felt quite similar wherever one might be. Observing Shan Hui's tranquility, Yi Lingxian felt envious and remarked, "Brother Shen, you truly are a remarkable person, remaining so relaxed under any circumstances. Pray, share your wisdom. How might I achieve such a state? Is it not simple?" Shan Hui replied languidly. "Read more books, consume fewer snacks, and sleep more. Read the news." "What is a newspaper?" Yi Lingxian found the phrase catchy but was unaware of its meaning. A newspaper, a publication filled with various news? Shen Hui explained, Do they not exist here? The concept you describe is quite novel. However, paper is expensive, and the common folk cannot afford it. Thus, the cost of newspapers is prohibitively high, making them difficult to disseminate. Yi Lingxian contemplated seriously. Shen Hui realized that in this world, the printing press had yet to be invented, which naturally rendered books and publications quite costly. If he were inclined to profit, he could indeed promote the printing press. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. The allure of silver held little interest for him. Yet, if the printing press could generate spiritual offerings, it might warrant consideration. Suddenly, Shen Hui narrowed his eyes, as if grasping a pivotal insight. If this world lacked a printing press and newspapers, he could very well become the inventor. By printing newspapers in bulk and advertising by Lu Tianzuan on each one, he could enhance visibility remarkably. At that moment, Shen Hui felt a surge of inspiration, to the extent that even sleep lost its appeal. His mind raced with thoughts of how to bring the printing press into existence. Just as he pondered this, the door to the temple was forcefully kicked open, and a haughty young Taoist swaggered in. His gait suggested he was laden with riches, striding as if he had severed ties with all semblance of kinship. Yi Lingxian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, What is your purpose here? The temple is not currently open to the public. Open for business. The young Taoist scoffed, then arrogantly declared, Do you think you can operate here without consulting our Chaoxian temple? Without further ado, he continued, I am here to inform you that without the approval of Chaoxian temple, you cannot open your temple to receive offerings in Liuli County. Do you understand? Oh? And who might you be? Yi Lingxian arched an eyebrow. Me? I am Ling Yun, a junior disciple under the Ziyang Zhenren of Chaoxian Temple. Ling Yun puffed out his chest, surveying Yi Lingxian with derision. Do not think that just because you have set up a temple here, you are safe. Let me tell you, without our permission, we can close your doors within 3 days. Given that you are newcomers and unfamiliar with the rules, a small concession on your part will allow this matter to be overlooked. Who is this fool? I have never heard of your Chaoxian temple. Be gone, Yi Lingxian retorted, exasperated. Ling Yun's face flushed crimson at the insult, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Lingxian, declaring, I see you have no desire to keep your temple open. You will kneel and beg for my forgiveness for your ignorance. In response, Ling Yun was promptly dealt with by Yi Lingxian. When it came to fighting, Yi Lingxian held nothing back, leaving Ling Yun howling in pain. On the verge of pleading for mercy, after receiving a sound thrashing, Ling Yun, bruised and battered, dared not utter another threat and fled in disgrace. He had never anticipated such treatment in Liuli County. These outsiders were truly audacious. He would surely embellish this tale and report it to his master, urging him to personally intervene and erase this unruly temple from existence. Upon returning to Chaoxian Temple, Ling Yun immediately drew the attention of his fellow disciples. Ling Yun, what has happened to you? Did not master instruct you to go to Wanan Temple? How did you return with such a battered visage? Could it be that Wanan Temple was uncooperative and they harmed you so? Surely not. If you had merely explained the stakes, they would not have resorted to violence against you. To my mind, Ling Yun must have simply slipped and fallen. Enough chatter. Let us hear Ling Yun's account, another disciple interjected. And all eyes turned to Ling Yun. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Ling Yun began his performance, tears and snot flowing as he recounted, Brothers, you are unaware of the arrogance of the priests at Wanan Temple. I clearly stated my purpose, yet they refused to listen and expelled me. Did you not mention our Chaoxian Temple's name? Did you fail to mention our master's name? Did you neglect to mention our connection to the young prince? The disciples bombarded him with questions. Naturally, Ling Yun had not mentioned any of these. He had been too preoccupied with arrogance and securing benefits, only to find that his tactics were ineffective. In truth, this matter was quite lucrative. How to secure the benefits depended on their approach and methods. Ling Yun's approach, however, was clearly a poor example. At that moment, Ziyang Zhenren approached, frowning. What is all this commotion? He then turned to Ling Yun, observing his battered face, and inquired, What happened to you? Seeing his master take interest, Ling Yun launched into a heavily embellished account. Distorting the events considerably, he depicted himself as the diligent one, reasoning with them, while portraying the priests of Wanan Temple as barbaric and utterly disrespectful. One must admit, while Ling Yun may lack in many areas, he excelled at embellishing tales. Upon hearing his account, Zhang Zhenren fell silent, his own face tinged with indignation. Seeing this, Ling Yun decided to stoke the flames further. Master, you truly have no idea how arrogant those Taoists from Wan'an Temple are. I clearly stated that I am a disciple under the esteemed Zhang Zhenren, whose strength now lies within the Linghai realm. Yet they paid no heed. They even dared to say, Zhang Zhenren, is it? If you have the capability, summon him here. If he doesn't get beaten into submission today, then his reputation is clean. Slap. Just as those words left his mouth, Ling Yun received a resounding slap that left him dazed, causing his already swollen face to rise even more. He then collapsed to the ground, wailing, Master, why did you strike me? I merely relayed the words of that Taoist. You little wretch, do not think for a moment that I am ignorant of your fabrications, Zhang Zhenren retorted, his anger palpable. I see these words as a culmination of your long-held grievances, now finally expressed. Am I wrong? No, Master, absolutely not. Ling Yun shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Yet, within, he regretted his reckless embellishments that had insulted Zhang Zhenren. One must understand, Zhang Zhenren was a man who cherished his dignity above all. He had effectively slapped him in the face in public. You little beast, if these words were not spoken by that Taoist, should I simply sever your tongue? Zhang Zhenren said with an icy demeanor. At this, Ling Yun trembled and dared not utter another word. The very statements he had made were indeed fabrications, and now that Zhang Zhenren sought the truth, he could not concoct any further lies. Master, I apologize. I merely thought it would better highlight their arrogance. However, I assure you, I did not lie a single word regarding their brazen behavior at Wan'an Temple. Ling Yun lamented, his face a portrait of misery. Zhang Zhenren snorted coldly and chose to ignore Ling Yun, turning his attention to another slightly older Taoist. Ling Tian, go investigate the situation at Wan'an Temple. While your junior brother is indeed insufferable, he is still a member of our Chaoxian Temple, and you know how to handle this matter. The Taoist named Ling Tian bowed slightly. Understood, Master, I shall resolve this issue. Go then. Zhang Zhenren rubbed his temples. Casting a glance at the battered Ling Yun, his mood further soured as he turned away in silence. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At least his master chose not to pursue the matter further. Simultaneously, his resentment towards Wan'an Temple intensified. If you had only obeyed, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. I hope you resist fiercely. The more intense your defiance, the more I shall enjoy witnessing your downfall. Brother Shun, it seems there are all sorts of people nowadays, even those who wish to take advantage of our Taoist temple, Yi Lingxian remarked with a smile, having driven Ling Yun away. Such individuals are indeed ubiquitous. Shun Hui replied, unfazed. After a brief pause, he continued, do you recall what Li Wuji mentioned when we surveyed the land? What matter? Yi Lingxian initially appeared perplexed, before quickly comprehending. Brother Shun, you refer to the inexplicable calamities that befell all the Taoist temples a decade ago? Indeed, Shun Hui nodded, then chuckled. The strangeness of this matter is evident. Who benefited the most? Certainly those untouched Taoist temples, Yi Lingxian replied without hesitation. Correct, Shun Hui smiled. If all goes as expected, this Chaoxian temple is likely involved in those past events. Now that Wan'an Temple is thriving, those who benefited will certainly not remain idle. Just wait. Having driven one away, another will undoubtedly come. Yi Lingxian laughed confidently. Rest assured, Brother Shun, no matter how many come, I shall send them all packing. Chapter 71. The young prince as anticipated. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, another uninvited guest arrived at Wan'an Temple. Ling Tian, Ling Yun's senior brother. Upon seeing the identical robes Ling Tian wore, Yi Lingxian glared and exclaimed, what is this? One has been sent away, and now another comes to offer themselves. Ling Tian smiled amiably, promptly responding, fellow Taoist, please quell your anger. Why junior brother is not the brightest. Hence his words may have been offensive. I ask for your understanding. Well, I didn't expect someone from your temple to speak reasonably, Yi Lingxian said, somewhat surprised. He added, if you're here to seek protection money or to take advantage, then please leave. We do not provide such. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. Our Chaoxian temple has never demanded protection fees, let alone engaged in such opportunistic behavior. These were merely the actions of my unruly junior brother, and he has been severely punished. Yi Lingxian raised an eyebrow. Oh, then by all means tell me, What brings you to our temple? Naturally, I am here to invite Wanan Temple to join our Taoist alliance. Ling Tian replied with a smile. The Taoist alliance. Yi Lingxian's face displayed confusion. What is that? In simple terms, it is a mutual aid alliance. Currently, there are 198 Taoist temples within Liuli County. All members of our Taoist alliance. Wanan Temple would be the 199th. Whether or not to join is entirely up to your willingness, Ling Tian explained. So, all the Taoist temples in Liuli County operate under this Taoist alliance? Yi Lingxian inquired. Precisely, Ling Tian affirmed. The benefits of joining the Taoist alliance are evident. Firstly, we can guarantee that no ruffians will disturb our temple. Secondly, we hold monthly exchange meetings, allowing members to trade treasures. Among other conveniences, after listening to Ling Tian's lengthy introduction, Yi Lingxian considered that it did seem quite advantageous. He then turned to Shen Hui, who was leisurely swaying in a recliner. Brother Shen, what are your thoughts on this Taoist alliance? Ling Tian also looked over, realizing that Wanan Temple likely fell under the influence of the Taoist lounging in the chair. Upon seeing Shen Hui, his eyelids inexplicably twitched, as an instinctive warning signaled that this Taoist was a significantly dangerous individual. His acute intuition had often aided him in making precise judgments. Ling Tian promptly resolved that he could not take a hard approach today. Otherwise, he would only suffer the consequences. You have mentioned only the benefits, yet omitted the obligations. Shen Hui replied coolly. Is there truly anything in this world that comes without cost? Since there are clear benefits, there must be hidden obligations, Ling Tian said with a smile. How can you not clarify? Yi Lingxian interjected immediately. If you don't lay it all out, who would dare join your so-called alliance? Ling Tian cleared his throat and continued. In that case, I shall summarize briefly. Members of the Taoist alliance are required to follow the president's arrangements each month, such as which days to close and open the temple, all of which must be adhered to. Additionally, it is required to contribute 30 of the temple's incense offerings to the Alliance Fund each month. Rest assured, the Alliance Fund is strictly regulated. When any member requires financial assistance, we will utilize the funds to support those in need, essentially a form of insurance. Not a chance, Shen Hui flatly rejected. He had not anticipated that this Taoist alliance possessed such a mechanism. It appeared to have been advised by someone of considerable acumen. What kind of alliance fund was this? If it was anything like he suspected, it would undoubtedly be controlled by the president, allowing them to fabricate reasons to misappropriate funds. In essence, this Taoist alliance likely existed primarily to enrich that so-called president. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, expressed regret. Esteemed Taoists, this truly is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Would you reconsider? No reconsideration? Yi Lingxian waved his hand. We will not be joining your Taoist alliance. With Shen Hui having clearly stated his refusal to join this so-called Taoist alliance, Yi Lingxian naturally supported him wholeheartedly. In that case, I shall take my leave. Ling Tian did not linger, turning to depart. Once he was gone, Yi Lingxian leaned closer to Shen Hui. Brother Shen, this Taoist alliance sounds quite dubious. If you choose not to join, they will surely come seeking trouble later. But fear not. I will keep them all at bay. Shen Hui responded softly, gazing at the darkening clouds above. A week later, Liuli County welcomed a significant figure. Accompanied by an extravagant display, dozens of carriages and countless guards appeared at the city gates. The news swiftly spread throughout Liuli County. Goodness, did you see the spectacle at the North Gate? So many guards. I've never seen anything like it. Could it be the Emperor visiting Liuli County? Such a protective entourage. No, it isn't the Emperor, but rather the young prince from Shangjing. Are you referring to the son of the Pingnan king? Shinshiochi? Who else could it be? No wonder the fanfare is so grand. What brings this young prince to our Liuli County? Once the young prince arrived, even the county magistrate came forth to greet him, underscoring his elevated status. Under the gaze of the multitude, this renowned young prince from Shangjing descended from his carriage. Draped in a flowing black python robe, the young figure stood tall, exuding an aura of unyielding authority that could rival even the county magistrate. Such an imposing presence was undoubtedly cultivated from a young age. Young prince, why did you not inform me of your arrival beforehand? I truly apologize for my lack of hospitality. Wang En, the magistrate of Liuli County, greeted with a fawning demeanor as he approached. He had not intended to visit Liuli County, but felt it would be remiss not to pay his respects to Uncle Wang. I merely thought it would be impolite not to greet you. Shinshiochi replied with a slight smile. Wang En, taken aback, felt a wave of relief wash over him at being addressed as Uncle Wang by the young prince. Young prince, you speak too humbly. Now that you are here in Liuli County, you must enjoy yourself for a few days. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Wang, Shinshiochi replied as he was ushered into the magistrate's residence amidst the gaze of the crowd, who marveled at the sight of such a legendary figure. However, that very night, an incident occurred. Chapter 72. Disappearance. The young prince has vanished. Wang awoke to the crushing realization that the young prince had gone missing from the magistrate's residence. Early that morning, the captain of the Imperial Guards approached Wang with the dreadful news, akin to a nightmare. Wang slapped himself repeatedly, ensuring he was not dreaming, before asking, albeit with a quiver in his voice. See, Captain Yu. What do you mean the young prince is missing? Eugene, his expression stern, replied, Wang, should you not be the one answering this? Last night, the young prince was assigned to your flower appreciation pavilion. I stood guard outside all night, and upon entering this morning, I found him gone. I do not care what tricks you are playing. You must return the young prince immediately, or do not blame me for being unkind. With that, a glint of cold steel flashed from Eugene's hand as his blade hovered perilously close to Wang En's neck. Overwhelmed with fear, Wang En crumpled to the ground, stammering, I truly do not know what happened. The Flower Appreciation Pavilion was prepared specifically for distinguished guests, and nothing has ever gone awry before. Could it be that the young prince simply went out for a while and will return shortly? I have been outside all night and can assure you the young prince did not leave, Eugene scoffed, pressing his blade down slightly. If you continue this charade, Wang En, your head may very well be forfeit. A thin line of blood appeared at Wang En's throat, and realizing the gravity of the situation, he scrambled to his feet. Captain Yu, I truly know nothing of this matter. I shall go to the scene immediately to uncover the truth. With that, Wang En pushed aside Eugene's blade. If I am indeed responsible, you may do as you wish, but for now, I will find the young prince and prove my innocence. Eugene snorted disdainfully, sheathing his blade as he followed Wang into the Flower Appreciation Pavilion. Outside the pavilion stood a multitude of Imperial Guards. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang En's heart sank. Under such protection, the young prince should have been entirely safe. His disappearance could not have been the result of mere happenstance. Rushing into the pavilion, Wang En meticulously surveyed the surroundings, finding no signs of struggle. Everything was immaculate, with the teacups showing signs of recent use, and the bed neatly made, as it had been before the young prince's arrival. It appears the young prince did not retire for the night. He had tea and then simply vanished, Wang En mused, furrowing his brow. What do you have to say now, Wang En? Eugene inquired coolly. Wang En sighed, Captain Yu, I assure you, I had no hand in this. If I possessed such capabilities, why would I remain as a mere magistrate? I would be wandering freely across the land, he continued. I suspect this is not the work of a human. It may very well be the doing of a supernatural being. Eugene chuckled derisively. I sense no trace of demonic energy here. Are you attempting to shift the blame onto the supernatural? As the captain of the guards, Eugene possessed considerable prowess and could detect any hint of otherworldly presence. The entire situation reeked of oddity. How about this, Captain Yu? Accompany me to see someone who may have the answers. Wang En proposed after a moment of contemplation. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at the Chaosian Temple. The Taoists there immediately recognized Wang and Magistrate Wang. Why the hurry? Is there something urgent at hand? Ling Tian inquired with a smile that is Master Ziying present at the temple. Wang En asked urgently. Master is currently in seclusion. If you wish to see him, you may need to wait a while. Ling Tian replied with a slight smile. I have pressing matters. Wang En exclaimed, nearly frantic with urgency. He gestured towards Eugene. This is Captain Yu, the commander of the young prince's guards. We have come regarding the young prince. Can this be expedited? Ling Tian regarded Eugene with a smile and shook his head. During his seclusion, Master does not permit interruptions. No one may disturb him, no matter the situation. You will have to wait. Why? Eugene's brow furrowed, and suddenly his blade was drawn, pressing against Ling Tian's throat. Taoist, take me to your master. Ling Tian's smile remained unfazed as he spoke softly. Captain, there are laws of the nation and rules of the family. Since you seek our assistance, I urge you to exercise patience. Seeing Ling Tian's calm demeanor, Eugene reluctantly sheathed his blade, stating coolly, I hope your Chaosian temple possesses genuine skills. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to erase you from existence. Ling Tian waved his whisk lightly, smiling. Please, follow me. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Ling Tian instructed the two to wait. Wang An anxiously paced back and forth, internally berating the Chaoxian temple for their lack of empathy. Despite his frequent visits to offer incense and bolster their fortunes, they now seemed to be evading his urgent pleas for help. The two waited until noon before the door of the secluded chamber finally creaked open. Wang An's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw Shen Xiuqi and Master Ziyang emerge together. Frozen in place, Wang An was soon overwhelmed with elation, while Eugene rushed forward, scrutinizing Shen Xiuqi closely. Young prince, how did you end up here? Shen Xiuqi smiled slightly and replied, Captain Yu, I simply had trouble sleeping last night, so I came to play chess and chat with Master Ziyang. What brings you here? Eugene exhaled a sigh of relief. You should have informed me of your departure. I nearly thought you had vanished. How did you manage to slip away without anyone noticing? It was I who brought the young prince here, Master Ziyang said, stroking his beard with a smile. The young prince called for me in the dead of night, and I simply obliged. Why? Eugene regarded Master Ziyang with a penetrating gaze, sensing an aura of profound depth about him. A true master indeed, however, since the young prince was unharmed, there was no need for alarm. Young prince, if you wish to go out in the future, please be sure to inform us. If anything were to happen, we would all be in grave danger, Eugene admonished. Understood, understood. Shen Xiuqi waved his hand dismissively. Captain Yu, why must you be so nagging, akin to a father? I was instructed to ensure the young prince's safety, Eugene replied. Uncle Wang, come here. I have something to discuss, Shen Xiuqi said, beckoning Wang An closer. Wang An hurried over, ingratiatingly asking, What is your command, young prince? Have someone seal off that Wanan temple, Shen Xiuqi instructed coolly. Chapter 73. Sealing the temple very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Wang An did not question the reasoning behind the order. Since the young prince had commanded it, he would see it done. He recalled that Wanan Temple was a recently established shrine that had garnered much popularity among the populace, built upon the ruins of Hushui Temple. But why had it incurred the young prince's ire? That mattered not. What was imperative was to execute the young prince's orders flawlessly. Thus, it was not long before Wang An, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, arrived at Wanan Temple. At that moment, the temple was bustling with visitors, many engaged in prayers and offerings. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxian was busy divining fortunes. Though he claimed to find it bothersome, he could not resist helping those in need when they approached him. His skills in fortune-telling appeared to be advancing rapidly, or so he believed. As the soldiers arrived and began to disperse the crowd, confusion erupted among the visitors. What is happening? Why are you driving us away? I came to offer my prayers. Is there a problem with the temple? Have they been evading taxes? I knew Wanan Temple would run into trouble sooner or later, just didn't he expect it to happen so quickly. I had already anticipated this day, which is why I refrained from visiting Wanan Temple for blessings. I bet you all regret it now. Clearly, the deity being worshipped here is problematic. A legitimate deity would be known as Baiju Tianzuan. Outside Wanan Temple, a throng of onlookers debated amongst themselves, each holding fast to their opinions, unable to sway one another. Soon, the temple was surrounded, and the worshippers within were expelled. At this moment, Yi Lingxian was assisting a young woman in palmistry. He gently caressed the smooth palm of her hand, relishing its softness, and smiled as he said, My dear lady, you possess a fortunate fate. You are destined for blessings and will never lack for wealth throughout your life. The young woman's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Lingxian and softly replied, But I do not yearn for an abundance of riches. All I desire is a devoted lover. A devoted lover? Yi Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, then continued to stroke her palm a few more times, frowning as he remarked, Although your career line is quite promising, your love line is rather unclear. It may be quite challenging. Upon hearing this, the young woman's face fell in disappointment, and she suddenly threw herself into Yi Lingxuan's embrace, asking, Mister, could you perhaps defy fate and alter my destiny? The warmth enveloping him stirred Yi Lingxuan's heart. Although he harbored dreams of the brothel, he was still an inexperienced novice, and had never encountered such an overt display of affection from a woman. Thus, he resolutely pushed her away, saying, My lady, please maintain your dignity. The young woman was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly lecherous Taoist would actually reject her. Pouting, she said, Taoist, let us speak plainly. I am attracted to you. If you are willing, I shall redeem myself and we can find a secluded place to raise a family together. Redeem herself? Yi Lingxian mused that this truly was a good girl. For a maid to gather such a sum for her own redemption, it must have been quite difficult for her. With this thought, his gaze towards the young woman softened. Just then, a group of soldiers approached. The leading soldier, upon seeing the young woman, laughed heartily. "Oh, is this not Xiao Fong from the Yihong courtyard? What are you doing with the Taoist? Are you looking to change your tastes?" Hearing this, the young woman immediately stood up, scanning her surroundings and realizing that many soldiers were driving away the worshippers. Curiously, she asked, "Gentlemen, are you here in a group to pray at Wan'an Temple? I find this place particularly efficacious. You are indeed in the right location." "Ha ha ha, correct. We are here as a group, but for purposes other than prayer." The soldier shook his head with a smile, adding, "Xiao Fong, hurry and leave. Once I finish here, I will come to find you at the Yihong courtyard tonight." Yi Lingxian furrowed his brow in concern. It turned out this woman was not merely a maid but a courtesan. He suddenly felt that his skill in palmistry was not so impressive after all, as he had failed to discern her occupation. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Was he destined to attract only courtesans? Were there no respectable women who could find him appealing? However, it was clear that more pressing matters were at hand. Yi Lingxian rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of the soldiers, and declared, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you driving away the worshippers? What do you mean? Your temple worships a wild god and schemes to harm the innocent." "We have come to seal your temple," the soldier shouted arrogantly. "Worshipping a wild god and scheming to harm the innocent?" Yi Lingxian was incensed to the point of laughter. "What evidence do you have to accuse us of worshipping evil deities and harming others?" "Evidence, naturally, exists, but there is no need to present it to you," the soldier replied with a slight smile. "If I were you, I would step aside promptly. If you delay me, I might even have you detained." "Gentlemen, have you made a mistake?" At this moment, Xiao Fong stepped forward to speak on behalf of Wan'an Temple. "This temple certainly does not worship any wild gods, nor do they scheme to harm anyone. I come here often and I know it well. Xiao Fong, you are merely a courtesan." "What do you know?" The soldier chuckled mockingly. "You may understand men, but there are many things you are oblivious to. Take my advice and return to your Yihong courtyard, or you may find yourself spending the night in jail." Xiao Fong's face paled at this. She did not wish to be arrested. She cast a regretful glance at Yi Lingxian before departing. Though she harbored some affection for him, it was not enough for her to disregard her own safety. Soon, all the worshippers at Wan'an Temple were driven away. The leading soldier approached the idol and commanded, "Smash it." With that, he kicked the offering table with force. However, at that moment, an invisible force struck, sending the leading soldier flying outside the Bai Lu Hall with a violent crash. Just then, Shen Hui emerged slowly from the main hall and said coolly, "Today, I care not whose orders they are. Return whence you came." The leading soldier wished to protest, but upon meeting Shen Hui's gaze, he immediately lowered his head. At that moment, a figure entered from outside the temple, proclaiming, "What if it is my order?" Upon focusing, everyone recognized the newcomer as the county magistrate, Wang An. Chapter 74. Unexpected fame, and you are? Yi Lingxian stepped forward. "What am I?" Wang An retorted, infuriated. "I am the magistrate of Liuli County, a father to the people. What do you say I am?" "Oh, a mere incompetent official," Yi Lingxian retorted, unconcerned with Wang An's status. "You come here without any evidence, yet accuse us of worshipping wild gods and harming the innocent. Such a foolish official will surely face retribution. Those who cultivate the Tao should not interfere in worldly matters." Yet Yi Lingxian had his own thoughts. Wang An's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. What audacity! I would like to see who dares to punish this magistrate. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be dealt with without mercy. Smash it! Wang An was determined to make a good impression in front of the young prince. After all, if he handled the prince's affairs well, he would have formidable backing, and who would dare to challenge him in the court? However, after he uttered this command, the soldiers exchanged glances, none daring to take the initiative. While they felt confident dealing with ordinary folk, the Taoist from Wan'an Temple was evidently not simple. He possessed genuine cultivation. Moreover, he was truly willing to accede to charge and recklessly would be a gamble with their lives. Thus, an awkward scene unfolded. Wang An, brimming with bravado, intended to order the soldiers to demolish Wan'an Temple, yet none dared to step forward. "What is the matter with you all?" Wan'an, noticing the lack of movement from behind, turned and glared at the soldiers. They all forced weak smiles, saying, "My lord, you did not inform us that there was an immortal master at Wan'an Temple." The soldier who had spoken earlier remarked, "That Taoist just now clearly possesses cultivation. We are mere mortals and truly cannot afford to offend an immortal master." The common people's attitude towards those who cultivate the Tao is one of, "do not provoke." In their eyes, cultivators are lofty immortal masters. If an immortal master is displeased, their heads may not remain intact. Wang An's expression flickered with apprehension upon hearing this. He had not considered that these two might dare to resist. If they were indeed cultivators, then today's matter would not be so simple. Seizing the moment, Yi Lingxian summoned his flying sword, which hovered in the air, its tip pointing directly at Wang An. "Tell me, if I strike with this sword, will you still have your life?" Upon hearing this, Wang An stumbled backward several steps, hiding behind a burly soldier, and shouted in a tremulous voice, "Why, don't be reckless. I am a government official appointed by the court. If you kill me, the Astronomical Bureau will not let you off." The burly soldier stood rigid, a look of awkwardness on his face. "Immortal master, please do not act impulsively. I did not mean to offend you." He feared that if Yi Lingxian was displeased, the sword would fly toward him, resulting in death for them both. It was one thing for this magistrate to court danger, but he could not afford to lose his own life. Yet he also did not dare to push Wang An away, or he might find himself dismissed that very evening. "Even if I were to slay such an incompetent official, the Astronomical Bureau would surely declare that I did well," Yi Lingxian declared coldly. Then, with a swift motion, the flying sword shot towards the soldier. Seeing this, the soldier hastily grabbed Wang An by the collar and flung him away, exclaiming, "I have elders above and children below. I cannot afford to die." Wang An was launched into the air, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the soldier, seething with anger. This man is rebellious. He will not be of use in the future. Just then, he heard a whooshing sound and turned to see the flying sword hurtling toward him, causing him to cry out in terror, "Wait, wait! I will not demolish it! I will not demolish it!" With a thud, Wang An fell heavily to the ground, the sword hovering just an inch from his eye. He felt a cold sweat soaking his back, nearly soiling himself in fear. For years, he had schemed and connived, believing that by aligning with certain factions, he could enjoy wealth and comfort for a lifetime. Yet at this moment, he realized that before cultivators, he was utterly insignificant. What did his worldly status matter? In the eyes of these cultivators, it was nothing but fleeting vapor. Even if the Astronomical Bureau sought to avenge him later, what good would it do? His life was genuinely at stake. With this realization, Wang An surrendered. He would be as humble as possible, then leave. Yi Lingxian stated blandly. As a disciple of Qianshan Academy, he naturally could not kill without reason. Although Wang An was foolish, his crimes did not warrant death. His intention was merely to intimidate this corrupt official, making him aware that Wan'an Temple was not to be trifled with. "I will leave now. I will leave now." Wang An appeared to have lost his spirit, hastily scrambling to his feet, feeling his legs still tremble with weakness. The soldier who had thrown him out rushed forward again, lending a supportive hand to Wang An, with a sycophantic smile, inquiring, "My lord, are you all right? Allow me to assist you." Thank you, Wang An replied, having been thoroughly terrified, casting a grateful glance at the soldier. In such a moment, to have someone come forward to help him was a sign of cleverness. This lad deserved to be valued. The soldier, who had once exuded authority, now retreated with the demeanor of a beaten rooster, each of them hanging their heads low, not daring to utter a word, as they quickly followed the main group in their hasty departure. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, immediately began to speculate. "What on earth is happening? I saw the county magistrate enter with a thunderous shout, and now he emerges supported by others. Has he been beaten? There are no visible wounds. Perhaps he has been punished by the Celestial Lord Bailu. The Celestial Lord is so effective. How could he not hear the mundane gossip about himself? Ha ha ha. Regardless, this is truly satisfying. The magistrate has been ineffectual for so long, full of hot air. I would rather see a new magistrate in his place. It appears Wan'an Temple poses no real threat, and indeed possesses great capability. Even the magistrate cannot contend with it. Everyone, go and pay your respects. No, no, this Wanan temple has offended the magistrate. It surely won't last long, everyone. Do not go. Fine, if you want to go. I shall. Damn. Despicable. Who says I want to go? Don't all of you try to outpace me. Consequently, Wanan temple once again buzzed with life, bustling with visitors. This incident swiftly spread throughout Liuli County, and everyone learned of Wanan temple's newfound prominence, seemingly disregarding the county magistrate, who had fled in disgrace. Thus, the influx of visitors only increased, reaching an unprecedented peak. Even Shan Hui was somewhat taken aback. It could only be said that the magistrate was indeed unpopular, far inferior to Magistrate Ming of Yongning County, at Tichaoxian Temple. Upon hearing this news, Ling Yun angrily smashed several cups. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Just then, the voice of Ziyang Zhenren came from behind. What are you doing? Chapter 75. Have you never suspected? Upon hearing his master's voice, Ling Yun trembled in fright, quickly turning around with an awkward smile. Master, what brings you here? At that moment, Ling Yun's face had yet to recover from swelling, and the flush of anger lingered, giving him the appearance of a boiled pig's head. Ziyang Zhenren frowned, displeased. How many times have I told you? Since you have become a member of Chaoxian Temple, you must temper your bad temper. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel you from the temple. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, hurriedly apologized. Master, no doubt brother-in-law, I will change. I promise to improve. Ziyang Zhenren's frown deepened, and with a casual wave of his hand, the door behind him closed on its own. He then said coolly, I have told you. Do not call me brother-in-law in the temple. Ling Yun chuckled awkwardly. Be brother-in-law. I was just momentarily anxious. Rest assured, I will certainly temper my temperament. Are you perhaps missing my sister? I doubt I will go tell her to wait for you at the usual place. Very well, Ziyang Zhenren replied, his expression softening slightly, before adding, Ling Yun, do not take advantage of your sister's connection to act recklessly. I have told you before, your sister is with me. She bears no official title. So you may be my brother-in-law or merely a pawn. Do you understand? I understand. I completely understand. Ling Yun nodded vigorously. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Master, now that Wanan Temple has sent the magistrate packing, does the magistrate have any countermeasures? Do not underestimate the power of the court, Ziyang Zhenren chuckled. This Wanan Temple may revel in temporary bravado, but bravery without strategy is folly. Wangan will not let this matter rest easily. Especially with Shin Xiuqi backing him. This issue is far from over. Hearing this, Ling Yun felt a sense of relief. As long as Wanan Temple could be brought to an end, everything would be manageable. Once reassured, Ling Yun did not forget the matter at hand and quickly stated, Master, I shall go find my sister and have her wait for you at the usual place. With that, Ling Yun was about to leave when Ziyang Zhenren suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Ling Yun halted, turning back in confusion. Master, is there something else? Is this how you intend to meet your sister? Ziyang Zhenren waved his whisk, and suddenly, Ling Yun felt a refreshing coolness on his face. The swelling that had previously plagued him had now subsided. Thank you, Master. Ling Yun touched his now unblemished cheek, expressing his gratitude. Go on. Ziyang Zhenren nodded. After Ling Yun departed from Chaoxian Temple, he quickly ventured into a seldom trodden alley, making several turns until he arrived at a private residence. This residence was nestled among many others, unobtrusive yet boasting a small courtyard filled with numerous flowers, indicating that the owner was someone with a taste for leisure. Ling Yun pushed open the courtyard gate and rapped on the door. Knock, 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 sister. It's me. Open the door, Ling Yun called out. Usually, at this hour, a few knocks would prompt his sister to appear. But today, there was no response for quite some time. Sister, what are you doing? Open the door. He continued to knock and shout. After a considerable wait, a soft, languid voice finally responded from within, coming with a creak. The door swung open, revealing a striking woman peering out, frowning. What brings you here today, you rascal? Sister, what are you doing inside? Ling Yun pushed the door wide open, only to realize that his sister was in disarray. Revealing much of her fair skin, he furrowed his brow sharply. What is going on? Are you having an affair with that scoundrel? What scoundrel? He is your brother-in-law, the woman retorted. At that moment, a similarly disheveled young man emerged from within. Handsome and tall, Appearing to be in his 20s, he chuckled awkwardly. Ling Yun, what brings you back? Ling Yun stepped forward, seizing the young man's collar. Shimin Bei, how many times have I told you not to pursue my sister anymore? She cannot entangle herself with you any longer. Are you not listening? Do you believe I won't inform my master of this? Shimin Bei did not resist but merely smiled wryly. Ling Yun, I truly love your sister. That old Taoist is no good. If you remain blindly loyal to him, one day, he will betray you. I will take your sister and you away. Let us flee from this old man's grasp. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, grew even angrier. Shimin Bei, stop spouting nonsense. You are unworthy of my sister. Do you understand? You are unworthy. My sister is destined for greatness and prosperity if you continue to cling to her. Once my master finds out, it will not only be the two of you who suffer, but I will also be implicated. Get out now. With a series of kicks from Ling Yun, Shimin Bei was expelled from the house. After Shimin Bei left, Ling Yun, exasperated, turned to his sister. Sister, how many times must I tell you? Stay far away from that impoverished fellow. The woman looked at Ling Yun and shook her head with a smile. Ling Yun, you are still young and do not understand what love is. Shimin Bei and I share a bond that is stronger than gold. Nothing can tear us apart, not even death. Ling Yun rolled his eyes, gazing at her as if she were foolish. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Regardless, I lay down the law here. If I discover any further indiscretions between you two, I will inform my master. I've been wondering why he has been so cold towards me lately. Could it be that he has already discovered your affair? Wait, if he truly had discovered your affair, he wouldn't be treating me so kindly. Regardless, you should distance yourself from Shimin Bei as much as possible. Having said this, Ling Yun plopped down onto a chair. I came today to relay a message from my master. He wants you to wait for him at the usual place. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled slightly and whispered, Brother, you have no idea how perverse that old man is. I do not wish to continue with him. No way. Ling Yun immediately objected loudly. If you do not continue with him, how can I follow him to cultivate? But have you really learned any immortal techniques after all this time? The woman asked after a moment of silence. For her brother's sake, she was willing to make sacrifices, but was the sacrifice truly worth it? She began to reflect. When her brother first proposed learning the immortal arts, she had agreed to be with Ziyang Zhenren for her brother's future. But after all this time, it seemed her brother had made no progress. He couldn't even perform the simplest act of flying with a sword. Therefore, she was beginning to question whether Ziyang Zhenren truly intended to teach her brother. Brother, have you never suspected? The woman asked softly. Chapter 76. Cultivation is to abandon all. Ling Yun fell silent. He began to contemplate his experiences since joining Chao Xian Temple. In reality, he had been a member for quite some time now, over 3 years, to be precise. Yet, during this period, Ziyang Zhenren had only taught him the most basic meditative practices, claiming that it would improve his physique and aptitude, and stating that once his aptitude was sufficient, he would impart more formal cultivation methods. However, 3 years had passed, and he had yet to meet Ziyang Zhenren's minimum requirements. At this moment, Ling Yun began to doubt whether Ziyang Zhenren truly wished to teach him, or if he merely sought to exploit his sister. As Ling Yun began to contemplate, the woman continued speaking. Brother, there are many things I have not shared with you. I understand that you are still young and unable to comprehend certain matters. However, now that you have grown, I believe it is time to enlighten you. Your master is not merely a lecher. Each time he calls upon me, it is for the purpose of yin-yang cultivation. And he maintains such relations with more than just me. Consequently, after each encounter, I fall gravely ill. His demands have become increasingly frequent, and my body can scarcely endure it any longer. Should I go to him again? I may very well meet my demise at his hands. Ling Yun remained silent, but his mind wandered back to many memories. His sister had mentioned that she fell ill after each of her visits. And it indeed seemed to be the case. Back then, Ling Yun was oblivious to the true nature of the situation, as his sister had not divulged the details. Now he grasped the extent of her sacrifices for his cultivation. Ever since their parents' passing, it had been his sister who cared for him. They often said that an elder sister is like a mother, and she had fulfilled that role admirably over the years. On one side lay his future, while on the other lay familial bonds. Ling Yun found himself caught in a dilemma. Just as he was mired in confusion, the gentle voice of Ziyang Zhenren echoed in his mind. Ling Yun, Your aptitude has reached the required standard. After you bring your sister to the designated place today, I shall teach you the methods of cultivation." These words sent a shiver down Ling Yun's spine, and the flicker of conscience that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. "Sister, my master has informed me that once you go to him, he will impart the secrets of cultivation to me." "You need not harbor any suspicions," Ling Yun scoffed. "I can see that all your unrealistic notions stem from that Shiman Bei. I have long warned you that he is not a good person. You should sever ties with him henceforth." The woman gazed at Ling Yun and sighed softly. "Brother, ever since you joined the Chaoxian Temple and changed your name and temperament, you no longer resemble your former self. Do you still remember your surname, Zhao?" "How could I forget?" Ling Yun raised an eyebrow. "I am Zhao Cong, and you are Zhao Shui. Sister, you do not think I have been possessed, do you? I urged you to follow my master for your own good. What you call yin-yang cultivation is merely a figment of your imagination." Zhao Shui inhaled deeply, but chose not to respond, softly saying, "Please wait a moment while I change my clothes, and then I shall accompany you." "Be quick about it," Ling Yun urged, his heart brimming with anticipation. After today, he would finally learn the ways of cultivation. The sacrifices made would all be worth it. Soon, Zhao Shui emerged from the inner room clad in a simple yet stunning red garment. Her beauty beyond compare. "Let us go, brother," Zhao Shui said. "Sister, you look truly exquisite today," Ling Yun beamed. "If you adorn yourself beautifully every day, how could my master possibly resist your charm? In time, not only will you gain immortality and eternal youth, but I shall also become one of the foremost cultivators in this world. If you desire the stars in the sky, I shall pluck them for you." A bittersweet smile graced Zhao Shui's lips. Yet she remained silent, recognizing that her brother was already enchanted. For the sake of his cultivation, she had come to terms with the sacrifices made. However, this was what her brother desired, and she was willing to relinquish everything as long as he was content. The designated place was a grand house situated on the outskirts of the city, rarely frequented by passers-by. The structure was evidently built by a wealthy family. At that moment, Ziyang Zhenren stood at the entrance. Wearing a warm smile, "Master, I have brought the person you requested," Ling Yun exclaimed eagerly. "When will you teach me the formal methods of cultivation?" "Once I am finished," Ziyang Zhenren replied, patting Ling Yun on the shoulder. "Well done." He then turned his gaze to Zhao Shui. Upon making eye contact with Ziyang Zhenren, Zhao Shui trembled, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes, as if recalling something that terrified her. "Xiao Shui, you look lovely today," Ziyang Zhenren complimented with a smile, stepping forward to embrace her slender waist, causing her to shudder once more. Ling Yun watched as Zhao Shui was enveloped in his master's arms and led into the house. Just before the door closed, Zhao Shui glanced back at Ling Yun, her beautiful eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Ling Yun, unable to decipher the feelings reflected in her gaze, remained lost in the joy of soon acquiring the cultivation methods. 3 hours later, impatience gnawed at Ling Yun. He mused, "My master, despite his age, remains vigorous. No wonder my sister spoke of yin-yang cultivation. It is only natural to feel drained after such exertion." At that moment, the door creaked open, and a flushed Ziyang Zhenren emerged. Ling Yun felt as if his master appeared notably younger than before, though he couldn't be sure. Ziyang Zhenren approached, smiling as he patted Ling Yun's head. "Ling Yun, you did well. Here, take this." He produced a gleaming, round pill from his sleeve. The pill exuded a fragrant aroma and radiated a gentle light. "Thank you, master," Ling Yun exclaimed, eagerly receiving the pill and swallowing it whole, aware that it was a medicinal pill for cultivation. His master truly cared for him. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and before he could savor its flavor, a wave of warmth surged from his dantian. "It's so hot," Ling Yun exclaimed. "I shall assist you." Ziyang Zhenren placed a hand on Ling Yun's shoulder, calmly instructing, "Meditate." Ling Yun complied, and Ziyang Zhenren guided the intense warmth within him as it coursed through his body. After approximately the time it takes to burn a joss stick, Ling Yun felt the world around him become crystal clear, his body lighter than ever before. "Master, have I succeeded?" Ling Yun asked, elated. "With my guidance, you have entered the qi-gathering realm and can now control your spiritual energy." Ziyang Zhenren replied calmly, "Thank you, master. Thank you." Ling Yun leapt to his feet, brimming with excitement. By the way, where is my sister? I must share this good news with her." His master clearly held him in regard. "Look, sister, You have been misled by Shiman Bei. Yet, Zhang Zhenren simply pointed to Ling Yun's abdomen. Your sister? She resides within you. I in my abdomen? Master, are you joking? Ling Yun burst into laughter, thinking his master was jesting. Whenever he brought his sister to Zhang Zhenren, he always escorted her back. Today, however, Zhao Shui had not emerged with his master, and he was so engrossed in the joy of becoming a cultivator that he had failed to notice. Zhang Zhenren maintained a subtle smile but fell silent. Ling Yun's laughter gradually faded as he suddenly realized that his master might not be joking. His voice trembled as he asked, Master, what do you mean my sister is in my abdomen? What else could it mean? The pill you just swallowed was concocted from your sister. Zhang Zhenren's smile diminished, and he spoke in a flat tone. Your sister has been fooling around with other men behind my back. It is best to discard such a woman. Transforming her into a pill fulfills one of your wishes. Your aptitude was lacking, but this pill will help improve your constitution. Did your sister not often say she would sacrifice everything for your cultivation? Now, you and your sister have entirely merged, and there is no longer a distinction between you and her. Ling Yun stood frozen in shock. He had never imagined that one day his sister would be turned into a pill. And he had consumed her. Overwhelmed by the thought, he began to gag violently, desperately clawing at his throat to expel the pill. Don't bother. That pill has already dissolved and integrated into every part of your body. Zhang Zhenren stated blandly. The path of cultivation requires one to relinquish everything, family, friends, and even the attachments within one's heart. Only by doing so can one advance in cultivation, gaining divine assistance and progressing further. You have an elder sister, but that is a thing of the past. If you wish to continue cultivating with me, follow me back to the temple. If not, you are free to leave, and I shall not hinder you. Ling Yun continued to gag, tears streaming down his face as he failed to comprehend why one must forsake all emotions for the sake of cultivation. His sister was his only family in this world. Without her, what achievements would he have to show? What was the initial purpose of his cultivation? As tears blurred his vision, he recalled the reason he had begun to cultivate. He had witnessed his sister being victimized by thieves. Feeling powerless, even shrinking away in fear, hoping they would spare her. Yet, after tormenting his sister, the thieves sought to silence him as well. That moment, a cultivator appeared and slayed the assailants. It was from that day onward that Ling Yun resolved to become a powerful cultivator, to protect his sister from harm and ensure he would never be bullied again. But why? Why, when he finally embarked on the path of cultivation, was the first step to abandon the very sister who had always shielded him? If this was what cultivation entailed, then what was the purpose of pursuing it? At that moment, he suddenly understood the complex emotions reflected in his sister's glance before she entered the room. Perhaps she had already foreseen her fate, yet for his sake, she had plunged into the flames without hesitation, a tempest of emotions. Sorrow, self-reproach, guilt, and anguish, intertwined within Ling Yun, nearly shattering him. He knelt upon the ground, repeating I'm sorry over and over, yet no one remained to forgive him unconditionally. When Ling Yun had cried his fill, Zhang Zhenren had long since departed. He lay on the ground, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Memories flashing before his mind's eye, all moments shared with his sister. Ling Yun felt as if he had lost all strength and means. He merely wished to lie here and quietly fade away. At that moment, footsteps approached, and soon a familiar face emerged within his view. It was Ling Tian, the favored disciple of his master. Ling Tian looked at Ling Yun, a smile breaking upon his face. Little junior brother, have you learned the first lesson of cultivating immortality yet? Ling Yun's voice was hoarse. What? This lesson is called loss. Ling Tian sat down beside Ling Yun. You have never truly understood our master, nor the path of cultivation. What you possess is merely reckless fervor, akin to my own past. As he spoke, he tossed a pastry wrapped in oil paper onto Ling Yun. Ling Yun felt the warmth in his chest. He sat up, grasping the pastry, his eyes wide with astonishment. The pastry was still warm. Eat, said Ling Tian. Coming to his senses, Ling Yun devoured the pastry ravenously, as if he had never felt such hunger before. Once he finished, he felt significantly better and hoarsely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. He had often found this easygoing senior brother insufferable, yet now he felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. Their master was petty, domineering, selfish, and suspicious. Any betrayal, whether of person or object, would face dire consequences. Ling Tian gazed up at the sky and remarked calmly. Moreover, he has a particular interest in alchemy, especially in concocting human elixirs. My fiancé was turned into a pill by him, which I ingested myself. Ling Yun's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? Ling Tian smiled softly, his eyes filled with acceptance. Did you think I was the only one? All formal disciples of Chaoxian Guan have consumed elixirs crafted from their own loved ones. This is the first lesson I wish to impart to you, loss. But why? Ling Yun struggled to comprehend. He was selfish. Yet he could never accept the idea of using his kin for alchemy. I don't know. Ling Tian shook his head. This is the lesson our master seeks to teach us. I once harbored hatred for him. He paused, continuing, and still do. Ling Yun fell silent. Yet, even if I hate him, my current strength is insufficient to pose any threat to him. I can only harbor this hatred within, obediently comply with his arrangements, and become a person devoid of edges. Ling Tian's tone bore no bitterness or resentment, only tranquility. The first lesson is loss, the second is endurance. This has been the path I have traversed. So, do you seek revenge? Ling Yun inquired. Yes, I dream of it. Ling Tian nodded. I wish to show our master that I am human, not a beast. However, until I possess sufficient strength, all of this is mere talk. At this, Ling Tian turned to Ling Yun, patting his shoulder. Thus, little junior brother, if you seek revenge, you must become like me, someone devoid of edges. Ling Yun remained silent, solemnly stating, But how can a person without edges seek revenge? Ling Tian suddenly laughed. Only a person without edges can forge the sharpest blade. Chapter 78. Intimidation. For a period, Wan and Guan remained tranquil. During this time, pilgrims came and went incessantly, while a small faction continued to observe. They believed the county magistrate would not let Wan and Guan off so easily. After all, he was the magistrate, and such indignity could not be tolerated. However, as the magistrate remained silent, Wan and Guan grew increasingly vibrant, causing this faction to waver. Perhaps Wan and Guan truly possessed remarkable capabilities, to the extent that even the magistrate dared not provoke them. After half a month, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages thundered into Liuli County. Why was it thunderous? Because the convoy moved hastily, paying no heed to pedestrians, nearly colliding several times. The carriages headed straight for the magistrate's office. Upon stopping, 3 arrogant youths clad in brocade robes leapt from the carriages. The leader wore a dark blue official robe adorned with cloud and water patterns, while the other 2 appeared considerably more ordinary. Hearing the commotion, Wang An hurried out of the building. Upon seeing the youth in the official robe, his face brightened. Xie Tianguan, you have finally arrived, Xie Ming replied coolly. Wang magistrate, where is my elder brother? He is in the back courtyard enjoying tea. Please follow me, Wang An said. Ingratiatingly, he led Xie Ming, bowing and scraping, into the back courtyard of the magistrate's office. There, in the courtyard, Shen Xiuqi leisurely sipped tea, accompanied by dancing maidens, exuding an air of contentment. Elder brother, upon spotting Shen Xiuqi, Xie Ming approached with a smile. I heard you were looking for me. I rushed here overnight by carriage. Do you require my assistance? Shen Xiuqi smiled lightly. Little Ming, I wish for you to seal off a certain temple. Is that feasible? That's no trouble at all. Xie Ming immediately declared, thumping his chest. Just tell me which temple to seal, and I shall see to it that they close down for good. However, this matter may be somewhat tricky. Shen Xiuqi nodded. Glancing at Wang An, let Wang uncle explain it to you briefly. What is the matter? Xie Ming turned, frowning at Wang and Xie Tianguan. The situation is as follows. Wang An recounted the events leading to his expulsion, laying it all bare. Now I understand. After listening, Xie Ming smiled slightly. I thought it was some formidable character. Turns out it's merely someone relying on their cultivation to act with such arrogance. Rest assured, elder brother, with my identity as divine inspector, a mere show of authority may well intimidate them into surrender. Then I shall trouble you. Shen Xiuqi smiled lightly. Not at all, not at all. This is hardly a burden. Xie Ming chuckled. Elder brother, I shall go now and seal off Wan and Guan. I will prepare a celebratory feast for you. Shen Xiuqi nodded. Very well. Xie Ming strode away with confidence. To him, a mere temple, worshipping an unknown deity, would be easy to intimidate. With the divine inspector standing behind him, and the current divine inspector being a formidable figure in the Great Ascension stage, Who would dare disrespect him? Xie Ming, accompanied by 2 followers, headed straight for Wanninguan. Upon arrival, he noted the temple's bustling activity and immediately employed a divination technique. Upon discovering that the temple was enveloped in righteous energy, his expression suddenly shifted. It appears this is likely not a minor deity, but a true god. Behind him, the 2 followers, one plump and the other thin, had differing reactions. The plump one munched on dates, while the thin one spoke up. "Brother, righteous energy is rare. Should we still seal this temple?" Xie Ming's expression fluctuated, his hesitation apparent. A temple bathed in righteous energy was uncommon, suggesting that the deity worshipped there might be a significant figure in the celestial court. If they angered this being, even a minor calamity could prove unbearable for them. "Let us go in and take a look first." After pondering for a moment, Xie Ming decided to proceed cautiously. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have already demolished the temple without a second thought. Once inside the temple, Xie Ming scanned the surroundings, following the crowd directly to the 100 Blessings Hall. Upon seeing the deity on the altar, he sighed in relief. "Ah, I don't recognize this one. That leaves us some room for maneuver." If it had been a deity he recognized, he would have had to weigh his options carefully. However, if it was an unknown deity with righteous energy, it could also be a disguise. With this thought, Xie Ming summoned a beam of golden light, similar to the one used on Chuishi, and infused it into the statue of the 100 Blessings Celestial Lord. That moment, Shen Hui, basking lazily in the sun, sensed the probing energy and shook his head helplessly. "What brings the divine inspector again? I wonder if after the last visit, Shi Miaohui managed to relay my request to the divine inspector. This monthly visitation is becoming quite bothersome." Nevertheless, since they were here, he naturally had to respond. In a blink, his perspective shifted to that of the statue, and he immediately spotted Xie Ming in his deep blue official robe, who was eagerly employing a technique to probe, muttering, "It must be a disguise. Otherwise, how can I fulfill my elder brother's request?" Shen Hui's mind raced. It seemed this fellow had come under orders. He immediately thought of the magistrate's office. If that were the case, he could turn the tables. A smirk crept across Shen Hui's face. Then, with a fleeting golden light in his eyes, Xie Ming felt a sudden disorientation, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a vast space. Before him, the colossal statue loomed, sitting majestically. Xie Ming's heart raced with alarm as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in an endless void. He had read about such occurrences in ancient texts. It was likely that the deity, displeased at being spied upon, had summoned him into the divine realm. As anticipated, the next moment, a commanding voice resounded in his ear like the wrath of heaven. "Impudent mortal! How dare you spy on this divine being?" Xie Ming's legs weakened, and he plummeted to the ground, his face as pale as paper, his heart racing as he stammered, "Forgive me, exalted one. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are a wild god or a true deity. I harbor no other intentions." "Oh? Are you not, in fact, acting on someone else's behalf, intending to shatter my divine statue?" This authoritative voice directly exposed Xie Ming's deception. Panic surged through him, and he hastily knelt in supplication. "Exalted one, please see my sincerity. I am a divine inspector from the Changfu. How could I ever commit such an act of disrespect against you?" Chapter 79. A hasty retreat at this juncture. To continue lying would yield dire consequences. Thus, do not blame me if I cast you into the 18 layers of hell, forever denied rebirth. With that, under Xie Ming's horrified gaze, the divine statue began to rise slowly. What sensation accompanies a statue that resembles a mountain standing tall? Xie Ming felt an overwhelming pressure. Under the scrutiny of this statue, he felt diminutive, lesser than an ant. A saying comes to mind: to place heaven and earth upon a mayfly, a mere grain in the vast ocean. He felt precisely this way, he observed as the statue gradually lifted its hand, seemingly grasping a radiant sun, emanating an overwhelming brilliance. "Exalted one, spare my life," Xie Ming cried in terror. "I truly was sent by someone to investigate the temple, yet I had no intention of destroying the statue. Upon sensing the righteous aura surrounding you, I had already resolved to retreat." As he uttered these words, the golden light in the statue's hand gradually dissipated, and it spoke softly, "I am known as the Lord of Abundant Blessings, governing all human wishes." Previously, A little girl and boy from your Changfu submitted my information. Were you not aware? Xieming quickly shook his head. I truly had no knowledge of this, or else I would not dare to disturb the Lord. Inwardly, he committed the name of the Lord of Abundant Blessings to memory. Since a divine inspector had already investigated this deity, it was assuredly not a wild god. Otherwise, he would not be ignorant of it. With this thought, he felt a deep-seated resentment towards Wang and for sending him to confront a true deity. No, it was confronting a temple that honored such an immensely powerful divine being. Governing all human wishes? It sounded incredibly prestigious. As for Shen Xiuqi, he dared not harbor any animosity. His status was far too formidable for a mere divine inspector like Xieming to challenge. When you return, you must urge them, the statue declared before slowly resuming its seated position. With a thunderous crash, as the statue settled back down, the air trembled violently, as though the very earth quaked. Before Xieming could comprehend the situation, he felt a flash before his eyes, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the Hall of Abundant Blessings. He gazed at the statue before him. Drenched in cold sweat, at this moment, two of his subordinates whispered from behind, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with this statue? Should we take action?" In the Hall of Abundant Blessings, people came and went. Worshippers kneeling in reverence, lighting incense and offering prayers. The three of them stood there doing nothing, appearing exceedingly out of place. "Young men, if you do not wish to pray, please step outside and do not disturb our worship." A woman with a slight accent frowned and remarked. Just as one of his subordinates was about to retaliate, Xieming swiftly pulled him away, hastening their exit from the hall, back in the courtyard. The thin man wore a bewildered expression. "Brother, why did you pull us away?" "That woman dared to insult us. I should teach her a lesson." The stout man, meanwhile, pulled out a handful of dates from his pocket and began munching away. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat." The thin man, exasperated, shot a glare at the stout man. "Oh," the stout man replied, turning away to continue his snack. Xieming glared at the thin man. "Teach a lesson? You almost got me killed." "We cannot touch the Wanan temple." "Why not?" the thin man queried, only to realize the implication. "Brother, are you saying this deity is formidable? A bona fide true god?" "Indeed," Xieming replied gravely, nodding. "Sealing the temple is no longer an option. It seems this celebratory banquet tonight is off the table." He had desired to achieve merit, but he was unwilling to court death. Now, he wished only to return to the Changfu swiftly, to verify the matter regarding the Lord of Abundant Blessings. Perhaps in the Lord's eyes, he might be granted an opportunity. In that case, who would he need to curry favor with? With this thought, Xieming felt enlightened and patted the thin man's shoulder. "Lu, you are resourceful and inventive. Concoct some excuse to placate them, and I shall not return to the magistrate's office." "Brother, are you saying you plan to flee?" The thin man suddenly grasped Xieming's intentions. "Indeed, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Xieming replied with a smile. "Previously, I served the powerful, but now I shall serve the divine." The thin man was unaware of the harrowing events Xieming had just faced, yet he shared a bond of honor and disgrace with him. His thoughts were always for Xieming's welfare. After pondering for a moment, the thin man's eyes sparkled with determination. "Rest assured, brother, I will handle it. We shall meet outside the city." With that, the thin man dashed away. Xieming gave the stout man a kick in the rear, exasperated. "Eat, eat, eat, all day long, just eating." The stout man pouted in grievance. "Brother, you scold me, but if I don't eat, I go hungry. What else am I to do?" "Fine, fine, just eat," Xieming said, waving his hand in resignation. At the magistrate's office, the thin man returned alone. Wang peered around cautiously before asking uncertainly, "Why have you returned alone? Where is your master?" The thin man sighed. "Wang magistrate, the Wanan temple cannot be touched." Wang An's heart sank, and he hastily inquired, "Why can it not be touched?" He feared something had gone awry. Could it be that the Wanan temple had the audacity to provoke even those from the Changfu? However, a surge of delight followed. If the Wanan temple truly dared to act against a divine inspector, they would face the wrath of the Changfu. Why Master sensed a righteous aura upon arriving at the temple and concluded that this must be a deity of considerable power. However, to fulfill the young prince's request, he recklessly risked himself, attempting to forcibly seal this temple. The The thin man embellished the tale, portraying Xie Ming as a valiant, self-sacrificing hero. Wang, deeply moved, reflected on the greatness of the divine inspector, who would go to such lengths for the young prince. Were he in the same position, he doubted he would exhibit such bravery. Then, the divine inspector has not Wang In, not forgetting the matter at hand, probed sorrowfully, "Alas, it is a source of shame. My master had yet to seal the temple before he fainted, likely due to an old ailment resurfacing." The thin man sighed, shifting the conversation. "What ailment?" Wang In asked, momentarily stunned. The physician mentioned it is a syndrome of ethereal dissipation. I did not quite comprehend it myself. In any case, this ailment can only be treated in Shangjing, and my master has been urgently transported back there. As for the Wanan Temple magistrate, you should seek more capable assistance, the thin man concluded, sprinting away without waiting for Wang An's response. Chapter 80. The newspaper. Wang An stood in disarray, buffeted by the winds of confusion. Why was it that every matter concerning the Wanan Temple seemed to go awry? He had initially departed with such confidence, believing it would be resolved swiftly, and now they had fled without a word. Uncertain whether this was merely an excuse from Xie Ming, he returned to the office to inform Shen Xiuqi of the developments. After hearing the news, Shen Xiuqi fell silent for a moment. "Then we shall leave the Wanan Temple for now." He sensed something was amiss. The Changfu was a department that specifically dealt with deities, and if Xie Ming had retreated, it suggested that the Wanan Temple harbored something unusual. Regardless, this matter had been entrusted to him by Ziyang Zhenren. If all his efforts proved futile, he would have no choice but to return this hot potato. At present, his own affairs could not be delayed. Everything else was secondary. Shen Hui had been biding his time for an opportunity. He awaited a chance that would elevate the Wanan Temple's reputation significantly. Yet, despite his waiting, no suitable opening had presented itself. While the Wanan Temple had gained some notoriety, the number of worshippers remained insufficient, barely a tenth of the total population, far from meeting his expectations. What to do? Shen Hui closed his eyes in contemplation. He would never engage in the unscrupulous act of creating trouble for himself only to resolve it later. Then it struck him, printing technology. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. The matter of printing had been delayed for too long. If that was the case, he would initiate action today. Only by swiftly popularizing printing technology could he make headway in establishing his own newspaper. Once the newspaper was released, the Wanan Temple would deliver a decisive blow to other temples. Given the current conditions of this world, creating movable type printing was relatively straightforward. With determination, Shen Hui set to work. The first step in movable type printing was to create molds, and he opted to use wooden blocks for this purpose. However, upon completing the molds, he encountered a new challenge. While the printing process was manageable, paper remained a significant issue. The price of paper in this world had yet to be driven down. If I were to employ the methods of my world, the art of papermaking could significantly reduce costs. However, Shen Hui began to meticulously recall the information he had encountered in books. The histories of the two worlds differ somewhat, and naturally, the flora also varies. Papermaking is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in sourcing the necessary materials. To lower the price of paper, he must discover more readily available papermaking substances. After several days of diligent searching, Shen Hui stumbled upon the perfect material, the wild grasses that grow by the roadside. This substance was unheard of in his previous world, yet in this realm, it proliferates to the point of being almost invasive. Ubiquitous along the roadsides, even lacking a distinctive name, having been regarded as mere common weeds for centuries. Yet Shen Hui realized that these were no ordinary weeds, perhaps influenced by the spiritual energies of the realm of cultivation. They are rich in plant fibers, making them an extraordinary boon for papermaking. He then commenced his urgent experiments, yielding immediate success. This material is truly a marvel for papermaking. Moreover, the resulting paper is remarkably resilient and not easily torn. And the most crucial aspect is its low cost. Thus, my plan can now be set into motion. Once Shen Hui had everything in order, he began to anticipate the outcomes a few days later. An unnamed workshop opened in Lioli County, the purpose of which was unknown to all, and no one seemed to care. Shen Hui hired a number of workers to embark on his grand printing venture. One day later, thousands of newspapers rolled off the press, named the Lioli Daily.it, primarily reported on the curious happenings within Lioli County. Soon, countless newsstands sprang up, selling the papers. Initially, the so-called Lieli Daily did not create much of a stir. But once someone purchased a copy out of curiosity, word quickly spread. Remarkably, a single newspaper cost only one, just the price of a steamed bun, and one could be the first to learn of fascinating stories and various curiosities, prompting the populace to exclaim how affordable it was. Thus, the Lieli Daily soared to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Shun Hui began to subtly insert personal advertisements, inadvertently mentioning Wan'an Temple, thereby elevating its reputation and prestige once more. A month later, Yi Lingxian returned to the Taoist temple, newspaper in hand, chuckling as he read. "This old fool really is too naive, isn't he? Oh look, they even mentioned our Wan'an Temple again. No wonder the number of visitors has been increasing. It must be the newspaper's doing." Soon, Yi Lingxian strolled into the backyard where Shan Hui basked in the sun and eagerly exclaimed, "Brother Shen, you won't believe what I've discovered." Shen Hui lazily removed the book from his head, inquiring, "What treasure have you found?" "This, the Lieli Daily." Yi Lingxian waved the newspaper in his hand, saying, "I stumbled upon this gem today at a newsstand. I had no idea Lieli County even had newspapers. I wonder who the proprietor of this Lieli Daily is, selling such an expensive item for merely one when seems like a loss-making venture." This, Shan Hui smirked, thinking that losses were impossible. In truth, selling the newspaper for one when still left him with a profit. However, Shan Hui was not particularly interested in making money. His primary concern was the incense offerings, for that was the true path. He took the newspaper from Yi Lingxian and examined it closely. The layout was clear, and there were diverse stories that met his earlier expectations. In fact, he was not directly responsible for the operations of the Lieli Daily. He had hired a few literati for that purpose. After all, he could not manage every task himself. Simultaneously, the Lieli Daily solicited submissions from the public, seeking various anecdotes or mundane life stories, offering payment for those selected. Thus, the content of the newspaper was exceedingly rich. Having not read a newspaper in quite some time, Shun Hui found that the execution by these individuals was commendable. Indeed, it is a splendid creation. After finishing, he returned the paper to Yi Lingxian. Yi Lingxian accepted the newspaper and then said, "Brother Shun, there's actually something else I wish to ask you." "Speak," replied Shen Hui, smiling. "That I want to know. Now that the incense offerings at Wan'an Temple have stabilized, do you plan to continue establishing temples in other counties, or will you remain here?" Yi Lingxian inquired. "Naturally, I intend to venture to other places." Shun Hui replied, stretching lazily. "Didn't I mention before? My goal is to establish temples for the Celestial Lord across all 10 nations." Yi Lingxian nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. He had feared that Shen Hui might become too fond of this comfortable life and stagnate. While he had enjoyed assisting at the temple during this time, it diverged from his original intentions. His aspiration was to explore the world, not to remain in one corner. Thus, if Shun Hui decided to settle here, they would likely part ways. Perhaps after enduring countless trials, he would come to appreciate a tranquil life, but certainly not now. "Brother Shen, let us not even speak of the 10 nations. Just take your country as an example, which has 33 counties. If we linger in one place for a year, that amounts to 33 years, not accounting for the smaller towns. Therefore, I believe our current progress is rather slow." Yi Lingxian voiced his thoughts. "That is indeed a valid point," Shun Hui acknowledged with a nod before asking, "What suggestions do you have?" "I believe we should not remain too long in one place. After establishing a temple, we can invite some Taoists to take over. Everyone claims the Celestial Lord is effective, not that we are exceptionally so. Therefore, as long as we ensure the temple operates smoothly, the incense offerings will naturally improve." Yi Lingxian articulated. His words sparked a light of realization in Shan Hui's eyes. He had previously fallen into a mindset, believing that he needed to fully establish the temple's reputation before moving on. However, achieving the level of influence seen in Yongning County was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It required the right timing, location, and people, each of which was indispensable. Take the current situation in Lieli County. For instance, approximately 1/10 of the city's population were patrons of Wan'an Temple, which was a result of insufficient influence. Such influence was built over many years, and it was unrealistic to expect a rapid change in people's perceptions. Moreover, having been in Lieli County for some time, he had not encountered any particularly advantageous opportunities from this. He concluded that each locality presented unique circumstances necessitating tailored approaches. Employing a one-size-fits-all method would only yield sluggish results. Shen Hui was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the top score in the imperial examination. On the contrary, his thinking was remarkably agile. You are correct, Shen Hui mused after grasping this crucial insight. Smiling brightly, then let us proceed to recruit personnel and set out. If one location's patrons are insufficient, then let us gather patrons from multiple places. As the influence of Wan'an Temple expands, more visitors will naturally be drawn to it. Flexibility is essential in our endeavors. Thus, Wan'an Temple began its recruitment process. The news of Wan'an Temple's hiring spread quickly through the streets and alleys. By now, Wan'an Temple could be considered one of the renowned Taoist temples in Liuli County, and it was the only temple not affiliated with the Taoist Alliance. Thus, every move it made attracted considerable attention. The requirements for applicants were straightforward. They must be diligent and possess no ulterior motives. Consequently, a steady stream of candidates arrived for interviews, some having previously served as Taoists, while others had no such experience. For Shen Hui, there was little distinction. After all, the Taoists at Wan'an Temple did not need extensive skills. Merely the ability to manage the temple effectively. Those with ulterior motives would naturally not escape Shen Hui's keen eye. Some were even dismissed as soon as they approached him. After approximately a week, Shen Hui successfully recruited 5 individuals. Among them was a robust man with prior experience as a Taoist. He appeared quite earnest and was said to have been dismissed from his previous position for refusing to engage in deceitful practices. The other 4 had no experience as Taoists. 2 were youths under 16, and 2 were young adults under 20. They shared a common trait: kindness. After bringing these 5 individuals on board, as the temple master, Shen Hui was expected to bestow them with Taoist names. He smiled and said to them, "Let us introduce ourselves in turn. You go first." He pointed at the burly man. The earnest man scratched his head and said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhou Zhuang. I have a year of experience as a Taoist and am familiar with some basic temple etiquette. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me. I acknowledge that I may have many shortcomings, and I hope the master will guide me." Beside the earnest man stood a sharp-looking young man, who confidently introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Li Cheng. I have never been a Taoist. Prior to this, I worked as a vendor for several years. I possess no special skills, but I am quite articulate and can guarantee adherence to the temple's rules. Thank you all." In the middle stood a somewhat taciturn young man. When it was his turn, he remained silent for a while before finally saying, "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Jing." And that was the extent of his introduction. Li Cheng nudged Zhang Jing's arm. "What about the rest? Share your specialties, as we are now part of the temple. It would be good to say a bit more since the master has spoken." "No need." Shen Hui smiled as he spoke. "There is no need to embellish pleasantries. One should simply focus on doing their own job well." Zhang Jing cast a grateful glance at Shen Hui. He too wished to speak eloquently, but his disposition was far too reserved, rendering him incapable of articulating any grandiose words. Soon after, the youth standing beside Zhang Jing took the floor. He appeared somewhat naive, his face adorned with youthful collagen, a little chubby, and he straightforwardly declared, "My mother says I eat too much, that our family can no longer support me, so she sent me to the Taoist temple. I have no other aspirations. As long as I can have enough food every day, I could work until I die." The boy's words elicited laughter from the crowd. Wei Lingxian chuckled and asked, "What if you don't get enough to eat?" The chubby boy scratched his head, looking perplexed, and replied, "But my mother said that if I come to Wan'an Temple, I will be well fed. If not, wouldn't she be deceiving me?" "Ha ha ha, fear not. Your master will ensure you are not left hungry," Yi Lingxian reassured him. "Hee hee, then I can rest easy," the chubby boy said with a joyful laugh, before adding, "Oh, I forgot to mention, my name is Fei Xiaoba." When it was the turn of the last youth, he stood apart from the other 4 with a resolute expression and eyes that sparkled with vigor. He proclaimed loudly, "My name is Ning'an, a name bestowed upon me by my parents. I have no other pursuit in coming to the temple but to learn genuine skills and grow stronger. I wish to uphold justice and make the world a better place." Chapter 82. The Soul-Devouring Inferno Array. Spring. The world awakens. The ice melts, and the earth warms. The willows by the roadside have sprouted new buds in Liuli County. Wildflowers bloom exuberantly along the paths. The season for flower appreciation has arrived, and one can see throngs of people filling the streets, most wearing cheerful smiles. Outside Fengxian Temple, Shen Xiuqi donned a snow-white cloak, his hair meticulously styled, as he gazed at the bustling crowd at the foot of the mountain. Fengxian Temple is situated high above Lieli County. Those wishing to come here to offer incense must ascend 999 steps. According to Ziyang Zhenren, this signifies the temple's esteemed status. Little Prince, everything is ready. A voice called out from behind Shin Xiuqi, belonging to Ziyang Zhenren. Shin Xiuqi nodded, idly toying with two smooth black orbs, which seemed to be made of an unknown material, their surfaces enveloped in a faint luminescence. Then I appreciate your efforts, he replied. I am not weary, but has the little prince considered how to handle the aftermath? Ziyang Zhenren chuckled. You need not worry about that. I have arranged for contingencies. Shin Xiuqi replied nonchalantly, then I can rest easy. Ziyang Zhenren, with a grin, produced an array plate. In that case, little prince, keep a close watch. Once I activate this formation, Lieli County will instantly transform into a hellish inferno. Understood. Shin Xiuqi continued to play with the black orbs, his expression indifferent, as if the bustling crowd before him were merely a swarm of noisy ants. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power. Refine. With that command, the array plate in Ziyang Zhenren's hand erupted with a surge of blood-red light. As he cast a spell, the array plate transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. A deafening roar reverberated through the air above Lieli County. Upon hearing this immense sound, countless citizens looked up at the sky, which, moments ago clear and bright, now turned ominous and overcast, with fierce winds howling. This unanticipated gale tossed the throngs of people about, leading many to frantically grasp onto anything within reach. Chaos erupted throughout Lieli County. Within the county magistrate's office, Wang An, who had been napping, was jolted awake by the thunderous noise. He sprang from his chair only to find dust and debris swirling in the courtyard. His cherished goldfish bowl tossed into the air, and he sensed that something was amiss. What is happening? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ground before him cracked open, fissures appearing like flowing veins or intricate webs. Wang An's eyes widened in terror, instinctively taking several steps back. He could not comprehend how such a bizarre scene could unfold in his own residence. Could it be that a great demon was at work? Boom! At that moment, the ground split further, and a blood-red beam erupted from the earth, shooting skyward. Similar occurrences unfolded throughout the city simultaneously. These beams of blood surged into the sky, creating ripples among the clouds, and soon, torrents of blood mist cascaded down, enveloping the entirety of Lieli County. The heavens above Lieli County turned dark. The populace was thrown into panic. What had begun as a delightful flower festival had morphed into a scene of bizarre chaos. One could hear the anguished wails echoing from all directions. What is happening? Who knows what is going on? Are we surrounded by demons? I don't know. I don't want to die. It seems we are trapped within a great formation. What of the county magistrate? Where are the soldiers? Why have they vanished? The crowd buzzed with anxious chatter. Meanwhile, Wang An was equally distressed, utterly clueless about the unfolding calamity. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurried to the little prince's quarters, reasoning that being near someone of high caliber would ensure his safety. However, upon arriving at the little prince's residence, he found it devoid of anyone. Even the guards had retreated. Despair washed over Wang An. At such a critical juncture, where could the little prince have gone? Outside Chaoxian Temple, Shin Xiuqi toyed with the black orbs, his eyes devoid of emotion, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To achieve great success, countless bones must be sacrificed. If I can refine everyone here, the immense resentment will elevate my cultivation to new heights. You shall serve as stepping stones on my path of ascension. Your deaths will not be in vain, Shin Xiuqi murmured. Ziyang Zhenren, channeling spiritual energy, slowly revealed the 8 trigrams array within the clouds. At this moment, the formation was fully formed. Little prince, with but a word from you, the refining can commence at any moment. Ziyang Zhenren chuckled. Begin, Shin Xiuqi said flatly, without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, within Wanan Temple, Yilingxian fixed his gaze upon the 8 trigrams array above, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of being drawn into it. His expression turned to one of horror as he exclaimed, "It is indeed the soul-devouring Inferno array. I have only read about this nefarious formation in books. Who could have set it up?" The newly received disciples of the temple observed the scene, and despite the turmoil outside, Wanan Temple remained relatively tranquil, untouched by the chaos. Crowds continued to pour into the temple, their faces pale and drenched in sweat, as though they had exhausted all their strength in mere moments of fleeing. What is the soul-devouring inferno array? Li Cheng inquired. This array is one of the ancient forbidden formations, renowned for its ability to devour the souls of living beings and condense unparalleled resentment. Once activated, it creates an independent infernal space within the array, systematically stripping the souls of all beings within, subjecting them to endless torment, ultimately transforming them into resentment for the array's master to absorb, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Yi Lingxian explained solemnly. Then, Master Yi, can you dismantle it? Ningen asked, furrowing his brow. To dismantle such a formation is no easy feat. After all, it is an ancient forbidden array, Yi Lingxian replied. A hint of bitterness creeping into his smile. It seems today will not end well. Isn't it just a broken array? At that moment, a languid voice broke through the tension. Shan Hui, as if finally awakened, sprang from his reclined position and stretched. Brother Shen, do you have a solution? Yi Lingshuan's eyes lit up as he hastily inquired. If Shan Hui claimed to have a solution, he would undoubtedly believe him. Shan Hui had never disappointed anyone. A solution? Shan Hui shook his head from side to side, then pinched his fingers together, swiftly inscribing a single character in the air. Break. As he uttered the word, it solidified in the void, taking form entirely. Chapter 83. Grant me a moment to sip tea. What is this? Yi Lingxian gazed at the shimmering golden character, uncertainty etched on his face. Could it be the array dismantling technique? Yet, something felt amiss. He had witnessed others perform array dismantling techniques before, yet none had been as simplistic as Shan Hui's single character. However, the aura emanating from this character felt extraordinary. He sensed a pure and refined energy within it, as if it possessed the power to suppress all, to tear apart everything, to annihilate all. In short, Yi Lingxian was wholly captivated by this character. At that moment, the array plate in the sky erupted in a flood of crimson light. These beams of light detonated in the air, forming tendrils akin to ropes that surged directly into the heads of over 100,000 citizens. Those engulfed by the light trembled violently, collapsing to the ground, their souls forcefully extracted from their bodies. The soul-devouring inferno array aimed to refine their very souls. In an instant, countless souls soared into the sky above Liuli County, their faces etched with terror as they realized the increasing distance from their physical forms. The despair they felt was beyond words. Meanwhile, the array in the clouds spun like a grinding mill capable of obliterating souls. They instinctively sensed the dread. Upon contact with this mill, their souls would be shattered. In Shun Xiuqi's eyes shimmered threads of excitement as he beheld the souls soaring skyward like myriad Kongming lanterns. This scene was both deadly and beautiful. Behind him stood the commander of the Imperial Guard, Eugene, silent and motionless, merely observing the souls writhing and struggling in the air. Within the Chaoxian Temple, Ling Yun clenched his fists, the sight evoking memories of how his sister had met a tragic end at the hands of Zhang Zhenren. Surely, she had felt the same despair in her final moments. Regrettably, whether then or now, he remained equally powerless. Ling Tian gazed at the heavens, his eyes betraying little emotion. He had grown accustomed to such horrors, unperturbed by the madness of Zhang Zhenren. His sole purpose for remaining at the temple was to grow stronger, to one day exact his vengeance. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Zhenren erupted in laughter. The souls rising like brilliant lights in the night, ascending towards the sky while his Taoist robe billowed and his long hair danced in the wind. Young prince, this grand array is truly formidable. Shin Xiuqi nodded in agreement. After a brief hesitation, he continued, yet I require only half the lives of the city. How does this grand formation select the other half? There's no selection, Zhang Zhenren replied, shaking his head with a smile. Half the lives of the city cannot yield optimal results. Today, the entire populace shall perish, and when the time comes, young prince, you may claim your half, and I shall take mine. With no conflict between us. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiuqi's sharp gaze turned towards Zhang Zhenren, realizing then that he was not the only one exploiting the other. Zhang Zhenren was equally using him. It was no wonder he had so readily agreed to Shin Xiuqi's plan. He must have harbored such intentions all along. Shin Xiuqi understood that Zhang Zhenren was akin to him, yet he had not anticipated that this man would dare to consider him a part of his scheme. A cold smile crept upon Shin Xiuqi's lips as he thought, Zhang Zhenren, I underestimated you. Zhang Zhenren's smile remained unfaltering. I have never underestimated you, young prince. The death of the entire city's populace serves to silence the voices of dissent. Your subsequent tasks shall be much easier, won't they? Indeed, Shinshiochi replied nonchalantly. The common folk are no more than ants. There is no difference between half a city and a whole city. You need not concern yourself. The souls continued to ascend, desperately struggling to resist the pull towards the formation. Yet all was in vain, as the immense force was beyond their capacity to withstand. Fear, despair, and anger intertwined. At the moment of their obliteration, their emotions coalesced into a powerful, vengeful force. This forbidden power delighted both Shinshiochi and Zhang Zhanren. But at that moment, a beam of golden light shot up from the direction of Wan'an Temple. From the Chaoxian Temple, one could observe the entirety of Lioli Prefecture, and thus also the commotion at Wan'an Temple. The golden light soared, brushing past the wandering souls, swelling against the wind to form a large character in the sky. This character, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, crashed down onto the formation with tremendous force. Boom! In that instant, the formation ceased its spinning, a visible shockwave rippling outward, dispersing the thick clouds to reveal the clear sky beyond. Time seemed to freeze. The souls that had been flying towards the formation halted midair, gazing in confusion at the large character, the radiant golden light bathing them in warmth and comfort. Zhang Zhanren's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the character. As though he had seen a ghost, in the next moment, biffed, Zhang Zhanren coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality visibly waning. As he spat blood, the grinding wheel in the sky became riddled with cracks. Rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Boom! The formation exploded, sending countless fragments flying forth, which, as if guided by an invisible force, hurtled towards the Chaoxian Temple. Yujin's pupils constricted as he quickly pulled Shinshiochi down the mountain. Just as they descended, the fragments rained down like a meteor shower upon the Chaoxian Temple. Boom! One after another, fragments struck the temple, shattering the ground like tofu, while the buildings crumbled as though made of paper, reducing the once proud structure to ruins in an instant. Within mere breaths, the Chaoxian Temple had been leveled. Fortunately, the disciples had escaped beforehand. Otherwise, they would have perished alongside the temple. Zhang Zhanren knelt weakly on the ground, fixating on the direction of Wan'an Temple, muttering, "How is this possible? How can this be? Absolutely impossible." Boom! At that moment, the character also detonated, transforming into a fine rain that drenched the surroundings, enveloping the souls drifting in the air and drawing them back into their corporeal forms. A calamity that could have annihilated the city was thus effortlessly averted, all within the span of a mere tea's duration. Chapter 84. Behind the scenes shock, confusion, incomprehension. Zhang Zhanren, kneeling on the ground, stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, struggling to believe his own eyes. His face, pale as paper, seemed to have lost all strength and means. Family, who understands? All the effort and countless resources invested in crafting this grand formation, only to see it so easily destroyed? And all by a simple character. Down the mountain, Shinshiochi's expression darkened. He had been so close to success. Who was the meddler that had disrupted his plans? Anger, fury, yet utterly helpless. A person capable of such feats was far beyond his reach. At least within Lioli Prefecture. Young prince, there are formidable individuals in Lioli Prefecture. We must leave at once, Eugene urged. This endeavor had failed, but they must not allow themselves to be caught in a compromising position. Otherwise, the young prince's reputation would be irreparably damaged, jeopardizing future plans. Let us go. Shinshiochi's expression shifted as he resolved to retreat. With the plans in Lioli Prefecture compromised, those individuals could no longer serve as his nourishment. Thus, it was best to decisively withdraw. Meanwhile, throughout the city, those whose souls had returned to their bodies looked around in bewilderment, examining themselves to ascertain their safety before erupting into astonished discussions. What just happened? I thought I was going to die. What was that grinding wheel in the sky? And where did that character come from? Wan'an Temple. I clearly saw that character fly from Wan'an Temple. I knew Wan'an Temple was an extraordinary Taoist temple. Then it must have been the high-ranking individuals at Wan'an Temple who saved us. I must verify this. If it was indeed Wan'an Temple, then they are the saviors of Lioli Prefecture. Did you see those fragments fall on Chaoxian Temple, reducing it to rubble? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Chaoxian Temple? A throng of citizens surged towards Wan'an Temple. Those who had remained there had witnessed Shan Hui's display of divine prowess. and under their embellished retelling, he became a celestial being rescuing the suffering. However, they could not have anticipated that such exaggerated narratives were, in fact, near the truth. "Brother Shen, you succeeded," Yi Lingxian exclaimed, nearly throwing his arms around Shan Hui. Fortunately, Shan Hui stepped back just in time, avoiding the embrace. "Calm down. First, let's uncover the mastermind behind this," Shan Hui replied with a slight smile, turning his gaze towards Chaoxian Temple. In the next moment, the crowd blinked in astonishment as Shan Hui appeared before them. Dragging along a figure. It was Ziyang Zhenren. Is Ziyang Zhenren the mastermind? I always thought Ziyang Zhenren was a transcendent being. I never expected this. I'm utterly disappointed. Can Chaoxian Temple restore its incense offerings? I feel like I've wasted so much money. Ziyang Zhenren, go to hell. The crowd's outrage boiled over, vehemently denouncing Ziyang Zhenren. Yet, he paid them no heed. To him, they were mere ants who had narrowly escaped death. His gaze fixed on Shan Hui, filled with resentment, he rasped, "Who exactly are you? If it weren't for you, I would not have failed today. I would have harnessed this immense vengeful force to elevate my cultivation further." Unwilling to accept defeat, yet powerless, he reflected, such is fate. Perhaps my destiny was meant to unfold this way. A peace-loving youth dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good, once honored as an outstanding young pioneer. Shan Hui replied with a smile. Ziyang Zhenren was momentarily taken aback, utterly baffled by the terms young pioneer, outstanding group member, and excellent party member. What was this person rambling on about? This was a true reflection of Ziyang Zhenren's inner turmoil. Then, Yi Lingxian stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Ziyang Zhenren's face. The crisp sound echoed. Ziyang Zhenren's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected this young man would dare to lay a hand on him. If it had been Shan Hui, it would have been understandable. But what audacity did a mere gathering Qi realm youth have to provoke him? Realizing this, Ziyang Zhenren's fury ignited. "You seek," before he could finish. Smack, then, the other side of his face received a slap, and Yi Lingxian, with a fierce glare, growled, "What do you mean? Are you not going to confess? I will beat you to death, you disrespectful old fool." Ziyang Zhenren glared at Yi Lingxian with fury. Had he not been weakened and suffered backlash, he would not allow a mere gathering energy realm scum to humiliate him. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. This young man before him was indeed excessively fearless. Dumbstruck, Yi Lingxian pointed at Ziyang Zhenren's nose and scolded, "What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Ziyang Zhenren's facial muscles twitched, but in the end, he lowered his head. The feeling of being unable to retaliate was infuriating. He could no longer afford to look. If he did, he might die from anger. Bang! Seeing that Ziyang Zhenren remained silent, Yi Lingxian stepped forward and kicked him again. Just then, a male voice emerged from outside the temple. "I know the whole story." Everyone turned to the temple's entrance. Where Lingyun and Lingtian walked in, Lingtian said calmly, "This matter was not solely orchestrated by my master. It also involves the little prince." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "The little prince, Shinshouchi? What does he have to do with this?" "Do not speak nonsense. The little prince is a figure of celestial stature. How could he be involved in such affairs? To slander the little prince, your audacity is truly remarkable. Why would the royal family engage in such actions? Do you not find this somewhat absurd? I believe this incident was entirely orchestrated by you people from the Chaoxian Temple, and now you wish to frame the little prince." The crowd erupted in condemnation. Yi Lingxian turned to the two. "Do you have any evidence? Just bring the person here for a confrontation, and that would suffice." Lingtian smiled faintly, however. "If you do not capture him soon, he might escape." Ziyang Zhenren suddenly laughed. "Lingtian, I know you have harbored hatred towards me. Has the time finally come for you to turn against me?" Lingtian's expression remained calm as he replied, "Master, I believed our relationship was mutually understood." "You know me as I know you." Ziyang Zhenren laughed even louder. "I understand your desire for revenge, but you should not involve the little prince. Even if he truly participated in this matter, he would face no punishment. Do you believe that?" Chapter 85. All kneel down, and so what? At least today, you cannot escape. Lingyun glared at Ziyang Zhenren with eyes filled with hatred. "You harbor hatred for me too." Ziyang Zhenren looked at Lingyun and grinned. "But you are far inferior to Lingtian. You cannot even conceal your emotions. Do you know why I keep you around? To raise a tiger for future troubles? Ling Yun fell silent, realizing that his concealed feelings were not as well hidden as he thought. Zhang Zhenren had always been aware. Why then did he keep him in the temple? Because individuals like you, filled with hatred, are excellent materials for refining elixirs, ha ha ha. Zhang Zhenren laughed wildly. Ling Yun's complexion fluctuated between green and white, and he felt a tinge of fear. Had Zhang Zhenren not failed today, he might have truly been refined into an elixir. As the discussion continued, Shen Hui's consciousness had already locked onto the little prince. Shen Xiuqi's identity was easily recognizable, especially with a host of imperial guards surrounding him. Then, everyone felt a flash before their eyes. And when Shen Hui reappeared, he had an additional person in his grasp. The young man was still somewhat dazed, but upon seeing the crowd surrounding him and Zhang Zhenren kneeling on the ground, he suddenly realized he had likely been captured by the Wan'an Temple. Meanwhile, the imperial guards were thrown into chaos. Where was the little prince? How did he suddenly vanish? Was it just an illusion? Or did I see a figure appear, and then the little prince disappeared? Could it be that the little prince was abducted? Commander, what should we do now? As the crowd questioned, Yu Jian turned his gaze towards the direction of the Wan'an Temple. Feeling a strong intuition that perhaps the little prince was there, go. Under Yu Jin's leadership, the imperial guards rushed towards the Wan'an Temple. At this moment, within the Wan'an Temple, Shen Xiuqi maintained his usual composure. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and said coolly, "This prince demands an explanation for why I was brought here." "What do you think you are doing?" Yi Lingxian pointed at Shen Xiuqi and scolded. "You are being accused of colluding with Zhang Zhenren from the Chaoxian Temple. Do you have anything to say?" Shen Xiuqi's expression was calm as he met Yi Lingxuan's gaze and replied, "You are the first person to dare speak to this prince in such a manner. Who are you?" "Who am I? I am your father," Yi Lingxian retorted. The most basic of insults, the most extreme enjoyment. As soon as he said this, Shen Xiuqi's expression darkened, while the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. This Taoist from the Wan'an Temple was remarkably bold to speak to the little prince in such a way. Was he not aware that the little prince's father was the illustrious King Pingnan? Shen Hui's lips curled into a slight smile. Yi Lingxuan's temperament was quite to his liking. In their world, he would undoubtedly be deemed a provocateur. At this moment, Zhang Zhenren suddenly laughed. "Little prince, they do not regard you at all. What can you do about it?" Shen Xiuqi replied coolly, "I will give you all another chance. Immediately kneel and admit your wrongs, or I shall declare that this temple shall be reduced to ashes." Slap. Yi Lingxian stepped forward to deliver another slap, but Shen Xiuqi swiftly grasped his wrist. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Shen Xiuqi, who calmly regarded Yi Lingxian and said, "Are you seeking death?" Yi Lingxuan's pupils constricted as he sensed that Shen Xiuqi's cultivation was even higher than his own. He immediately withdrew his arm and retreated beside Shen Hui. "Brother Shen, I've tested him. This guy indeed has cultivation. There must be something amiss." At this moment, Shen Xiuqi's gaze fell upon Shen Hui, his lips curling slightly as he said, "So you must be the master of this Wan'an Temple. It was you who brought me here, correct?" "Indeed," Shen Hui replied with a faint smile, admitting it directly. "Your subordinates appear rather arrogant. Are you aware that failure to discipline them carries collective responsibility in the military?" Shen Xiuqi stated coolly. "Oh," Shen Hui shrugged, "and then I demand that you kneel before me." Shen Xiuqi's lips curled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Very well," Shen Hui smiled broadly. In the next moment, an overwhelming force suddenly descended upon Shen Xiuqi, causing his expression to change dramatically. He attempted to resist, but a crackling sound echoed from his legs. Crack! Shen Xiuqi's legs emitted a sharp sound as he could no longer hold back. Letting out a cry of pain, bang! The next moment, Shen Xiuqi knelt heavily on the ground, right beside Zhang Zhenren. They faced a crowd of people, as if confessing to the citizens of Lieli County. "How courteous," Shen Hui remarked with a smile. Shen Xiuqi suddenly lifted his head, his eyes reddened as he glared at Shen Hui, fully aware that Shen Hui was behind this. Yet, he was utterly incapable of resisting such power. However, he was also convinced that Shen Hui would not dare to take his life. Otherwise, why bother with all this talk? Once he returned, he would ensure his father dispatched troops to annihilate this insignificant Wan'an Temple. And the humiliation suffered today would be repaid 100-fold. "Eugene, you scoundrel, why have you not yet appeared?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, the temple entrance erupted into chaos as a large group of imperial guards rushed in, shouting, "Clear the way!" There were at least 100 imperial guards, a grand spectacle. Upon entering, Eugene immediately spotted Shinshochi kneeling on the ground. His eyes widened in shock, and he rushed to Shinshochi's side, instinctively trying to help him up. "Little prince, please get up. Who is worthy of your kneeling? Do not move, it's broken." Shinshochi suddenly cried out in agony. Why? Eugene then realized that Shinshochi's knees were abnormally bent, as if they had been broken. "Bold!" Eugene roared in fury, drawing his sword, its cold gleam flashing. "Who is it?" "It is I," Shun Hui replied with a slight smile, taking the initiative. Upon hearing this, Eugene did not hesitate and swung his sword towards Shun Hui's head. The royal dignity must not be insulted. Whoosh! As the cold light flashed, a blade descended towards Shun Hui's head. Yet, Shun Hui remained motionless, standing there with his hands behind his back. Clang! Just as the blade was about to strike, a crisp sound echoed. The blade was met with a layer of faint golden light, which dissipated the attack, and the sword shattered in half. Eugene was taken aback, and before he could react, an overwhelming force descended upon him. The next moment, Eugene let out a cry of pain and knelt down, landing right beside Shinshochi. The scene fell into silence. The three kneeling figures appeared almost synchronized. An absurd sight. Chapter 86. The rending sky. Among the onlookers, someone laughed first, and soon the laughter spread like wildfire, cascading in waves. How to describe this? It resembled the sound of flatulence. Why? Eugene felt a flush of heat across his face. As a commander of the Imperial Guards, he had never felt such humiliation before. At that moment, he wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Shinshochi closed his eyes. Accepting the reality, he knew there was no dignified way out of today's events. At this juncture, status, position, and power prove utterly futile. It all hinges on what this Taoist intends to accomplish. Thus, Shinshochi calmly inquired, "Today, I concede. What is it that you truly desire?" All I seek are the two characters, the truth." Shun Hui smiled faintly. "Why don't you enlighten us? What is the relevance of this ridiculous grand formation to you?" "This grand formation has no bearing on me," Shinshochi replied coolly. "I indeed know Ziyang Zhenren and have prayed at Chaoxian Temple, but that does not imply anything, does it? You are talking nonsense." At that moment, Ling Yun interjected. "I overheard you conspiring with my master, claiming you would sacrifice half the city, transforming these people into a vast reservoir of vengeful power to enhance your cultivation. Do you have any evidence?" Shinshochi queried. "If one can speak without evidence and throw around accusations indiscriminately, then is there any semblance of justice left in this world?" "You?" Ling Yun felt a lump in his throat, realizing that aside from his own verbal testimony, he indeed lacked any substantial proof. Just then, Ling Tian stepped forward, holding a black orb, and said calmly, "Since the young prince demands evidence, I happen to possess a recording stone. Might it suffice as proof?" Upon hearing this, Shinshochi's eyes widened as he gazed at Ling Tian. "What is a recording stone?" "It is a magical device in the cultivation world that records images, akin to a camera." At this moment, Shinshochi's mind became somewhat disordered. If the details of his conversation with Ziyang Zhenren were to be exposed, he would face utter disgrace. Even as the son of the Pingnan Wang, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame, forever unable to attain redemption. To prevent this calamity, he would have to either silence all witnesses or ensure that this recording never sees the light of day. With this thought, Shinshochi's limp hand suddenly trembled, his fingers moving in an unusual rhythm. As his fingers danced, the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. However, this scene went unnoticed, as his movements were still quite subtle. Yet, Shun Hui's gaze remained fixed on Shinshochi. He sensed a malevolent force within him stirring quietly, one that felt unsettlingly familiar. What could it be? Shen Hui pondered, yet chose not to intervene. He wished to observe the unfolding events. To discern the secret harbored within Shinshochi, as a member of the royal family, he ought not to have sunk so low as to require human lives as materials for cultivation. Thus, there must be a hidden narrative or perhaps an accident behind his actions. At this moment, Ling Tian, smiling, locked eyes with Shinshochi and declared, "Young prince, since you insist that my master's grand formation is unrelated to you, let us now reveal your true nature to everyone." With that, Ling Tian infused the recording stone with spiritual energy. The stone emitted a brilliant light, and a phantasm began to take shape in the air. The onlookers could clearly see that the image depicted Chaoxian Temple. At this juncture, Shin Xiuqi could no longer maintain his composure. A dark pattern resembling ink splashes appeared on his face, and his pupils suddenly turned pitch black. Simultaneously, he abruptly rose from the ground, his body emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds, akin to popping beans. Ha! I have long foretold that you would one day draw upon my strength. This world is beyond salvation. Shin Xiuqi murmured. This voice was no longer his own, but a foreign one, brimming with malice. As it spoke, a dark cloud floated above, and the previously parted sky was once again shrouded in ominous clouds. This sudden turn of events left the crowd in shock. What has happened to the young prince? He exudes a most peculiar aura. Has his mind been invaded by evil spirits? Look, is that a horn on his forehead? Not a true horn, but rather a manifestation of dark energy. It seems this matter indeed pertains to the young prince. His current form speaks volumes. Shin Xiuqi, listening to the surrounding murmurs, donned a somewhat sinister grin. Throughout my life, whenever I was seen, I was invariably compared to my father, but I am me. I am no one's vassal and do not rely on anyone's power. Today, you shall witness my unparalleled might. This proclamation was unmistakably Shan Xiu's genuine voice. After uttering these words, he slowly levitated into the air, hands raised as if embracing an invisible force. Boom. In the next moment, a sonic boom echoed. A ripple emanated from his body, spreading outward, and wherever it passed. Fissures appeared in the void, fracturing and expanding until they enveloped the entirety of Wanan Temple. This crack resembled a chasm, severing the space above from that below, with only one person above, Shan Xiuqi. And below lay Wanan Temple, along with everyone gathered there. Shin Xiuqi wore a radiant smile. Embrace death and obliteration, mortals. This declaration was not uttered by Shan Xiuqi. Boom. As the words fell, another thunderous sound erupted. The space beneath the chasm, which housed Wanan Temple, began to shatter along the fissure. A terrifying aura of death swept over everyone, leaving them feeling icy and paralyzed with fear, unable to think as they witnessed the collapse of space. Such a horrific spectacle was something few had ever encountered in their lifetime. The space below the chasm resembled a colossal ship on the verge of sinking. All were helpless against this fate. In this moment of life and death, Shan Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring, "No wonder this feels so familiar. It is this fellow, but he has long been exiled. How could he reappear in the mortal realm? Brother Shen, we must flee," Yi Lingxian urged anxiously. "I cannot fathom what ancient demon resides within Shan Xiuqi. It is too terrifying. This technique is called Tear the Heavens. Escaping is impossible." Shan Hui smiled faintly. "Then what shall we do?" "Shatter it." Chapter 87. 100 Lux Sword. Shatter it. Yi Lingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that possibly be shattered? Why not? Shen Hui smiled slightly, and then, with hands clasped behind his back, he soared into the air. While everyone else recoiled in terror, he boldly flew toward the crumbling space. Above the chasm, Shin Xiuqi regarded the audacious Shan Hui with disdain in his pitch-black eyes. If his Tear the Heavens could be resisted by a mere mortal, he would not deserve the title of a deity. At that moment, Shan Hui suddenly hovered in midair, his legs aligned as if standing on solid ground. Then, golden ripples began to manifest in the void. Shan Hui ascended step by step, as if climbing a staircase, each movement accompanied by a golden illusion beneath his feet, the ripples undulating like waves, exuding an exquisite beauty. The divine ascension steps. Shin Xiuqi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing astonishment. No, it cannot be. How can a mortal cultivator possibly wield such advanced celestial techniques? Shin Hui ascended steadily, the golden ripples expanding outward, while the collapsing space unleashed fierce winds, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Yet, before the winds could approach, they were halted by the concentric circles of golden ripples. The winds collided with the ripples, momentarily pausing before dissipating into gentle breezes. With each step Shan Hui took, the golden ripples broadened, revealing layer upon layer of golden steps. In this moment, Shan Hui's thoughts drifted far away, seemingly transported back to the glorious days of yore. He had reached the position of Bailu Tianzuan through countless trials and tribulations. Some had departed, others remained, and memories danced like the wind, unfolding before him. What kind of emotion was this? Nostalgia or sorrow? Slowly, Shan Hui raised his hand, a golden light coalescing in his palm, gradually forming into a resplendent golden sword. This sword was dazzling, radiating a serene golden brilliance. Its slender and elegant blade flowed with gentle golden flames, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. The hilt was adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, each stroke seemingly imbued with the essence of heavenly principles. However, as this was not a physical sword, the designs were somewhat indistinct, yet the divine and grand aura it exuded was enough to leave one in awe. As the sword took shape, concentric golden ripples began to spread, and the golden light surrounding Shan Hui blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Boom. Finally, he halted, slowly raising the long sword. The crumbling space began to decelerate under the impact of the golden ripples. The onlookers within Wanan Temple lifted their heads, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle in silence, as if they were bearing witness to something monumental. Shen Xiuqi's eyes widened in alarm, a rare hint of panic flickering in his otherwise emotionless gaze. The 100 Luck Sword? Though this sword was not the original, the aura was unmistakably familiar to him. This Taoist dares to wield the 100 Luck Sword. Could it be that Shen Xiuqi's pupils trembled with shock, causing his heart to race with mounting dread, while his lips quivered involuntarily as he murmured, "No, it cannot be. He has long since perished, his spirit utterly extinguished. It is impossible for him to reappear. It cannot be him." These words seemed to be a self-reassurance, a desperate attempt to bolster his confidence. At that moment, Shan Hui exhaled deeply, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a smile. Such a long-lost feeling. But I wonder, where is my old companion now? The sword of Baiju in his hand was forged from celestial energy, yet he was unaware of the whereabouts of the true Baiju sword. After all, his memories were trapped in the celestial realm, and all recollections post his fall to the mortal world had vanished. With a decisive slash, Shan Hui's pupils transformed into a dazzling gold. At the moment the sword was swung, a brilliant golden light surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the horizon, cutting through the void towards Shen Xiuqi. The fractured emptiness, as the tide passed, was smooth like spring rain, softened by the golden radiance. Golden droplets fell from the sky, drifting into the distance, bestowing celestial grace and nourishing all things. In Shen Xiuqi's dark pupils, fear was replaced by a color akin to dead ashes. His once anxious heart now lay still. He could now be certain that Shan Hui was indeed the Baiju celestial lord. Though his appearance and voice had changed, the essence of his magic was unmistakable. Only the Baiju celestial lord could wield the Baiju sword, which had yet to be claimed by any deity. Beneath this golden tide, he felt utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance, for he had already tasted defeat a millennium ago. May fortune favor you, young man. Thus, he bestowed a final blessing and swiftly detached himself from Shan Xiuqi's body, transforming into a shadow that melded into the void, disappearing without a trace. Shen Xiuqi, with widened eyes, found himself unable to even float in the air after losing his divine power, plummeting headlong towards the ground. However, the golden tide swiftly engulfed him. Bathed in this golden flood, his mind became a blank slate. In that moment, he could think of nothing, could not think at all. After dissolving Shen Xiuqi, the golden tide continued its journey across the sky, traveling countless miles before vanishing into the vast expanse. On that day, in the vicinity of Liuli County, a golden rain fell for tens of thousands of miles. Immersed in this rain, whether human or demon, or even mere plants, all reaped immeasurable benefits. After the sword strike, the world fell silent, like spring rain nourishing the earth. Sunlight cascaded down at the opportune moment, illuminating Shan Hui, leaving the onlookers in a daze, unable to discern whether he was a celestial being or a mortal. Zhang Zhenren knelt upon the ground, gazing skyward, unable to articulate his emotions. He had always believed that as long as he enhanced his power, he could commit any misdeed. The path of cultivation was inherently a rebellion against heaven, preferring to wrong the world than to be wronged by it. Yet at this moment, he realized that Shan Hui traversed a path entirely distinct from his own. Under Shan Hui's sword, there was not merely destruction, but also the promise of life. This golden rain contained Shan Hui's philosophy and conviction. Zhang Zhenren slowly lowered his head, unable to meet Shen Hui's gaze any longer. All hatred and desires evaporated in that instant. Perhaps my path had been misguided from the very beginning. Chapter 88. Lingxiao Shen Hui descended from the sky in less than an hour. He had twice intervened to save Lieli County, leaving the onlookers in awe and elevating his reputation and image. In that moment, everyone believed that Wan'an Temple was indeed a righteous temple dedicated to the nation and its people. Had it not been for Wan'an Temple, they would most likely have perished. Eugene knelt on the ground, his eyes dull, searching the cloudless sky for traces of Shen Xiuqi. He cared not whether Shen Hui had saved Lieli County or even the world. His only concern was his own career. Where is the young prince? I ask you, where is the young prince? Eugene, unable to find Shen Xiuqi's figure, finally erupted in desperation. Shen Hui cast him a casual glance. Which young prince? Is there a young prince here? Eugene felt a chill run down his spine. He understood Shen Hui's implication. Shen Xiuqi was dead, as if he had never existed. But with so many witnesses present, could he truly erase them all? Unexpectedly, Shen Hui showed no intention of concealing the matter, nor did he take Eugene's life, ultimately allowing the authorities to intervene and handle the situation. The guards were apprehended by the officials. Yet they harbored no thoughts of resistance, each one resembling a defeated rooster, heads drooping. With the young prince dead, their fate would not be much better. Zhang Zhenren was escorted past Shen Hui, and suddenly, in a hoarse voice, he uttered a single word. Thank you. Shen Hui offered no reply, nor did he acknowledge him. Such a person, consumed by greed, was not worthy of sympathy, nor of pity as for why he expressed gratitude. Did it truly matter? After today's battle, the name of Wan'an Temple and Shen Hui resonated throughout Lieli County. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say it had achieved unprecedented fame. Following this, a large influx of devotees arrived, the incense offerings surpassing the combined total of all the temples in the city. Although those temples were envious, they refrained from any underhanded actions. With Zhang Zhenren already down, who could possibly hinder Wan'an Temple's rise? None. Thus, a week passed. Shen Hui observed the temple's stability and prepared to set off to at present. He had grasped the reins of incense offerings in 2 counties, and the progress of his golden body reconstruction had reached approximately 0.5. This was a significant advancement. Hence, Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian set forth once again, their next destination, the Tiansha County. Along the way, they would pass through various villages and towns, all of which could not be overlooked. Ling Mountain, Lingxiao Sect. Here, the palatial buildings were countless, with 13 main peaks, each housing a grand hall, forming a natural barrier that protected the entire Lingxiao sect. Among them, Lingxiao Hall was the most opulent and imposing. At this moment, within Lingxiao Hall, seated in the main seat was a man clad in a Taoist robe, appearing feeble and lacking spirit. Below him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman. Dressed in white, her skin fairer than snow, yet her brows bore a hint of resentment, marring her otherwise pure demeanor. Rui, what brings you to seek your master today? The man yawned, seemingly still half asleep. Master, a new temple has recently emerged in the mortal realm. Displacing my influence in Yongning and Lieli counties, I wish to investigate this matter, and I seek your permission to venture out. Ning Ruyu spoke respectfully. Oh? A temple with such character in this day and age? I recall the influences you established in the mortal realm were not insignificant, correct? The man appeared somewhat more alert. Indeed, they were considerable, but it is said that this person possesses unfathomable strength, and I do not know to what realm he has attained. Thus, I intend to meet him. Ning Ruyu replied. And if you find yourself no match for this cultivator? The man inquired with a smile. That is why I have come, to request a magical artifact from you. Should I indeed be unable to defeat him, I hope to draw upon your power to eliminate him. Though he has only displaced my influence in 2 counties for now, if this trend continues, he may well eradicate more, which would not only hinder my cultivation progress but also affect your plans, master. Thus, this person must be dealt with. Ning Ruyu spoke earnestly. You make some valid points. The man nodded, then smiled. In that case, I shall grant you this magical artifact. As he spoke, he casually tossed a pendant into Ning Ruoyu's palm. The pendant appeared unremarkable, topped with a pitch-black crystal, its material unknown. This pendant was crafted during my leisure time. It contains 3/10 of my power, sufficient to subdue all cultivators in this world. The man yawned again, seemingly exhausted. Thank you, master. Ning Ruoyu accepted the pendant and was about to turn to leave. Wait. At that moment, the man called out to her. Master, is there anything else? Ning Ruoyu turned back, a trace of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Hee, nothing of great importance. I have just been craving lately. The human jerky you made is quite delightful. Please provide me with some more. The man grinned broadly. Of course. Ning Ruoyu nodded, retrieving a large bag of human jerky from her ring and tossing it over. The man caught it, opened the bag, and inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. This is the flavor. According to your claim, the human jerky made by more powerful cultivators is even more fragrant and sweet. Have you ever tasted the jerky made by those at the ascension stage? Master, you jest. As of now, I am merely at the divine passage stage. How could I provoke a cultivator at the ascension stage? Ning Ruoyu replied, lowering her head. Cultivators at the ascension stage are nothing to fear. As long as they have yet to ascend, they are merely mere mortals. The man nonchalantly tossed a handful of human jerky into his mouth, chewing with relish, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. The nutrients in this jerky have not been lost. It still retains some essence of life from before. This must have been made by a cultivator at the broken void stage. Correct? Indeed, master. Ning Ruoyu nodded in affirmation. The cultivators of the broken void realm must indeed surpass your current cultivation level. It is rather surprising that you are now capable of challenging those above your rank. A thoughtful smile appeared on the man's face as he remarked, Ruoyu, strive diligently and aim for an early ascension to the immortal realm. That time, I shall have significant tasks for you. Thank you for your trust, master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ning Ruoyu replied, Go ahead. The man gestured with a wave of his hand. After observing Ning Ruoyu depart, a smile crept onto his lips. In this chaotic order of the immortal realm, I indeed require an informant. If you prove useful, why not keep you around a little longer? Chapter 89. The Flame of Revenge. Shangjing. Shan Manor. The council chamber was enveloped in silence. The head of the table, sat a robust man clad in casual attire. Behind him hung a map. Upon closer inspection, it was not an ordinary map, but a world map, with the positions of 10 other nations marked upon it. Compared to the other 9 nations, the territory of the Yu nation was considerably smaller. Shan Jingyi pointed at the map and spoke in a grave tone. Currently, in the southern region of our Yu nation, the Xing nation and Wu nation are incessantly stirring trouble, leading to heightened tensions at the border. The emperor has instructed me to take decisive action to showcase the might of our Yu nation. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? Seated at the long table were prominent figures of the capital, all elite soldiers under the command of the Pingnan king. Upon hearing Shan Jingyi's words, they began to express their opinions. General, our Yu nation's strength is on the rise, yet the neighboring smaller nations still perceive us as the feeble and incompetent realm of Yor. This presents a splendid opportunity. If we can secure a resounding victory, our Yu nation's name will surely resonate throughout the world, striking fear into the hearts of miscreants, a middle-aged general proclaimed passionately as he stood. Shan Jingyi nodded, a smile gracing his lips, a commendable thought. Who else wishes to voice their opinions? At that moment, a relatively young commander rose to his feet, exclaiming, General, I believe this battle must be fought. However, we must not engage recklessly. The tactics of the Wu nation are exceedingly treacherous. Should we confront them, the outcome is unpredictable. In my view, we should swiftly breach the borders of the Xing nation, capturing cities and expanding our territory for the glory of our Yu nation. That is not advisable. Repelling invaders is indeed a righteous act, yet to invade another nation is an entirely different matter. Although our Yu nation is currently strong, we are far from being in a position to infringe upon others. Another commander interjected before Shan Jingyi could respond. What is inappropriate about that? Our Yu nation's strength. Let us not even discuss the overall strength, but consider our Pingnan army. Its prowess is evident, and it grows daily. Yet, we cannot continually feed off the flesh and blood of our own people. Can we? I believe it is time to strike out. Moreover, the Xing nation is mired in decadence, and their soldiers have long lost their fighting spirit. Preferring to languish in the embrace of women, should we march in, it would be a straightforward conquest. We might even bring about their downfall. The young soldier became increasingly animated, seemingly envisioning the day they would seize the Xing nation. This led to a fierce exchange of opinions, one advocating for invasion and the other for defense. Once all had spoken, Shen Jingyi smiled and said, "I have heard your varied thoughts. Now allow me to share mine." The room fell silent. Shen Jingyi continued with a slight smile. "Indeed, Xue Ping has not spoken incorrectly. The strength of our Pingnan army is ever evolving. While I cannot assert that we are the mightiest army in the world, we certainly rank among the top 3. Aside from the cavalry of the Qin nation and the elephant cavalry of the Zhuang nation, we would dominate anyone else we face, especially the Xing nation, whose will has completely eroded, rendering their existence unnecessary." At this juncture, Shen Jingyi paused, observing the reactions of those present. Some furrowed their brows, while others exhibited excitement. Yes, the time for expansion had arrived. Shen Jingyi chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xue Ping, the young commander who had championed invasion, leapt up, exclaiming, "General, your wisdom is unparalleled. The name of our Pingnan army shall surely echo throughout the world. Our nation shall rise once more." Just as the atmosphere brimmed with excitement, the door of the council chamber was flung open, and a young soldier stumbled in. "General!" The young soldier fell to his knees, clasping his fists. "There is news regarding the young prince." Shen Jingyi waved a hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Why the haste? Has that boy caused trouble again?" "No need for alarm. Speak slowly." Swallowing hard, the young soldier hesitated before finally saying, The young prince is dead." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the council chamber. The calm expression on Shen Jingyi's face was gradually replaced by a shadow of fury. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he slammed his palm on the table. Rising abruptly, the force of his strike caused the golden Nanmu table to collapse, reverberating with a resounding crash. Who is responsible?" Shen Jingyi bellowed. As he roared, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, a terrifying pressure reminiscent of a blood-soaked battlefield that rendered the young soldier weak in the knees. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and reported the situation. It was a Taoist from Liuli County. Shen Jingyi's iron fists creaked as he clenched them in rage. A mere mountain Taoist dared to slay his son. He cared not for the details. All he knew was that his beloved son was gone, never to return. Shen Jingyi howled at the heavens, a wave of rage emanating from him, causing the ground beneath to shatter, and precious antiques and paintings to disintegrate into dust. The soldiers retreated, fearful of incurring the general's wrath. After a moment of furious roaring, Shen Jingyi's eyes burned crimson, yet his emotions began to stabilize. The young soldier on the ground had already coughed up blood and was barely conscious. Shen Jingyi stepped forward, infusing a trace of spiritual energy, and the young soldier gradually regained his senses. "Relate the events in their entirety," Shen Jingyi commanded solemnly. The young soldier trembled, recounting all he had learned. Upon hearing the account, Shen Jingyi took a deep breath, murmuring, "Though my son erred, based on my achievements, his transgressions do not warrant death. The lives of some mere mortals cannot compare to his." Seeing this, Xue Ping quickly ingratiated himself, exclaiming, "General, you speak true. Your contributions to the nation are unparalleled. Without you, it is uncertain whether the nation would even exist today. This matter must be avenged. That Taoist must pay with blood." A cold, merciless smile crept onto Shen Jingyi's lips. "That Taoist shall pay dearly. And the people of Liuli County must accompany my son in death. Gather the brothers. We shall march directly to Liuli County." "Yes." The chamber resonated with the fervent response of the gathered men. This day's events could not be left unresolved. Even before external conflicts commenced, internal discord had already erupted. "Brother Shen, have you noticed a pattern during our journey?" A desolate wilderness lay ahead as Xin Hui walked alongside Yilingxian. "What is it?" Xin Hui inquired. "Although we are drawing nearer to Xingjing, why does it seem that the economy and the customs here have deteriorated?" Yilingxian pondered aloud. "Is that so? I had not particularly noticed." Xin Hui replied, "Indeed, it is quite evident." Yilingxian nodded vigorously. "Though we have yet to reach Tiansha County, the inhabitants of the towns and villages we have encountered were initially unfriendly compared to the places we visited previously. It is a stark contrast. Throughout their journey, it had largely been Yilingxian promoting the Taoist temple. Thus he had more interactions with the villagers and townsfolk than Xin Hui, if he sensed an issue. It seemed reasonable. Continuing, Yilingxian analyzed, "At first, I thought I was overthinking it, but after visiting several villages and towns, I sensed a shift in customs. This is in stark opposition to what my master and senior brothers described. What do you think is the reason? Shen Hui asked. I believe. Yi Lingxian paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I believe it is a change in customs. However, I currently lack clarity on why this change has occurred. Shen Hui nodded, about to speak when a flock of birds suddenly burst from the nearby woods, startled by some unseen force. Moments later, raucous laughter echoed from within the forest. This girl is exceedingly beautiful. I haven't seen such a stunning woman in years. Heh. Are you holding a toothpick to pick your teeth? Put that down. Rest assured, my brothers will treat you well. We won't hurt you, little lady. Upon hearing these voices, Yi Lingxuan's expression changed drastically, and he dashed into the woods, with Shen Hui following closely. Upon entering the forest, they discovered several bare-chested men surrounding a young maiden, lewdly jesting with her. The young maiden's face was etched with terror. A tuft of hair stood on end in the wind as she brandished a straight vine in her hand, crying out, Stay back, or I will strike. Good heavens, this little girl has some spirit. Brothers, charge. Clearly, the ruffians were not intimidated by the maiden's vine, and they rushed towards her. However, at that moment, the vine in the maiden's hand moved, extending forward and splitting into 5 branches, each adorned with barbs that effortlessly pierced the chests of the assailants. With a sudden burst, blood gushed forth onto the tendrils, which writhed rapidly as if invigorated by the taste of blood. Ah, a monster, indeed! The men immediately let out agonizing screams. They attempted to extract the tendrils from their bodies, but it proved to be no easy feat. Rather than breaking free, the tendrils tightened their grip. The barbs embedded in their flesh mercilessly shredded their internal organs, reducing them to mere pulp in an instant. Before Yi Lingxian could even intervene, these 5 men had succumbed, becoming nothing more than lifeless husks. At that moment, Yi Lingxuan's expression shifted, as he sensed the demonic aura surrounding the girl. You are indeed a vine demon. Startled by the sudden sound nearby, the girl trembled and quickly turned around, clutching the tendril. Don't come any closer. I am quite formidable. Her fearful expression appeared genuine, starkly contrasting with the brutal tendril in her grasp. I mean you no harm. Yi Lingxian spread his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. These 5 met their fate by their own actions. I witnessed the events unfold, so rest assured, though you may be a demon, I shall not harm you. The girl glanced at Yi Lingxian and then at Shen Hui, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Master, you have finally returned? Ah? The exclamation of Master left both men momentarily bewildered. Shen Hui looked around, confirming no one else was present, and tentatively pointed to himself. Me? Yi Lingxian did the same. Incredulity etched on his face as he pointed to Shen Hui. Him? The girl dropped the tendril and rushed toward Shen Hui, throwing herself into his embrace, as if she had endured countless grievances. Master, you've finally returned. I thought you had abandoned Linger. Shen Hui found himself at a loss for words, facing such an unprecedented situation. A small demoness throwing herself into his arms and claiming him as her master was utterly absurd. Wait. Suddenly, Shen Hui recalled something. Although he did not recognize this little demon, she clearly knew him. Perhaps she was one of his myriad incarnations that had shared a past connection with her. Could it be possible to retrieve some lost memories through her? Yi Lingxian, still perplexed, approached, glancing between the girl and Shen Hui, as if to inquire. Shen brother, when did you take on a disciple? I was completely unaware. Shen Hui shook his head at him, gesturing for silence. He then gently patted the girl's head, saying, While I feel it might be inappropriate to say this at such a moment, I must clarify, your master is not me. No, perhaps it is me. But then again, maybe it is that moment. The girl suddenly burst into laughter, tilting her head up, her sparkling eyes brimming with joy. Master, you are still the same as before. Every time we meet, you become tongue-tied. Wait a moment, every time we meet? Shen Hui seized upon the key phrase, meaning this was not their first encounter. Recalling what Ji Yu had previously said, this is your how many lifetimes? If the girl had reunited with him across past lives, she must be a crucial figure. With this realization, Shen Hui inquired. So how many times have we met? 1, 2, 3, 4 times. The girl began counting on her fingers, and upon reaching 4, she gleefully exclaimed, Master, I can count to 4 now. You cannot leave me behind this time. Then, Shan Hui grasped her shoulders and gently pulled her away from his embrace, his expression turning serious. All right, even if you might indeed be my disciple, I have no recollection of you at all in our previous encounters. Did you ever experience such a situation? Of course. The girl's expression dimmed slightly. It seems that each time we meet, you forget everything, starting from the second encounter. Yet, you always recognize me, Master. You must have faced considerable hardships. So, what do we rely on to recognize each other? Shen Hui sensed he had grasped the crux of the matter. Come with me. The girl understood that her master had lost his memories again and immediately took his hand, leading him deeper into the forest. Yi Lingxian hesitated momentarily, uncertain if he should follow. Come along. Upon hearing Shan Hui's voice, Yi Lingxian laughed, replying, I'm coming. Chapter 91. You are my past self, and I am your future self. Shen brother indeed does not treat himself as an outsider. Yi Lingxian felt exhilarated. The sensation of being cherished by someone was truly delightful. Under the girl's guidance, they soon arrived at the heart of the dense forest. As they walked, an unexpected thick fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding the woods in a hazy mist. Yi Lingxian unconsciously drew closer and quietly asked Shen Hui, Shen brother, what is this place? Why do I feel a chill? Logically, given his current cultivation level, external temperatures should have little effect on him. Let us continue walking, and we shall find out. Shan Hui shrugged. In truth, he too was uncertain about their location. He only knew they were deep in the forest. He attempted to penetrate the mist with his spiritual sense, but as it made contact, it felt as though blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate further. The girl walked ahead, tightly clutching Shan Hui's sleeve, seemingly fearful he might disappear in the blink of an eye. After an indeterminate amount of time, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of the fog. Upon passing through the light, Shan Hui discovered he had arrived in an extraordinary place, surrounded by dense woods, with the sky obscured by intricate branches and leaves. Yet, rather than being engulfed in darkness, this place was exceptionally bright. This was due to a shimmering pool of water at its center and the luminescent leaves surrounding it. The leaves overhead sparkled with a translucent blue glow, resembling a vast galaxy. The pool at the center was even more enchanting, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors, though it was not clear, appearing muddied yet exuding an air of mystery. As Shan Hui surveyed the area, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the place, though he could not immediately recall why. At that moment, Yi Lingxian, now unafraid, began to curiously explore his surroundings, as everything here exceeded his understanding. Master, do you remember anything now? The girl looked at Shan Hui with eager anticipation. Shan Hui shook his head. Though he sensed the place was vaguely familiar, he had not recovered any memories. Upon hearing this, the girl did not show disappointment. Instead, she pointed to the pool. Then, Master, you should look into the memory spring. It will help you remember everything. Memory spring? Shen Hui gazed at the pool, wondering if it could indeed hold memories. Why this time? Yi Lingxian had reached the edge of the pool, observing his reflection, then furrowing his brows. What kind of water is this? It makes me look like a monkey. He began to adjust his hair and clothes. Shan Hui approached as well, and upon seeing the reflection in the pool, he too felt it bore little resemblance to Yi Lingxian, appearing more akin to a large monkey. Indeed, it does look like a monkey. Shan Hui smirked. Go away. I'm certain this pool must be flawed. I never look this absurd in ordinary pools. Yi Lingxian rolled his eyes, then glanced back at the surface where Shan Hui stood, perplexed. Wait, Shan brother, why don't you have a reflection? Upon hearing Yi Lingxian's remark, Shan Hui looked at the water's surface, and sure enough, there was no reflection of him. Step back. Let me see. Shan Hui instructed. Yi Lingxian complied, stepping back a few paces. Shan Hui took the position Yi Lingxian had just vacated. But still, there was no reflection. The colorful pool remained murky, obscuring everything. He felt a wave of confusion and turned to the girl. You say this pool can restore my memories? How does it work? The girl scratched her head, seemingly puzzled. I'm not sure. Every time I brought you here, after a while, you always remembered everything. As she spoke, the girl suddenly yawned, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Master, you cannot abandon Linger again this time. With that, she unexpectedly fell asleep. At the moment she collapsed, Shan Hui was about to say something, but he suddenly felt the world around him tremble. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing in an exceptionally unique space. Beneath his feet lay a lake of white light, rippling gently, allowing him to see his reflection clearly. The girl and Yi Lingxian had vanished in this extraordinary space. Everything had disappeared, leaving only the lake filled with white light. Where am I? Shun Hui felt a sense of strangeness. Extending his spiritual sense, he discovered a terrifying reality. This special space was vast, seemingly infinite, with no discernible end. This was peculiar. His spiritual sense could easily encompass the entire Yu kingdom. So how could it not reach the boundaries? The only possibility was that this was not the reality he had just inhabited, but rather an unknown, peculiar space. With this thought, Shun Hui took a few steps forward. As he moved, the ground emitted a series of splashing sounds, and ripples began to spread across the surface. As the ripples spread farther and farther, the entire surface of the lake began to tremble, the intensity of the tremors increasing with each passing moment. Suddenly, amidst the violent quaking of the water, it split apart. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of the lake, standing with its back to Shun Hui. Quietly rooted in place, as Shun Hui approached, he realized with astonishment that this figure was none other than himself. The likeness was identical, the height the same, yet the attire was markedly different. However, half of his face was obscured by a dark red substance, resembling stubborn grime or skin rendered entirely crimson, creating a rather eerie appearance. As Shun Hui drew nearer, the figure's eyes suddenly flared open. Furrowing his brows, Shun Hui stood face to face with this doppelganger. Both rendered speechless, neither daring to break the silence first. After a prolonged moment, the figure finally spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. There is no room for error. What do you mean by no room for error? Shun Hui inquired. You have no room for error left, the other self murmured. I had long anticipated that I might reach this point, yet now that I stand here, I find myself gripped by fear. The darkness is profound, and I am uncertain whether I can illuminate it. What do you mean? Shun Hui was left bewildered. I am you, and you are me, but I am the you of the past. And you are the you of the future, his counterpart replied coolly. We have endured countless failures. Your return to this place signifies that those individuals have already set their sights on you. Be cautious. I speak of myself, or rather of you. Chapter 92. Nightmare. Upon uttering these words, the figure began to fade, becoming increasingly transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing. Wait! Shun Hui exclaimed urgently. Clarify your words. What do you mean by those individuals have set their sights on me? And what is this place? You shall know soon enough. The other self smiled faintly, dissipating into starlight in that fleeting moment of disappearance. The starlight coalesced into a torrent, surging into Shun Hui's very being. Countless memories flooded into his mind, overwhelming him with their magnitude, leaving him on the brink of mental explosion. Time passed, and eventually, Shun Hui managed to untangle the sudden influx of memories. Discovering remnants from his previous lives, or rather, the memories of 3 other incarnations. These 3 incarnations had existed in different realms, and upon the demise of one, a mysterious force would draw them to this world. As for the young girl, she was more accurately described as a treasure than a disciple. She was a magical artifact crafted by the first of these 3 incarnations, and the spring from which he had drawn water was indeed called the Memory Spring. The space he currently occupied was, in fact, the interior of the Memory Spring, or rather, the innermost depths of the young girl's heart, as she was the catalyst that had drawn herself into this peculiar realm. The sole purpose of the Memory Spring was to allow the girl, upon the death of an incarnation, to instinctively search the world for the fragments of their lost memories, which she would then deposit into the Memory Spring, allowing future incarnations to inherit the fragmented memories of their predecessors. The circumstances of their meeting were, too, quite dramatic. The realm housing the Memory Spring was mobile, implying that the girl herself was a moving memory spring. Their encounter was thus serendipitous. However, according to the memories I have received, this is my final incarnation. If I perish, does that mean she will also vanish? Shun Hui pondered. The task of the girl in each life was to locate him, after which she would fall into slumber, awakening only after his demise to seek out the fragmented memories anew. This explained why she claimed he always abandoned her. Their reunions coincided with her descent into sleep. Should he meet his end in this final life, As no other incarnations of the 100 Blessings celestial sovereign would remain, she would likewise dissipate. It resembled a burial companion. In truth, the crafting of this girl's incarnation was rather inhumane. To be utilized and then destroyed, Shen Hui grumbled. After his complaints, the world before him began to crumble, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a transformed thicket. The fog had dissipated. The pools were gone, and the towering trees were replaced by an ordinary forest. At that moment, Yi Lingxian lay on the ground, sound asleep, as if under a spell. In Shen Hui's palm lay a ring, the very essence of the girl, appearing as an ordinary storage ring during her slumber. Yet, to label it as ordinary would be misleading. Its storage capacity was nearly limitless, even accommodating living beings. The internal space was the very special realm he had previously occupied. Based on the information he had gathered, it was evident that his primary adversaries were indeed those celestial colleagues above, though the present threats seemed to be mere minor nuisances. Shen Hui mused. Within his memories, he had glimpsed numerous figures, celestial beings of moderate rank from the heavenly court, all of whom had participated in the hunt against him. Curiously, these celestial beings appeared grim and shadowy. As if under some form of control, however, the details of his demise remained elusive, indicating that his memories were still somewhat incomplete. Nevertheless, he had begun to piece together a few clues, suspecting that the machinations of his colleagues in the heavenly court were at play. His suspicions were not unfounded. Determined to hasten his progress, Shen Hui resolved to integrate the memories of his previous 3 lives. Each time, following the restoration of his memories, celestial beings would typically come knocking within a year or 2. Thus, time was of the essence. Furthermore, his previous incarnations had possessed greater strength than he currently wielded. Considering the passage of time between the heavenly court and the mortal realm, it implied that once he regained his memories, they would become aware of his presence within a day or 2. This notion struck him as peculiar. Could it be that they had marked his magical artifact in some manner? Upon this realization, Shen Hui swiftly examined the ring in his hand, only to find no abnormalities. Perhaps the issue did not lie with the magical artifact. After all, the celestial beings possessed an array of bizarre techniques, and it was hardly surprising that they could monitor events in the mortal realm. After pondering for a while, Shen Hui concluded that it would be prudent to expedite the promotion of his Taoist temple. A year or 2 was neither excessively long nor short, yet given his current pace, it was indeed rather sluggish. To contend with the myriad celestial deities, he would need to reconstruct his golden body. Securing the incense offerings of all 10 nations within a year posed a formidable challenge. Shen Hui mused. The crux of the matter lay in the distinct circumstances of each nation. Attempting to promote his temple through a single approach was evidently impractical. Just as he was deep in thought, the previously slumbering Yi Lingxian abruptly awoke, his eyes wide open as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Don't come near me, don't come near." Then, he caught sight of Shen Hui, who regarded him with an expression of bemusement. Yi Lingxian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched his head. "Brother Shen, where are we? How did we end up in this remote wilderness? Don't you remember?" Shen Hui inquired, perplexed. "Remember what?" Yi Lingxian replied, bewildered. "I only recall that we were walking along the road. Then I lost consciousness, and upon waking, I found myself here, having just experienced a nightmare." Shen Hui's expression shifted to one of understanding. It seemed that Yi Lingxian had entirely forgotten the events surrounding the memory spring, perhaps due to a special protective mechanism that had erased his memories. Yet, this was for the best. The matter was inherently perilous, and involving Yi Lingxian, a mere mortal cultivator, in the machinations of the celestial beings would leave him with no means of resistance. "It's nothing. You were probably just too tired and dozed off while we were walking." Shen Hui offered a seemingly implausible excuse. Remarkably, Yi Lingxian accepted this dubious explanation, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I feel as though I didn't rest well yesterday. Otherwise, why would I have had such a nightmare?" Chapter 93. When it rains, heads will roll. Have you heard? Heard what? The 100 Blessings Celestial Sovereign is coming to our Tiansha County. Is that true? What brings him to Tiansha County? Naturally, the 100 Blessings Celestial Sect is recruiting new disciples. This is an unprecedented opportunity. If I could join the 100 Blessings Celestial Sect, I believe I would soon achieve great renown. Outside Tiansha County lay an expanse of yellow sands for miles. And within this vast desert, Tiansha County shone like a pearl. Yi Lingxian and Shen Hui rode distinctive camels across the sandy terrain, just in time to overhear passers-by discussing the 100 Blessings Celestial Sovereign. Brother Shen, what are they saying about the 100 Blessings Celestial sect? Is it founded by the 100 Blessings Celestial Sovereign? Yi Lingxian asked, curiosity etched on his face. It was evident that he had confused the characters for blessings and slaughter, as they were homophones. Shen Hui shook his head, responding, the Celestial Sovereign established no sect, and thus there cannot be a 100 Blessings Celestial sect. After hearing this, Yi Lingxian turned to the group of passers-by and asked, brothers, which character for blessings do you mean? A youth turned his head, and upon seeing Yi Lingxian riding a camel and dressed in expensive attire, his face lit up with enthusiasm. Are you an outsider, young master? The 100 Blessings Celestial sect is the most renowned sect near Tiansha County. Slaughter is, of course, the character for killing. It is said that a millennium ago, the county of Tiansha was besieged by countless demonic creatures, nearly facing annihilation. That critical moment, a celestial cultivator descended from the heavens, vanquishing all those fiends with a single stroke of his sword, thereby astonishing the world. Following that battle, the cultivator earned the title of the Immortal of 100 Slaughters and established the now thriving sect of 100 Slaughters. At this juncture, a youthful expression of longing appeared on his face. If only I could join the 100 Slaughters sect, it wouldn't be long before I could ascend to the ranks of esteemed cultivators. Yi Lingxian smiled gratefully, saying, thank you. No need. The young man replied with a wave of his hand, then continued. Are you two gentlemen planning to tour our Tiansha County? How about hiring a guide? I am a native of Tiansha County and can easily regale you with various tales and anecdotes. I believe I can serve you well. Very well, Shen Hui replied with a gentle smile. Nodding in agreement. Hiring a guide is not costly and is indeed a swift means to comprehend the situation of a city. Seeing that Shen Hui had consented, Yi Lingxian also refrained from hesitation and retrieved a silver ingot from his ring. Tossing it over. Is this sufficient? The young man caught the ingot, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as he eagerly nodded. Sufficient. More than enough. May I inquire how you gentlemen wish to begin your exploration? Let me first introduce you to the expanse of the Golden Sands. According to local chronicles, 1,000 years ago, Tiansha County was not known as such, and this region was not the vast expanse of yellow sands, but rather an endless prairie, where one could witness a scene of galloping steeds. The sky was azure, the wilderness boundless, the wind rustling the grass low enough to reveal cattle and sheep. However, after offending the celestial beings, it has not rained in Tiansha County for millennia, leading to the disappearance of the prairie, ultimately transforming it into a desert, resulting in the present-day Golden Sands. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui expressed his surprise. You mean to say that it hasn't rained here for a millennium? Indeed, the young man nodded. As far back as my memory serves, Tiansha County has never witnessed a drop of rain. When I asked my parents, they too claimed they had never seen rain. In short, for Tiansha County to develop into a pearl of the desert under such conditions is truly remarkable. It is precisely for this reason that water in the city is exorbitantly priced. You gentlemen must be prepared, as they will likely charge even more due to your status as outsiders, no matter. Yi Lingxian replied with a slight smile. He mused that no matter how expensive the water was, it couldn't be beyond reason. If worst came to worst, he could simply soar on his flying sword to another city for water. Yet, Shen Hui pondered another matter. What could be so extraordinary about Tiansha County that it has not received rain for a millennium? If the situation is as stated, then offending the heavenly court is no mere coincidence. For a region to go without rain for over a year is undoubtedly the work of celestial beings. Let alone for a millennium. He suddenly had a thought. If this place has not seen rain for 1,000 years, what if I could invoke a rainfall here? Would that not yield more spectacular results than in Yongning County? But I wonder, does the county magistrate here have a need for rain? Hasn't he ever considered beseeching for it? Shen Hui inquired. If the county magistrate truly had such a need, then approaching him to showcase his abilities wouldn't be out of the question. Requesting rain? How could that be possible? The young man burst into laughter. It may seem a misfortune that Tiansha County has not seen rain for millennia, but it has given rise to a treasure, the sunfire herb. The sunfire herb is rich in spiritual energy, a coveted item among cultivators, and thus, summoning rain is strictly prohibited in Tiansha County. If it were to rain, it would signify the incompetence of the county magistrate. leading to a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui nodded, though he felt a tinge of regret. It appears that the circumstances of each region indeed differ. The stark contrast between Tiansha County and Yongning County lies precisely here. One seeks reign for survival, while the other faces execution for it. How dramatically ironic. Contemplating this, Shen Hui resolved to seek alternative methods. Half an hour later, the towering walls of Tiansha County came into view. The walls stood 100 meters tall, imparting a grand and imposing aura from afar. As they approached Tiansha County, the streets became increasingly crowded, with many masked individuals among them, each emanating a wave of spiritual energy. Clearly cultivators wishing to conceal their identities. A mere glance revealed no fewer than 10 cultivators, a sight Shen Hui had not encountered in previous cities. Evidently, the allure of the sunfire herb was indeed substantial. Shen Hui mused internally. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes rang through the air. The melodious sound resonated from the heavens, causing many passers-by to halt and gaze upward. The young man displayed a look of excitement, exclaiming, "It is the immortal of 100 slaughters. That is his chariot." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxian and Shen Hui also raised their heads toward the sky. They beheld 2 flying steeds drawing a magnificent carriage, soaring across the horizon, leaving in their wake a radiant rainbow bridge, an exquisite spectacle of visual splendor. Chapter 94. Chaos. My goodness, how extravagant! Yi Lingxian could not help but exclaim. The young man's face immediately turned pale with alarm as he gestured urgently. "Hush! Young master, are you seeking death?" "What?" Yi Lingxian replied, utterly bewildered. "What did I say that warrants such a reaction? The immortal of 100 slaughters despises being spoken of behind his back. Once, someone spoke ill of him while he passed by, and they were immediately punished by having their tongue cut out. They later succumbed to despair." The young man explained in a hushed, fearful tone. "Such tyranny?" Yi Lingxian frowned at this revelation but chose not to comment further. The immortal of 100 slaughters chariot soon vanished into the city, and the rainbow suspended in the sky slowly dissipated, scattering flecks of golden light. The crowd remained in a state of lingering awe. It is said that the 2 steeds of the immortal of 100 slaughters are 7th-tier demon beasts, comparable to cultivators of the divine ability realm. The divine ability realm is merely the threshold for becoming a mount for the immortal of 100 slaughters. Truly, he is formidable. Without the immortal of 100 slaughters, Tiansha City would not exist as it does today. I wonder if I will have a chance to be selected when disciples are recruited this time. When the time comes for recruitment, I will certainly join in the excitement. Perhaps luck will favor me. After learning of the immortal of 100 slaughters' domineering nature, Yi Lingxian refrained from further discussion on the topic. Although he felt some indignation towards such behavior, he was self-aware enough to understand that, being the master of a sect, the immortal of 100 slaughters would undoubtedly possess formidable skills. While he was uncertain whether those 2 steeds were indeed 7th-tier demons, they were ultimately beyond his reach. Shen Hui also chose not to engage in further discourse about the immortal of 100 slaughters, albeit for different reasons. He felt that the immortal did not merit his attention. "By the way, esteemed gentlemen, my name is Chen Lei, but everyone calls me Chen Sanshi. You may refer to me as Sungshi. As they approached the city gate, the young man spoke with a smile. "Very well, Sanshi." Shen Hui nodded. At this moment, the owner of the camels chimed in. "Esteemed gentlemen, camels are not allowed inside the city, so we must part ways here." Thus, Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian dismounted the camels and proceeded on foot into the city. The towering walls and grand gates exuded an imposing presence. Although the crowd was numerous, it was not congested. The guards flanking the gate stood erect and vigilant, projecting a sense of authority. Chen Lei leaned in closer to Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian, whispering, "Esteemed gentlemen, Tiansha City has numerous regulations. I shall explain them sequentially, and you must be cautious not to infringe upon them, lest you risk being apprehended by the authorities." "Please proceed," Shen Hui replied with a smile. "Firstly, do not stare at the guards by the city gates. Even if you wish to look, a mere glance will suffice. If they catch you peering, it could lead to dire consequences," Chen Lei warned. "What a peculiar regulation." Yi Lingxian furrowed his brow. "Is standing here not for the purpose of being seen? If they do not wish to be observed, then why stand here at all? I too am unsure of the reasoning behind it, but it is an unwritten rule of Tiansha City." Chen Lei glanced towards the city gate and gestured. "Look, that fool is about to bring misfortune upon himself." Upon hearing this, Shun Hui and Yi Lingxian turned their gazes. They saw a young man standing before a guard, grinning foolishly. "Good sir, I am from the neighboring village. It is my first time entering the city, and your armor looks rather splendid." The guard frowned and waved him away. "Go on, don't disturb our duties." He clearly did not wish to engage with the young man. "Good sir, your armor truly is quite impressive. I wish to join your ranks. May I inquire if that is possible?" The young man continued, his words laced with a hint of dialect. Slap! The guard swiftly struck him on the head. "Get lost. Do you not understand human language?" Startled, the young man clutched his head and fled. He brought that upon himself. "I find that guard does not seem as cruel as you described," Yi Lingxian remarked. Chen Lei shook his head and said, "Well, he was just fortunate to encounter someone with a good temperament. If he had run into that living Yama, Teske, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just a mere glance. And I fear he would lose his eyes." "What kind of living Yama is so formidable?" Yi Lingxian inquired further. "He is the one among the officials and soldiers with the worst temperament." Chen Lei spoke of him while instinctively shrinking his neck. "You can tell just by looking. He has a face full of blubber, and it's best to keep your distance. Even a single glance would send shivers down your spine. If you happen to encounter him, make sure not to meet his gaze, lest you draw his attention." Subsequently, the three of them successfully passed through the city gate and entered the city. The ambience inside was markedly different from that outside. Everywhere one looked, there were earthen buildings, predominantly in the form of round earthen houses, with wooden structures being a rare sight. Given the local climate, this was quite reasonable. In such a dry environment, wooden buildings would be prone to catching fire easily. The streets were littered with wind-blown sand, suggesting they were not frequently cleaned, and the roads were riddled with potholes. Only a handful of shops were open, selling everyday necessities, and the entire city gate exuded a sense of desolation. Chun Lei hurriedly explained, "Gentlemen, the further you go inside, the more prosperous it becomes. The merchants at the city gate tend to avoid this place. Why is that? Shouldn't the city gate be the liveliest area?" Yi Lingxian asked, perplexed. "Everyone enters and exits through here, yet it remains so deserted. It seems rather unusual. It's because many gangs come here to collect protection fees." Chen Lei sighed. "Tiansha County has its merits, but the current county magistrate is rather negligent, showing no restraint towards the numerous gangs, big and small, in the city. These gang members plunder the common folk and then cozy up to the officials and soldiers, resulting in the shops at the city gate struggling to survive. Even if they manage to open, they are likely to be driven out by these gangs within days. Then why does it get more prosperous the further we go inside? If the gangs are so rampant, it stands to reason that conditions throughout the city should be poor," Yi Lingxian questioned. "Naturally, it's because the inner part is filled with the properties of these gangs." Chen Lei shrugged. "In any case, I just hope to earn enough money to leave Tiansha County soon. Otherwise, I might end up dead at the hands of these gang members one day." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a group of fierce-looking gang members approached them. They likely noticed Yi Lingxuan's fine attire. With grins on their faces, they came forward. "Brother, we're a bit short on cash lately. How about lending us some money to have a little fun?" Chapter 95. Indifference. Chen Lei's expression changed instantly. However, since he had accepted money and was the guide for the two gentlemen, he knew he could not back down at this moment. Thus, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, saying, "Brothers, I am the guide for these two gentlemen. They are new here. Please, have mercy and do not trouble them." While speaking, he pulled out a few pieces of silver from his pocket. To appease these gang members, mere words would not suffice. Without seeing the silver, they would never relent. Well, you seem to understand." The leader of the gang, a middle-aged man with a rotund belly and a face full of flesh, appeared to be a tough character. He smiled, or rather, grimaced, as he accepted the silver from Chen Lei's hand, only to slap him across the face with a sudden motion. "You think this paltry sum can appease me? Are you trying to bribe a beggar?" Chen Lei's face visibly reddened and swelled. He covered his cheek but dared not express his anger, repeatedly saying, "Brother, please calm down. If this is not enough, I still have some more." "Shut up. Did I ask you anything?" The middle-aged man scolded, then turned his gaze to Yi Lingxian, still with that insincere smile. "Brother, bang." Before he could finish, Yi Lingxian delivered a kick to his ample belly. The middle-aged man flew backward, letting out a wail as he rolled on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop, visibly injured and bleeding. looking far worse than Chen Lei. His gang members were momentarily taken aback. Then, Yi Lingxian pointed forward with 2 fingers, and a flying sword shot out from behind him, piercing the ground just between the middle-aged man's legs. Make no mistake, it was the ground between his legs. The sword energy tore a hole in his pants, leaving him feeling a chilling draft. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically as he repeatedly apologized. I did not know a celestial master had descended. I hope the celestial master will forgive me. I doubt I am a member of the Lotus Gang. I don't care about your gang or any other. Yi Lingxian coldly snorted. You dare to rob me. You must be tired of living. The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, repeatedly bowing. I am blind to not recognize the great celestial master. Offending you is unforgivable. I hope the celestial master can spare my life. For I have an elderly parent and young children. I will surely turn over a new leaf and never bully the weak again. He bowed with great force, causing his forehead to bleed. Seeing this, Yi Lingshuan's anger dissipated significantly. He waved his hand and said, Get lost. If I see you causing trouble again, I won't spare you. Thank you, Celestial Master. Thank you, Celestial Master. The middle-aged man scrambled away, stumbling as he fled. However, as he passed by Chen Lei, he shot him a resentful glance, thinking that this kid had intentionally set him up. Knowing the other was a celestial master, yet still acting in front of him, if he had directly warned him. Saying the other was a celestial master and to avoid trouble, he wouldn't have had the gall to utter another word. As for Chen Lei, he was still somewhat dazed. He never expected these 2 gentlemen to transform into lofty celestial masters. Who could have anticipated that? Aren't celestial masters supposed to be aloof and untouchable? Get up, Yi Lingxian said as he stepped forward and helped Chen Lei to his feet. Thank you, Celestial Master. Chen Lei quickly expressed his gratitude. His tone now tinged with respect. As for celestial masters, I am merely a wandering man of the rivers and lakes. There's no need for such formalities among you. Yi Lingxian paid little mind to such titles. That said, Chen Lei still did not dare to overstep. He had heard that celestial masters could be quite temperamental. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. For ordinary folk like them, dying at the hands of a celestial master would leave no one to seek justice. Celestial masters were indeed above the mundane powers of the world. This was the common understanding among the people. Following the earlier incident, no one dared to approach them looking for trouble. Chen Lei led the 2 deeper into the bustling part of the city. He had not spoken falsely. Indeed, the further they ventured toward the city center, the livelier it became. The streets were no longer coated in dust and dirt as at the city gate. Here, they were pristine, clearly maintained by regular cleaning. The shops along the roadside began to display a vibrant array of goods, with many selling local specialties. Gentlemen, these specialty shops are merely scams for outsiders. If you truly wish for local products, avoid such stores. They are filled with unscrupulous merchants, and behind them lie gang influences. Even if you are cheated, there will be no recourse for complaints, Chen Lei whispered. Then, as if recalling something, he added, however, as celestial masters, you need not be overly cautious. Just reveal your identities, and even the gang members would not dare to act against you. Celestial masters are those exalted beings. How could these gangs, which only bully ordinary citizens, have the audacity to confront you? Just look at how terrified that Lotus gang member was. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to go back. At that moment, another commotion erupted ahead. 2 fierce-looking men were dragging a woman by her hair down the street. They were cursing, I paid for you. You're mine now. Think you can run? Just wait until we get back. I'll break your legs. Shameless. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. As he said, even if she screamed, no one would step forward to help. The bystanders watched with a detached curiosity, pointing and commenting. That woman seems to have been bought from the black market. She tried to escape. Talk about guts. If she gets away, it would mean her owner's money was wasted. You can actually buy such a beautiful woman from the black market? Is there a way to get in? What way? The black market opens every night. It has everything you can imagine, nothing you can't buy. Then I must check it out tonight. The black market has its own rules. You can go, but do not cause trouble there. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Yi Lingxian furrowed his brow, wanting to intervene. But at that moment, Chen Lei blocked him, saying, Celestial Master, You cannot get involved in this matter. Why can't I? Yi Lingxian asked, frowning. This woman was bought from the black market. If you intervene now, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire black market, Qinlei said gravely. The black market is backed by the county magistrate and a host of celestial masters. If you insist on intervening, the outlook is not optimistic. How cold-hearted. At this moment, Shun Hui, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 96. Buying land to intervene or not? That is the question. But why not intervene? With a wave of his hand, the two men dragging the woman by her hair were suddenly seized by an invisible force, yanking their hair. They shrieked in agony as they struggled, pulled toward Shen Hui. Much to the shock of the onlookers, upon witnessing Shan Hui's intervention in the matter, Yi Lingxian felt a surge of exhilaration. Whenever Brother Shan is willing to take action, no challenge is insurmountable. This was the conclusion Yi had drawn from their prolonged association. Consequently, the woman who had been yanked by her hair found her freedom. In a state of panic, she scrambled to her feet and fled with great haste. She was oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that failure to escape would result in her being recaptured as a slave, leaving her fate entirely in the hands of others. Let us go. Shan Hui instructed Yi Lingxian. Without casting a glance at the two men, he proceeded forward. The two men, however, were held in place by an invisible force, rendered utterly immobile as they writhed on the ground in agony. Yi Lingxian hurriedly followed, with Qinlei trailing behind. The onlookers were left bewildered, as Shan Hui had not revealed his true nature, and the two men remained firmly restrained. What has happened to them? One bystander wondered aloud. I have no idea. Could they be possessed? Another speculated. How could possession manifest as if someone were yanking them? Someone else remarked. Look at their scalps. They appear ready to be torn off. How dreadful. Someone should call for help. If this continues, they might just be pulled to their demise. Could that woman possess a special background? Perhaps her ancestors are aiding her from beyond? Brother Shin, you were the one who acted just now. Weren't you? Yi Lingxian inquired, sidling up to Shen Hui with a grin. Indeed, Shen Hui replied with a nod. Impressive, Yi Lingxian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Qinlei, however, wore a worried expression. Esteemed masters, while your intervention in this matter is commendable, it is crucial to maintain your anonymity. Otherwise, the county magistrate and the black market will not let you off easily. Shun Hui's actions had effectively shattered the black market's established norms. Who would dare to buy slaves in the black market after this? It was tantamount to disrupting their business, and the black market would never condone such occurrences. Not to worry, Shun Hui waved his hand dismissively, then smiled and asked, Do you know where I might purchase some land around here? Upon hearing Shan Hui's intention to acquire land, Chunlei's eyes brightened momentarily, but his expression soon darkened again. Master, I do not wish to deceive you. There are indeed many plots of land for sale within Tiansha County. However, once purchased, gang members will employ various tactics to coerce you into returning the land at a significantly reduced price, or even for free if you intend to buy land. I would not advise you to do so within Tiansha County. Such corruption? Yi Lingxian frowned at the revelation. There's so much mischief in your Tiansha County? Qinlei offered a wry smile. Tiansha County is relatively better. If it were a city further north. He trailed off. In any case, that is the current state of affairs. Not to worry, lead me to the place where land is sold, Shun Hui insisted with a smile. He was in dire need of substantial incense offerings, and time was of the essence. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of employing forceful measures. The more chaos he could incite, the better his chance to establish his reputation and elevate the standing of Wanan Temple in the shortest time possible. Seeing Shan Hui's determination to purchase land, Qinlei shook his head, refraining from further counsel. He reasoned that these two were indeed masters. The gang members would likely think twice before acting shamelessly. Simultaneously, he harbored an unrealistic hope. Perhaps these two masters could change everything. Soon, Qinlei led them to a grand shop situated in the most bustling part of the town, occupying a vast expanse of land. With a sign that read, Tiansha Pawn Shop. All land transactions within the city are conducted through this pawn shop, Qinlei explained. Despite its size, the shop was surprisingly devoid of patrons. Under Qinlei's guidance, they entered the opulent interior, where the lavish decor was evident, with wooden shelves lining the walls, showcasing various expensive-looking antiques. Upon noticing customers, the shopkeeper approached with a smile. Esteemed guests, what may I assist you with? Are you looking to purchase or pawn something? To buy land. Shun Hui replied with a slight smile. At this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and his enthusiasm noticeably increased. You have indeed come to the right place. As I possess the finest plots in Tiansha County, he produced a map detailing the land available for purchase. Take a look and see if any plots meet your satisfaction, he inquired, his eyes narrowing with the demeanor of a shrewd merchant. Chun Lei hesitated, knowing he could not dissuade the two masters, and chose to remain silent. After all, thwarting the shopkeeper's business would surely lead to his own downfall. After surveying the options, Shun Hui pointed to a plot of over 1,000 square meters. What is the price for this land? The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement before he feigned reluctance. Esteemed guest. You possess a discerning eye. This is indeed the prime location in Tiansha County, ideal for business endeavors. However, due to its desirability, the price is rather steep. Might I suggest you consider other plots? He was probing Shan Hui's financial capacity. Just tell me the price, Shun Hui replied unperturbed. Very well, the shopkeeper continued. The value of this plot is 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold was no trivial sum. It was a substantial amount, roughly equivalent to 90,000 taels of silver by current market standards. Yi Lingxian gasped. He would be hard-pressed to produce such a sum in one go, deeming the land exorbitantly priced. Indeed, it is quite expensive, Shun Hui acknowledged. The shopkeeper's face fell, revealing disappointment. It seemed this customer could not afford the land. However, Shun Hui's next words reignited his enthusiasm. I'll take this plot. When can we proceed with the transaction? The shopkeeper's smile returned, brighter than before. As soon as you wish, we can finalize the deal immediately. You truly possess a keen eye. Chen Lei wore a conflicted expression, knowing that Shun Hui's investment might be akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. Ultimately, that plot would likely be reclaimed by those with various and scrupulous tactics. What was the point? Nonetheless, it was too late for regrets. Was 90,000 taels of silver a lot? Certainly. Did Shun Hui have it? Yes. During his time in Yongning County, the contributions from Shun Laoyi and various other donors had already exceeded that amount. Shun Hui produced the silver notes, and the shopkeeper retrieved the land deed. Sealing the deal, pleasure doing business, the shopkeeper beamed, his eyes nearly closing with delight at having made a windfall of 90,000 taels. Pleasure indeed, Shun Hui replied with a slight smile. By the way, my name is Zhang Hu, and I am commonly referred to as Brother Hu. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. Certainly, Shun Hui nodded and turned to depart. Hey, brother, do you not need me to guide you? Can you find your way to the land you purchased? Zhang Hu called after him. Not necessary, Shun Hui waved dismissively as he left. Zhang Hu, watching the trio's retreating figures, weighed the silver notes in his hand, his smile growing ever wider. Brother, you've generously gifted me 90,000 taels. I must ensure I repay you adequately. 15 minutes later, Shun Hui and his companions stood upon the plot of over 1,000 square meters. To be honest, it was not excessively large, considering that temples typically require more space. However, there was no need for every temple to be expansive, and Shun Hui deemed it sufficient. The land bore some dilapidated structures that had fallen into disrepair over the years. Go fetch me a bag of yellow beans, Shun Hui instructed Yi Lingxian. Although unsure of Shun Hui's intentions, Yi Lingxian complied without question. Standing beside Shun Hui, Chen Lei sighed, Master, I suspect those individuals will soon come seeking trouble. You must be prepared. Shun Hui smiled gently. I fear their absence more than their arrival. Upon hearing this, Chen Lei felt invigorated. It appeared Shun Hui was confident, which was reassuring. Before long, Yi Lingxian returned with a bag of yellow beans. Brother Shin, what do you intend to do with these beans? Planning to make soy milk tonight? Shin Hui accepted the small bag with a smile. You shall soon find out. He then took a handful of beans and scattered them across the ground. The yellow beans fell like petals from a celestial maiden, blanketing the earth. After they landed, Shan Hui brought his fingers together, gesturing in the air, and a shimmering rune took shape before soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a rain of gold began to fall upon this small plot of land. Beneath the golden downpour, the yellow beans rapidly sprouted, transforming into diminutive yellow bean soldiers. These yellow bean figures stood nearly the same height as a human. Yet their faces resembled yellow beans, creating a rather comical sight. How many beans are in a handful? Certainly over 100. The 100 yellow bean soldiers stood upright, arrayed before Shen Hui in a posture of respect. This spectacle left both Qinlei and Yi Lingxian utterly astounded. Transforming beings into soldiers, what a divine skill! Yi Lingshuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even his master was not knowledgeable of such mystical arts. Yet Shan Hui wielded them with effortless ease. How many more secrets does Brother Shen possess that I remain oblivious to? Go, clear this land and flatten the building for me, Shen Hui commanded. Immediately, over 100 Yellow Bean men sprang into action, responding to his directive. These Yellow Bean men, empowered by celestial energy, moved with a swiftness far surpassing that of ordinary humans, each possessing at least the strength of the gathering Qi realm. In essence, Yi Lingxian was equivalent to just one of these Yellow Bean men. So, how long would it take for over 100 cultivators at the gathering Qi level to tidy up a plot of land exceeding 1,000 square meters? The answer: not even half an hour was needed to level everything. The ground was meticulously cleared, appearing completely rejuvenated. Now, it looked like a pristine expanse. Yi Lingxian was utterly taken aback. He felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Brother Shun could effortlessly summon such a multitude of Yellow Bean men, while he himself was even less useful than a single Yellow Bean man. Previously, Shan Hui had graciously allowed him to organize craftsmen to construct the temple for the 100 Lu Celestial Lord. But reflecting on it now, if Brother Shen had desired to undertake the task himself, he would have had no need for Yi Lingxian. Truly, Brother Shun was a person of remarkable kindness, Yi Lingxian mused inwardly. Little did he know, Shan Hui had merely sought to conserve a bit of divine energy, for thus far, his restored divine power was not substantial. Summoning soldiers from beans may appear impressive, yet it also consumed divine energy. Did it not? However, his perspective had shifted. With only a year or two remaining, it was paramount to save time, lest he meet his demise when those enemies came knocking. Furthermore, the divine energy expended in summoning the Yellow Bean men was not overly taxing. The more divine energy invested, the greater the cultivation level of the Yellow Bean men. Shan Hui had only expended a small amount of divine energy. Otherwise, these Yellow Bean men would not have been limited to the Gathering Qi realm. Gathering Qi realm cultivators were more than sufficient to erect a building. Next came the construction. In less than 2 hours, a brand new Taoist temple arose on the land, with astonishing efficiency, of course. The procurement of materials was still the responsibility of Yi Lingxian. With a spatial ring, materials could be effortlessly delivered. In total, the entire process took just 2.5 hours. Qinlei accompanied throughout, and although he could have left, he found himself unable to resist the urge to linger and observe. Upon witnessing the spectacle, his worldview was irrevocably shattered. It turned out that cultivators were far more formidable and extraordinary than he had imagined. Such celestial techniques were readily at hand. I must become a cultivator. I must become a celestial master. Qinlei silently vowed, his eyes ablaze with determination, resolved to take a chance. What if the 100 Lu Celestial Lord was blind and chose him? As long as he could join the 100 Lu Celestial sect, he would eventually become as formidable as Shan Hui. The emergence of Wan'an Temple swiftly spread throughout Tianxia County. Have you heard? Heard what? In the heart of the city, the plot of land that had remained unsold for ages was finally purchased today. Which unfortunate soul bought it? It won't be long before it's reclaimed. That's not the point. What is the point, then? The point is that in just 2.5 hours, a Taoist temple was erected on that land. Surely, this must be the work of celestial beings. What kind of Taoist temple can be so remarkable? It can be built in just 2.5 hours. I refuse to believe it. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. And so, a throng of curious onlookers rushed to the exterior of Wan'an Temple, and upon seeing the brand new temple, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 98. Malicious intent in just 2.5 hours. A Taoist temple was built. Moreover, its completion was remarkably high, with all necessary elements in place. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable within the realm of public perception. Yet, it had undeniably transpired. This could only indicate one thing. Wan'an Temple possessed genuine capabilities. Or rather, the individuals behind Wan'an Temple were truly formidable. Consequently, the reputation of Wan'an Temple spread in this unexpected manner, albeit many remained oblivious to the fact that such influence could not be widely disseminated. Some regarded it merely as entertainment, while those who genuinely believed were few and far between. Taoist, what deity do you worship here? Shen Hui soon welcomed the first curious onlooker, who craned his neck to peer into the Baolu hall. His face alight with curiosity, the 100 Lu Celestial Lord, Shen Hui replied with a faint smile. What? The 100 Lu Celestial Lord? I wish to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, the individual mistakenly thought it referred to the 100 Lu Celestial Lord associated with the 100 Lu Celestial sect and rushed inside in a frenzy. However, upon seeing the characters inscribed on the divine altar, his expression fell, muttering, "What is this?" It turns out to be the 100 Lu Celestial Lord. Isn't this a bit misleading? Nevertheless, having come this far, Shen Hui and Yi Lingxian stood by, watching him with bemused smiles, making it awkward for him to simply turn and leave. He lit a stick of incense as a token gesture before hastily departing. Such incidents were not uncommon. Many individuals came seeking the 100 Lu Celestial Lord, only to be severely disappointed upon realizing there was no connection to the 100 Lu Celestial sect. Some even left without bothering to put on a show. This left Yi Lingxian nearly infuriated. Brother Shen, these people are utterly clueless. They can't even distinguish between Li Kuei and Li Gui. To him, the 100 Lu Celestial Lord was akin to Li Kuei, while the 100 Lu Celestial sect represented Li Gui. No matter, Shen Hui replied with a cheerful smile. As long as people come, we need not worry about our reputation not spreading. That night, Zhang Hu returned home and summoned a group of brothers. The Zhang residence was among the most opulent in Tiansha County, sprawling over an extensive area. Many were aware of the connection between the Zhang family and the current county magistrate, though the specifics remained a mystery. Today, 2 outsiders arrived in our Tiansha County, Zhang Hu stated, holding a teacup with a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. Of course, this isn't anything unusual. Outsiders visit our Tiansha County daily. However, these two are somewhat different. They purchased my plot of land. The moment he spoke, the brothers below began to fidget. The land was sold? I recall that plot was priced at 10,000 taels of gold, right? Are these outsiders so wealthy? If they can produce 10,000 taels of gold to buy that land, it suggests they possess far more than that. This could present a significant opportunity. Brother, did you gather us here today to find those 2 outsiders and strike a lucrative deal? However, if they could produce such a sum, they must be prominent figures elsewhere. Should we gather information before making a move? Otherwise, we might invite unnecessary trouble. Whether they are dragons or tigers, they come to our Tiansha County. I understand your intent, brother. Tomorrow we shall make a scene. The brothers chimed in, viewing Shen Hui as an easy target or perhaps a moving treasure chest. At this moment, Zhang Hu cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. Zhang Hu nodded in satisfaction, realizing his usual training had proven effective. His authority as the elder brother was at least acknowledged. Savoring a sip of the fine tea, he continued, we have engaged in such matters numerous times before. With the county magistrate as our backing, any troubles that arise can be resolved. I have gathered everyone here to brainstorm how we might extract more wealth from those 2 outsiders. Brother, regarding that plot of land, something suddenly comes to mind. A young man raised his hand. What is it? Zhang Hu frowned in inquiry. There's a rumor circulating that a Taoist temple was erected in the city center in just 2.5 hours. I initially thought it was mere gossip, but now that you have gathered us here, I wonder, could that plot have indeed become a temple? The moment these words were uttered, silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, followed by a chorus of laughter. Ha ha ha, a Taoist temple built in just 2.5 hours? Are you jesting? The dilapidated structures left on that land couldn't possibly be dismantled in a day or 2. Let alone erecting a new temple. This is absolute nonsense. Don't even mention 2.5 hours. Given the efficiency of the craftsmen in Tiansha County, it would be impressive if a temple could be built in 2.5 months. Are you believing such rumors? Have you been spending too much time in brothels, leading some woman to befuddle your mind? But if it were true, it would imply those 2 outsiders are not just wealthy but might even be celestial masters. The final statement rendered everyone mute. Indeed, if they were celestial masters, then the construction of a temple in 2.5 hours might not be entirely implausible, despite sounding utterly absurd. Zhang Hu's fingers drummed thoughtfully on the armrest of his chair, as if he